cycle with a group of holidays that appear throughout the year. They have a lot of cultural connections, particularly in Israel, but they were largely adapted to northern climes as well, including, for example, the holiday of sitting in the booths on the holiday of Sukkot, which usually falls around September or October. And that can be somewhat uncomfortable in northern Germany at that time, but nevertheless, those are the places that are common. So there's so much more to say about the daily daily cycles of Judaism, not nearly as relevant to our more narrow studies of history, however. So I'm just going to leave you with that as kind of like an overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you for your attention now. I'm really grateful that you're studying with me. So thank you all very much for watching. Our task now is to look at a much more difficult topic in Jewish history. We're going to look at the Crusades and the development of medieval anti-Semitism in Ashkenaz. So I'd like to begin with a little bit more generic work and trying to define what exactly we mean when we use this term anti-Semitism. As we shall see, we're actually using it somewhat anachronistically, but primarily because it relates to the topic at hand. It is a term that is unfortunately too long. And then let's drill down into the Ashkenazic experience and make it very particular. So the first thing that we should bear in mind is that anti-Semitism, although it has its own kind of twisted, bizarre logic, it does not have to make sense. In fact, one of the most amazing and uncanny aspects of what has been called the Zionist hatred is that it has demonstrated the remarkable capacity of reinventing itself to meet the specific demands of a particular age and culture. Um, if we had a lot more time, we could delve into this deeper, but I would like to point to Jean-Paul Sartre's famous statement in a remarkable little brief post-war report he wrote called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. Si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that anti-Semites somehow need Judaism and need an enemy in order to focus their understanding of the world around them. That's why, if we had more time to discuss it, we could certainly explore in greater detail, but anti-Semitism is often seen as a reaction to the stressors of society, and that the Jews provide a convenient foil on which individuals who feel disconnected from the world around them are able to somehow explain their situation by looking at the Jews as beings of God. We certainly, unfortunately, see that today in contemporary America. But it is not at all uncommon. For example, if you look at this remarkable publication that comes out of Tokyo in the year 2004, a Japanese translation of the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, one of the most notorious anti-Semitic works, and forgery of a rather bizarre discussion of a Jewish world conspiracy. That even though there's a tiny population of Jews in Japan, primarily concentrated in a couple of cities, nevertheless, the Japanese saw fit that there's enough of a reading public that they should publish an edition of this notorious anti-Semitic work. So much more to say about this in general, but let's just focus on a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism. And this is, as I mentioned, somewhat anachronistic. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined by this man, Wilhelm Marr, in the late 19th century in an attempt to find a more polite or at least acceptable term alternative to words like Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which are much more vulgar.
What up, pimp?
Capitalizing on
What's your What's your main account?
I don't really have one.
And developing
You don't have one?
Oh, my main Discord account?
Yeah.
Oh, if you go, do you see where it says
Is that
20?
the one in Aiden?
Yeah,
I'm at that one.
very cool. How's your day going?
Good, I'm chilling. Just, getting some stuff done real quick.
I got you.
Figuring out what your name was. Do you stream all your servers?
Do I what?
So do you stream in all the servers you're in? Like you're in was it Social Live?
Yep.
I'm going to send you a link real quick.
Okie doke.
Now, the term anti-Semitism, with its heavy reliance on the idea of a world Jewish conspiracy, is decidedly modern, and it would often be inappropriate to use that term retroactively to the medieval, certainly to the biblical period, but for the sake of simplicity, since that term has become in the wise usage, I will use the term in this lecture as well. Let's try and understand then the basic development of anti-Semitism up to the period that we're specifically focused on. Historically, when you look at the earliest texts that we have focused on the Jews, particularly written from the outside, from non-Jewish society, the Greco-Roman literature certainly stands out. And much of that early anti-Jewish antipathy is really a type of xenophobia, a fear of the stranger that reflects a culture struggle between the values and norms of basically Greek and Roman society and that of Judaism. And there's a whole bunch of things, like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, slothful, because they rested one day a week, which was considered grossly excessive in the Roman world. They were considered misanthropic and clannish because they reserved membership in the group only to men who were circumcised, for example. You couldn't be called a Jew unless you went through a conversion ritual, if you were male in particular, in the ancient world. And of course, there was conflict with the Jews. There were two pretty significant revolts against Rome. Three, if you count the Titus rebellion as well, that resulted ultimately in destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel, and then later in further persecution under Bar Kokhba. And it's noted, for example, in this famous arch, the Arch of Titus, that was erected in Rome to commemorate that victory of the Romans over the Jewish rebels in the first century, that they have this, depiction of the Jews being forced to carry off the temple spoils to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. Now, by the way, this is what it looks like. Stephen Klein has actually done some great analysis of the chemical composition. The Romans rather garishly painted their statues, and this is what it would have looked like in the first century. Now, all of this, although Jews don't necessarily feel good about it, seeing their goods being hauled off to be displayed in the temple for Jupiter, that definitely is not a nice thing for Jews to experience. But is it really anti-Semitism, or is it just regular cultural conflict that is, demonstrated in war victory propaganda? It seems like this is a more normal conflict, that the Jews were treated well or badly just as much as the Romans treated any other people well or badly. The final point, but basically, it's a normal type of situation.
That's fucked up, and he planted a ghost in you.
Now, it changes significantly with the birth of Christianity, because there you have a special dynamic. Christianity, of course, is the daughter religion of Judaism. The earliest practitioners of Christianity were Jews.
Dan was on his motorcycle. Every time he rides now, just
and when you get into the second century in particular, and there's more of a sharpening of the distinction between some of those early Jewish Christians who were still
well, hopefully, I'm sure it's fine, but oh my gosh, what if you start being
and a much
somewhere, and I was walking down. I was just by myself, and I was walking down the hallway, and I heard this growl noise right behind me, and it made me audibly gasp. And I swear to God, it made me. I'm also kind of a pussy, but it made me audibly gasp. And I look around, and there's nothing around. It was like a scary. It was like an animal noise. Yeah, it was like a. What was your gasp? I was like, I do that. So fucking Erica's ass scared the shit out of me. What was that, yesterday? She fucking pops out from behind corners. She'll open up the shower, and you're gonna give me a heart attack. Sometimes I get so angry because I'm just so scared. Drinking. So where did I hear the ground? Just walking down a hallway in a hotel. Because of Detroit. Yeah, I call Casey. Yeah, that could have been like just someone on the other side of the door just doing some like autoerotic. Could have been. Yeah, it could have been. I would guess all the dudes in the Luxor died. Autoerotic asphyxiation. Wait, it's in there. I really understand that. I think I'd be too scared to do that. Little vicious cycle. It's weird to think that something's haunted that was made in like the 70s. Is that what the Luxor was made? Yeah, I think early 90s. Also, Zebra's yeah, I guess it even did that much more street. People think because it's shaped like a pyramid, there's some sort of yeah, it's like that's why Chris Angel does all his stuff. Oh, you gotta understand. Someone just sent me a video of them. They were on David Copperfield's private island that you can rent. Oh, he has a whole. I didn't realize he had a whole island. Yeah.
On the left is the church, riding on a dignified look into the future.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
Staff and the chalice,
it's like to stay on the island. Yeah, it's like $4,500 a day. It's at least kind of similar to Epstein's in that there's a lot of numbers. Yeah, a bunch of young US. Cool. Well, that's probably why they charge so much. It's so guys. That's all it goes. Well, I know South by is happening this time of year, and I made a little list of some of the top 3 people. There's only a couple days left of South by, and these are some of the acts I've been wanting to catch. There's panels, there's everything. So this is the first one. They have all kinds of movies. God, he was just all kinds of stuff. Kinds of stuff. No talent. So tomorrow at 3 p.m., I think this guy's going to be here. It should be pretty sweet. It's Master Blaster from Mad Max. Oh my God. That's around the guy's back. Just kidding. Talking about how the Neutrogena system helps clear up his oh my gosh. So it's the little guys, not also the big guys, just the little guys. Okay, big guy got sick, so yes, just the little guy. Oh, is he better? Is he getting better? I don't know quite yet. That's not in the brochure, but if you look through it, you can see, yeah, it says just a little guy. I think he's Blaster. So, okay, Blaster's gonna be there, and I think he's talking to Ed Helms. So, oh my gosh, the hangover, Neutrogena's, type stuff. Yeah, it's sponsored by Neutrogena, so they kind of talk about, just the best ways to eat it and how it'll help you get through the summer, I guess.
Don't you think the little guy would be faster? Because he's taking a host body and controls it. And that guy has the muscle.
Inherently, you would think, yeah.
But it's the first.
Yeah, he's literally the brand. And then there's the Bronx. And then again, tomorrow when that's 12:30. Okay. Yeah, it's at the old abandoned Tesla factory. So it'll be cool. Ed Helms will be there early taking pictures. So go get there early if you want that. Take a picture. Master Blaster. So then there's something pretty cool tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. You can stay a couple extra hours, and this guy's actually making it awesome. What's his name? Mr. Pontoon. Mr. Pontoon.
And that's the same universe, isn't it? It's the same universe as the Roadmaster. What's it called?
What is his name? It's Morton Joe is his name. So he's going to be there. It's just total happenstance that both the Mad Max dudes are going to be there.
Yes,
yeah, he's going to be there teaching people how to write books. So,
At 5 a.m.
At 5 a.m. It's an early bird special, and it's by the big water out downtown.
they are providing breakfast for that one.
Yes,
They provide breakfast.
It's catered by Little Susan.
Is he gonna dress up like her? He normally looks like this, though, doesn't
He
he?
actually looks like that all the time.
Yes.
Because that's sort of messed up AI technology that helps you breathe.
Gosh, I hate that for people.
It's like an iron lung. That's portable.
And rest in peace to the guy in Dallas who just died. He lived in the iron lung for 70 years.
He had a photo taking him smiling.
Yeah, he was pretty good, huh?
Oh, we painted with this map.
Yeah, he was so red. Yeah, poor guy. So red.
But like, what's going on in those things?
Can they? Are you getting iron paralyzed?
Guys are ripped. Just getting strong. It seems like they could have maybe made this more compact system over the last 7 years. But there's just like no research into that. Yeah, because I think the last two to go in there.
Last one in, first one out. First one in.
There's that's like the only one still working. There's like a mechanic who's like not even the technology since it was I don't know, rest in peace. Yeah, that guy's out of a job. Yeah, I mean, what's he gonna do now? He's 90. It's like the guy on that prisoner movie. He goes back and he hangs himself. Yeah, from Shawshank. Yeah, Shawshank Redemption. That's a sad part of that movie with the old guy. Yeah, he's used to jail life. He can't make it out on the other side. Maybe he comes up with like a various plots of reissues, but get his job back and be richer. Yeah, I mean, he would be the only person to know how to service those machines. Maybe he should. Release a little SARS by Rothschild'S.
I'll tell you who doesn't like polio. The third person he's closing out South by this year. It's the third year in a row he's done it. Graham, it's Mr. Good. Mr. Good stopping by from Brown University. And he's giving out free scholarships to the first 100 people to sign up. It's Sunday night at 4 p.m. So, cool closing of the festival, Mr. Good.
How fucked up would be how many classes, because it's not your one attribute that you just can see like 50 times better than for sure.
Today was BB gun.
Yeah, it could have been a BB gun.
But he's so really smart. Owl's pretty smart. I think. Brilliant. Yeah.
He's the owner of DeVry?
He's the owner and founder of DeVry University. He also created Shake Shack. So,
The burger place.
He's busy. Yeah, what shows you what you can do if you are a part of the DeVry family. Yeah.
For sure. Well, that sounds like a hell of a South by Southwest. That should be cool. Yeah, for sure.
You think you can make it all this?
Well, yeah, you should have time for the first year if you just stay for Master Blaster after. You'll get to, he's got a small gun. He'll be showing you the shoot clay pigeons. So that's kind of cool. And he's going to do an acoustic performance with Diane Ward and Michael Cera. Yeah. Love it.
New spokesperson for Sarah V.
Yeah, Sarah V. Michael Cera. Yeah, he does have a small firearm.
Very exciting stuff. And what y'all are playing tonight?
Also chose baptism.
We're playing tonight, which is very exciting. Even though this will be next week, but y'all are playing tonight. I'm pumped about the live stream Patreon. That could be there. Yeah, subscribe to our Patreon. We're going to be streaming the entire concert from backstage to his phone. Yes, if you subscribe to the Patreon, you'll just thank you so much for coming on the show today. It was a whole bunch of fun. Thanks for having us. Thank you guys. We're such big fans of you guys. We're just hoping we can, ride your coattails here eventually. Cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Cool. Thank you, guys. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. Never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shut
the fuck down. I'm trying to have fun Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. Grant, let us know.
Well, this is the first time experimenting with putting up the Patreon thing, like a back-end stream. But that one's up. There is someone in there.
Oh my gosh, hello! What's your name? Elliot? Elliot. You make my AI pictures. I forgot to bring the pictures that you made. Oh, did he make that one where we look really strong? He made that one. And then he's made a couple where it's really good. Yeah, it's cool. He's made a couple where it's my face on your face, and they're very scary. So I will send it to Grant. Yeah.
Oh man, I just got this other picture.
Oh yeah. So William, I heard saying that I was on the plane and I saw you sitting 2 seats ahead of me with your fucking AI headset. So you did not immediately. I'm thinking there's 0% chance he found this on the internet somewhere of some. No, it's so real. Look at that guy. Looks exactly like William with this AI headset on. That is exactly how I would look. Did you really think when you saw me, like what is your movie? What is happening? And he was moving around like an Oculus, like a commercial for the headset. He was going like, the more people sitting next to him, like he'd never used it before. Like it was his first day using it. He was going like, just on this 8 a.m. fucking Delta flight, just soaked. That's insane. Yeah, it was unbelievable when I saw it. I was like, how did Casey get this picture of me? What?
It's really troubling. The beard here, I mean, it's all so similar. And he's got
I know, and the little nose. I feel like that's what my nose would look like. I was looking at the nose, and yeah, the bald spot is totally right. I mean, like, it started to do a little bit. Is that a stupid idea?
no, it looked good.
It's cool. I know. I think you just have to grow out all of this.
Bump it over.
But am I fighting Neil Hamburger style? Doesn't he have a classic? Does he do a classic come over in that character?
Yeah, I think he does. But you guys are totally good.
Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh, a couple people are allowed to.
Yeah, it's not that widespread. I got home today from the airport, and the bedroom smelled like poop. And apparently Archie had puked in his kennel, and slept in his puke, and then jumped on the bed. So I had to take a big nap without the comforter. I had to throw the comforter outside and smell like a dog. It's like stinking. So gross.
When are you planning on watching it? Maybe later tonight or tomorrow? I think tomorrow.
I think Cat put it in my elephant put it in the wash right there. Oh, God.
Okay.
But it's dogs are so weird. He just barfed on the ground and was like, breakfast is served. Just laid in the bar to sleep.
Yuck, and they got on the bed.
And they got on the bed. It's like,
Is there an issue, Papa?
shut up.
That's our poor little gator, and myself are on high alert right now. Each little thing. I don't know if he's literally a family or flat, but they were scratching around and stop for like 30 minutes. Thank God they are out of the chimney, and then they get back in. It's this horrible place. It's really a good gator's concept, but it's awful.
It freaks him out.
Yes, it totally freaks Gator a little bit. Gator's got a used to something else. Just waiting for one to jump out at me. Luckily, that is
I wonder who would win in a fight, Gator or the squirrel. They're on the same side.
I wonder try to protect Gator if that happens. It crossed my mind. Sometimes they just go scratching so hard that it sounds like they're on the side. Do you still play with those, Brian? Yeah.
I don't think I ever was allowed to as a kid. I haven't done it since.
Really?
Don't be afraid of maintaining a child like sensible.
Am I missing out? I always see the videos where people are shooting at each other. It looks delightful.
Actually,
Struck me as
based on the same blood lab of the trend, extremely evocative,
Pour gasoline in the handhill. Watching her.
perpetrating.
Is that the other one I need to try?
You ever done that?
Yeah, that's basically better, isn't it?
So the blood libel.
I saw somebody pour hot molten lead in an anthill one time, and then they did it up, and then it was like,
Yeah, there's a whole part of society that makes art that way. I think there's like a whole commune, like 1,000 people who are like that.
or the molten lead and tin hills.
Yeah, and it comes out looking like kind of like a DNA molecule, which is
which
yes, this is really cool.
Ants, I mean, the more the merrier. It's a bunch of them.
And at the end of that, they are allowed to participate in this ritual.
That's low.
That pretty as long as an ant.
Yeah.
All your friends are going, yeah. Like if you were the one ant getting a leaf that day, and you come back and all your friends are frozen solid.
That'd be horrible because you probably can't eat the whole leaf by yourself. You want to share it with a hunter-gatherer or something. You got your kill, but nobody's here to eat it.
Represents
So cool. Well, did anyone call us today?
You guys got so many.
Really? Because I messed up the thing last week.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about that. I was able to hack one. And also, Casey, it looked like there was a copyright strike or something on the last episode, and then I clicked on it, and it was from our buddy in Kentucky, and we don't know it's from him, but they from us playing a song that got our ass.
Oh, that's crazy. So what happens now?
Not really adept in
I don't know. It sounds like everything's okay, but I was shocked. But I don't think it was him. Because I was like, he was so nice. I know. Do that to us. And we were like trying to play his tunes, and we were like jamming out to it. I don't know why you put a strike on it.
if there was this notion that the Jews,
Hello.
since
Oh
they
my gosh, hello.
Confederate
How are you? Where are you? Look at that hat.
they also must pay the host. The host is.
What's up, guys?
What's up, dude? Yeah, not a lot.
Congratulations, Casey.
Thank you.
Torture the
Congratulations,
host,
brother.
like they want
Thank
to
you, dude.
torture
I love your
Jesus
hat.
What's going on?
in charge of the Rothschild'S.
I'm
You
on.
have this
No,
series
you're
of
here,
stories
man.
that, like the
I'm
Bible,
good. What's going on, guys?
Oh, gosh. It's been a crazy week. We went so dead too on Friday. Yes.
Awesome.
What was your favorite movie you've seen recently?
The trial,
Last movie I
saw the
seen
trial,
recently that I like, I can't remember the name of it.
They were about to say the last of the Mohican. No, the last of. Well, damn. You don't like movies like that?
I don't. I haven't been watching movies for a while.
What are you more of a TV? What are you watching if you got your TV on?
Usually YouTube. I like to watch women get arrested. That's one of my favorites.
After like credit card fraud,
Chases and all that shit. Interrogations and all that shit. That's one of my favorites.
watch Mojo. Here's a top 10 chicks who got arrested with tight clothes. So hot, dude. I get it. That's awesome. Yeah, man. No, that's much.
Do you like the song, William?
Yeah, love the song. Yes.
Thank you, man. I'm glad you like. Thank you for the cameo too, man. I appreciate it.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, good sir. Wait, hold on. What is the song again? Which song are we talking about?
The one with your, like, with your little groups from you and them.
Oh my gosh, the electronic one.
Yes.
Very Aphex Twin like. Yeah, no, oh my gosh, it was wonderful. I would say let's play it right now, but you're gonna give us a copyright strike for it like the last fucking dude, so let's not do that.
I gotta do what I gotta do, man.
I know.
I'm glad you like it, man. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, oh my gosh, man, it was wonderful.
Check it out.
It's like an electronic thing. It is. It sounds again. It's very kind of hardcore techno like, and then it's I don't know. You're just trying to give words of wisdom. Yelling. It's a lot of yelling, a lot of insanity. Hell yeah. You gotta get the thing wisdom. Yeah, no, we'll man, you're not gonna bust us, are you?
Hell no.
No, wait, I was gonna get it. Now I'm already in flashbacks of last week. That guy was so nice. Boot it up. Yeah, boot it up, Grant, if you could.
Wait, what is that again?
Yeah, you don't know. Wait, how does Grant find us?
It's on SoundCloud or Bandcamp. Okay. Go to Bandcamp, put in Black Pill Machine.
So what is that? What were you thinking when you came up with that name? I like the name, but what is it? Literally like a dispenser that literally is dispensing out black pills.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Name of the song?
It's like the Matrix. That's very cool.
And what's the name of the song? I have no hope, basically. That's what I'm saying.
What's the song called?
It's called Black Pill Machine versus Big Red Machine.
That's what the techno people do. Sometimes you see that on the song names. It's like the two artists against each other or whatever. Wait, man, you have hope. Stop. Why'd you say you didn't have any hope? Were you talking about for just the title of the group?
The higher levels of the church,
I guess occasionally, things work out. But I think the way things are today, I don't know.
What's like the worst thing going on right now?
What's that?
What's like the worst thing happening right now?
I just, I missed, like, getting killed, like, over the past year, like, twice, and the other one was, like, a day ago. I missed getting hit by a fire truck by, like,
the other day?
building right next door to me. And I just walked my dog, came right past, and I missed it by that much. Lights went right through the building. And then my apartment burned down last year, but everything was good. You know,
Well, the fire truck, yeah, I mean, if it had better timing, it could have stopped your apartment from down there. It could have been a blessing. But yeah, not only that, but they almost hit your ass. Trying to finish the job. Well, maybe you could have sued them, though. Maybe there could have been a lawsuit if they ran over you, if they didn't kill you. But the fire truck's big. I probably wouldn't want to get hit by a fire truck.
By illiterate
Look at what I just tried to do. This is embarrassing. I did this number. And then I realized my alarm could have. What album is this on?
it's on D&B Adventures.
DNB.
Yeah, it's like the second album.
The church may have been somewhat more ambiguous.
Yeah, man, I'm making music all the time, all kind of shit.
All right, I got it here.
Thank you for playing, I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just don't. We're getting the strike.
But it is interesting to note that virtually the higher level of research still largely unsuccessfully to explain violent impulse.
Why did you just say that? Why? Yeah, no, I mean, you know what?
So both of these
See, it scares me though, because if I ever try to run for political office, this is the first thing that I got. They're going to say, this is an what is this? What is this? Oh, yeah. It was great. It was wonderful. That was badass. Yeah. We wouldn't go where you think not. Non-binary beats. Yeah, non-binary. Yeah, non-binary mix. Yeah. So yeah, it's non-binary. It's not going to turn out. It's non-binary. It's a whole fucking yeah, well, that happens. We'll have to reach out to you. We'll have to talk sort of the intent behind the song.
Absolutely, no problem.
Thanks, Matt. We'll be very careful, okay? We need you happy and healthy. Don't be walking behind the fire trucks. Was there a siren not on?
It was on. Like it hit another car.
Yeah, I don't think I'm picturing this correctly. I was picturing. So what is that? The truck about to hit you? You're able to get kind of action into it. I went through a building. And you were just sitting on the other side of that wall?
Just walked by with my dog, and 2 seconds with the truck just came. So I was
That would have killed you.
yeah, 100%. We made it. So I don't know, maybe that good luck that I was, missing these things by, an inch, but.
I think it's good luck. I think so too. Somebody's looking out for you, man. The big dude upstairs is looking out for your ass, man. Never forget it. All right, man. Well, thanks so much for calling.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you guys soon.
Hell yeah,
The garden. That's where we're going to go to that.
Oh, yeah, cool. Hell yeah, dude. Ready to rip.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
I
appreciate it.
Grant, did you make Trash Mountain? What is this? Why do you make Trash Mountain? It's Trash Mountain. Don't make Trash Mountain. Yeah. Is it just me, or should he not be making? No, not at all. Grant, he was sweet. It's not a metaphor. Doing Trash Mountain the mat. Okay. He was very nice. That's how he took it. What about that conversation made you think, oh, let me hit them with a fucking Trash Mountain right now? Yeah, the fire truck shooter who's walking in. That's probably what you're thinking. You're thinking, how can I really be mean and do Trash Mountain? I need to see Trash Mountain. It stresses me out. Did you see the, I wanted to say line watching the wardrobe about the brain in the toaster. So scary. Yeah, I know, when they're in that junkyard, that scary magnet thing. Yeah. When I was born, I was too big. And my mom, she had been in labor for a really long time, and the doctor ran in and said, "What are you doing? This woman needs a C-section." So that's a true story. January 9th, 1995, and she'd been in labor for a long time. So if you're anything like me, you had a really, really big head since birth, and I kind of grown into it, but I still got a big old nose, dude. Yeah. Oh my! I'd always wondered about the C-sections, what the deal is. So that's one of the potential problems is for the mama is the kid having a big old head. I was 11 pounds when I was born. I was really, really big. It's a fat baby. Were you really? Yeah, I was like 10 pounds, 9 ounces or something. Oh my gosh! It's really bad. We'll show you guys next week, but I was sweating. I had a huge head. I could barely hold my head up. It was like the opposite of like a preemie baby. Like I was too big. I was like too developed. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't think I had. What did I? I didn't have something. I think because I was born too early. Hey, hold on. What are you wearing these days on your head? Oh, this whole thing? Yeah, this is basically a mammoth headwear hat. It's the only shit I wear. And I used to play a lot of baseball, and I couldn't go up to bat because none of the helmets fit my head. I also have a really big head. Mine happened later when I hit a puberty. Mine got really big. Yeah, I didn't get taller or anything. My head just got a lot bigger. I couldn't play baseball anymore, which was really sad for me. But I now hate the headwear. Really, 20 years later, and it's really kind of helped me feel better about that whole debacle of my life. Those 5 years I was trying to play baseball. There's guys out there who are like us, and some of us are doing pretty good. I know. So never forget that. I mean, you're gonna meet people at the mall. You're gonna meet people at fine dining, casual dining, different places who are gonna look at you and say, "What is going on with that head?" You don't need to worry anymore because you're not alone. And David Edward is there for you. Yeah, you can look, you tap the noggin, you go, I see you, you see me. It's almost like a club, like a very exclusive club. You just start doing the thing to people and they know what's up. And you were being Edward. You mammoth guy? Yeah, you know what the thing to do. Yeah, I mean, you know what they say about the people that have big heads?
around
but they're also welcome, much like they were earlier as several Iraqis, so does the Lord Temple. There's also administrators and middlemen after they came back. And really discuss who that person will get specifically we have the time for sure. But the time here, this is probably a right tour of elements of some of these and look at all the crap that they say and monitor filter. Every now and then they'll say something. Well, this guy's wrong about almost everything, but is he wrong about that? Now, when I look at that video, and some of the video that Steve has of them faking the distance between the Earth and the Moon when they're shooting the Moon, or the Earth rather, through a circular window in the lunar module, and they have the windows blacked out, they're pretending that it's deep space. They're saying that they're 130,000 miles out, and then you see them pull the window curtains down, or the shade, whatever they have covering over the windows, and you see that they're actually in near-Earth orbit. That makes me curious. When I look at the photographs, and I see intersecting shadows. Now, I'm no photographic expert. I don't know anything about really except stuff that I read on the internet. I'm not a scientist. But when I see intersecting shadows that seem to show some sort of a different light source, or more than one light source, it looks odd to me. When I see that those cameras, those crosshairs, are over all the images, it looks cut and crossed to me. When I look at some of the photographs of the moon, I have a gigantic coffee book. Coffee table book, and it's all, a NASA book. It's beautiful pictures of the moon and all these different photographs. Well, when I look at some of them, they look obviously fake. They look cut and cropped. And I'm not saying I know they are. I'm not saying I have any special information, but I'm an open-minded person. And when I look at it, I say, look, I know I sound like a retard. I know I sound like a retard. I know saying that, the Earth is hollow. It's dinosaurs inside of it. I'm sure. It's very similar to saying I don't think people landed on the moon. But you know what? I don't think people landed on the moon. His approach to this is really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate. He says that the current really concentrated on demonstrating buses. I can't forget it.
Feel free to heckle him, Joe. Not my own guy. Right, we're done. Now, let Joe rant on for a while. So now it's my turn. Okay. All of the points you brought up there are the same ones that are brought up on all these websites. See all the time. I'm not a and they're all wrong. Every one of it. It's a lot of them. I've been tricky to describe. Some of them are pretty easy. Like this idea that no astronauts been in the Van Allen belt. That's just wrong. Every single shuttle astronaut who's ever gone into space, the Van Allen belts are these regions of high radioactivity outside the Earth caused by near spike.
Right, but they started 300 miles out. And all the shuttle go to 300 miles. That's it.
No, that's not right. There is a dip in the Van Allen belt over the South Atlantic. It's called the South Atlantic Anomaly. And the shuttle goes through this every 7 or so orbits. The shuttle goes through it every 7 orbits. They have to shut it down. They have to shut some of the instruments down because of the increased radiation. And in fact, in the Gemini missions, which were launched from the Apollo, went specifically into the Van Allen belt to make sure that the astronauts could survive the radiation. So even before Apollo, astronauts had gone in, and that was into the actual Van Allen belt to make sure it worked. You can say, the shuttle astronauts like just go to the lower bit for a few seconds. Gemini went in, they tested it, they showed that, in fact, the radiation did not go through the spaceship very well, and the astronauts would be fine.
How high did it go to the point?
I'm not sure exactly how high the surface of the Earth, the South Atlantic anomaly is. I know it's a couple hundred miles because that's where Hubble is 250, 270, something like that. You can look it up.
So it's basically the edge of the belt. Does the intensity vary between the edge of the belt and the edge of the belt? Does the belt last between, depending on who you ask? If you ask NASA, they say 24,000 miles. If you ask Robert Van Allen, the guy who discovered it, he'd have over 60,000 miles.
Well, it's actually James Van Allen, just to make it clear. Because it's really probably the only thing with score. What the hell? Radio guy. He was an actor. He was in some cinema. The belts are actually pretty complicated. There's an inner belt, an outer belt. The inner belt has radiation, the outer belt has less. And, you hear these claims, astronauts made an 8 feet of flint to prevent them from dying from the radiation. And that's wrong, too. There's different kinds of radiation. The kind of radiation that is in the belt is actually docked pretty well by the insulation in the space program and the suits they were wearing. There's kind of radiation that you can stop with a piece of paper. And so a lot of people are just like, oh, radiation, we're going to die. But there's different kinds of belt, different radiation in the belts, different belts. It's all very complicated.
Had anyone ever gone through them?
All the way, not all the way, but the generator missions went deep into the heart of it and stayed there to make sure that these guys would be in it. And the Apollo astronauts were moving very quickly because they were at the beginning of their trip when they still had all their velocity, and they only nicked sort of the inner part of the belt. They weren't in it for that long.
They went 360 out and 1 mile an hour that day.
But it is
I don't know, I'd have to calculate that. It would take a while. But they did go through, like, straight through the belt. It's not like they're driving through the heart of Kansas. They just sort of nicked the corner of it. So they were only in the belts for a few minutes. And they're just sitting there.
They were only in for a few minutes.
They don't. They stop at the poles. Yeah, so what they did is they actually launched
You can shoot through the hole and not touch the belt at all.
According to the blog that I have in front of me, yes. I think you would have to go through some of them. I think there are regions where the belts are stronger and regions where they're weaker. And so it is, in fact, it's sort of a donut shape. So you can't go to avoid one of the worst parts of it, and that's what the astronauts did. They got an elevated radiation dose, about what you and I get for living on a year on the surface. But the rest of it wasn't that bad. So when they got back, hey, you know, it was elevated but not lethal.
Now, what about Operation Starfish Prime? I read about that. They launched a nuclear weapon up in the States in order to jump out through the belt. And that was
That was actually, they were real tests in the 1950s and 60s where they were looking hydrogen bombs in lower orbit or just up above the surface because they thought this was a good idea. And it's actually a government what happened was they blew these things up to see what would happen. And what happens is when you blow up a nuclear weapon, you get a very fast pulse of gamma rays, really high energy light waves. And these things slam into the atmosphere and they blast out electrons from the atoms in the atmosphere. These things stream out really quickly and they generate a really strong magnetic field that lasts for a fraction of a second. And this is what you hear on this electromagnetic pulse. And it blew out electricity in a lot of places. This was over the Pacific and actually Hawaii, which was like hundreds of miles away. They were getting shorts, they lost power, all this kind of stuff. And the claim is that Starfish Prime, this one last, I don't remember the date, but it was in the early 60s, fed so much radiation into the Van Allen belt that it was elevated for years. And what happened was, yes, it did have a localized effect. There was more radiation for a while, but after a while it did settle down. And I think the problem that people forget about this is there's solar flare, we do the same sort of thing, or maybe just all the nuclear testing raised the radiation level. But in fact, it just wasn't a problem. If you look at the actual levels of the radiation in there and the package, it's actually took. Wasn't that bad?
Do they consistently monitor the levels of radiation? How do they know, like, how much damage this nuclear weapon launching into space did, and how much the radiation remains?
To my knowledge, I'm not an expert in Starfish Prime, not a nuclear technician, or sorry, nuclear technician. They did launch a probe that went into the Van Allen belts. The reason they're called the Van Allen belts is because James Van Allen built this instrument that went on the first U.S. satellite that actually detected these high levels of radiation, and that's how they discovered these things, and that's how they continue to monitor the belts. Now, of course, we have satellites up there all the time, the radiation part, and they actually do measure it. They go in and out of the belts. There are all sorts of devices on it to measure what the low radiation levels are. It's a good thing to monitor because in the case of a solar flare, that can dump a lot of hydrogen electrons and protons into the magnetic field. So I'm talking about this and if you're listening in your car, you may want to pull over and take notes. And so it sort of feeds the belts, and they do get stronger for a while, and that's when you get a lot of northern light activity in the northern hemisphere. So actually, it's kind of cool. You get a solar flare, you get a pretty light show, and you think, geez, if there are any astronauts up there right now, they could be in a little bit of trouble.
Now, what happened there? Now, what about all the flares that occurred? Supposedly, there was like a lot of solar activity, solar flare that occurred while the Apollo missions were going on.
Yeah, this was kind of the suck factor of being an Apollo astronaut, is that when they launched these things, it was actually at the peak of the solar cycle. The sun has this 11-year cycle where it has a lot of activity, sunspots and solar flares and stuff like that. Right now, we're in a minimum, but back then they were actually approaching maximum.
And honestly, it was just luck that there was not a massive solar flare during the Apollo missions. There was one in between two of them that was huge, and they had been out in space, actually outside of the Vanderbilts. Vanderbilts protect you from they catch a fucking net, and they feed it down to the atmosphere. It was harmless. Out in space, you get hit by a solar flare like this, you're dead. And these guys could have been on the surface during the flare like that, and they would have died a 250,000 miles away from home of radiation sickness, which is also a fine way to go. So these guys are true heroes in every sense of the word. They knew what they were getting into. That's right. It was just probability. I guess luck is probability. Take it personally. I believe the large man on my right said that initially. But it was just probability that they didn't.
reaction.
But I thought there were some things that were clear that probably occurred during the Apollo mission.
There was one thing, you realize, of course, the missions were spread out over 3 years. They went from 69 to 72. And they only lasted about, the first one, the Apollo 11 mission was like 3 days there. They were on them for a few hours and turned around and got out of there. So that was only 1 week. The later missions lasted longer. They were about 2 weeks. And the flare that I remember reading about happened in 72. I think it was between Apollo 16 and 17. And it was just simple luck. But there weren't any massive flares during the actual missions. There's one of these Moose guys, Ralph Renee, I believe, he was on his show, and I believe he was treated relatively fairly. Actually, you guys were really nice to him, for sure. I've actually been head-to-head with him, and that was he's very nice. You'd think, wouldn't you? Yeah, you'd be kind of I've got head-to-head with him. Actually, Michael Sherman, I took him on a few months ago on a radio show. That was a riot. I think so. It's out there. So you should hear it. It's pretty funny. Michael was the good cop, and I was like the gadfly, like, no, you're going to get us over. Ralph says a lot of stuff, but it really all turns out to be wrong. He's got this top 10 list of reasons we couldn't have done it, and it's all garbage. And the Russians were so far ahead of us. It's like, well, yeah, they were, but then we started kicking their butts. They were going for headlines. First rendezvous in space, first woman in space. Like, how does the first woman in space help you get to the moon? We stuck this spaceship and put her in space. Great, that's a real engineering challenge, and so he makes these lists and stuff, and it doesn't make any sense. And he's making a lot of the same arguments, and most of them are pretty easy to show wrong.
Now, let's go through a few of the more things that Joe said.
Sure.
Spend way too much time on radiation. People know that we're talking to Joe Rogan. If you can't picture him, it was the host of Fear Factor. He's the one the government hates, making people eat bugs and destroy the government. I believe the FCC just put out a thing and said, our culture is being ruined by shows where people eat bugs. Who the hell are they talking about, Joe?
I actually read that our culture is being ruined by that.
It was just the senators trying to help television culture and time stuff, and that was done by the FCC. They're a show that they make people eat bugs.
That's like a syphilis and AIDS-ridden prostitute who's leaving themselves on a hangnail.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. But you were mentioned by name. I don't know, was 60 minutes making people eat bugs?
I don't know.
I gotta say, watching the people eat those cave spiders was one of the toughest things I've ever sat through. That was pretty hard.
That's easy stuff. There were the horrible stuff that smell.
That would be everything else.
They're just little crabs or little crustaceans, So let's go back to the thing.
I'm radiated.
Where we are, there's no danger in radiation. They go through the hole at the top of the donut. They're only in it for a few minutes. There's no worries whatsoever. And the only reason why other people haven't done it yet is...
There's no worries whatsoever. Radiation is still an issue. It's an issue on Mars missions because it's a long mission. The reason we haven't gone back isn't technically more scientific, it's political. By the end of the Apollo
Rhineland,
weren't that
and
interested
they
in
settled there.
NASA was already starting gearing towards the space shuttle,
As
which is
we
the
move through
government
the
one,
next
and
5
a space
centuries,
station,
there's
and Apollo just started, dying off. And
swelling pressures that drive
the George Jr. I don't think I wanted
these
to
pressures are expressed in terms of economic competition with money rising up and falling under increasing challenge. There are religious pressures or
after the Apollo
pressures that
landing.
the religious
Just a month before
conflicts,
Apollo 11
the rise of the ridiculous reliable that caused so much violence, the host desecration charges, and so on. And there are a number of exposures as well, and all kinds of exposures.
really believe that happened. I said, sure. I saw it on television. He disagreed. He said he didn't believe it for a minute that the television sellers and they say it was real that weren't. Back then, I thought he was a crank. During my 8 years in Washington, I saw nothing on TV that made me wonder if he was ahead of his time.
You mean Clinton might have said something that turned out not to be right? Oh, you should publish this.
I understand what you're saying, but it's not odd to say for a guy who was the president of the United States of America. That's a weird thing to say. They even imply, even hint that the possibility goes
going to take on a
Listen, Joe,
somewhat
we are
different
going to take a
economically
commercial
as
break. We're going to keep
here
you on
is
board,
the
and we're going to come back with Joe Rogan,
at
the
its
host of
greatest.
Fear Factor against
This
Bill
was a
Bud Light, the
politically
astronomer.
really a dynastic union.
I am very honored
That lasted for several hundred
And
years.
I love Fear Factor.
This is
As you can see, with the modern boundaries that are sort of overlaid on stretching from the Baltic Sea almost all the way down to the Black Sea, encompassing several modern European boundaries. Where Jews settled were in both Poland and Lithuania, and parts of Belarus. And for our purposes, quite a few settled in this region of Ukraine, known as the right bank. Refers to the river, which more or less bisects Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, and
It's badastronomy.com.
when you walk on the floor and you stand on the right-hand bank, that's right, primarily how many groups will be living here, how
These damn scientists always have their studies.
the most solid demographic analysis based on the sources that we have, some of which are actually quite accurate, tax records and things like that.
Just because your president doesn't make you immune to ideas that may not be true. I believe our current president is a creationist, and he may have some other wacky ideas. So, this Nicola idea has been in the fire for Aaron Show. Oh yeah, they're like inverts. I'll give you that.
Here is another map that much more clearly the specific locations where many inhabited the right bank. So what exactly is going on? Is there what was the cause of the uprising? Let us understand that the Jews actually continued their development
during my 8 years in Washington, I
very,
saw
very
things on TV
positive.
that made me wonder. Meaning that he was privy to information like this. I mean, we've all seen some weird deception, labeled propaganda, like what was the girl named Jessica,
Essentially
they were trying to label the hero during the
U.S. structure
remember that? They were saying, you know, they had to go like George Floyd out to the hospital.
local Jewish municipalities that aim to regulate Jewish life in the entirety of the political it is limited by modern standards, but by early modern and by medieval standards, it is usually forward. And around the Jews, who were a non-territorial minority, meaning they did not inhabit a single contiguous territory where they were the dominant population. They were always a minority wherever they lived. nevertheless, they were
I
able
gotta
to
throw that one out the window now. But look, maybe Clint was looking at his own footage of trying to find what is. But look, great. Maybe he's talking about the phone hooks. Maybe he's saying, maybe we did do that or not. Smart people can believe things that are dumb. We see this all the time. Even, the smartest people in the world, there's Nobel laureates who go out and write stuff like homeopathy and all kinds of garbage. And so, I'm not saying you have to be dumb to believe that. It's not all. I know a lot of smart people who have questions about it. Like, parallel shadows and stuff like that. You can be, I'll admit, I'm not going to say I'm necessarily a smart guy, but some of the stuff had me baffled. Now, you mentioned intersecting shadows. Yeah. Now, the Fox movie show, which came out in 2001, they specifically used the phrase shadows intersect. They were actually using footage of Art Sorrell, probably the leading social promulgator these days. And he said the shadows intersect. Now, I will tell you right now, if you can show me a picture where two shadows on the moon are physically intersecting, then I don't know what I'll do. You just showed me, his pen on the mountain. Now I want to do that. But that's the word that's used. And in fact, shadows don't intersect. The shadows can't intersect. They claim that they're going in intersecting directions. Yes, the shadows appear to converge. They appear to be looking like they're pointing in two different directions. You can think of that here to be like two different lights. Yeah, that's what it looks like. However, if there were two different light sources, you'd see two different shadows coming off of every object. So you can be pretty sure that's not what's going on. A better argument might be that if there were a light on the set, a nearby light, the shadows might appear to go in two different directions because of the angles. But in fact, shadows are non-parallel here on the Earth all the time, and you never see it. The reason for this, the reason they look non-parallel is simply perspective. It's the same thing that if you're standing in a set of railroad tracks, the railroad tracks appear to converge on the horizon. The railroad tracks are parallel. They gotta be, or else the railroad can't run. It's the same thing. You have two objects sitting on the lunar surface. Typically, one is nearby and one is far away. And that provides you a sense of perspective. Both shadows are, in fact, parallel. But because of perspective, they look like they're pointing in two different directions. You can actually find this on the web. If you look up, moon hoax parallel shadows on Google, and find these. I've taken pictures myself. I talk about this. I give a talk about moon hoax. I show pictures of lampposts in a park across the street from my house where the shadows are not even close to being parallel. Some of them are pointing right, some of them are pointing left, but they all appear to converge on the horizon. What's called the vanishing point, right? This thing you learn about in art class, right? And so that's what's going on here. And it actually, you can be really fooled by this. And I will say that when I first heard this argument, I went, those shadows aren't parallel. And it took me a few minutes. I get it. And then it made sense to me. But you see it all the time, you never notice it. Go outside, it's a sunny day, pick two trees, and you'll see that the shadows. It's amazing. Everybody I talk to is like, I never noticed that. It's amazing. What's in front of your face your whole life, you just don't notice. I've never really looked into it. I'm looking at the picture on the internet. Sure, we can leave this one on.
Let's look at the economic status of
Not because it's always a good point, but because it's really hard to explain without images. But basically, the argument goes, if you look at the Apollo astronauts, some of them look like they're standing in a spotlight, like there's somebody literally standing in a spotlight, beaming a circle of light on these guys. And this is actually a fairly complicated physical effect. It's come to Germany. It's called Heiligenschaft. And basically, it is, how to explain this on the radio, right? Part of it has to do with the fact that when you're looking straight down the beam of light, when you're looking, there are no shadows on the ground. If you look out to the side, you see an object's shadow stretching behind it. But if you have a light shining on your head and you turn around and look at the shadow of your head, the light looks very bright. It's a spotlight effect. I have pictures of this actually that I've taken in the infield of a baseball diamond. The dust has this peculiar property that sort of throws light back in the direction it comes. So if you look at your own shadow, you're sort of seeing the sunlight reflecting off the ground. They're stronger than around you. See again, and people are in their cars thinking science guys are nuts. It's not making any sense. But this is what's going on. And in fact, if you get up early in the morning and there's dew on the grass and the sun is shining, you can actually see what looks like a soft glow around your head as you're walking down the street, and it looks like a halo around your head. It's really cool. that's probably a bad point. I'm sorry.
There you
go. So next time you go, you're like slouching home. Give that one a shot. But it works in dust really well. And it's really cool because I've got pictures of myself like that where I took out a camera, turned around from the Suns baseball field, and there's a strong glow around my head. I love showing this when I give talks, but that's what the spotlight effect is. It's like an optical illusion, like an alien from the sun or something like that. It really is just that. It's really cool.
All right, now, recently, the Apollo 15 landing site spotted, I believe it's you see that?
Yeah, that was cool. It wasn't, people say this isn't proof we landed on the moon. It's like, no, it isn't. But basically, when the Apollo missions landed, they disturbed the dust around them. And there was this mission called the Clementine. It was a military mission that orbited the moon and took a lot of pictures of me. I'm pretty sure it was a Clementine picture. It just shows like a little spot on the moon, but it's right where Apollo 15 was. Now, those of us who know we landed on the moon, look at that and went, oh, cool. And those of us who maybe have their suspicions are like, look, it's a smudge of fun. Yeah, but either way,
Here's my question about that. Sure. If there's this big sun, they can see from Clementine how close you can you go to the water module through the weather. There's no flat crater whatsoever. That was like a big, point where the water gets the most area into. So some theories were saying that all the initial images of the NASA and drawn before the Apollo launches all showed it was going to be a big flat crater. Does that mean that you're all like what is the name guy that does all those
Chisley Bonestell.
No. He's the guy that has those little red leafy things that you always see, like, a guy get an apple or whatever. Thank you. Yeah, Norman Rockwell actually has a painting of Apollo astronauts climbing out of one of the modules, and he's standing in a gigantic black crater. But if you look at any of the photographs of the lunar module, there's no black crater whatsoever. Now, which one is it? Is there a black crater in the lunar module, or is there no black crater? If there's no black crater, then how can the Apollo photograph of Clementine show a black crater? When you look at the clear, very clear photographs of the lunar module show no black crater.
Well, I'm going to have to call Norman Rockwell's alma mater and make sure they take away his aeronautical engineering degree. That's a good point. All the old photographs from NASA. Now, when they'd gone to the moon, they weren't sure exactly what it was going to be like. If you look at Chesley Bonestell's the artist I mentioned, he's the one who really, with very Ron Brown, popularized this idea of going back to the moon. His paintings are totally cool. But when you look at the landscapes that he drew versus the landscapes that are there, they're different. We had this idea of what the moon's going to look like that didn't turn out to be right. And so, in some of these paintings, they show this huge flame coming out of the bottom of the lunar lander as well. But that's not true. There is no big giant flame like that. They used a fuel, which didn't make a big flame. You couldn't see it. So the drawings weren't that accurate. Now, when they landed, there was not a blast crater. And this is a big theory in the conspiracy theories. They say there was 10,000 pounds of thrust coming out of the bottom of this thing, and it should have, 5 tons should have blown out this huge hole. Well, yeah, it was 10,000 pounds of thrust at maximum thrust, but in fact, as they were landing, they throttled down, and blast out your garage at 80 miles an hour,
blast crater. So yeah, photographs of Clementine show a ring of blast crater.
Right. Well, I should say yes. That was part of the point you were making. So the thrust wasn't as big, and it was spread out over a big area, so it didn't make a blast crater. What the Apollo 15 landing site image of Clementine is showing is not a blast crater. It's where the dust is disturbed. Clementine was a mission to map out. It had a lot of, it was actually what they call the technology tester. They used a lot of off-the-shelf stuff to make cheap detectors that they were doing more stuff with. One of the things it did, it was mapping out the minerals on the surface of the moon, which is something you need to know. There's going to be something you need when you're going to go back, like supply of oxygen or titanium or whatever. So they did this mineralogical map. Scientists not even miss it. They have a hard time using big words. But it did that. And so what it's actually mapping is a disturbance in the surface, not really a crater. So you can imagine You can go out to let's use the baseball diamond analogy. Can you go to the infield? You can run your hand over the dust and make a disturbance in the dust without making a prayer. That's what we've seen. It's just really fast.
Really basically something called investment growth tax. You recall how we discussed the sort of evil aspect of U.S. structure and the social structure in general, that people were grouped into caste-like classes, like persons as a whole, noblemen as a whole, and had their own little box as well, rather than being addressed as individuals or judged as other people. So the noblemen who literally owned the entire town, not only the fields and, in a technical sense, the streets who worked them, but also the buildings, the flour mill, the church, all kinds of properties were actually owned by the noblemen. And the noblemen were essentially saying to the Jews, listen, I don't want to live the way I can write that. I want to live here in Warsaw, where I have a lot of my other old noble friends. And so I'm hiring you to act as my arrendators, my tax farmers, and I expect you to collect from these properties X amount of money, let's say 10,000 square feet. I expect you to collect over the next year 10,000 square feet from my lot of family. Now, this would be something that could be delivered as a domestic argument. They would have a representative of the Kahal, the Kahal, who is associated with the nobleman, the sheriff, and the nobleman would say, okay, I want 10,000 square feet from the territory, collect it any way you want. If necessary, I would back you up with my forces, but that's what they would have to do for, right? Trying to negotiate that amount, 10,000. They would go back and then they would have to find the ways to collect 10,000 from the Ukrainian. Obviously, a large portion of that would see a dark spot where I saw dark spot.
You would see disturbance in the surface, and what they did is when they landed, the rocket exhaust from the lander was pushing the dust around. So directly underneath the lander, the dust was blown outward, sort of in a radial pattern, just outward 360 degrees in every direction. And it went a long way. It was carried out by the force of the thrust. And so over a large area, there was disturbance in the dust, but it was really only cleared out directly below the lander because there's no air on the motor. And if you take a blow dryer and blow it into a pile of baking powder or something like that, the curly Q's, that makes a huge disturbance in the lander. But without that air to carry the dust on board, it really only just blew straight out of sort of a hole under the lander directly underneath it. It's like within the
notorious cases,
there's a lot of emphasis in the That's right. It is disturbed because there was dust that got blown out. There's no crater.
There's some debate about
Something like that. Yeah,
practice, but nevertheless the perception of it was very much. And that's what the Ukrainians wanted to baptize a child, celebrate a wedding, whatever things you might be just for. They would have to pay a tax to
the surface of the moon is actually billions of years old. The dust and everything here, but there's not the meteorites doesn't really, they don't change the surface that quickly.
For the poles, according to many accounts, living in increasingly conspicuous consumption lifestyle, where they're enjoying many Western fashions and trying to keep up with what is the latest style in Paris, they're going to be demanding ever more every year.
We know where they landed.
Reality is that we know where they landed. Very clear photographic evidence of the Ukrainians have to deal with a greater death load. You can see this somehow or another. Who are the tax collectors essentially have a difficult situation of trying to exact that amount from the local population and then transmit it to the local. By the way, I should mention one fact about tax planning. The Jews have to be paid as well for their services, and the way they are paid is whatever above and beyond they are able to collect in taxes, that's what they can and they will strive to collect 12,000 rounds. And 2,000 of that would be
It seems to me that
as a
the
whole.
moon is
The
basically a rock
Renta,
covered by
in
2
other
feet
words, was
of
an
chocolate powder.
exploitative
And if you blow off the
economic
powder, you get down to
system
rock.
that
There's not a
was
flash
directed
in the
by
rock,
the
but you
whims
have
of
blown away all of
noblemen
the chocolate
in
powder.
Poland.
Michael is precisely right, and he is
The
said
front-facing
I was
aspect
really
of
stumbling over.
how it's described
That's my
is very
sorry.
difficult.
Well, I hear at least you
Don't
making
know
this one
describe this as hammer
It's
and
not.
hand
It's
blow.
just where the
Very
dust got blown
common
around and
metaphor.
mixed up.
The hammer being, of course, the Polish command, the hand blow being the Serbian peasantry, Now, what ends up happening is there will be massive peasant revolt in the middle of the second round.
No.
And that peasant
When you
revolt
actually
is
look at a lot of
directed
pictures, of course, you can't take a picture of the landing
main
spot, but where I
target.
landed, we don't have that technology, so we
Rebellion
have pictures after
was
the lunar
led
landing
by
was
a
there.
man named
And when you look under the landers, you
here
can see
that his
sort of these
followers were the
black
so-called
red streaks from
process
the surface
process.
being scorched a little bit by
Who
the
were
by
these
the that's in one of the pictures I believe I've seen. Well, I might be wrong, but I do know that the dust was blown out from underneath these things. And without air, our sort of common sense ideas of how things behave on the moon get a little confused. And so you don't get dust building up in the air and then settling down to the pads, for example. It just blows straight out. By the time the lander actually touched down, the exhaust had been blowing out the dust for several seconds.
Rebellion were essentially a type of outlaws, and they engaged in a variety of breeding and planetary life activities. Some of them were directed at Turks nearby, who were engaged in
The rovers were actually, they would drive away from the lander, so there was still dust on relatively undisturbed surface. And when the wheels would kick up the dust, what's really interesting is that if you think about it, if you were to drive through a big pile of dust on your car, what would you see? Well, the big particles, the pebbles and stuff would go up and then down, and that would be it. But the finer stuff would billow up, and you get these big dust clouds.
but
I
they're
see that
also
movies all the time where
involved
somebody
in
peels out right
attacks
there's
on
huge dust cloud.
Polish
You don't
nobility.
see that.
Let us understand that
You see all the dust goes up and
principal
it goes down. Beautiful
enemies of
parabolic
the
arc.
present day were the Polish noblemen, far
But it would
away
be like
in
gravel in
Poland,
there
who
because
were
this
demanding
stuff on
so
the
much
surface
of
of
the
the moon
country.
is. I mean, I've actually heard it described as like
were
cocoa powder. It has a
very
sort of very fine powdery texture to it, or actually gunpowder. The particles themselves are like grains of sand, but they're extremely small.
Those who trained in the Western League who had adopted this new lineage
Well, it's kind of hard to tell the
to some degree under Polish pressure, who were looked at the conversion of some of these Orthodox Ukrainians as a way of
Well, in fact, if you speed up the video of the Apollo astronauts, to me, it does not look real. It looks like they're moving at the correct speed. Things are falling at the correct speed. But if you look at their arms and their legs, it looks like they're
so what happened is this individual that who was one of the minor Ukrainian noblemen gathered around him a large number of followers from regions like the Zaporizhzhia, the major locations on the present day river, and he led them on a massive series of attacks against the Polish
well, I'm
noblemen.
just going to have to
The attacks,
agree
of
to
course,
disagree
had to
here
make
because I've
their
seen that
way
video
through
with the
right
speed up.
down
So have
the train up towards Poland
so have I.
in
Because I've
order
been
to
debunking
achieve their
guys like you, so
objective
I have to do this.
ultimately achieve their objective.
Oh, I think it is. If you speed it up two times, I think you see
But
it
of
walk
course,
around and
on
do
the
it.
way,
It looks kind of
there
like
is
cartoons.
tremendous havoc against
Okay, well,
this
the audience will
came
have to
to
make
what
up their
is
own
known
minds on that.
with the daylight tactical
Yeah, they're wearing these big heavy spacesuits in the backpack.
horrific period of awful rough, which are recorded in a series of chronicles from the era, including most famously Nathan of Hanover's Abyss of Despair, the Abyss of Surat, which was a terrible, highly evocative description of these addresses
I will give you $1 million right now if you can show me video of an
which are
astronaut jumping
described
20 feet
in
out in the air.
of the language. I mean, this was a period of
$1 million
tremendous
right now. Anybody who shows me
directed against the company. But surprisingly, most people have passive familiarity with things will. Look to this period as a great devastation and great really unbalanced. But if you actually look at Hanover, you'll see that it describes much of the uprising as a reaction to the economic conditions under which they live. In other words, these hardly soft pedals in anti-Semitic attacks on Jews. In fact, his descriptions, the detail, his descriptions of the violence are really heartbreaking. But he also applies blame to the Jews for Hanover argues was a major cause of dissent. Notice the fault that Jews are living in Ukraine by this time. Certainly since the 13th and 14th century, they've been there largely living in peace for 200 years before this uprising occurred. There would be more of these uprisings in the future in 1768. Uprising, which was similar in nature and massacres in Iran, where the Rothschild'S later choose buried and civil those were killed in similar uprisings, and it would become a global Ukrainian history of Ukrainian violence directed against Jews. But if you look at it from the perspective of the chroniclers, although they clearly have an interest in describing the pogroms with related values, they're similarly still discussing the economic roots of this particular uprising. Now, what about how many Jews died in this uprising led by Rothschild? If you recall Salabaron's depiction of the Lachmanov particularly when reviewing Jewish history from a post-Holocaust perspective, one tends to see an illustration of Nazis beyond what is logical. The number of 100,000 dead
with explaining his questions about what I want to say to anybody that is listening to this who's not I'm sorry, I just get it. It's largely let you start.
First of all, the 17th century
saying, all I'm saying, and all I said before is, I am not claiming to be a scientist. I'm not claiming to be anybody who's got any secret knowledge. I'm not claiming that I know something you don't. All I'm saying is I'm not afraid of looking ridiculous, and I think a lot of people are. And I think when you look at all this evidence, a lot of people look at it and go, well, of course, we're not, and they don't want to look any further, and they stop right there. What I'm saying is the more I look at stuff, the more I see inconsistencies. I see all kinds of weird behavior from the astronauts. I see all sorts of weird photographic anomalies. I saw all sorts of weird stuff with radiation. There's a lot of weird stuff. And one of the reasons why I wanted to come on the radio with you is because I wanted to be able to ask someone about these things. Because all I'm getting is what I'm getting online. And I know you run a debunking website, right? I mean, yeah, what you do for a living, that would be badastronomy.com. No, I don't do anything actually. Great education. Have you ever worked for NASA?
Taking these numbers all together and working town by town with the best data you have, it's not been emphasized that even if you look at 50% of the Jews in Israel, which you think is kind of an outside number, 50% of the population is lost, which is far worse than the Black Death, for example.
I went back to Goddard after I stopped working here 5 years ago.
Like well, but nevertheless, that's still everybody
check with my last time, Joe called up and just kind of said the stuff that was troubling him about since you're on the phone this time, you're going to go first. I believe is the harder position that Joe did last time. And just tell us to start out
largely of an economic character, but
Right.
it does not reach the same level that we have later.
Proof it this happens. Wait, how do you do that? How do I prove that you exist? I can't even do that yourself. On the other end. So it's,
You recall my introductory words,
there's
this
overwhelming
is
evidence
a
that
period
this
in
stuff
which
really happened. It would be silly to
we
deny that.
definitely look
And I think with
only
the
at the
moon
center
landings, you're sort of in that
this is a
category.
period
And that is,
tremendous
we
violence
have pictures, we have all the
but we
people
also
who worked on it, we
have
have
to
all the
understand
historical
some of the
documentation.
economic
And
background
what
of
can
that
happen
violence,
in any
and
project of this
that's
magnitude, I mean, this was one of the largest projects ever undertaken. I've heard different
what is
estimates,
supposed to be
something like
after that?
400,000
Because in many ways,
people
the
involved with it. And then
issue
there are going to be things that you're going to scratch your head and say, how could this possibly happen? Typically, that stuff just comes into, why did somebody pay
this
this way?
is
Why did something happen? In the case of the people on the other side, if I can say that, they had what they call photographs and all that kind of stuff. And we talked about that before. We can get into that again if we want.
this should not be surprising to anyone who has even a passing familiar with the
One of the things is that there is hard physical evidence of this. For
as a
example,
major
the astronauts over the course of 6
this
missions
is
brought
because
back
on a
800
surface level,
pounds of rocks and dust.
was able to
And this
best
stuff is
refrain from
weird. I mean, it's clearly
and
not
so a
formed of the Earth. You can go through scientific analysis and say, yes, this stuff was formed in a low gravity, waterless environment. It has all of the telltale signs of having spent time in an atmosphereless, I think it makes sense,
supported by
environment. This stuff's been looked at by scientists from all over the
cowboy
world,
like
and they all
individuals
look
called
at
the
it and say, yeah,
Cossack
that's
Band.
from
And so Cossacks as a whole are kind of like a
First of all,
heroic
Wernher
image
von
of
Braun
Ukrainian
went
life.
to Antarctica in
These, of
1967
course,
in the height
look
of
at
the
the
moon race
volcanoes,
and collected moon
the
rocks from Antarctica.
preservation
Isn't
of
that
the
true?
world.
Hundreds of pounds.
I remember in my first trip to Ukraine,
There's
when I
photographs of
first
him,
met
there's videos
someone
of him there,
who
there's
dressed
moon rocks that they brought back, there's video of them carrying stuff
contemporary
back.
Ukrainian
He went in 1967, 2 years
a
before
walrus
Apollo.
mustache,
I have not
the
seen
embroidered
the
shirt, things like that.
documentation for
I
this,
felt
and
real
I
fear.
looked
I
around
said,
for
oh my
Have you seen the
God.
photographs of
That's
him in
what's that?
Antarctica? You haven't seen, I
And
mean, that's very clear. That's all
that's
there.
our, horrible our hero.
You don't know, you haven't heard that argument that Wernher von Braun was in Antarctica. Why would he go to Antarctica in the middle of the most hated technological race in human history? He's at the helm of it for the United States of America. He's going to Antarctica and bringing back
But
rocks.
before I explain that, let me also illustrate this by showing you one of the most famous monuments
That's
today
ridiculous. That's
is
all over the internet. It's all over everywhere. It's been documented. I've seen
and
videos.
he was famously
Not conspiracy sites. It's all over legitimate sites. I've seen it. I've seen it on a bunch of different sites. It's documented.
because
Wernher von Braun was in
after
Antarctica in
a short
1967, 2
while
years
of
before Apollo.
independence,
And he was
from
bringing
that
back
moment,
rocks.
he
Okay, and now
decided
that he was a
to
Nazi,
orient the
a
Cossack
huge,
state
evil, Nazi war criminal who, by the
rather
way, the Simon
than
Wiesenthal Center said would be prosecuted for crimes against humanity if he was alive today, for sure.
creating something like either independence within a Polish
Wernher
community,
von Braun ran a rocket factory where they hung the 5 slowest workers a day in front of the rocket factory.
sort of
There's people
shift
that
the
talked
balance
about
of
it. There's
power
guys that
towards
showed their
Moscow.
tattoos and
And
discussed it.
ultimately,
Yeah,
that
Wernher
would
von Braun walked by as they were
raise
Von Braun, just
the independence of
to jump in here.
to a dramatic
Totally
degree.
separate from
They
any
would
moon site.
absorb
I
their
just pulled up with a quick search, many pictures of
By the
Wernher
way,
von
here
Braun.
is an earlier version
Yeah, you know,
of
it's
that
weird that you
factory
can
that
dispute
was
that. I don't
model.
understand.
We've got a couple of details that were not included because they were
there's
such
actually a
a
picture
good
of
taste. But among the figures at the bottom of the statue are some shoes and other tools who were downtrodden literally by
if they were to fake the moon landing, so they were able to do it, and they were going to do this, why would they send one around?
You see it also, for
Why
example,
would they take
in
pictures of one
the
around? And why they say, look,
National
one right
Anthem.
into
Here it
Antarctica.
is.
Well, why even do that? This is
It's
going
got
to
this
be a secret thing.
beginning
If you're going to go to
Edinburgh
Antarctica to collect rocks, it doesn't make sense
train
to send
is
you a
not
rocket.
There's a lot of things that don't make sense, but the fact is he was in Antarctica. He did bring back moon rocks.
They brought back meteorites from the mountain. They didn't bring, I don't think they brought back hundreds of pounds.
They brought back hundreds of pounds. If you find it, it's available all over the place.
Okay, well, I'm
The polls have a similar kind of
there
debate,
are
and even
weird? Does not seem weird to you? First of all, look here, this evil Nazi running the United States of America space program, and 2 years before we go to Apollo 11, 2 years before that, this guy's in Antarctica collecting rocks from the moon. What is this thing about? Well, they're lying. First of all, they're bringing back this evil criminal from Germany, and they're having him work for America. They're slicking his hair back and making him look nice in a suit. And this guy's an evil ass crap.
It was never really hidden that he was a Nazi. I think it was downplayed because they think
Oh, come on, man. I'm not admitting that I'm not kidding. I knew you denied it.
But they're not
You
alone.
denied it.
Here are the
You denied
original
it. You're a Nazi.
of the poems that inspired the Nazi.
You said, no, I don't need
I don't even say that he's not a Nazi or he is Nazi. I'm saying that I don't know if he's a Nazi.
Well, I'm saying he's a Nazi.
I'm
I'm saying he's a Nazi.
And their rocket plan, he was building rockets for the Nazi B-2, which was used to bomb London.
Well, dude, you wore the Nazi uniform. What do you have to do to be a Nazi? Do you have to actually have video of you cutting a Jew's head off? What do you have to do?
No, but there were Jews who were working in the rocket plants, and they were Nazis, and they were working.
They were slaves, dude. This guy wasn't a slave. He was the head of the program.
I'm saying that Von Braun's history is, well, I don't think it's that clear over whether he agreed with Hitler. I don't think
Are you a Von Braun apologist?
No,
This is getting weirder and weirder.
but what you're doing is you're sort of poisoning the well here. You're calling
No. What we're doing is we're pointing out that the government did something really evil. They brought back a criminal, a horrible person, and they had him run America's space program.
Meditate upon this 17th century.
That's a horrible lie.
They rescued all of these rocket scientists and bioengineers, and they were all really, really happy to leave from what I've read.
Well, that was they were going to get nuked. It was either get nuked, get killed in war, or come over and live nice in Cape Canaveral.
But it doesn't matter. The point is,
That doesn't matter. That's a huge point.
oh, I don't agree. I think,
How did you not agree that doesn't show massive amounts of deception on the part of the United States government?
if the U.S. government has massive amounts of deception every day, it doesn't mean that everything they do is
That's part of Joe's point. Let's move off the Nazi thing. We got Phil Graves from badastronomy.com. We have Joe Rogan, who's the host of Fear Factor. One of my favorite comedians. Have you ever seen Joe live, for the way?
not live. No, I've seen you
Fabulous, and he just is just shockingly to death. Because when he first talked about this moon landing thing, I thought it was a weird little quirk that he had. He just knows so goddamn much about it. Here's the thing, man. I'm not crazy, but I just want to explain this. I don't look for stuff like this. I didn't want this to come up. I'm not like the guy who's trying to find, like, I see all sorts of retarded arguments in these conspiracy theories. I see them left and right. I see retarded arguments in any kind of conspiracy, whether it's 9/11, who shot Kennedy, a driver, he turned around. There's all sorts of retarded stuff, but there's stuff that makes sense, and you can't throw it all out. And when you look at it all, when you look at the giant picture, there is so much wrong with the Apollo missions. There's so much wrong. Massive amounts of stuff that doesn't make sense. That's why I'm a busy person. I'm not looking into this because I'm bored. I'm looking at this because I was really disturbed. And the deeper I went, the more I realized there's something really wrong going on here. Okay, so we covered the moon rocks. Then we got an explanation. We have a plausible explanation. We got sidetracked with the argument against Von Braun. That you brought that Von Braun with your. Why would you send your rockets? I don't know. It was actually rocks. Second of all, he was there in 1967 or 1968, 67 until 1969. The Japanese scientists first identified Antarctica as having meteorites. So it doesn't make sense that he went there 2 years before it was even understood that meteorites went there. I don't know why he went there. I don't think it was to pick up meteorites. And even if he did, there wouldn't have been enough time for them to prepare these rocks and get them. How do you know, like, larger ones, because the rocks that come from the moon are very different than the lunar meteorites that are found on the surface of the Earth. Right, but didn't the Soviet Union they do it with an unmanned craft? And didn't the samples that the United States government sent out for independent verification, those are very small samples, tiny, sugar cube sized.
You can get bigger slices than that.
You can, where are they? You know, it's a federal crime to be in possession of moon rocks. Why do you think that would be?
Because there's only 800 pounds of them. They cost $3 million to get them. If you want to take a bigger portion, you have to go to NASA to do that, where they've got these things stored in very, very scientifically controlled conditions. Oh man, no. They don't let, flunkies like me in there. They let
Well, you know what, there, the money suit of the whole deal was pretty awesome. I don't think this proves anything either way, but what I am saying is that any government would be willing to lie about having a Nazi run their space program. I think they'd be willing to lie about moon rocks.
I don't think anybody lied about it. I think it was public knowledge. I think everybody knew it. I think they said this is the best rocket scientist in the world, and we should damn well take advantage of that knowledge. They did. I believe it was. I think they may have downplayed it. I don't think they know it, but I can't say. But the point is, the meteorites that came from the Big Ship, the meteorites are look different than the rocks. They re-enter through the Earth's atmosphere, and so they have ones that the fusion found the ones that have been independently verified. The Russians did bring back. They had separate mission design with one of their missions that went to the moon and brought back like 100 grams. It was a very, very small sample because it was hard to bring back a lot. And chemically and all of that, they were identical to, or at least close enough to what's found on the moon. And they're different than what's found on the Earth. And you got to realize too, it's not just NASA people who say that it's extent. Even the technology was people looked at him and said, yes, we can see that these things did not form on the Earth. So they must form on the moon.
Right, but isn't it possible that they could have done this with unmanned probes just like the Russians did?
You're right, you're stretching so far. It's like this is easier than the guy there.
Significant attractions to a lot of
that's one of the things Joe's doing is he's just asking questions. On the one hand, you're saying the moon rocks could have been entirely fake. On the other hand, you're saying we're going to find out in Antarctica collecting rice. But you're also saying they could have been picked up by land.
Either one is a
But those are mutually exclusive.
They are mutually exclusive, and both of them do cancel out the absolute proof that moon rocks came from Europe. Well, I think you can find several valid challenges for what the world including countries that have no reason to support America who look at these things and say they're legitimate.
Before the Japanese knew, is that absolutely were the Japanese the first discovered? Was the big thing? Was it thought about that beforehand? I mean, was it something that never I don't know the details of that sort of well, then there's no argument about the Japanese being the first discovered because it was previously assumed they just had to go there and find them. Maybe the Japanese were the first to verify it, that's not good enough.
Direction of argument that I never really considered. I can't give you any more details because I don't know the story.
Okay, but either way, I'm saying that's not proof enough. That's not proof positive.
But I think at some point you should say, part of my birthday in Antarctica is ridiculous. I don't apologize. It's public knowledge. You go in there, pictures of NASA.
I'll tell you what's ridiculous. We're going to Antarctica in the middle of the moon race.
That's what they did expedition. They travel all over the world in different conditions.
I believe that if you're going to plan a gigantic deception such as this, you do it in advance. And I think it's entirely possible, if you wanted to look at it from that point of view, that they were doing that. And again, I'm not saying that they did it. I'm not saying that they faked anything. I have zero reason to even if you do that, though, it would not send maybe you would. Maybe he wanted to go, maybe he's hands-on, maybe he wanted to be there, maybe he insisted. Who knows? There's no reason.
You said some guy.
No. You don't know who he said. You don't know his personality. You don't know what he's like. You don't know what he insists on. He easily could. once again, the group discussion between Phil and Joe is astonishing to me because it just goes so much deeper than I think it's going to. And you have such good amounts of room. Because you thought it was crazy. I thought you were completely crazy. It makes sense the way you're holding it.
What was
It's
years
just, you
going
have to be
on
crazy to believe in
Junior, how great.
by the way,
Come back. We have Joe Rogan, the host of Fear Factor, great stand-up, terrific guy. We have Phil Clinton, also a terrific guy. And this is the definition of a marketplace of ideas here at Benjamin on CBS Radio Free FM.
As I mentioned, we were talking about religious history. He's kind of like a transitional figure between the Canon and the Authentic.
CBS Radio Free FM, I'm Benjamin. My video's also here. Let's get right to it as quickly as we can. Joe Rogan, Fear Factor, asking questions all the way about landing on the moon. Did we do it? When we do it? Joe's just got questions. What's the next thing on the moon? Wants to take? Phil, what other evidence would you say says we're landing on the moon?
He was the first individual to use what we could call sort of like a scientific systemization of Kabbalistic thinking. Much of Kabbalistic doctrine is, of course, very arcane and very use of language associated with heavy reliance on more trying to follow some of the main Kabbalistic texts like the Zohar. It was extremely difficult, even if you are fluent in Aramaic, it can still be hard to do. You gotta have a teacher there to walk you through it. Then the major contribution was the Rabbi. So they were, as you said, okay, let's explain all of this from A to Z, working from general to particular, and produced a book which was published in his lifetime. We are now talking about a period where publishing is a reality. There's like actual printing, very important for information. And this initial sort of like introduction to Kabbalah, like Pardes Simonis, most of the pomegranates, was incredibly popular, cemented his reputation, even during his life, and he went back to create any other versions of the One of the things that he describes in the Pardes Simonis is this chart that I set up here, which is essentially part of what is called
I would say that this is, to me, the most compelling, the most very argument is how you shut all those people up. And what bothers you about that argument?
Well, it is very compelling. What bothers me about it is that I know that in government, and especially in something as huge as NASA, things are very compartmentalized. You're not privy to all the information about the entire project that you're working on. You are given information on a need-to-know basis. If it's your job to design O-rings, you are designing O-rings. You don't get the data and the blueprints for the entire Saturn V rocket setup. You don't get all that information. The very people at the very top of the food chain would know about it. And isn't it a little odd that a couple days before Apollo 11 launched, the head of NASA resigned? You find that a little odd?
Formula this. So the idea in Kabbalah is that God, first of all, trusts himself.
This is a monumental technological achievement. They're about to put a person on another planet. This guy says, hey,
concepts. I'm not a rabbi, by the way. I'm just going to walk.
I don't know. Why do you think he doesn't want to get part of a hoax?
Created kind of like a space within himself that
why do you get killed? Why do you get killed? I mean, look, if you believe, there's a lot of conspiracy theorists believe they killed Gus Grisham because he hung a lemon outside the lid. He put a lemon on a hanger and hung it outside the lunar module. He was dead in a horrible fire shortly thereafter. That's very typical conspiracy. But is it not true that he hung a lemon outside the lunar module? And is it not true that our government is filled with evil, murdering liars? Liars at the top of the hill. There's a reason why they're in Iraq, and it's for money. And people are dying for it. And it's the same people, and that's the same type of people that would be willing to kill astronauts. I'm not saying they did it, but I'm saying it's possible.
one big problem with all of those conspiracy theories is that a lot of stuff is stated as absolute fact, when in fact it is percent.
Well, it is an absolute fact that he put a lemon on a hanger and hung it to the lemon. It's an absolute fact that he burned to death.
And then it overflows into the next day.
Say it was used
He
was saying this thing doesn't work. No. He has been quoted many times as saying that the whole program's in jeopardy, and he didn't think it was going to work. He thought the thing was a lemon.
He didn't have the whole thing was a lemon. He was having certain issues with it.
He was just having issues with subsystems. Why we put a lemon, publicly put a lemon on a hanger, hang it on the lunar module. That is a monstrous statement from the number one astronaut in the country.
All represent
I mean, a guy with personality.
That sounds like
the mirror itself absorbs some of the radiance
if I was really
of the sun.
with the
So finally, in the
F5
tent mirror, you can actually look at the sun.
And the communication systems weren't working right because
Why
they
I'm
were
explaining
guys
this to you is I agree with you like the remarks.
and he got really frustrated. The other ones in there, he was actually yelling something about how we
travel
between two
stop
Right,
running
and then
study
they're
of the
willing
remarks.
to kill
And
Gus
we're only
Grisham.
trying to get it
Let's
for
not
less
say
than a
they
year.
did. If they are willing to kill Gus Grisham, would they not kill the guy with the big mouth who designs the movies? If they're going to kill Gus Grisham and Champion Michael Smith, are they going to do it in the most humiliating way they possibly could, which will destroy the Apollo program and make the estimate really, really bad. 2 years later, they were it didn't even set them off for a hitch. 2 years later, they were on the moon. They showed that they could do it. They showed that if you're going to kill a guy, you're going to kill him inside the lunar module on the launch pad. That's going to show that you did it.
If Apollo was fired,
Shatter. So as it were, conception.
How can you say that when 24 months later they were on the moon?
Oil and the destroyed
Just
tree.
consider
So it's the next one, and then we shattered as well.
Joe
It's
just
all
said
the way down to
2 years
the
later
moon.
they were on the moon. Will you be saying that they did it?
Where it's sufficiently reduced, and it's also mixed with the actual material of the broken vessels that is able to exist in this world. So that's the doctrine that was destruction of the vessels. And in the Julianic vision of Kabbalah, the task of the Jews is to try to repair
I disagree entirely. They shot Kennedy in the middle of the street. I disagree
separating
entirely.
out the gross material elements that are present in this universe and creating the crack sparks of holiness that represents like the hot oil and the radiance of God that are buried within the face of the universe. It's one of the most important aspects of the book, which is directly connected to stuff that Steve is worried, is that we shall fly upward, we can push the moment the Messiah can truly reveal, and we actually the model of the Spirit as the Rock presented it is much more kind of like a description of the theological view of creation. But the Arizals added a verb to it. So an imperative, get out there and start doing this. But the Arizals developed it far more popular, had a remarkable degree of influence, for example, on the Pacific movement, as we will discuss that really tomorrow, and gave it that impetus of, you can't just sit around studying things, you guys get out there and access the world, because that was the
That's another possible answer.
This
I would agree with you if there were more compelling evidence for
There's no compelling evidence for President Trump. It is circumstantial, but it does throw doubt. Joe, how many people just can you obviously can't answer this, but I would ask for your feelings. How many people would you say would have to be in on the conspiracy? Would have to buy in? That's a very good question. I have zero answer. Just your feeling. I know little bit, and I don't understand how it works. I don't understand how the program works. I really don't. I look at it all and I say, well, I know there was a bunch of crazy stuff that they did. I know. If you know that they had a gigantic set that was a duplicate of the surface of the moon that they were practicing on, and they were taking all these videos and they were taking all these photographs. There's photographs of these guys on cranes. There's photographs of the lamb dangling from a crane. There's photographs of these guys like simulated low Earth, or excuse me, low gravity, where they had harnesses on and they're bouncing around on wires. There's all these photographs of this setup that they had. Now, if they were filming this setup and filming pretending, and there's also absolute proof that there was a satellite in orbit, and the satellite in orbit was beaming back information. They were sending it to practice what they were going to receive from the guys on the moon. Now, if they already had all this video in place, they already had all these simulation footages, and you're talking about some grainy, low-resolution stuff, that's all we have access to. How many people really did have to know? I don't know. But I think a few, I mean, it would have to be a couple dozen. It would have to be the people at the very top. Would they be able to keep their mouth shut? I don't know. I go back and forth on what people are capable of, and then I go back and forth on what people are capable of in government. But there's got to be a ton of people at the very top of the CFR, at the very top of world banking, that know what's going on with globalization, that know what's going on with, the push by these banks for one gigantic global government so they can control everything. And that's an absolute fact. That's what's going on right now. How many people know about that? How many people are blowing the whistle? Very few. So if they can keep their mouth shut about that, they can keep their mouth shut about anything. If it's just a few dozen people, I don't know how many people it is. And these people don't think that it'll be a patriotic thing to do. We're talking about the height of the Cold War. We're talking about the Red Scare. We're afraid of Russia. There's this big thing. We want to show technological superiority over the Russians, over the Soviets. So it's possible they would do this and think that they're being patriotic.
At the end of the day, the Russian newspaper said American football. I don't know whether or not our wars with other countries, whether or not our propaganda, whether or not these arguments are all real, or whether it's the puppet on the left and the puppet on the right. I don't know who's at the helm of all this stuff. I don't know how it all works. I don't. But when I look at this whole gigantic picture, it smells. We're going to get a smell. We're going to take a break. Hearing said the word smell. That's Joe Rogan. Of course, the host of Fear Factor, great stand-up. This is a great guy. And Fulbright, we have a strong presence on the phone. We're talking about sitting here. My name is Benjamin. We're not before this because I think clearly we're not done with either of these bitches. This is Benjamin at CBS Radio. Free FM. Yeah, this is Benjamin at CBS Radio. Free FM. I'm sitting on like we know. Also, back by the home is Joe Rogan, host of Fear Factor, who just has, this is a technique for debating that should be studied. Joe has the most aggressive and humble style I've ever seen anyone use. It's really terrific, and he's talking to Phil Clayton, who has said to me many times, I've talked to all my friends Joe Rogan, the questions he had, just let me talk to him, clear this up quickly. That's what we're trying to do. Phil, I want to give you a chance to kind of lead this, because Joe's got books open here. I'm just warning you. Joe's got books open. What topic would you like to deal with other than anything? What's in your mind? Right on your site. One thing about this too, a lot of conspiracy theories. The evidence is always circumstantial, and so you can say what it is, and you can sort of vet yourself right in the form. But with the moon landing, there is actually an objective evidence, and machines with the moon and one of them that people observe. There are levels of conspiracy theory theory where they say a rocket went
although
up and
that
they just dumped
particular
it in the
thread
air,
is
the guy
not
actually
yet
heard from the guy.
developed,
One of the guys was
you
actually
know
a
that by
producer
the
of a Fox
late
TV show.
20th century,
The conspiracy
we
theory that
always
came
have
out
the
in
same
2001,
title.
he said that the rockets never
Onward,
even went into space.
the
And I laughed
second
that
century.
there were people
Venice
who
in
stood on
particular
airport porches
had
and
a
watched
just
the Apollo satellites passing over it.
back to it,
They did that.
because
So
it was
that
great,
doesn't
right? It
work
meant
so
that all of
But
a
in
sudden,
fact,
all of
the
these
Apollo
works
mission
which
went
had
to Apollo
previously
8.
only existed in
As they went to
manuscript,
the moon, they were tracked by
and could only be
ground-based
copied
telescopes. If you go on the web, look up
laboriously,
Apollo 8,
extensively by professional
you will actually
scribes,
find pictures
and then
of
they
these
were very
imagery
fragile,
telescopes.
easy to
And
lose.
ham radio operators were actually able
If
to
they were seized
track
by the
these
church,
missions to the
and
moon.
it happened several times.
And
They
the
could
thing
easily
about
burn
those, that's a
parts
directional
of the
signal.
place
If
that would
the
become
machines
machines
didn't actually go
all of
to
a
the
sudden,
moon,
the
then the
price
ham radio
drops like the
operators would
bottom,
have
that no longer are we talking about like contemporary concept. First, technology.
I need Australia, there's a very cute movie called The Dish.
Over the next few
Not
centuries,
usually historically accurate. It's like a collection of a bunch of different things that really happened, like all kinds of art. Really intend their telescopes to be like that. And you could say, well, maybe this just means that we set rockets to the moon.
Because we did.
it works
But
like
then,
this, and
okay,
this maybe
but
from
then
the Greek,
the thing is a little bit more complicated because one thing that is the Apollo
ideas circulate
and they did this in Apollo 11,
accelerating
is they
activity
allegedly on the moon like these retro-reflectors.
So do the Soviets. Soviets did it
The,
twice with Lunko Hood and Lunko
this
Hood 2.
also has
You know,
tremendous
unmanned lunar
impact
probes.
on the
They left 2 laser reflectors, so you can send a laser up to right now. Why don't we see action or one of those more so up?
I think one of them got the equipment done to be placed correctly or something like that.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the Rothschild'S argument.
Hang on, when you are putting the pieces on the moon, if you know you're going to be putting it with a robot,
typically
and
much
you
more
have to
literate
design it so
than
that it has a
historically,
fail safe, so that
generally
it
not
gets
as
put in there
literate
correctly,
as
or you have some way
typically
of watching over it so you know the robot's
of the
doing it correctly.
vernacular.
If you're just going to do this with people, then it needs to look like giant ice cube racks. Or just like a state,
But Phil
and
Dunn, the grand
less so
designer,
in the religious
these aren't people in a sweatshop. You know,
very
they're
exceptional
scientists. They're scientists.
make out
these
more
are
than let's say
engineers and
perhaps
they're managers and
they are
they're
both
about that.
That's a huge thing.
Together.
I hate to help Joe on this, but on the challenge,
have
Richard
one
Feynman did
educated
point out very
woman
clearly on
sitting
the
in
O-rings
the
that there
women's
was a
section
problem. It
synagogue
was too strong
and
hierarchy
repeating
in NASA, and the people at the bottom
Torah
were not
reading
speaking up and did not
or
have
if there was a
communication up to the top there.
or something like
That's
that.
what,
Repeating it
1989 was that?
the less educated women who had no access to people whatsoever. So with Richard, all of a sudden you begin to open up the possibility of, hey,
But that's when there was a problem in the teams they were making.
well,
And so
that
I'm
would
not
make
saying that
great
people are going to regret it. I'm saying that what it's done
very,
is
very
it opens
sensitive.
up all of these managers who are in charge of this thing would have been able to see that this problem.
So what exactly happened with the
An
so
upward
basic
swing
story is
that was
that
striking
you
people
have this
talking.
individual
It's just that you're stimulating more and more people to the conspiracy. At some point, conspiracies fall apart.
where
Now, Joe, I want to ask you a question that you touch upon all the time, and you jump right to evil and wars and this kind of stuff. But on a little more lower level, what is really the motive? I mean, if you have nuclear bombs, you bomb back with the Stone Age, all these missiles, why show off all the warfare?
disgusting episodes,
I think to
and
or
although
to try
it's
to
very highly
give some sort
regarded
of perceived victory in the Cold War, perceived victory of technological superiority.
and
So,
while he is engaged in
and
this
I
country,
don't know
he's also
whether or
quite
not
an
it happened. I
educated
still
young
am
man,
not
studies
convinced one way or
tomorrow,
another.
and
But
making a
you
couple
are
of
certainly
ideas.
not convincing me that we were not by any stretch of the imagination, especially since the last time anybody even did a flyby of the moon was 1972. That's silly. That's silly.
Not
Phil,
only
how much would it cost? I mean, just ballpark. How
but
much would it
also
cost
this
now
major
in
propaganda
2007 to
who
send Joe
ultimately would
if we
reveal
get together with
his
the Amazon
friend
guy and all that?
as the
Well,
as
you
the
were checking
long-awaited
you
leader of the Jews. And
I don't know. I mean, the people who are putting
basically,
together these rockets, like Jeff Bezos with Amazon and Barron's Spaceship One, these are all rockets that are being
in fact, you can certainly point to the desperation of himself after the 17th century. And this uprising, you can point also to
and that means it's faster than what they want. That's why I took their rocket.
Kabbalah of the Arizal, certainly Jews have been at this now for 100 years since the Arizal, and maybe it's time already that since the Arizal's teachings have been revealed to the world, another century is passed, and now it's
Why would you start from scratch if you
actually
already did it successfully 6 times on 7 attempts?
all
You
over
can't be the
Europe.
only one that didn't land on the moon.
Jewish
If
society
that's
in particular
1969
is
technology,
going through
we would just small improvements.
and this all comes together for
The technology itself has gotten a lot better.
The Apollo landings are the only technological achievement in human history that is not easier, cheaper, and faster to duplicate than it was in 1969.
eventually has gone further by NASA.
They go, they take the space shuttle up all the time. Not only that, the space shuttle is more expensive, and it's not as powerful as the Saturn V rocket.
You got to realize that NASA has
He goes through several phases as dementia grows and grows. He engages in ever more bizarre activities. For example, claiming that he can levitate, claiming that he has power of transport himself and teleport himself from place to place. That's later sabotaged the false Messiah and introduced the world from many activities. Also,
Since the Apollo astronauts have gone more than 400 miles up.
campaign that we're going to have to explore.
That's ridiculous.
Is
260,000 miles there and back, and the best they can do since 1972 is 400 miles.
The first is obviously the social message that
And they
he
keep
has
talking
come
about going
to
back,
actually
but they talk about going back in 2020. Why go back in 2020 when you can just, well, that's the other problem. They don't have the telemetry data from the Apollo 11. Isn't that like the most important data? Isn't that like the most important thing? A huge technological achievement. They landed a man on the moon, brought him back, and they're missing the telemetry data. 14,000 something reels?
Then it was kind of like moderate, his economics was discussing things like the nullification of fast days. You have those famous fast of the time of time, which is usually in the summer that,
Reels of telemetry data.
of
The
course,
most technological achievement in human history that's not stored at the Smithsonian Institute, it's not stored at NASA Vault, it's not labeled, it's not on lock and key, it's on a gold vault. There's nothing weird about that.
Messiah, so okay, that's it. My beloved is now atheistic, so for his followers, this was
If you lost more than
although
100
that's
of the
a very
telemetry data,
radical
that's
thing
insane.
for those who are less popular in
contractors
other economic activities were considerably
It's NASA. The NASA lost
for
it.
example,
This is the Elon
his
footage.
insistence on entry into a synagogue one Sabbath that he was denied access to is an act
That's
to
American.
break down the door on the Sabbath,
They lost all that information too on the moon buggy and
once
the lunar module.
present in the
They lost all
synagogue, he
that stuff.
essentially took over
How
function.
convenient.
Will call up goodness to the Yuma for an Iraq, which was another aspect that he thought extremely egalitarian. Really looked to goodness as a great source of this resistance and come to gauge exactly how much that contributed to his overall popularity. But many as the things he proposed later after was adopted by more liberal movements he was actually married one real time, it's quite likely that the first two marriages were never consummated. That may have something to do with his mental illness in one way or another. He later, however, married an orphan woman who had some kind of a checkered past. There were some questions about
As a professional mechanic, your tools were essential
level
for your
of
living.
promiscuity prior to meeting that person. His actually a field room
With broad
that
selection
is
and the industry-leading warranty, you can count on Icon. You can count on great value. Over 1,500 stores and interest-free credit on qualifying purchases. Pay tool truck prices. Go with Icon Tools. Tool truck quality, unbeatable value, only at Farmer Freight.
Devoted supporter, and we'll meet her in a moment. He also at one point actually married a tourist girl.
We bring you fresh quality.
Exactly what I mean by what I said. He actually performed or had performed a marriage ceremony between himself as the groom and an inanimate object, the tourist girl, however holy, as the bride. We get a sense of just how wild this went. Later on, there were credible rumors, although certainly, inflated because of their salacious nature, of a widespread activity, especially among his followers, of what was called Avera Lishma, which means sinning for the right reasons. Very complex doctrine in Kabbalah. If you think back to some of the kind of bizarre stories in the Bible, like Tamar dressing herself as a prostitute in the abomination with her father-in-law.
That's a great question. Troy, if you had to guess, would you say the first moon landing was fake, then we got the moon later, or would you say none of the moon landings were fake, or would you say most? I don't think never. I don't think so. That's a bummer. What about the Russians? I don't think
So
I don't think we
difficult
got
discussion
I don't
theologically,
think
but
we have the technology.
his father is
You don't think
definitely
anybody
picked up on this idea of a very
Find the Hubble telescope, taking pictures of the rover and footprints on the floor. Oh boy, Norton, you may have stepped in it. You may have stepped in some real
nullify many
evidence.
commandments in the
This shit
Torah,
is making
including
me
the
correct.
consumption of non-kosher food,
Thank you, Tom.
the violation of the
Earth-based
Sabbath,
I don't know if it's Earth-based or not.
and the
However, Earth-based
violation of
photos
marital
finding
vows as
the
well.
flag, the
Which was
footprints,
one
and
of the
the
most popular
rovers
elements
on
of
the left.
Sabbatheanism.
Oh, yeah, they're 1,000 times too small to be seen for Earth-based telescopes. Maybe it's just
That's convenient.
you can see galaxies far away, but you can't see the footprints. Well, the difference is you're seeing, you can see the galaxies here because it's light, whereas a footprint is a little dark mark on
Well, galaxies are also galaxies are huge.
But as I mentioned,
we
what you
can
would like to
zoom in
take
on
over synagogue,
tiny little things on Mars.
you
Yeah,
would
but when you see a
demand
galaxy,
that rather
you're
than
seeing
reading
a
from that
billion
sacred Torah,
stars that
which
looks
was,
like one of light.
okay for him
Like
to
you're
be
seeing
married to,
something that
but
is
not okay to be read
50 or 1,000
from
light years
you would
wide
demand that people
as a
use
pinpoint of
newfangled
light.
printed,
Like that's all you're seeing. You're not seeing individual stuff in the
rather
galaxy. But
than
you understand, we have the technology on Earth to take pictures of the Mars.
moving on in
Tiny
career,
little detail on the surface of
mania
Mars.
increases
So,
experience
so we should be able to see the rover and land on the moon. All the details we take on Mars, you're right, but I think
egged on by
it's
people like
actually there.
Nathan of Gaza
I'm guessing that's from
and
something
his
that was
increasingly
like
enthusiastic
So
followers.
the
He decides that it's now time for him
not sorry,
to reveal himself
I don't know. I'm going to tell
out
you
of
saying,
sultan
well, if it's
to
orbiting the
demand
moon,
that
why can't it take
the
pictures
land
of
of Israel be
Yeah, are there no
turned over
photos
to
of
him
footprints from
as
the
the
land of
Messiah.
That's
And
wild. I mean,
then,
that would just debunk everything. So like, look, here's a picture we took. There's the rover sitting there on the moon. It wouldn't debunk anything to me. Through all they should be able to see, but the footprints wouldn't debunk it. I was just
So it tells the
Are there no
story
photos of
of
the flag?
Shabbat Tzvi. They just zoom in on a couple of
See that
elements
flag?
of it. So Shabbat Tzvi goes with Nathan of Gaza,
Well, there's no light
sails off
source
to
from it either.
Constantinople,
Like those
meets with
things that are taken,
Ottoman
you're talking things in
Sultan,
space,
and say,
they're
okay,
light sources.
I'm
They're what
here.
they're taking with
Give
like
me
ultraviolet
the
light. Ultraviolet light is seen as
Jerusalem and the
light.
land of Israel.
I mean, like there was light on the astronauts when they landed on the moon. Obviously, because from the photos lit, yes, from the so that means that light does shine on that place. So now the dark side is
representative
light
of the
shining on it. I'm not a scientist. Light shining on it
actually
might give
the
it
sultan
different
that actually did take
ability to be photographed and actually get emitting light, giving off the source,
but
of
he
light. But
lays out his
pretty
case,
big.
and the sultan says,
How
"Don't
big is it?
that's
Yeah, it's
so nice to
cheap.
meet you, Mr. Messiah.
Yeah, I don't
Mind if I call you
know.
Shopsy? Is that
find
okay?
photos of it.
I have a counter offer. I'm not prepared to shoot you to Israel. Sorry, I
Are you
can't
looking
like
for
it.
footprints?
But
But
I
by the way,
will
the
allow you
universe
to
is
remain
way bigger than
alive.
a Jeep.
Yeah, I mean, I know what
I
you
have a
say.
Jeep. You couldn't fit a universe in it.
You may, leave my presence and authority
Detailed photos from
unscathed,
Earth, You can't take more detailed. What detailed photos of Mars are people taking from Earth? Or whatever, even other planets. You can get, what are they looking at there, Travis?
2011. These are photos taken from NASA's lunar
Thousands of followers.
reconnaissance
There's a lot of debate over exactly how
the
large
sharpest
the
images
falling
ever
was, but
taken
it's
from
certainly
space
very
of the Apollo 12
significant all across Europe.
Okay, so you can't take the photo. I was wrong. Let me open it up a little bit.
Judaism.
Yeah, and it's a lie about it. Why wouldn't they fake clear photos? If they did the moon landing, why wouldn't they fake better photos? That's a tremendous question. How are they taking that bad of photos? I don't think it's a bad photo. I just think that something in 2014, that's the best photo we get of the moon from space, maybe.
What do they got, an iPhone?
Yeah, maybe from space, it's a tougher photo to take. It's wild how detailed these photos can get from anywhere, but they're just blurry.
Well, I haven't seen anything that's the size of a Jeep on
I
Mars.
know that she was earlier.
I haven't seen yet. What are some Earth-based photos of Mars? Galaxies are bad examples because space is black, they're light, they're also huge, and you're also seeing something that's, 1,000 light years wide as a pinpoint of light. That's how our telescopes are good. But you're seeing something that's a billion things, a giant thing bigger than our sun, but you're seeing it at one point of light.
That's the best Earth-based view of Mars, and it's the least. It's the least. It's a terribly undetailed photo. Do you have the capability of taking photos of the moon from space?
Yes.
So why can't we get a detailed photo of the moon?
My guess is that they haven't spent a lot of time doing it. Like for what? Like whenever they take photos, whenever they take photos from space, they usually aim a camera somewhere and they have a reason to do it. And there's a limited amount of time because everything's moving. So somebody said, why don't we take photos from space? Rather than landing sites that you can watch it and say, wow, I did it. Like, I'd like to do that. There's no purpose. People saying nobody landed. Let's just show them that, look, there's the ship. But maybe scientists know. Maybe they're not looking at it. Like, let's get a very small segment of people who won't believe it anyway to shut up and we can actually use this for scientific purposes.
Why not just get a filmmaker? Take a picture of the rover.
Sometimes he is definitely the Messiah. We have already accepted that. That's not
We have good technology.
Just have somebody take a picture of it.
I'm guessing that the craters look small. Like we look at how small this detailed photos are taken, but they're not small. They're actual craters. They're usually large. Yeah, they look small, but they're not canyons. Yeah, they're big.
That makes sense.
From space, you can zoom in on Google Maps into tiny little, way up in space. You can't take a photo of a Land Rover on Mars. I guess those are the best photos they have. But if they haven't tried it in 10 years, if that's the most detailed photos they have 10 years ago.
Google Maps were that good. They wouldn't need those cars driving around neighborhoods with the cameras on them.
Yeah.
Turkish politics, for example.
Thank you.
There are
And you can get a
also
certain amount of detail
reverberations
from
of
Google, like when you
videos,
zoom in from Google
by the
satellites, you can get, and one of the things where Google satellites were closer,
after
and
his
the ones
initial
how far was that thing that took those photos? I don't know any of the answer.
Well, I mean, yeah, Google satellites are right above us.
So how far was that taken from? Was that taken from something that was the same distance?
Even his conversion and with a lot of the things
Dr.
he
Tyson,
said, it proved to be a bit of a thorn in the side of the Ottoman authorities, who
Let's see, 40 years later, the flags are made on the moon.
constantly giving out post-messianic authorities, many people, okay, you can be king
No,
of
it says
Africa,
flags
you
remain in
can
quotes.
be the vizier of Europe, and things like that. And it was creating a certain amount of disruption among his followers and among Jews in general.
Okay,
So
let's see what Tom
ultimately,
in,
he was
let's see what
in
Tom in
prison.
Connecticut has to say.
And
This is a
in
wild-ass
prison,
phone call
among
description.
the last thing
What's
he
up,
did
Tom?
was he requested a
Hey,
young
I just want
people
to
in
say that
that
all
for
of
his
the
own
NASA stuff
purposes,
is fake.
so that
My
he could
grandmother
pray,
great
prayers
from
and
the Challenger.
turn
Mic
into
drop.
penance.
So she
In
lived.
many ways,
That's right, I did hear. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus. And I'm going to tell you, Tom, I may not know your last name. I'm going to take your word for it this time. I wasn't in the room, so I wasn't in the room.
Christianity,
Wow, we
actual
finally
followers of
found
some
one. Thank you for your submission. Yeah,
Thanks, Tom.
who practice
Not torn
their,
secrecy. Got the answer.
understanding of
It's
video
amazing that we
secretly
have not gone to
because they
technology to
realize
get to
how
the
they
moon,
used
but we
to
can send a
by
satellite into
the
space to
larger
do the radio show.
and many
Yeah, and we
rabbis
can also
were
have things like the space station and tourists now going
not so
up
falsely
just
accused
real right above us.
Perhaps one of the most notorious
Nothing
was
about
the attack on Rabbi Yonasson's Ivashutz
and the Soviets would never
who
know.
was
Here's the beautiful thing with the
one
Russians,
of
they
the
would
most
never
highly
call
regarded
us out on it, neither would the
and he
Chinese.
felt
The Russians and the Chinese would never call us out on it. Why didn't they do it?
Rabbi
Well, I don't know. Yeah, why didn't Russia and China, even though they're north, why wouldn't Italy, even now, why wouldn't the Russians be like, oh, yeah, maybe that's what did American vote on YouTube. Russians? That's what it sounded like if they put that to I'm telling you, this is a great documentary. You should watch it.
for health and healing
Of course it is.
substance,
We can make it
livelihood,
5
marriage,
minutes.
all kinds of things like that.
It's really going to explain what there's a lot to digest. There's a lot of circle talk.
Rabbi Yaakov
Remember
Emmer
I showed
studied
you
some
that
of the
there was
analysts
like
produced by Rabbi
stuff on the
Yonason
internet
Ivashutz
that makes people
he's definitely a
crazy and convince
Shabbatinian.
them that
And
they're
so
right.
people lined up on either side who was their favorite rabbi that they would defend, and it was like a rather
Okay,
major
you know what? It's hard to have 3.5 hours, but I try to watch
Similarly,
this stuff because I like it beyond
the
watch.
case of a great
Watch it. I'll
well-known
watch it
figure,
piecemeal. I did watch the one UFO documentary that you told me about, and I did, and I watched the other one that came out. And it was amazing up until they went to the African kids. I don't want to fucking hear what a bunch of children said. That is pretty wild. Huge losses, big yes, absolutely. Yeah, but I was just too long. Like, you don't think that's worth examining? It is, but not it lost me because I'm much more interested in what pilots say and possible photos and videos than what children say. And I was at the end of the documentary, so it's too long. Yeah, it was like that part. The fact that 6 kids all saw the same thing was pretty wild. Preschool, the whole fucking school said they were molested, and it turns out they weren't. Like, what? I don't think kids
at heart
mind. I don't know not to be as trustworthy as adult minds. Like, and pilots, I would put more stock in. I could listen to a pilot tell the same story as another pilot over and over again. I would put more in that. I'm just not sure they ever say you put higher stock in that. So some more stock. Like, the kids you could have, but I just thought they spent too much time on it and they wasted a good
and
amount
on
of
the way
time.
to Amsterdam with his family, he was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt
Patrick in New Jersey.
by critics who suggested that he was a late follower of Shabbat's
I think it's interesting that
a
Troy
good 8 years after Shabbat's was already passed away, and the SOF Yeshavim himself is held under house arrest. All of his writings were confiscated by the local Jewish court and then buried and lost. So a tremendous amount of his work no longer have extant. It is moldering somewhere under a cellar floor in the city of Frankfurt. Nevertheless, he was able to exonerate himself from all charges.
Yeah, that's the one I asked that astronaut about, James. I didn't know that. That was the one I asked. It's in not deep space, but deeper space than Hubble.
The deliberations of the Sabbath debacle continued throughout Europe for a couple more years. Perhaps the last expression of this, the last organized expression.
Yeah, and that probably got amazing. Is it up there now? I think they're still running tests. Yeah, right.
Personally, to be the reincarnation of Shabbat, one Jacob Frank from here. I don't think I want to overbalance the lecture by going into too much detail with Jacob Frank, but the ironic parallel with Shabbat is that while Frank also proclaimed himself the Messiah, as like Shabbat he did not appear to have the same level
How far away is the James Webb telescope? Do you know?
he seems to be more of the Charlotte type. Casual outside feel that.
I wonder how long it takes for this repair to be done. Like on the Hubble, they can fly guys up there. How would they repair this James Webb? Would they have to send out a machine? Can they send? Is there any type of like an automated chip they can send to do repairs on that if they have to? There's got to be a way to fix something.
One of the great criticisms leveled against him was Dr. Rothschild's
Thank you, Patrick.
a little while ago. This is something that the bishop
Location in orbit. This is the James Webb Telescope. Its actual position varies between about 250,000 kilometers and 832,000 kilometers, which is about 517,000 miles from L2 as it orbits.
Jacob Frank applied and actually converted
keeping it out of both Earth and Moon orbit.
That's 500, and the Hubble is 550 kilometers. This is way further.
Catholicism, largely for opportunistic
Second,
reasons.
is it a gravitational thing between the moon and
Bishop
Earth and
discovered
sun?
it, and in so doing resulted in the confiscation and destruction of some 10,000 Talmudic volumes.
To balance the orbital motion of a satellite. It's like a weird place between two points of
He
gravity.
later went on now as a nominal Catholic, but still, presenting his vision of himself as a Messiah.
Oh, it's not
Traveled
towards the
Europe.
sun?
His daughter Ava came here
Oh, I thought it was a million miles
after
towards the
them,
sun.
following
I
the
was wondering,
same
wouldn't
day.
that fuck up the pictures
Also,
with that
both of them
bright light?
involved with similar activities.
I tell you, if all this is true, what Troy's saying, that your third run from the sun
sexual
makes no
aspect
sense.
of their practices
You know
was
what? With the
definitely
Earth,
widely
Moon, and
known.
Sun behind it, the spacecraft
subject
can
to
clear. Okay, that
isolation.
makes sense. I thought it was between the Earth and Sun. I'm like, I think the light from the Sun. But the Empire State Building fucks up a photo because of the light. There's the Sun not doing it. It's a million mile in space almost behind. Okay, perfect.
Readiness for the Messiah that
Can they
characterized
do
a certain
the
number
verifiable
of
answer or no?
Jewish followers of both Shabbat and of Jacob Frank. That kind of like sums up the
Travis, get with it.
intellectual, spiritual whirlwind that had tremendous
Let's go
impact
to
in
Charles
Shabbat
in
over most of Europe.
Chicago.
Because Jacob
Is
Frank
Travis the
particularly
most
James Webb
Eastern
heavy
Europe.
line to be
But
serviced.
that's where I think I'd like to leave it for today.
You might be the most
Let me
heavy-fingered
thank you
pipe
all for
I've ever
listening to this
encountered.
overview.
I thought we were landing on the moon.
Is out of reach.
Just out of reach. That is a fucking.
I need $1 million.
What if something doesn't open up right? You can't have. There must be some checks and balances on it that can kind of self-repair a little bit. There has to be to adjust. Holy shit!
Imagine if it broke right when it went up there. Oh,
Man,
man.
fucking if a little piece of moon debris or space debris hit it,
Knocked it. Oh, nerds.
dude. There's fucking space debris all over the place. Little rocks,
Yeah.
We're going to
things
look
the size of
at
this microphone flying around.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you bet there is. Charles in Chicago.
in particular. And we're going to focus
We just look at the other countries that have made movements. We keep concentrating on the U.S., but there's several other countries that have made movements.
Yeah, I didn't know if there were or not. I honestly didn't know.
Okay, well, how about
It was
if
a rover from China.
if we faked it because we can't get there, and then China was like, hey, we went to the moon, wouldn't America have been like, no, that's horseshit, China didn't go to the
China
moon?
say like they never been, just
for the next
Yeah, and if China did go to the moon, they'd be like, guys, this is crazy. Not only did we go to the moon, there's not shit up there.
Do you know what dicks they could make us look
Oh,
like?
no rover, no flag, no footprint. I mean, it is untouched.
And there's international cooperation between. I mean, I think Russia just had that between the Soviets, and even in bad times, we kind of always cooperated. But yeah, that's a great point. How many countries have gone to the moon? I didn't think that.
There is.
astronauts on the, there are other countries that put astronauts on the moon.
No, or rovers. No, I'm not saying can't send a rover. Why would they point out the fact that we haven't? We're seven countries.
They go, they're like, oh, look, here's the American rover. We found it.
For what? Like, for them, you and I have this fun chat. Scientists don't need to do that. Like, they don't discriminate. Scientists don't.
Here's
Oh, like, hey, let's prove to people that we're here. Like, they just, for what?
That doesn't make sense. I don't know why somebody just doesn't from Earth take a picture of the moon where we landed. We didn't land on the dark side. You don't think Luxembourg, they went and would have said, hey, there's no flag.
So where's the, just take a fucking picture. We see it. So wait, countries which have landed or orbited the moon by number of missions: U.S. 30, USSR 2, Russia 23, China 7. So you think there are 30 It's right after the It ends in 1990. So by then, you think there are 60 missions with different countries, different astronauts, and different control rooms full of people, all of who are silent and none who are talented. Sworn, but again, sworn to no astronauts. Just Americans, the only ones that national. But again, the other ones not knowing that this was fake. Like, if Russia's gone so many times, just send an astronaut or a cosmonaut to the moon. Maybe they figure there's nothing in the game by it. Maybe they can't get through the Venezuela. 80% of the Russian
we're still in the 18th century in some ways.
You'd be surprised if
Very, very
yes.
long.
As a matter of fact, I'd be 100% surprised if we were that. Yeah, it's interesting. Sure. We have to break. We have Mark Norman coming.
We have also ready. So a share zone of the is essentially the foundation of the combined. I would include a position perhaps more appropriately as we saw some sort. But we don't have any reliable pictures of them unless we get iconic all over the world. And what is more about it, I don't think is really a third generation to continue in advancing
With weight loss by Hims, customers report losing over 11 pounds in just the first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. Through Hims, you can get a personalized weight loss treatment plan for 100% online, prescribed by a licensed provider and delivered to your door for as little as $165 a month. Find the plan that's right for you and start seeing real results sooner. Get started today at hims.com.
He is the knowledge head of the movement known as the Isnagdim, or the Isnagdim, as it's pronounced in Ashkenazi pronunciation. Literally, that term means opponents, and they oppose the Hasidic movement, and so ironically, they derive their name from their the way in which they orient themselves to this innovative movement known as Hasidism. In reality, they could have called themselves, let's say, the traditionalists, because the Misnagdim represented the sort of follow-through of the earlier Talmudic tradition, which obviously predates Chabad by centuries, if not millennia, depending on how you want to define the traditional text-based Talmudic culture. But nevertheless, the term Misnagdim stuck, and so they're very important element in our discussion of the three major intellectual movements of the end. Finally, we have the Haskalah, which is certainly well typified by Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, also known as Moses of Dessau, and he was the first really significant Jew to articulate a new way of identifying with modernity that did not view the outside world as necessarily toxic and dangerous, but rather one in which Jews were expected to engage, one in which Jews could fully connect with, while respecting the boundaries of their own ideologies and beliefs, and yet they could contribute to and be affected by the outside world. These three ideologies came into very significant conflict over the course of the 18th and into the 19th centuries. And of course, these three movements have a legacy, an intellectual legacy, which continues to affect us to this day. While we're on this picture, I can't leave without pointing out that the actors in this series called Shtisso, it's a very enjoyable series. They, of course, do not necessarily look the way they appear. Here's Shulem Shtisso, the character, played by Dov Glickman, rather brilliantly, but rather different physical appearance. And here is his son, Akiva Shtisso, played by Michael Aloni. I especially like including this picture of Michael Aloni because it often happens when I'm walking down the streets in Jewish neighborhoods. People walk up to me and say, "Hey, don't I know you? Aren't you that guy, Michael Aloni?" That really doesn't happen. Occasionally, though, in Manhattan, I misplace and often mistaken for other people like Will Smith. I'll probably cut this part over there. But let's go straight into the next lecture. It's hard to have these lectures start so early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here, and I can't see any of you in this webinar, so I'm just talking to my own face, and I'm tempted to cheer myself up with stupid jokes. Okay, so what I'd like to say about the three movements is I'd like to phrase them in terms of rebellion, because even the traditionalists, even the Misnagdim, who lay claim to be like following through on older tradition, they also have rebellious elements because they are forced by the birth of the Hasidic movement to redefine themselves in opposition to something new. So that requires a certain amount of repositioning, as we shall see. So all three of these movements represent significant intellectual rebellions, upheavals. Let me explain what I mean. First, let's start with the rebellion of discovery, which is chronologically the earliest of these three rebellions, and that refers as a term I've used for the Hasidim. Here, one of the picture of Jews dancing at Svat, Hasidic Jews. Now, there are some Misnagdim scattered in here as well, by the way, maybe Jews for them. They are rebels of discovery in the sense that they're certainly traditionalists, as we shall see shortly, in terms of their orientation to the basic theological and practical tenets of Judaism, theory and practice, but they claim to be energized by something new, something innovative, something which has been discovered in the tradition, which it has ancient origins, but has recently come to flourish and find new expression in the 18th century. They perceive that innovation as a restoration, or as a coming closer to perceived core, something that has always been within Judaism, but has been much more constrained and focused and restricted to individuals. And now, with this new movement of Hasidism, it is suddenly made more available, like the overflowing of a well and spreading out of its waters to many other people. That's really what's going on. What is this innovation? What is this new thing? Well, essentially, deeply rooted in Kabbalah. As we discussed yesterday, the spot explosion of intellectual, spiritual, religious creativity in the 16th century had strong reverberations through the thought of the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of that city at that era, and found expression later is the Hasidic movement in particular. So Kabbalah gives which it obviously had ancient origins, although there's some dispute over specific texts and when they were written. But the whole idea of an esoteric mystical approach to the Godhead through Judaism certainly goes all the way back to the biblical origins. Even Abraham has these, prophetic visions, Ezekiel and so on. So the idea of like bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that tradition into standard day-to-day Judaism was something that Hasidism was especially noted for. So it is a rebellion of discovery, meaning, hey, we have this amazing intellectual, spiritual resource here. Why aren't we making more use of it? That's really what Hasidism is in terms of its rebellion. Then, to contrast that, we have the rebellion of tradition, which is associated with the great Talmudic schools in Lithuania in particular. The rebels of tradition look at this innovation, they look at the Kabbalah coming into daily practice and say, wait a second, that's not right. Kabbalah is meant to be only for the holiest of holy. They're not saying that Kabbalah is somehow incorrect or not representative of Judaism. They're saying that it should be more restrictive. The Hasidim have stepped over their acceptable boundaries by offering these kind of ideas to a much larger population of people who are not ready and they are not spiritually refined enough for this. They perceive that innovation of bringing those restricted ideas and practices to the masses as fundamentally antinomian, meaning against the law, things that should not happen because they could have disastrous impact. And just to give you a sense of how this can really be couched in terms of a rebellion rather than a pure opposition, one of their great heroes is the famous Sam Sofer, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, very important thinker of the era, in which in his clash with not so much the Hasidim, much more the Haskalah, he laid down a very basic principle, which I want to explain. It'll take me a little bit of a second. Let's just go back for a second to the biblical practice of not eating meat during a certain time of year in the summer. There's a particular crop of wheat during the summer harvest that's called Hadash. In Hebrew, that means new. And that new wheat may not be eaten during a certain period of several weeks during the summer, which is one of those biblical laws. And so, as the Talmud puts it, Chadash Asur Min Torah, or as we say in English, Chadash Asur Min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. So, Rabbi Schreiber, the Sam Sofer, used that passage from the Talmud to describe anything new as being forbidden by the Torah. Simply saying, Chadash, Asur, and a Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. You can't innovate with this new introduction of Kabbalistic ideas, but in particular, you Maskilim who want to bring an organ into the synagogue, want to move the Sabbath to Sunday, want to revise the laws of keeping kosher, no way, Chadash, Asur, and a Torah. Anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. So that's kind of like a pretty strong statement. And I don't think that some sort of meant it literally and universally, but it was definitely a way to kind of coalesce thinking around an approach to these new ideas. So it is a rebellion, but it is a rebellion for tradition. And then finally, the last group, the Maskilim, the so-called enlighteners, that we'll have much more time to discuss in the Q&A, hopefully. The enlighteners, the Maskilim, are, I like to term them as rebels of expansion, meaning they say, here we are in the 18th century, and we sort of have a particular way of life and a way of relating to non-Ashkenazim, specifically the non-Jewish world around us, but also to, non-Ashkenazi Jews, of which there will be a significant new influx after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. And they say we should rather be expanding our horizons into other areas of political, social, especially cultural and intellectual endeavors that we've never really engaged in before. This background image is a beautiful medieval representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess together. Chess was seen for much of the second millennium of the Common Era as kind of like a leveling factor that regardless of one's ideological background, one could engage in a game of chess without necessarily sacrificing one's personal beliefs and practices. So they were seen as kind of like a safe meeting place for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Christians and Muslims, and so on. This rebellion of expansion sees innovations in the tradition as corrections, as ways of addressing artificial phenomena that has developed over the centuries that may have been intrinsically harmful to the advent of Jewish civilization and thought. And their great heroes, that we will see some of the 18th and 19th century figures who are involved, but they tend to look backwards to figures that they feel are well representative of their values, such as Moses Maimonides, who was one of those very unique figures who, of course, lived quite a bit earlier. We're talking about 8th century, before the time we're talking, 6th centuries. And Moses Maimonides, however, was one of those rare Sephardic geniuses who was adept both within the Jewish intellectual tradition and extremely creative, writing things like the Mishnah Torah, the Guide for the Perplexed, but at the same time, very, very active in the secular world as a physician. He wrote many treatises in Arabic on various medical conditions and so on, and he's seen as kind of like a golden age individual and a prime figure for modern Jews to emulate. It is not healing approach, named themselves after Maimonides, the Rabbi schools, because he's seen as one of these figures who's able to, join general and Jewish knowledge together in such an appealing way, while certainly not sacrificing his rigor in either area. So those are our three rebellions that will occupy us for the next, really, the rest of this lecture and the next one as well. Now, let us not forget the background, which we have explored in somewhat greater detail before, but let's just touch on these things because it's very important to understand the context in which the 18th century develops. Certainly, one of the most important elements is the Spanish expulsion and later the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497, which also resulted in significant demographic change as Jews fled or were pushed out of the Iberian Peninsula to many different locations, including, as you see on the left of this map, a las Americas, right, to the South America in particular, also some to North America, and quite a bit going to free cities like Amsterdam and so on, where they had considerable more leverage in terms of how they practiced their orientation to their traditional faith of Judaism. Many of them had already been converted forcibly or otherwise to Christianity, and they brought with them to these Ashkenazic lands an unusual intellectual flexibility as a result of their very divergent range of experiences with regards to faith. Let us look, for example, at the tragic case of Uriel da Costa, someone upon whom I meditate frequently, actually, and I've spoken about it in a few different lectures. He is shown here in this fanciful image as the dark, brooding man who has, as a young boy on his lap, who's supposed to be a figure, a representation of the earlier Baruch Spinoza. In many ways, they are quite complementary to each other. Uriel da Costa, very briefly, was a Portuguese man, Portuguese Jewish man. He was raised without being told his Jewish origins, and he actually pursued a career. He was very brilliant student. He pursued a career and received ecclesiastical honors at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Then his mother revealed to him, Uriel, I got to tell you that maybe your name gave it away, but we're actually Jews. We've been crypto Jews since the Spanish, the expulsion, of course, conversion of 1497, and the Portuguese Inquisition that was started in the early 16th century. He was initially delighted. He said, wow, that's great. I'm so fascinated. By the way, crypto Jews typically did not tell their children when they were very young about their Jewish origins because there was a tremendous danger should they reveal it to other kids in the neighborhood. So they were typically only enlightened as to their true status when they were young adults. His mother and he managed to leave Portugal, and they ended up in Amsterdam, where Da Costa was thrilled to be part of a real Jewish community, and he was so excited. However, the weakness that he carried with him was that his perception of the Jewish people was entirely based on the documentation he was able to access in Portugal, which was basically the Bible. And so he's reading about great figures like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph and King David and so on. And he's like, wow, these Jews must be remarkable people. And when he gets to Amsterdam, he finds that, you know what, they're not quite as remarkable as he thought. There are some that engage in, inappropriate business practices, and some that engage in intellectually dishonest activity, and he finds himself in a situation where he is a kind of a Baal Tshuva, right, a penitent, at least a really religious person, but he finds that regular FFBs, religious from birth individuals, that's a contemporary term, from birth, meaning religious from birth, they don't necessarily behave with the standards that he expected. He gets into a lot of conflict with local authorities. He actually writes some books which are critical of the Jewish tradition, of his intellectual intellectual genius was coupled with, unfortunately, a mental instability, and he is excommunicated several times. He actually moves to another community, tries to settle in there. The same kind of thing happens. The end of the story is he went back to Amsterdam with kind of a resolution that, as he put it, I have to live in a community, so I agree to live as an ape among apes, meaning he would give up his personal view of what Judaism should be and what Jews should believe, and he'll live within this regular community because he simply can't live alone. He was terribly attached to his mother, he wanted to be near her, and so on. In the final excommunication, the Beit Din of Amsterdam decided that if he were to be accepted back, he had to undergo a ritual humiliation. They said to Uriel, we've done this several times, you say you're sorry, and then right away you go back and do other terrible things. You'll have to view my video on this to understand a little bit more of the practical details. But specifically, they said, if you really want to come back, then this is what you've got to do. You've got to come to synagogue, you've got to confess in front of the entire congregation. You will endure a symbolic flogging. It's not a flogging like, to draw blood and things like that, God forbid, but it was nevertheless in the middle of the synagogue to be flogged, to see such a public, visible sign of public condemnation. And then he would have to lie down on the steps outside the synagogue and have the entire congregation walk over his prone head. Terrible humiliation. He goes through with it, then he goes home. He sits down and writes a 12-page suicide note called, which has been published later, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of a human life. And then he pulls out a gun and he kills himself. Very, very tragic story relating to the question of identity, layers of identity, his earlier Christian identity. He added underlying his newer Jewish identity, the disconnect between his imagined Jewish identity and the identity of the Jews of Amsterdam, among whom we live. Very tragic, and I think quite relevant to modern day. It's actually dramatic versions have been staged multiple times for a very popular opera, which is a very popular play in Europe. Anyway, he's a great example of the kind of intellectual beast that was brought into Ashkenazic lands by the Portuguese expellees in particular because of their earlier Christian status. Recall that this is a process that took place over a century or two, and so there are people who have been Christian for generations who then finally make their way to Ashkenazic lands in order to join a Jewish community, and they've already been colored by a very, very different experience than traditional Ashkenazic tradition. Of course, the figure on the left here is Baruch Spinoza, who is shown by the brilliant painting by Rothschild'S as being so different from the brooding dark Acosta, using light clothing, blonde, and holding on to flowers, and they both gaze at a book. Acosta with this penetrating 1,000-yard star, but with Spinoza with kind of this casual offhand glance. He, of course, essentially repeats much of the story of Acosta. Here is another work by Rothschild'S who is just as fascinated by these individuals as I. Spinoza would also suffer an excommunication from the court of Amsterdam, one that seemed to pain him far less than that of Acosta. You can see in this image where Rothschild'S portrays him as simply walking along the street, engrossed in his studies, whereas the traditionalist Jews of Amsterdam are cowering. One appears to be reaching for a stone to perhaps throw at him, and Rothschild'S is definitely sharpening his axe with this rather polemic image, but nevertheless it points to the narrative that I want to describe here of intellectual ferment that's going on in Ashkenazic lands, particularly in Western Europe, that will eventually find its expression in, at the very least, the Haskalah, and really quite a bit more, as Spinoza, of course, has a stronger arc of influence on Western thought. So we also have, as we discussed yesterday, demographic upheavals with the horrible pogroms associated with the Magnitsky Rebellion and large displacement of people into Europe, where again ideas are circulating, as many Eastern European Jews are encountering some of these Western European ideas. And then we are immediately following the Magnitsky Rebellion with the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which we discussed also yesterday, and that's followed up by Neo-Sabbatianism. This is one of the amulets that we mentioned yesterday, in which Rabbi Yosef Eibeshitz was accused of being a Neo-Sabbatian, and even figures as phenomenal and as important as Rabbi Moshe Kadri Sato were accused of heretical use. So going into the 18th century, we've got so many ideas kicking around, lots of challenges to the status quo, and they will ultimately find expression in the three movements that I described. Let's just look, before we move straight to the Hasidic movement, at the demographic distribution of Ashkenazic Jews and how that relates to the three movements that we're talking about today. This is a great map that gives you a sense of the demographic shift that we described earlier this week of Jews from the Rhineland. There are still significant populations of Jews in Germany by the time you get to the middle of the 19th century, but all Jews have also been admitted, not formally, but basically the earlier expulsion was ignored, so you have Jews making their way into the United Kingdom. But the large mass of Ashkenazic Jewry is primarily in the Russian Empire at this point. In terms of the three movements that we're going to be talking about, the first is the Hasidic movement, that is chronologically the earliest movement, is the Hasidic movement, which is largely centered in what we would call today the right bank of Ukraine and southern Poland. That's where you have the great centers of Rothschild'S and Rabbi, and so many of the towns that are associated with great Hasidic masters are really located in the southern part of the great homeland of Eastern European Ashkenazi. Then slightly to the north, and it's really like a Venn diagram, Hasidim and Masnavim, they live side by side in a street in an Eastern European shtetl. Although when you move further north, you are more likely to have fewer and fewer Hasidim and more Masnavim. Vilna was widely regarded, Vilnius, as the capital of the Hasidic world, the capital of the Masnavic world, primarily because it was the domicile of the great Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Eliyahu Vilna, that we talked about earlier. But there were Hasidic movements active in Lithuania as well, including Chabad, for example. So they're primarily to the north, but as a Venn diagram, they're overlapping with Hasidim. Finally, you have the Masnagdic movement, the Haskalah, which also has penetration into Eastern Europe, but is really based in the northern German region. Berlin is one of the major centers of Haskalah in the early period, and these three movements will interact with each other over the course of the 18th and well into the 19th century, and many of their arguments continue to reverberate through the present day. Well, what exactly is Hasidism? What do we mean when we say Hasidism? I did try to look about it earlier, but in terms of what's important to Judaism, how does Hasidism differ from the traditionalists? I will remind you that one of the elements of Judaism that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its granddaughter religion, Islam, less so Islam, is the notion that while Judaism has some key tenets, like, for example, the idea of monotheism, the idea of life after death, these are all classic elements of Jewish thought, the anticipation of the Messiah, but these basic ideas of belief, of intellectual commitment, can be summarized in a very small number. You can use their various counts, depending on which of the medieval authorities you look at, but you can basically count the key things that Jews must believe easily on one set of hands. It's a small number of mandatory beliefs for Jews. On the other hand, we've got a huge number of practical requirements. Judaism is in many ways much more about practice than it is about belief. Like, what do you do with your day? Judaism, traditional Judaism obviously, has a highly regulated set of rules codified in 613 commandments, which dictate, how you're supposed to live your life. So, if that is the more important measuring stick for what is Jewish, how does Hasidism stack up against Mishnagdim? So, if we put this little chart together and we look at the practices or beliefs of both groups, let's say first, one of the key ideas is, do you believe that there are 613 commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God, and that it defines these 613 commandments that the rabbis have articulated in the oral Torah through the Talmud in particular, according to Jewish law? It's not going to say, well, absolutely, that's our bread and butter, that's what we do all day, is study those commandments, and then you see them also say yes. So, okay, right, that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump ahead to the 20th century, I would say in the 19th century, this is a key distinction with modern movements, which are now called denominations of Judaism, that might not necessarily agree that there are 613 commandments. And even though among the Orthodox there may be some discussion of, well, this particular commandment, number 82, isn't really a commandment, it's just a rabbinic enactment, but you forgot one other that I included to make 613. That's perfectly par for the course for traditional Judaism. But in the 19th and 20th century, then there are people who would say, in the name of Judaism, that no, we think that there are only 10 commandments, or we think that there are even no commandments, that it's all, later creations. This is not characteristic of 18th century Hasidism or Mishnagdim at all. Let's look at some of the key parts of it, like the observance of Shabbat. By the way, the next three, this one and the next two, are really sort of like when a person wants to convert to Orthodox Judaism. These are, in my experience, limited experience with it, these are the three things that they really concentrate on. Because, learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional form is a lifelong endeavor. Study of the commandments itself is part of the whole package. So it's something that you really get better at as you get older. So if someone wants to convert to Judaism, they can't be expected to know and practice everything right away. They might have an attitudinal approach saying, I'm willing to practice everything, I just don't get it yet. So the three areas that rabbis typically concentrate on are observance of Shabbat, observance of Kashrut, and observance of the laws of family intimacy. So looking at Shabbat, right, which has this very complex set of rules of 39 forbidden behaviors that are essentially created or manipulated in reality, like, wonderfully no cell phone use and, so Shabbat, it's not going to say yes, absolutely, and it's going to say, oh, Gavaldic, we love Shabbos, it's great. So they're the same. What about keeping kosher? Oh yeah, it's not good. They love kosher chicken. They detest non-kosher chicken. Hasidim also, yes. Now, as we shall see, they will debate the particular details of what makes something kosher, but the concept of keeping kosher is sacrosanct for both groups. And finally, the laws of family intimacy, which we discussed in the previous class, very basic to Judaism. The Mishnagdim say totally we're down with this, and the Hasidim as well. They will argue over things like what's the appropriate way to construct a ritual bath, mikvah, which is essential, of course, to laws of family intimacy, but they all agree that it is basic Judaism. So, wait a second now. If we want to say that the primary intellectual religious commitment of believing that there is a Torah that comes from God at Sinai is the same for both groups, and all of the key elements of practice are the same for both groups, so what's different about this? Why is Hasidism something new? In large part, it is a matter of style. the elements of Hasidism are familiar to the Misnagdim, but there's a question of what they emphasize. Certain aspects of this very rich millennial tradition receive far more attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do in the Misnagdim movement. And that change in emphasis is something that really makes this a distinct group. Very, very closely related to the prior, its origins in the Misnagdim movement, but nevertheless distinct. So one way to try to understand this is that Hasidism is kind of like Jewish, but even more so, right? Like Hasidim go beyond what is required. Of course, they're going to meet the minimum standards. They want to go to beyond standards, and we can see this in all kinds of ways of life. I am personally most familiar with Chabad, and I think they're a great example of this, right? The fact that there are young people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to move to some remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad house just to serve the tiny number of Jews that may be in the environs. And they dedicate the entire lives to this. That's a phenomenal level of commitment that you do not see in a similar way, in my humble opinion and experience, with the Hasidic or the Misnagdim world. But to give you one concrete example that we already looked at earlier today, the case of payos. So payos literally means corners, and it refers to the corners of one's face. The biblical law, as understood through the traditional Talmudic tradition, is that one, based on a verse in the Bible, one may not use a razor to shave one's temples. Specifically to men, men may not shave their temples with a razor. So, as you notice, the hair on the side of my head, maybe I need a haircut, a trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long. It's more or less the same length as whatever hair is left on the rest of my head. And that's because I am a rich buck and just have the traditional approach, which says no razor. Okay, fine. But the Hasidim say, if we can't take a razor to that part of our head, we're not even going to take scissors to the part of the head. And we're going to let that part of our head just go wild and free. And that's going to be kind of like an outward statement of who we are about. We are Jewish, but even more so. Now, it's not to say that it's forbidden to trim one's payos with scissors. But in Hasidic practice, it's highly discouraged. The idea is, no, you've got to live your life. What they say today, you be you, and your you-ness is in the Hasidic tradition. And we see this with a lot of Kabbalistic-oriented movements, because there is a Kabbalistic element to the payos and to the beard as well. And we see, for example, here, although these are actually fake payos, that they're applied, as we saw earlier in today's lecture, by a makeup artist, nevertheless, it's a very distinct external feature that is readily recognizable. So it's not like this is foreign to the Misnagdim. They'll certainly understand it, but nevertheless, it indicates kind of like a larger approach and style to everything Jewish. That's what the Hasidim want to emulate in their approach. It's ironic as well to note that there's life imitates art, imitates life. The Misnagdim in Lithuanian yeshivas, seeing what the Hasidim doing, sometimes sort of like saying, well, that's a nice idea, Taka, I like that. And so you'll see a lot of young men in traditional Lithuanian yeshivot who are also growing their payos, maybe not as long and as curled as you would see with Hasidic groups, but they kind of stuff them over their ear and things like that. So that kind of shows how there's an ebb and flow and a mutual influence of previously hostile groups. So let us look at how Hasidism has been understood by historians, and specifically look at the question of how did this movement, which in many ways has some kind of extreme elements to it, the payos look extreme, especially if you've never seen them before, how did they successfully capture the masses? So if we look at the great historians, the major historians who have looked at Hasidism, we've got to begin with Heinrich Gretz, very important 19th century German historian who has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of moved into the Haskalah, which will be the subject of our lecture after the break. And he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended to see them as being neo-Sabbateans, being heavily influenced by the Sabbatean ideas, and especially although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics, he regards them as being, credulous and, poorly rooted in the intellectual tradition, buffeted by the horrible tragedies of the Magnitsky Rebellion, and influenced by the leftovers of Shabtai Tzvi's movement. And he says, this is something we really have to extirpate. And it's not the kind of Judaism that represents really the great tradition. And hopefully there won't be too many Hasidim moving over here to Germany, where I'm writing in particular. So he had a decidedly negative approach to the Hasidim. Shimon Dubno, on the other hand, a great historian, also an encyclopedic historian, writing a multiple volume history of the Jews, said, what are you talking about? Obviously, you're too far divorced from the realities of Eastern European Jewish life. The Hasidim represent the true populist spirit of the Jews. That it's true that the Hasidim down in the southern regions of right back Ukraine, southern Poland, were largely divorced from the great Talmudic elite centers of the north. But you know what? They're good, enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to the larger cause of Judaism. And if they find their religious solace in this much more popular movement that has, these charismatic leaders, what's it to you, Heinrich Gretz? And so he developed a much more sympathetic view of Hasidism as kind of like a natural outpouring of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, disseminated directly from the spirit of the people who really yearned for a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get it through arcane Talmudic texts, they would get it through the singing and dancing and friendships that were developed, characteristic of the Hasidic movement. This is especially noted in the work of Martin Buber, who's not strictly speaking a historian. He's a philosopher, but he was instrumental in working with the Hasidic stories themselves, the tales of the Tzaddikim, the great leaders of the Hasidic movement, translating them into German and greatly popularizing them in the western part of the world. His treatment of Hasidism was not really as systematic as you would see with Heinrich Gretz or Shimon Dubno, but it was decidedly sympathetic and emphasized those philosophical elements of Hasidism which he felt were especially appropriate for the burgeoning 20th century, and wrote some very meaningful works based on those. Then you get to Gershom Scholem, who sees them much more as a new iteration of a Kabbalistic movement, really emphasizing the intellectual origins of Hasidism in Lurianic Kabbalah. But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Zion Ymer, a fascinating Israeli historian, who essentially looks to the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a lot more to say about this than I have time for, but the basic gist of his argument is that if you recall when we spoke about the Arenda in the Magnitsky lecture, there, basically noblemen owned entire towns in the post-Slovenian Commonwealth, and that also meant that they actually owned the right to name the chief rabbi of any particular location. It was not a right that they necessarily were especially interested in until they started receiving bribes to name one candidate over another. And so what ends up happening in the 18th century is that you have these local rabbis who receive their position largely through lobbying efforts with the nobility, the Polish nobility, rather than through genuine pastoral work with their congregation. Why would someone want that? to be the town rabbi. But there's also an economic incentive because that way you would receive the benefit of the local taxes imposed on the Jews for various services. Called the korofka, sometimes called a candle tax, a basket tax, tax on kosher meat, all these things. So in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty easy income, you would sit back and just let people eat kosher meat, and you get the proceeds from it. They would essentially bribe the Polish nobility to get a position like this. And Hasidism, Dr. Juno argued, was essentially a counter-reaction to this corruption in the, air quotes, rabbinic elite. And they're saying, we don't want your stinking rabbis coming from the Polish nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, who will actually, cry with us and console us and will advise us and will inspire us. And so these Hasidic groups developed as kind of like a counterbalance to the dry and uninterested rabbinate that may owe some of its positions to really a corrupt, perversion of authority. I think it's a very fascinating line of argument. There's a lot to say for it. Finally, Ada Rappaport-Albert, a very innovative scholar of Hasidism, who just recently great loss to the scholar community, she said, hey, women were incredibly important in the Hasidic movement. We actually have a few examples of really exceptional women, like Hannah Webermacher, the maiden of Luthier, who was essentially functioning as a Hasidic Rebbe in many ways, having a dish and giving breakfast, things like that. But even besides the exceptional women who attain much more leadership, the fact that there could be a shake-up of the traditional approach to Judaism in which Jewish women had a much more constrained role, just the fact that some of the rules were kind of like looked at with a more flexible mindset meant that many women could assert new ways for them to be involved in the practice of Judaism. And she says some really fascinating things about this. And I strongly encourage you to have a look at it as a gender-based approach, which I think has tremendous merit. So all of these things taken together, they all have merit, of course, but they give us a sense of the complexity of how this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland with such rapidity and rapidly gain the trust of the masses. Okay. Let's just talk a little bit about the origins of the movement, and then we'll take our break. We're going to pick up this lecture after the break, and then continue to the Haskalah. One of the most important contributions to the study of early Hasidism comes from my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman at Bar-Ilan University, a really great historian who's done some pioneering work in a lot of areas. And one of the questions he asked was, almost everything we know about the founder of Hasidism lived in the first half of the 18th century. Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov, is based on teachings of his students, testimonies of the students published much later, and often without critical rigor, and there are contradictions in some of the accounts, and some of them are hard to place or believe. What do we really know about the Baal Shem Tov?
Hi, Mr. Curtis, how are you?
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go. Let me get on my hat real quick. Okay, I'm ready.
Oh, Tito.
Soviet archives. And when he got there, he found, among other things, the Baal Shem Tov's tax forms. He actually found that there were direct references to the Baal Shem Tov, who apparently had a position of authority in this town of Medjugorje. Here you can see enlightened, highlighted the line from the tax records that refers to someone named Baal Shem, who is called a doctor, reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived with on a particular street, a particular address that was apparently provided by the community, and that he was a figure of significant authority, especially towards the end of his life. And so he
All right, there we go.
discussed in his classic work, the historical Baal Shem Tov, derived from Polish records.
Hey.
Great strike.
More complete image of who this
Yeah.
founder of Hasidus
Come on, Rabbi. Get it.
It's an amazing story. What I'd like to do when we come back from the break is begin with the precursors to the Baal Shem Tov to place him in his social and intellectual context, and then we're going to go deep into the conflict with the nostalgia and then the Haskalah. So I want to thank you all for your attention and endurance. Thanks very much for watching.
3 suspected burglars have been killed during a police pursuit in Anaheim. 2 other people in the car earlier this morning survived. Police Sergeant Matt Sutter says
Nice bear.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Good spin.
Thank you.
It's nothing.
Governor Newsom says Republicans in Texas are trying to rig the their congressional representation.
Nice strike.
That's great. Thank you.
Let us pick up from where
Come
we
on,
left
Rabbi.
off.
You can do it.
Yeah, the precursors to the Hasidic movement. What I'd like to do over the next hour is to
No.
from the early Hasidic movement to the
Oh, no. It's okay.
limits, try to understand a certain element of the clash between these two groups, and then we're going to round it out with the third post in this triangle, which is, of course, the Haskalah, the Masculine. So we left off discussing the historical role and the historicity of Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the
Rabbi.
Shem Tov, phenomenal research
Right.
by Professor Moshe Grossman. But in this context, to understand the Baal Shem Tov more appropriately, we really have to go to some of the precursors to think about how
Good spin.
as a figure.
Thank you.
One of the most significant figures in pre-Beshtian research, Besh being the acronym for Baal Shem Tov, is my colleague Dr. Yochanan Rothschild'S, who is, of course, a great scholar at Northwestern University.
Okay.
Almost.
That way. All right. Come on, Rabbi.
Won the National Jewish Book Award for
Got
his
this.
remarkable work, The Golden Age Shtetl, which I highly recommend. But some of his early work in Jewish history of Eastern Europe.
There you go.
Oh, wonderful. There.
Thank you.
Scholars who are called the Balei Shem. Let's just explore that term for a second. By the way, this is a rare archival photograph from my personal collection.
Ooh.
I first met Dr. Rothschild'S in Kiev.
Nice job, Mr. Aquarius.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
The Soviet archive, when he was working in the bowels of the
Well,
Nadsky Library, there's a remarkable collection of Ikhasim, which are communal record books going back to the period we're discussing today, the 18th century, of individual towns scattered throughout right now Ukraine. Absolutely fascinating work.
Come on, Rabbi. You gotta win one now, okay?
I'm trying.
One of these Balei Shem, in particular, Hillel Baal Shem was his name. And as you see, the name
There
Baal
you go.
Shem reappears. So
Drive.
here's Hillel Baal Shem, and there's the Baal Shem.
Get it.
Who are these people?
That's what I'm talking
Hey,
about.
Rabbi. Hey.
So basically, the word Shem
Oh, no.
means
What the
praise,
word?
and Baal Shem
That
means
was
the
crazy.
master of
That was
the
quick.
name.
Go ahead, Rabbi.
This is
Right.
the
Didn't I just get a strike?
for an
No, I didn't see it. My thing
That
glitched.
is,
Yeah, it did. I just did get a strike, and it took it away.
Amulets are a very, very old
Okay.
tradition.
No. Hold on, let me go back.
Aramaic term is
This thing is glitching. It's glitching bad.
Material cultural.
Rabbi, did you get it? Because I don't see it on my thing. It's messed up.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Yeah, something's wrong with this. Hold on, I gotta refresh.
Okay.
Having such difficult time.
Yeah, there's something wrong with it, Rabbi. Something wrong with it. Something wrong with it, for real. But go ahead.
I can't.
Something's wrong with it.
It's your turn.
Something wrong with it. Yeah.
Okay, just rejoin the game.
Which again has
I did it. I did.
Okay, I'll close and reopen myself.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do something because something ain't right.
All right.
The rabbi or the miracle worker would write a small
See, she's right. Something not right.
slip of paper, some kind of
Yeah.
what would look like a magical incantation. And we have many examples of these. We have the Aramaic curse bowls of Babylonia. We have small devices.
Right there. I don't know what's going on, Rabbi.
I don't either.
You might have to start it over or something.
The original writing of a biblical passage.
Okay, do you see it's your turn at least?
Can you do? Yes, it's your turn too.
Oh, I can't send another invite because
You might have to start it over again.
Okay, I can't send another invite because we're in a game.
So these amulet makers were not necessarily.
Okay, I'm gonna resign. I'm gonna resign because something's wrong. Yeah, I'm resigning.
Okay,
there we go. You won.
All right, no, we both won.
Try to do it again.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlatans would get involved and would take people's money without producing anything that would have.
There ain't no glitch here. There we go. Let's go.
Other than perhaps as a placebo. Beyond the scope of this short class to talk about the metaphysical import of these documents and to what degree they are efficacious, but essentially there is an industry
Yay, I got one.
Nice job.
All right, Rabbi.
Producing amulets
Thank you.
have specific needs. And there are lots of these in right back Ukraine, southern Poland, primarily because of the lower level of education of the population there. As I mentioned in the last lecture, the centers of Talmud learning were primarily to the north. And
Come on, Rabbi, you gotta try harder now. Come on, you got this.
Is inversely related
Are you sleepy?
Jewish education in a given place. I could
Get
be
it.
wrong about that. At any rate, a lot of these
Come on, Rabbi, you got this now. Strike it.
That's
No.
why Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, who was also noted for his wonder-working
You
miraculous
want this?
was known as the Baal
Good
Shem
dog.
Tov.
Uh-oh, hey, you can write that one down.
I agree.
His name being the name of God, or the master of the name
No.
is
Okay,
good,
I want Rabbi
as
to win.
opposed to all of those other Baal Shem who are not so reliable. The Baal
I'm gonna
Shem
win.
was the backdrop for the emergence of this unusual individual.
All right.
Come on, Rabbi.
Who managed
You
to
got
bring
this
together
now. Strike.
as a charismatic individual, a circle
Hey,
of
you should not that one down. You
disciples
could have got it straight.
and these innovative teachings of Hasidism.
No.
Yeah, you got it.
Prior to
Okay, you got this. It's okay. Still a winner.
This was essentially the nucleus of the modern Hasidic movement. It also had a lot of relationship to early book culture because while they may have lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training, literacy was
Get it.
a pace in this area. And with the Hasidic
All right, Rabbi, you got this now.
publications that had a
Thank
very
you.
dramatic impact on proving the
Yeah, come on, Rabbi, you got it.
Get it.
to more of a formal culture. We see this incident.
All right, it comes down to this. Get a strike, Mr. Aquarius.
Published in his lifetime, despite his massive writings, which remained
You're going to strike it. I believe in you.
the Hasidic movement largely spread, not so much
No!
Israel, but
Rabbi got it. I want him to win anyway. Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Strike now. Give us 2 strikes. 2 strikes, Rabbi. 2 strikes.
Known as the Rabbi of Nazareth. He had 5
you got
distinct
this,
students who, as you can see from this remarkable work, the historical atlas of Hasidism published by
Good
Princeton,
fair.
his followers spread throughout the world. The Maggid of Nazareth really represents
There you go.
Yes.
institutionalization of
I win you win, Mr. Aquarius. Good job.
Good job. Yeah. We both won.
That's right. All righty, Mr. Aquarius.
All right, then.
Sweet dreams to you.
Okay. Sweet dreams. I'll see you in the morning or tomorrow.
God willing, thank you.
God willing, see you tomorrow.
Yeah, God willing, take care.
All right, you too.
Sweet dreams.
But
All right, you too, sweet dreams.
Thank you.
Tell Adia say hello, okay? And I'm thinking about it. Okay.
Sweet dreams.
That was innovative and energetic and was rapidly.
Bye-bye, Rabbi.
But they
Take
only
care.
began to think of themselves as a movement, as kind of like something which is really coalescing around a body of ideas and practices that are, distinct in a useful manner from traditional Judaism when they began to be opposed. So ironically, just like the traditionalists received their self-definition as components, misnagdim, from the emergence of the Hasidic movement, the Hasidic movement itself really derived a tremendous amount of self-definition from that opposition. So they're kind of like learning to draw the lines that separate them, and that helps them focus their own energies into what it is they are all about. That opposition primarily came from the circle of the great Vilna Gaon. Here's another image. What exactly were the Misnagdim opposed to? What exactly was their problem with Hasidism? So let's have a look at several key aspects of that opposition. The first is that the Hasidim were organizing separate prayer groups. Part of the reason for this was the less rigorous degree of scrupulosity that was applied to the prayer times as defined by Jewish law, particularly by the Misnagdic orientation. Let me just explain this for a second. In traditional Judaism, there are three main prayers of the weekday: Shachar, Mincha, Marav, the morning prayer, afternoon, and evening prayer. And the rabbis of the Talmud, in fact, it's the very first thing that's discussed in the Talmud, is trying to delineate when exactly are those times. When is morning? When is afternoon? When is evening? When do we schedule these prayers? So the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, tended to have a fairly rigorous definition, a fairly confined definition of the window of opportunity to represent, particularly the morning prayer. The Hasidim, however, argued that what's more important, the adherence to those details, which, by the way, particularly as you move further north in Europe, the higher level of latitude really changes the times in which those morning prayers may be recited. Do you really want to drag yourself into this kind of prayer? In the summertime, it could be really super early too. So do you really want to drag yourself in there? You're not even awake and mumble these words without any contemplation as to what they mean. Perhaps it's more valuable to God to, wake up refreshed, to spend a little time in contemplation, maybe even eat a little breakfast to revive yourself, and then go to synagogue and pray like a mensch, like a human being. And so the sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct times of prayer meant that a specific community had to have a separate prayer house, a specific prayer house. And this level of division within the community was regarded very negatively by the Misnagdim, and they took issue with it. And so related to that is sometimes they're just ignoring the mandated prayer times. By the way, Hasidim would counter, of course, that we're not ignoring the regular prayer times. What we're doing is we're making sure that the minimum requirement of certain prayers are actually recorded and actually recited within the mandated time. But the fuller prayer is really only recited perhaps a little bit later than the traditional time, but it's recited with kavanah, with intention, and with meaning. That's far more valuable. They argued that another element that contributed to the separation, this fissuring, fracturing of the community, was that the Hasidim were adopting a different prayer rite, that of the Ari, the great Arizal, we discussed earlier, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the great Kabbalist of the 16th century. And this was distinct from the prayer book that was used by the Misnagdim. Again, if you were a Martian landing on the planet, and you asked someone, can you please explain to me what's the difference between the Misnagdim, and you would show him, we assume he's Martian is a him, I don't know what pronouns they would use, but you show him the regular sitter and the Ari sitter, and he would say, well, it's not like there's a huge amount of difference here. The percentage of words that are different or in different places are I'm guessing, single-digit percentages. Is it really that huge difference? And of course, right? Because it does mean a lot. But the Misnagdim had an issue with the Hasidim for changing the writer players. There's a more significant issue. And by the way, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this, but Ben Zion Dino really did dig deeply into each of these issues to look at the economic roots of all of these shifts and how that had implications for the revenue streams that were generated by the Jewish population. And more significantly, did those streams flow? Did they flow to the traditional rabbi who may have received his position there as a result of driving a Polish movement, or did they flow to this charismatic, popular Hasidic rabbi who received his position by popular assent, particularly in the early 18th century? So one of those most taxed issues was kosher slaughter, right? When you have a kosher meat produced, then there's taxes that have to be paid to cover the supervision and things like that, and also that not all animals, when they're slaughtered, are slaughtered correctly, or they turn out to be healthy enough to be consumed for kosher stipulations. So that means an element of loss for the kosher butcher. What is he supposed to do? So that's why there's a huge tax applied to try and offset those costs. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim differed on a fairly fine point of Jewish law regarding the sharpness of the blade that is used to slaughter the animal. If it is too dull, then it requires the slaughterer to forcibly push on the animal's neck with more pressure than is appropriate, and that causes the animal more pain. But the thing is, if you make the knife too thin, you sharpen it too much, that even the slightest thing, if it hits the table incorrectly or something, that can cause a tiny nick, which would rip the neck of the animal rather than slice it. And as a result, that would also cause the animal pain, and these have implications for whether or not the animal is kosher. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim disagreed on the degree at which the knife was honed, and therefore Hasidim said, well, we really, since we differ, we need a separate shopet, we need a separate slaughter, a ritual slaughter to prepare our meat, and that, of course, has implications for the revenue stream. One of the charges laid at the feet of the Hasidim by the Misnagdim was that they disregarded the study of the Talmud. They were so deeply involved in the ethereal wisdom of the Kabbalah that they weren't studying the Talmud as deeply as they should. This is probably true for the early period, especially because, as I described, the nature of the distribution of higher education in the Jewish world at that time. But certainly as you go through the 19th century, it's no longer true. And Hasidim are just as likely to be deeply involved in the Talmud as Misnagdim are. But related to that was, instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying Kabbalah. And as we mentioned in the last lecture, this was like, oh my gosh, the Kabbalah is like super advanced study. We respect the Talmud, or the Kabbalah, say the Misnagdim. We consider it the Holy of Holies. But it should only be studied by a very, very limited coterie of highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who have already completed the entire Talmud and all of the commentaries and things like that. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere, and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers. You can't do that. That's not okay, says the Misnagdim. And then they get a little bit more serious. They say, you know what we heard about these Hasidim? They engage in raucous, unruly, even drunken behavior. Doing things like turning somersaults in the middle of the synagogue, wildly gesticulating during prayer, clapping during prayer. They engage in farbrengens, which are like gatherings with a lot of alcohol, and they sing all kinds of songs, but then they go into other tangents which are really not appropriate, and they argue about the general sense of decorum that the Hasidim manifested, which they said was totally against their much more sober, staid, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at Hasidim and Misnagdim today, because they kind of borrowed from each other. Hasidic prayer today is certainly, with with some exceptions. There are certain groups that definitely have some rather unusual practices, but most Hasidim pray today with a lot of the discipline that the Misnagdim were cherishing, and a lot of Misnagdim, on the other hand, can also, shuckle and, bow back and forth with great violence and intention. That was probably an influence of the Hasidic movement back in the 9th century. So they really borrowed from each other quite a bit. Finally, one of the most nasty charges was that they were breaking laws, not following halacha, and they adduced a variety of things, big and small. And even they were following the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. Kind of interesting that usually the charges are laid out in a similar order like this, which goes from things which are much more objective and easy to quantify to things which are much more kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't really sure about. But it certainly gave a certain amount of impetus to the nature of the charge against the Hasidim. So how did they respond? So the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the tips said, wait a second, what is going on here? They went to meet with the Vilna Gaon to explain where they're coming from and say, no, we're not trying to represent a different movement. And a lot of these things that you're saying are like not true, like the Sabbathing and things like that. But the Vilna Gaon would not meet with them. The Misnagdim pronounced a formal ban in 1772 and even burned some Hasidic texts in consequence of that ban. This is, by the way, something that will happen quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of the Maskilic texts shortly as well. The Hasidim, who are now, demographically quite strong, and they issue counterbans and their own book burnings. So it's pushed back onto the Misnagdim. And both groups begin to reify their relative positions to each other. A very, very strong social ban was issued in 1781 against the Hasidim in an attempt to kind of extirpate this nascent movement, but it was already too late. The movement had already found so many willing and happy adherents in the southern part of the continent, and it just was not going to go away. And perhaps one of the most focused moments of the dispute was when a particular rabbi in the city of Minsk, a traditionalist rabbi, lost his position to a Hasidic candidate in 1794, and then this Minsk rabbi took the drastic step of going to the secular authorities of the Russian government. We shall discuss the implications of what that meant shortly, and said that the Hasidim are essentially rebels not only against the traditionalist Jewish community, but by extension against the state. They represented a disruptive element in Russian society writ large, and they had to be controlled. And as a result, the Alter Rebbe was arrested and interrogated. He was ultimately released, which forms one of the many release from prison holidays that you'll have in the Hasidic tradition. But by this point, the movement has really bifurcated from the Misnagdim. It was very difficult to repair relations, although that would be coming maybe several decades away. So the Misnagdim, during this period of the late 18th century and the early 19th century, are seeking to define themselves primarily in opposition to the Hasidic movement. This is one of the great centers of the Misnagdim movement. It is the yeshiva of Volozhin in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is perhaps the greatest of those yeshivas. It was founded by the principal student of the Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin. So what did they emphasize? The Misnagdim said, okay, we have to define ourselves well in our revolution of tradition, our rebellion of tradition. We have to refine ourselves and define ourselves against the Hasidim. So what do we believe? First of all, we believe in text, right? They said, you know what? All this stuff, these stories, these maisalach, these drinking parties that are disguised, say the Misnagdim, as religious gatherings, that's not for us. We're all about what does it actually say here in this book. So a tremendous amount of emphasis devoted to really re-emphasis, re-energizing the emphasis on the Talmud itself, on its commentators, and so on. So it's really huge commitment to the text. And in fact, in common parlance, when a Litvak says that someone says a Torah, an interpretation of some Torah passage, and it's kind of like sort of stretched, then people might say, well, that sounds a little bit Hasidic, meaning it's not really true, it's kind of like inventive and maybe clever, but it's not the real deal. What does it actually say? That's what we want to know. That's kind of like a more of a Lithuanian cultural orientation. The Talmud in particular is elevated as the text, bar none, of the Lithuanian tradition. But that does not mean, and this is not something new, this is kind of a reinforcement of something which was true prior, but it receives even more emphasis, much more strength in the community. Things like children are taught the Talmud earlier, are expected to reach higher levels of Talmudic study as a result of this cultural orientation and so on. But that doesn't mean that the Kabbalah is ignored. As I mentioned, of course, the Lithuanians revere the Kabbalah. So they say, okay, yes to Kabbalah, but very, very carefully. And in one of the most fascinating books of the Mishnagdic tradition, something that really affected my life deeply, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin writes this book, the Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. His first name, of course, is Chaim, so it's also the soul of Chaim. And this is, in many ways, the Mishnagdic response to the Tanya. The Tanya, deeply dipping into the wells of Kabbalistic wisdom and offering a book for a wider reading public, proved to be an extremely popular work then and now. And so the Mishnagdim countered by saying, hey, don't think that there's no Kabbalah in our Mishnagdic movement. Have a look at this book, which is a truly amazing book. Let me just tell you one personal story about it. I remember when I first went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I came to it as an adult, so I did not have a strong childhood background in Talmud. And I was doing fairly well, I was enjoying it and so on, but after a few months, I was speaking with my senior colleague, Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was privileged to encounter one of my teachers in Talmud. And I was speaking to him on the phone, and he said, how's it going? And I said, well, it's okay, it's kind of interesting, but, we're doing a lot of Toshos, and it seems a little bit like, I sit down, the crossword puzzle in front of me, the deal, to make a distinction, I'm just giving a metaphor. It's a crossword puzzle, I solve the puzzle, I go on to the next puzzle, I come home, go to sleep, then go back, another crossword puzzle, right? And I was seeing it largely as a kind of a dry intellectual exercise that wasn't giving me kind of like the charge that I wanted spiritually. So Rabbi Becker said to me, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Get a copy of this book, Nefesh HaChaim, because I was studying Lithuanian yeshiva, and this is a very Lithuanian book. And he said to me, just one thing, don't read it for more than 15 minutes a day. Just focus on 15 minutes, read it deeply, but don't get too crazy about it. So I picked up the book and I fit it into my day because I would normally take the bus from where my wife and kids and I were living to the yeshiva. It was about a 15-minute ride. And I would say, okay, on the bus, I will read extra time. And I read it and it was so engrossed and it was impossible to tear my eyes away from it. It was so impressive. It continues to have an impact on my thinking today that I frequently goes way past my yeshiva staff. And when I finally looked up, I was like in the middle of, Shuafat or some distant neighborhood of Jerusalem. And I had to get off the bus and then get on another bus going back the other way because I was so engrossed that I could not stop when I was at 15 minutes. Anyway, that just gives you a little bit of a sense of how the Mishnagdim are reacting and shaping themselves and doing very creative things in an attempt to meet the new challenge. And they are also, as we mentioned several times now, carefully borrowing from the Hasidim. They were loath to accept the idea of the tzaddik And there were certain aspects of the behavior of the tzaddik, tzaddik being the leader of a Hasidic dynasty, sometimes referred to as the Rabbi, depending on the specific group. There were some aspects of the behavior of certain tzaddikim, the establishment of large courts, sometimes quite lavish, almost royal in flavor, with conspicuous consumption. They were skeptical of the practice of writing kitla, the individual Hasidim writing a little note of petition, and then paying a small fee to the Rebbe, a pidyon, which would then be used for charitable functions, things like that. That was the theory. And then having the Rebbe include that bittul somehow in his prayers. All of these things were viewed with great skepticism and frequently disdained by the Misnagdim. So they weren't prepared to go that route. But they didn't really value the level of adoration that the ordinary Hasidim would lavish on their intellectual spiritual leaders. And so the Misnagdim movement also began to move more in that direction, where the Rosh Yeshiva was someone, the head of the academy, was someone who began to receive an inordinate level of veneration compared to earlier periods in Jewish history. So there's again another borrowing from the Hasidim. So we've had a chance to look at the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. There's a strong degree of conflict that deals with the spirit, but now we've got to go to our final section, the third pillar, as it were, of this conflict. Let's look at the period of the Haskalah and the activity of its adherents, known as the Maskilim. So this particular picture is a famous one. It shows on the left the great Moses Mendelssohn, the father of the Maskilim movement, and he engaged in a game of chess with one Father Lavater, who was in a very sad moment in European Jewish history. They had maintained a personal friendship in which they spoke freely and openly, and then all of a sudden Lavater came out with a publication that scandalized Berlin in the 18th century, saying that Moses Mendelssohn has basically indicated to me that if he had his way, he would abandon key elements of Judaism and maybe even convert to Christianity. And so therefore he charged them publicly. He sort of claimed to be outing him and said that he demands that he either convert to Christianity or submit to a debate. Really an unfair kind of thing to do. We don't know the degree of veracity of whatever they actually said to each other. But Moses Mendelssohn was scandalized by it, refused to participate in the debate. He later wrote some very sophisticated works, including his key work, Jerusalem, which is a defense of Judaism and a repudiation of Lavater's charges, so much so that the figure in the background, Lessing was his name, wrote a dramatic work called The Three Rings, I think it was called, in which Mendelssohn was likely disguised as a wise king who somehow managed to mediate between the three great faiths. But let us go to the historical roots of the Haskalah. We got to go back further again to some elements of Jewish thought that I think really can be traced quite directly to an earthquake that occurred in Ferrara in northern Italy in the year 1570, where one figure named Azaria de Rossi, who was basically a copy editor, a proofreader in the early age of public publishing, not an especially profound scholar at that time, but there was this horrific earthquake in his town of Ferrara that required all of its population to decamp from the ruined city, which was still being affected by aftershocks, and live for a period of time in the fields outside the city. Outside these fields, a lot of populations that didn't have a lot of time for open-ended conversation suddenly came into enforced contact with one another, and Del Rossi had some remarkable meetings with some Christian monks. And in that context, he learned a lot of really really cool things, was able to identify that they had access to the letter of Aristeas, which he was able to identify. Really some phenomenal things, and they had very, very effective conversations about a whole range of scientific, theological, and other aspects. And kind of like worked into the way of thinking that we see in Maimonides of accepting truth from whoever speaks it. He came out then with a great book called Neo Einayim, which is in many ways the first really maskilic book that advocates for the greater appreciation for what non-Jewish culture has to offer, and this will prove to be an extremely influential book. Then we have to add to it the Portuguese Jewish diaspora, which we discussed in the previous lecture. Jews who had already been soaked in Christian intellectual traditions and had ipso facto a kind of flexible view of identity and varying perspectives. And then they finally reclaim their Judaism in their far-flung diaspora. They bring a very different ways of thinking to both the old world and to the emerging new world, where there are a lot of Portuguese Jews living as well. So by the time you get to the 18th century, you have figures like Moses Mendelssohn, who personally, he represents kind of like a formative liminal figure between two periods. He himself was scrupulously observant. He was a halachic Jew in the full sense of the term, and he never deviated from what we would call today, the term is anachronistic, but he never deviated from Orthodox status. However, he managed to attain unprecedented heights in Enlightenment culture in Germany. He mastered the German idiom of the day, which was not that common among Jews who were speaking primarily Yiddish, very closely related to German and can be understood by a German speaker, but kind of has the patina of a medieval peasant dialect to German of the era. And not only that, he mastered to the level where he was actually able to engage in high-level literary discussions. Engaged with Immanuel Kant in literary essay competition, in which Mendelssohn fared actually very well, and he was regarded as something of an anomaly. That here was a Jew, which Christian society largely regarded as being backward and primitive and having very little cultural merit, but he was able to really contribute to the highest levels of European culture of the day, and so he was widely regarded and celebrated by German liberals in particular, adherents of the Enlightenment tradition. And one of his principal arguments, both in his own person and in his writings, was that the artificial boundaries and limitations that are placed on Ashkenazic Jews in Germany should be lifted. The term that would be used for this is emancipation. That's an American term that's widely used in historical literature today. It isn't really emancipation like freedom from slavery, because Jews were hardly slaves at this time, but they were laboring under a huge body of varying restrictions, some of them which were quite anti-Semitic in nature, restrictions on residency, restrictions on what fields they could enter, economically, restrictions on higher education, numerous, sometimes humiliating restrictions like the requirement to take a special oath, because if they were called to court, their word was not accepted, and they had to have a special, special text, sometimes with humiliating rituals that went along with it. And so Mendelssohn argued that all of these things are backward and irrelevant and should be dispensed with. For our purposes, because we're really focusing on the question of engagement with larger society and the intellectual exchange, he argued that Jews should be accepted into the intellectual streams of discourse of his era, and that was his principal thrust of his raison d'etre. Now, as the movement progressed, many of his followers would not accept the bargain that they could remain in the traditional Orthodox lifestyle and still be accepted by general society, and they argued for greater adaptations to Western society, which included jettisoning of Jewish beliefs. One of the principal proponents of that approach was Solomon Lyman, a fascinating individual who left behind a really entertaining autobiography. In many ways, he was Mendelssohn's peer in terms of his mastery of the German idiom. But unlike Mendelssohn, he chose to abandon his Jewish roots. And although he made a career essentially out of being an ex-Jew and what he had to say as being an ex-Jew, he could describe with ridicule the Jewish experiences that he had. And when he was a youth, he was quite a bit of an intellectual seeker. So he actually spent time in the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezrich himself. He actually portrays somewhat of a sympathetic portrait of the Maggid, but nevertheless he moved on from that and he went to Germany. He never had the same degree of acceptance or of success of Moses Mendelssohn, but he represents kind of like the different direction that the Haskalah took, which represented a moving away from Judaism. Mendelssohn strived with limited success to create a movement that absorbed some elements of Western society without abandoning Judaism, but it was a very strong movement, the Maskilim, who simply said, you know what, it's too difficult. If we really want to get into Western society, we have to give up our Jewish identity. So in Western Europe, this was perhaps most well illustrated by a fascinating moment in the late 18th century, which really brought Mendelssohn to the fore. And it was the premature death controversy of 1772. Basically, a number of figures, including a rather unusual non-Jewish individual and an early Maskil, and I have a separate lecture on this, so if you're curious, go have a look at my YouTube channel for the premature death controversy, and we'll see what we're going to discuss there, approached the local Duke Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin and said, there's a horrible problem. People are being declared dead and buried before they're actually deceased. And the Duke said, that's terrible. Are you kidding? I can only imagine the horrible fear that would result from such an event. And they said, you know who's the worst at it? The Jews. Because the Jews have this custom, which is observed to this day, that it's considered disrespectful to allow a body to remain in state longer than necessary. And rapid burial, in Israel, for example, within 24 hours is considered the norm, is much more preferable, largely from a philosophical and Kabbalistic reason, because the rapid decomposition of the body is believed to be associated with the process of atonement, and so therefore it's considered a kindness to the body to bury it as soon as possible. But that means that the Duke said, if this is happening, then Jews are being buried without proper supervision of their death certificates. He therefore made a public health decree that Jews may not bury their dead until they wait 3 days from the moment of expiration. They've got to wait 72 hours before they bury their dead. By the way, the image that you're looking at here is part of a whole host of really unusual devices that were sold not only in Europe in the 18th century, but into America throughout the 19th century, of like emergency signal that you're not dead devices, like this coffin that shows on the left a man lying in his coffin in some kind of deep coma, but when he wakes up, as you see in the picture on the right, he squeezes a little bulb and his flag goes up. In other versions, there's a string and he can ring a bell, and people will be alerted to the fact that, hey, there's someone who is prematurely buried, and they will go pick them up. So the Jewish community turned to Moses Mendelssohn and said, you got to help us out here. They also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who was a traditionalist, but Rabbi Yaakov Emden said, you know what, I think you're better off going with Moses Mendelssohn in this regard. Moses Mendelssohn wrote a document that convinced the Duke to modify his position, And so there was a temporary reprieve from that particular decree. But Mendelssohn then wrote back privately to the petitioners and said, you know, I did this for you, I got it done, I'm glad to hear that, but listen, the truth is, it's not such a bad decree. I mean, the risks to public health of premature burial is pretty awful. And he pointed out that Jews had historically practiced a kind of delayed burial, as you see in one of these catacombs. I believe this is from Beit Shan in northern Israel, but we have them in Europe as well, in Italy, for example, where Jews would practice kind of like shelf burial, and then in some cases they would actually return to collect the bones after decomposition occurred and rebury it, reinter it in a family crypt. There's lots of ways in which Jews practice burial. You don't have to necessarily do this 72-hour thing or this 24-hour thing. And he pointed to use science and the Torah, really the history of Torah and tradition, to say that, you know, we actually got it done this time, but I'm not sure we should really be entertaining with public health dictates like this. We should be more engaged in civic society. We should be, you know, part of Germany itself. Even if they don't recognize us as proper Germans yet, we should always demonstrate to them that we can be proper Germans. Now, sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Solomon Lyman, this went really far. One of Mendelssohn's students, David Friedlander, shown here, you know, in their long struggle to receive emancipation in Germany, which, by the way, in France was delivered almost immediately. 1789 was the revolution, and then by 1791, Jews were emancipated. There's obviously a lot to say about how effective that was, given the Dreyfus Trail 100 years later, but I don't want to go into France right now. Let's turn to Germany. David Friedlander said, you know what, the truth is, all of these things that you're saying, Moses Mendelssohn, are totally true, but the Germans just aren't going to accept us until we do something pro forma. And so we actually advocated the so-called dry baptism, meaning, you know what, why don't we just, you know, we don't really believe it. Why don't we just go along and convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism, maybe, that would be a nominal Christian identity that would seem to the Portuguese Jews it would work.
You get out there, you too. Answering a couple of kids, you know, some stuff and dropping. Go to Hot Topic. I call it Tropic. That's not my topic. I seen some kids at Hot Topics.
Crusade era digital acceptance of refusal of baptism, and then we'll get everything we want socially, legally, and so on, with only this minor
Miley Cyrus.
Officially,
Billie Eilish.
But unofficially,
all the kids. She always wears baggy clothes behind the bush.
German Jews in particular choose a nominal baptism in order to provide social and economic advancement, especially for their children throughout the 19th century.
Somebody's got them. She might.
She does. Yeah.
Is she of age? I've known this before. She is. Billie Eilish.
And draw the line and say here and no further. The no further was frequently adopted as an option. Some people, like Rabbi Samson of Hirsch, a very important thinker who influenced, by the way, his teacher Heinrich Kretz that we discussed in the last lecture, he said, you know, we can't stop this train. It is overwhelming. There's too much of value in Western European civilization to hope to keep the Jews boxed in. And so therefore he argued that what we should do is rather articulate a clear set of boundaries. What are those things that Jews may sacrifice in adapting to Western norms? And what are the things which are sacrosanct and must be maintained? And so he actually developed a form of what would later be called modern orthodoxy, meaning it was both modern, Western European, and engaged in society and so on. But at the same time, it was orthodox, keeping fast to the core tenets and mandatory behaviors of Judaism, carefully shaving off those practices which were felt to be purely customary in nature and historically determined and of little theological value, but steadfastly defending those elements which were nevertheless mandatory for Jews. By the way, many felt in the era that Samson Hirsch, Rabbi Hirsch was looked a little bit too modern with this image, so you'll see versions of the same picture where he has a much more healthy kind of like, that's really an Orthodox view there, don't go with the other one. That's basically what's happening in Western Europe, right? The Ashkenazim of Western Europe are having difficulty finding that space where they can maintain their Jewish identity without completely submitted, sometimes in a very slavish way, to European norms, including conversion. And a smaller group, sometimes with great internal dissent, separated from the rest of the
It's better be up front. Is it though? Yeah, I think
You gotta divide them a perfume or cologne.
not take too much time. Not take too much time. Yeah, smell yourself. Think about you.
There's a difference in the population density of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, it's a fairly thin number. You can see lots of yellow numbers here, which is 1 to 4% Jewish population. But as you move to the east, you're seeing 5, 10, more than 15% Jewish population. That big purple blurb there in Podolia, Bessarabia, is really the heartland of the Hasidic movement, especially in northern Hungary too. You see more purple over there. So the dynamics of the Haskalah shake out very differently as Mendelssohn's ideas move to the east. There's also a huge difference in the political context. Whereas in Germany, where much of the Haskalah activity was happening, there was the potential that Jews might be accepted. There was a strong movement of liberal Christians who advocated for that. Christian Willem von Dom, for example, who said that, yeah, the way we're treating Jews is not really appropriate. We should move forward with this. So there was political possibility for a significant advance of Jews, kind of like a carrot just dangling in front of their eyes. There was a lot in German culture that these Maskilim Jews revered. The great poetry and Goethe, Schiller, the music, the Beethoven, the philosophy of so many figures, Hegel, and others. They saying, you know what, there's a lot to choose from here in German culture. So they were very attracted to it. The Haskalah was deeply attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish and German was not such a big chasm for Jews to jump over that. And Russia, on the other hand, very different. Politically, forget about it. We're talking about the period of the Tsars, which was, generalizing, but in the 19th century, really quite repressive. Jews were still regarded as inozemniks, as foreigners. They were, they were not participating in the Russian narod, the peoplehood of the area, and it was an autocratic state with very little possibility of serious change. In fact, that change was only coming in the 20th century. The restriction of Jews to the Pale of Settlement in the late 18th century, that would become quite onerous as we move forward through the 19th century. There was a very different and hostile attitude in Russia in comparison to Western Europe. Culturally, the Jews were not as thrilled with Russian culture as they were with German culture. Russian culture of the 18th century in comparison to Western culture, German culture is no comparison. They didn't have the same literary heft as the Germans did going into the 19th century. It's true the Russians really surged forward in the 19th century. People like Tolstoy and Pushkin and Turgenev and Dostoevsky. But at this period, there is less attraction in Russian literature for Jews. And linguistically, Yiddish and Russian are much further apart. It's true that Jews mastered enough Russian for, what minimal contacts they needed for business. But also, let's not forget that Russian is not even the dominant language except in the cities. In the countryside, it's all Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and those are the languages in which Jews find some utility in terms of day-to-day communication. So there's far less, kind of like attraction of Ashkenazi Jews to the Russian environment in those countries. Whereas in Western Europe, the consequence of much Haskalah is assimilation, like conversion to Christianity and abandonment of Judaism. In the eastern part, they see the value of some of those ideas, but they think about acculturating themselves. And you're like, yeah, we're going to stay the way we are, but maybe we should adopt just little pieces of it and find a way to articulate a distinctly Jewish modern way of thinking. And so where you see that, for example, is in the advance of Yiddishism as a culture, the advance of the secular study of Yiddish culture, the growth of secular Yiddish writings like Mendel Storim, Shalom Leich, and others, the development of a distinctly Jewish political viewpoint, Zionism, and the addition of Jewish values to the burgeoning movement of socialism. All these three things, by the way, will be discussed in much greater detail in the next lecture, so don't be worried by the fact that I'm zipping through them right now to conclude our 18th century time. Some examples of this is people like Joseph Pearl, who was a very important Moscow in Eastern Europe, who, as you can see from this picture here, remained an Orthodox Jew. He was a great proponent of education and set up a network of schools, very significant. Tarnopol was one of the most important centers of this, children's schools, to give them kind of like modern European education. He also was a brutal opponent of the Hasidim, and he wrote under pseudonym some nasty attacks on the Hasidic movement. But nevertheless, Haskalah in general is more closely related to the Litvaks than to the Hasidim. Let me just conclude with some really important points here about the government. I may go a couple minutes over, I apologize, but I want to bring us to a conclusion. In Russia and Eastern Europe, I mentioned the horrific nature of persecution under Tsar Nicholas I in particular. This is the period in which Nicholas I, who emerged as a leader immediately after the assassination of his father in the abortive rebellion, the Decembrist rebellion, he adopted a policy of autocracy in Russia, which meant that Jews were to be forced to fit into the model of understanding of what it meant to be part of Russian society. And it was not an easy fit at all. There were several policies that Nicholas I adopted, including the destruction of the Kehillah, that we discussed way back in the second lecture in 1844, and especially the notorious Cantonist decree. Now, the Cantonist decree was this rule that Jewish children, as young as 12, legally, frequently even younger, were to be impressed into the Russian armed forces on a strict quota. Prior to 1837, Jews could pay a different tax and then would be exempted from conscription. But we should understand that Russian conscription was 25 years in length. This was essentially a lifetime commitment. The 25 years would not begin when a Jewish child was impressed at 12. They would have to spend 6 years in a mandatory training camp called a canton, but they were in these regions. And since the term cantonista, they would spend 6 years in these training camps, and then they would spend 25 years in the army, and that was basically, say goodbye to your sons. You would never see them again because they would be lost to the Tsar's army. They were frequently, exposed to conversionist sermons by the staff there and so on. And the whole idea of this horrible decree was to try and accelerate the assimilation of the Jewish population. But that was the stick. The carrot was similarly placed before them, and that carrot was unfortunately poisoned. Bringing in people like Max Lilienthal, a well-meaning but naive individual who wanted to offer the Haskalah to the Jews of Eastern Europe. They set up a system of crown schools where they said to families, you don't want your son to go to the army, I can understand that. So, but we do want him to learn certain values so they can be productive members of Russian society. So therefore, if you send your child not to the local cheder, not to the Hasidic rabbi, but send him instead to the crown schools where they will receive a well-rounded education in the sciences and the literature and so on, then your son will be exempt from the draft. But these schools, as Lillian Ball himself found out to his dismay, were also very thinly disguised efforts to expose the children to Orthodox Christian propaganda and conversionist efforts. And Lilienthal left in disgust, and he ended up in America, actually. And the crown school system is widely exploited by the Jewish population. But during this period, really 1837 until World War I, Jews were living under some form of this horrific Calvinist decree that certainly pitted not only Jews against the state, but also pitted them against their own communal authorities, because in a diabolical twist, Nicholas I, with his very inefficient government, placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Kehillah leadership itself, which meant that it was the leaders of the Jewish community themselves who had to apportion those conscripts to the Russian law of death and to decide which children would be taken away. In some cases, not surprisingly, corruption seeped in, and you had the children of the weak and the poor and the orphans. They were the ones who were sent before the children of the wealthy and the powerful, which led to a tremendous conversion of the belief of the traditional Jewish community in their Kahal leadership and their traditional rabbinic leadership. It was a horrible moment in Jewish history when the Jews as a whole felt that their own leaders had betrayed them, and you can see this playing out in the enthusiasm that is being expressed for really quite different movements like Jewish socialism a few decades later. We'll get to that in our next lecture. But to wrap this up, what I'd like to show you now is a photograph of Eliezer Steiger, an interesting individual who wrote a remarkable work looking at the grand scope of this triangular conflict between Hasidim, Mishnagdim, and the Haskalah. He wrote a book called Shalom Al Yisrael, and in there he wrote, God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which was in the south, to martial devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. And then finally, the great Moses Ben Menachem, that's Moses Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the land of religion. And ironically, what would happen with these three groups is that first the Hasidim and the Mishnagdim, who are at each other's throats at the beginning of the 19th century, they begin to make common cause when they realize that the Haskalah, moving in from the west, represents a far greater threat to the values that they hold in common, that they begin to dampen their own concerns against the Haskalah, and one can only see kind of like an incorporation of Hasidic values towards the beginning of the 20th century, which will be more of our topic in the next lecture. But ultimately, these three groups begin to find a modus vivendi with each other that's really more characteristic of the 20th century. When I say a modus vivendi, I do not mean that Jews agree with each other over these very deeply cherished values that relate to intellectual origins in the Hasidic movement, the Mishnagdim movement, or the Haskalah, but nevertheless they have realized that there are far greater external threats that are brought to bear on the Jewish people. That means that the arguments are certainly muted when you compare them with the very fractious late 18th century, early 19th century. I'm sorry for going a little bit over time. We will continue with the discussion tomorrow. Actually, it will be on Monday. We'll continue the discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time. It's 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to continuing this discussion with you next week.
A New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: "The psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same. Psychedelics are everywhere. Psychedelics soon be the new Prozac. Investors want it. The most important IPO of the year because people believe in psychedelics. Depression, anxiety, so many desperate specialists use as medicine that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, what is this?"
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
And I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people.
Today we're going to look at the 19th century in particular, kind of like the long 19th century, which begins with the emancipation of Jews in France in 1791, and then we're going to move forward right up until the early 20th century. So it's a long 19th century, to take kind of the phrase that was coined by Eric Hobsbawm. Right, so first of all, what do we mean when we say emancipation? This is kind of like an unusual term. It's a term that's actually borrowed from American scholarship. Emancipation is used to describe the liberation of the African slaves in America, which was clearly of a very different character and quality than the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Nevertheless, that term has been well accepted into the historiography, and we will work with it. Just kind of like we'll talk about tomorrow, the term Holocaust also has some, difficulties and why we should use that term, but it has been widely accepted, and so we will work with it as well. What exactly did emancipation address? Well, we should recall that right up until the late 18th century in Europe, and well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about, and even into the 20th century, if you look at the former Russian Empire, Jews labored under a second or even third-class citizenship status. They were typically understood as resident aliens.
Big brains. Protect that noggin of yours with a head from Mammoth Head, where their head started at 7 3/4 inches wide and just get bigger from there.
Really basic rights, like
It's big heads only around these parts. If you've spent your whole life stretching out heads left and right, or just going without, because nothing fits, Mammoth Headwear is a total game changer.
Yeah, you don't have to get the thing on eBay like I had to get for a hat. I got it off of eBay one time. It was too small. I had to get some hat stretcher, and I swear to God, it's still in the hat stretcher, and I take it off every now and again and try on the hat. It's still too small, and this is 4 years, I swear to God.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, so I couldn't really wear anything before Mammoth Headwear. I mean, they have snapbacks, trucker hats, beanies, sunglasses. They want to dig into your face and give you a headache. So this hats and the sunglasses.
Yeah, you can basically have full outfits from the neck up. And not only will life be a lot more comfortable, you'll look incredible too when you finally get a hat that fits.
Yes, I mean, it will be wonderful. I mean, so you need to head to mammothedward.com and use code WMS for 15% off and free shipping on U.S. orders.
That's a great deal. The 15% and the free shipping. I'm loving that. That's mammothedward.com, code WMS, or click the link in the show notes
And give the giant head of yours the gift of Mammoth Headwear.
Here, where their residency rights could be taken away at any time.
What's up, you
Their
rapscallions?
right to
We missed you. Ah, shit, how are you? We miss you. Miss you.
Miss me. This is the first time you've met me.
Okay, but we like you already.
I saw the post about that William put about Patreon, and I went to it, and I didn't have a Patreon account or anything, so I had to set it up and put my card in and everything. And by the time I actually got the subscription, there was 2 other paid members, and the total was $60. So I don't think I'm the first $40 member, and I just want to say I'm sorry. I failed you guys.
Josiah, just you getting one is beyond sweet. What is the 40 again? That's a mercenary? A mercenary.
Yeah, that's the title. Yeah.
Ooh, welcome welcome to the mercenary level, my friend. Welcome to the vault.
Thank you. I do want to say also, like, as far as the Patreon, I was watching the live stream, and I could not hear Matt. It sounded like you guys were hearing him and interacting with him. I couldn't hear his audio at all.
I realized this after the fact. This is the first time trying to push out a live stream here, and I think I just had the wrong audio input or output rather. Hopefully I fixed it since then.
Well, Josiah, thank you for letting us know, because Grant sure wasn't about to tell us that you found us. He would have thanked you for telling us. He was buried in the lead. So cool. Well, where are you? What are your plans today?
Today, I don't really have much plans. I'm just hanging out at my apartment, chilling. Do you guys know what a Galileo thermostat is? That's pretty cool.
Are you making one? What is it?
No, it's this thing. You get it in frame. It's this thing right here. It's filled with water. It has like these glass spheres in it with like little metal tags. And the one that's floating the lowest says what the temperature is in my apartment.
So 76. Where are you? That's kind of warm. It's a little
I'm in New York. We just have the heat on right now.
turn it down just a little bit. So the heat's actually a good thing right now because it's cold.
Elevation.
Yeah, it is. I can't really control. That's why I got that. Because I can't really control the exact temperature that it is in here. My landlord controls it. So
What?
I
That's
keep that to where it's at. I can turn the radiator on and off, but like he has control over how hot it is. Like how hot the radiator gets.
Is he a nice guy?
So,
Has he ever tried to?
oh, he's the best. Yeah, yeah. He lives here too, so yes, I make sure it's a good temperature.
He's listening. Oh, cool. Yes. Is he listening?
No, but I live alone.
Just like it's really hot.
Not really much furniture in my apartment, as you can see.
Oh my gosh, are you gonna get on Facebook Marketplace? That could be a good place to find stuff.
Yeah, that and Amazon, cheap stuff on Amazon.
Yes, just don't go down to eBay for the furniture, because I got some furniture on eBay, which I never got a couple years ago. It was filled with mold.
Really? Well, also eBay, you're bidding with people, so somebody can come in like at the last second and just take it from your ass, you know?
That's correct. Yeah, if you can. Yeah, sometimes I get involved in the bidding wars, but luckily not too often. Sometimes you have to buy it in the future. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love you.
I actually have another question. So I have tickets to both of the Madison Square Garden shows in August, and I was wondering, are they actually going to take people's names to put in a bucket when it's that many people?
They do it.
Is there a way to sign up?
Yeah, no. I mean, I know for the past arena shows, yes, they were totally getting names and putting them in a bucket. So yes, I would.
That's awesome.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I wonder how many people. I don't even know. I'm sure a bunch of people would sign up for that damn thing. Oh my gosh. But yes, I think they are.
Okay. And do you know, is it something where you just sign up like when you show up there, or is there going to be like a website or something?
Yeah, I think when you get there, and then if you see me, I'll probably be taking some names. If you give me $200, I will extra. I'll put a star by your name. No, I'm kidding. Oh my god. No, but yeah, I think it's just signing up there.
Okay.
Let's think about
Okay, great.
Well, you ready? You got a minute ready?
Maybe. I don't really do. I've done stand up maybe like a dozen times, but I don't really do it like that, you know.
Tell us maybe what you're better with. Yeah, good.
Okay. What was I talking about? We're going to talk about candy bars.
Yeah.
Probably talk about how like real adulthood is realizing that Snickers is like the best candy bar, and you start to look at the other options like Milky Way, Chips Caramel. We got that. Three Musketeers, Silk, what's that called? Nobody knows what that is.
Get that out of there. I do not like either one of those either.
That's why we put a little thin layer on the bottom, just to be classy. Crunch bar is like you're biting into chocolate covered bubble wrap. Nobody wants that.
Baby Ruth, I had one of those on Saturday night. I had a real sweet tooth Saturday night, and I had for the first time in a while a Butterfinger, which I loved. I didn't bites, and then the Baby Ruth was pretty good. That's so good.
Butterfinger is actually my favorite example because it's like, what is that experience? It's like you're biting into something that's 2,000 years old. But it's a Butterfinger. I might as well go up to Greece to be able to see anything, just like gnaw on the walls. For now, or like hold the vacuum right in front of you while you eat them.
I know. I was laying in the hotel room bed, and I just ended up covered in Butterfinger pieces when I woke up the next day and crumbled everywhere.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty much a given. You know, you don't kind of just accept that if you're going to be Butterfinger.
Yep. And everything's looking good, Butterfinger. Okay. All right, Josiah. Well, thank you so much for joining the Patreon. Totally appreciate the support.
Josiah, so much. You guys are my favorites.
Josiah, really quickly, I have a joke for you. Do you want to hear it?
I would love to hear it.
Okay. Man, movies have been pissing me off lately. Yeah, Moulin Rouge. Well, Moulin Asian, but nice try.
I'm allowed to steal that?
If you get on Madison Square Garden, you can tell that shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you need to, and then you can have some more Moulin Rouge, and you can be thinking along those lines, maybe come up with some more Moulin and then Rouge jokes after that tags.
Yes, I love it.
Bring your landlord, because it sounds cool.
Yeah, he's great. It's Tony.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my landlord.
I'm sorry if I'm sweating profusely right now. I'm a little bit excited to be on the show.
Yeah, we do.
That's great. That's great.
A soft filter on here, so not saying, oh, thanks. You said you were maybe going to put soft filters on people. Thank you.
Not on YouTube, but I'm just ready. That's sweet.
Great, huh? I used to play with Roman candles a lot, right? Did you know that, Josiah?
Really? No. New York, they're pretty tight about fireworks, so.
Yeah.
I can't really get good fireworks.
Is that true? That's in that prison, right? That put you in Rikers. Yeah.
Yeah. They like forget about people in there, like don't know what cell they're in.
It's a broken system. Yeah. Attica, they'll put you in Attica. Is that another one? Attica. Is that the Green Mile? I talked to Afternet. Alpaginas. Alpaginas. We love you, Jessica. Yeah, I think you're going to be great. Yeah, I think you guys too. Appreciate it. Yeah, we think you might have what it takes for the mercenary class. It could work out. The rankings.
I'll be there. I'm structuring it in. It's part of my monthly expenses.
Well, get some furniture, though. You do need to get some furniture. Yeah, maybe we should
Actually,
$40.
Yeah, it's just a priority, but a dining room table, sometime.
Yeah, we could have somebody over.
Yeah.
All right, Josiah, bye. Yeah, maybe we need to have them put in their financial statements for the last quarter, and if they're really broke, we'll send them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we got to, especially for the mercenary class, we have to make sure. I mean, because we need the mercenaries taken care of. Yeah, 100%. I mean, he doesn't have any furniture in there. I mean, right. I'm glad you said something because I started feeling some kind of way.
He's living in not a rent control apartment, a climate control apartment. His landlord is able to, at any moment, make him hot or cold, which is concerning.
Yeah, he's sweating. The poor guy's sweating.
It's definite squatter. Yeah, squatter's rights. So brutal.
Gosh. But at least he had that cool down curve space. That was fun. Cool. And then we also got him to think that you did play with him. Isn't that what you wanted? I think that you did.
You did make me feel a little bit cool in there. Here's your background. So now people know where it's at.
Here it is, and yeah, we got to see if you're applying for the mercenary class. We need a statement. Yeah, what happened to Josiah happened to him.
No, we won't let that happen to you guys. We like you even if it's just a kiss and a handshake. You don't even have to give us any cake.
Yes, but if you're sick, do the kiss on, I don't know, forehead, cheek, I don't know, whatever. They're sick, yeah. about to bring in the next person. What's that?
Here goes nothing.
I'm resizing you on camera.
Oh my gosh, snuggle pussy.
Snuggle P-word.
And so
Uh-oh.
he said
We're not hearing you.
Snuggle, I can hear you.
Europe, saying
What up,
that
P-word?
Napoleon was going to be reconstructed.
My little mute button was muted.
There we go. Hello. How are you? What had happened? Had you been? Why was it muted? Had you been on there before doing something? You had to.
I didn't want anybody hearing anything crazy or, I mean, I was probably up to no good. I don't, I can't remember. I mean, I kind of been hooked up to the PlayStation. I mean, I got it all running through this little headset. I got my work, my PlayStation.
What are you playing? Wait, what are you playing on PlayStation?
I've been playing the finals. Diablo 4 again.
What's the finals? Basketball?
No, it's like Fortnite. I don't know. It's like multiplayer. The whole map is destructible or whatever. You blow the whole thing up.
Oh shit. Love it. Don't start playing The Last of Us 2 Remaster because they're
I need to.
I got in the top 20% yesterday. Finished the daily run somehow. Normally I'm not even fucking and it's like I played so much and then finally I had one chance to do the daily run and then I end up a fucking zombie bites me or something. It's raging.
What happens when a zombie bites you?
Doesn't let you keep playing or the game is over. For the daily run, the game is over. That's why the pressure is so high. That's why I think I do end up dying. I can't deal with the pressure sometimes. What do you advise? What should I do?
I mean, you might need to practice up. I mean, I don't know if there's any real life. I don't know if cutting in the gym and stuff, just getting ready for. I don't know.
I haven't. Casey has a little. Casey, I mean, just in case.
Damn.
I know.
Basically, they met.
How's the weather? Oh my gosh, I can't wait.
What are you going to dress up as? Any ideas?
I don't know.
What's been your best Halloween costume ever? Do you have one that pops out in your head, or you can dress her up?
Yeah, one is Gandalf once, but it was really just I just wore a snuggie really and like a beard.
Do you have a wizard's hat?
Yeah, well, it's like not even a wizard's hat. I mean, grab it.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Let's see the hat. It's close by. It's handy. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, oh my god. Look at that thing. Oh my god. Really not. Oh, it's kind of a little floppy. It's kind of funny. Go over there to a music festival or something.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
What's that band?
It's like something I got at the beach. Something cool. I mean, if you're gonna be playing guitar, you gotta have those cool hats.
Who's playing the guitar?
I don't know, like I feel like Santana.
No, I'm kidding. You can play the guitar. That's what I was saying. Steve,
I play the guitar. Yes,
Stevie playing guitar. Virtuosos love hats like that. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Santana, the Bristol Twins, Indiana, right? Indiana, through Lubbock. Yeah, Indiana. Died in Indiana. They died with Stevie Ray Vaughan. They were the pilot. Yes. It was so weird. They had pilots. Stevie Ray Vaughan should have known not to get in that chopper. And it's the Twins. Yeah, they weren't even. They were good. I mean, they were pretty good. They were good people. They're good pilots. Yes. So Snuggle Pussy promises you never get in a chopper.
Ooh, yeah, I'm really afraid of heights. I don't know. I mean,
well, don't get in a helicopter because you're going to be pretty high up.
Yeah, I gotta think I'd die if I went in. I mean, I guess.
You might not die, but I wouldn't risk it. Somebody was actually, I was recently driving to San Antonio and I saw the $20 helicopter ride that they started, the
rotor started to spin. I was like, what fucking person just paid $20 for this fucking helicopter ride? God, that doesn't seem like enough money to cover expenses on like a certified helicopter. No, not at all. It looks like one of those helicopters you see like flying in the ocean or something with like just the two things going around. I don't like that.
Have you guys been in a helicopter before? Like,
same deal. No, I've never. No, I don't think I would. I don't think
it doesn't sound smart.
No, I don't think you could pay me to get on that. I never understood why people wouldn't wear parachutes. Because if it was going down, you figure you could just bail with a parachute to save the day.
Well, what if the helicopter is falling downward, Casey, and would chop your ass up?
It's worth the risk. If you timed it just right, you could go right between the blades. Fair enough. Fair enough. Very delicate.
I've always wondered about jumping out just right before it landed.
I know. Like an elevator. Like if an elevator's collapsing, you just jump at the last second and you're okay.
I never thought about the propeller though. That shit, yeah, I mean, that would probably cut you into a bunch of pieces.
Yeah, I've seen videos of one of those things touching somebody's head and it's immediately gone. Oh, really? Immediate blood spurting out of the fucking neck. That reminds me of that cartel video I watched where they skinned that guy. We talked about it about 12 episodes ago.
Yeah, I saw something I shouldn't have on Reddit today. It was,
tell us.
It was like just a shit. I think it was in Ukraine or something, but I mean, really, they just mowed down this van and then they just went and just pulled everybody out. They're just pulling everybody out. But it was, yeah, they shot him a bunch and pulled him out.
Maybe that's when you press mute on your headset. Maybe you can't see it. Oh my gosh. Watching more videos again.
I don't even
by the way, just
call
to
it a
make sure
bad
that
link
there's
or
not
something. It was,
Be careful, at least you have that short one though. It's got a badass with the eagle with the American flag behind it. That's fun. That's kind of fucking
I got it
on Amazon. I got a bunch of shirts on Amazon. And then it said they were delivered, and I didn't find them for like a week. My neighbors grabbed it or something. So
I think the client ended up putting the packages finally at your place, or you did not have a paper store.
I don't know. I'm so shy around it. They just kind of put it on my door. I was like,
what are they real pretty? And they go, yeah, are they really pretty girls or something? Do they come in?
yeah, they must be.
No, what are they? Are they weird or something? Or why do you feel weird about being or saying
I don't know. I really will just kind of look. There's one day where I think I saw that, but I didn't really introduce myself or anything. So I really barely. They're just like, hey, can you move your car? I'm like,
that's a good conversation starter. Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, you still have time. How long have they been your neighbors?
Well, I don't know. I guess I moved in August or something.
It sounded fun right there. What happened there?
It sounds fun. I moved in August, so I don't know how many months that is. That's like,
well, you still have time. I would say hello because my deal with my downstairs neighbor is some lady, which doesn't matter, but it's a lady, and she just now gives me a weird look. And it's like, what have I ever done? And generally, but I should be saying hello to her, and sometimes I do, and she'll just look at me and walk in the door, her door. So don't be totally snuggle pussy.
Everyone's passing by, and I kind of like wave.
Say hello next time. Deuces wild. I know that could be fun. Deuces wild because that I think means they realize you know how to have fun. You're being cool. Yeah, but you're talking about it all day. So we should hang out with them more. Why don't we ever hang out with them like smoke kush? Yeah, is that what you were about to say? You're about to mention sweet, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, they're always out there blowing dope. I'm like, maybe I should start doing that.
Blowing dope.
Blowing dope.
I was like, oh my gosh, is that a new thing they call marijuana? Dope.
Silencing.
Snuggle Pussy, thank you so much for calling in today. And yeah, oh my gosh, say something to your neighbors. Introduce yourself. And then it's not going to be weird at all. Then it'll be nice when you say
rather quickly
no.
much of this
Hopefully return my package.
yeah. They still have some of your shit.
So here's
There was one that went missing. I don't know if they might have it.
You're going to see them wearing one of your shirts. That would be awkward when you're getting all that.
I was worried they would see all the shirts, but
Win some, you lose some. Okay, Snuggle Pussy, well, wonderful to talk to you.
all right. Have a good one.
Because I do the same thing. It'll be 3 a.m. and I'm Googling like American flag eagle t-shirt on Amazon and one t-shirt with funny logo about blowing past someone on the baseball court. Do you ever find what you're looking for? Do you ever end up getting one of the shirts? Yeah. I haven't pulled the trigger on any hand ones yet, but yeah, I mean, I buy shirts all the damn time. My closet's stuffed with shit I don't wear.
Privileges to study certain subjects in higher education.
Yeah, Graham, what was that noise? Oh my gosh, was that a person? Was that you, Graham? Did I hear somebody? Oh my gosh. Marcus and Janer. Oh my gosh. Hello, Marcus. Can we guess which one's which? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Casey, what are your thoughts? Are you guys a sight for sore eyes? You guys are beautiful. Look at y'all. Y'all are so sweet and y'all are right next to each other. I love it. I needed to see some love today. I'm seeing some right here.
I gotta go scream.
As long as they can
You guys are a cute couple too. Look at us.
That's definitely. I think Marcus was the one screaming. Janet, are you Jader?
Marcus is fine. He's done screaming, so.
Pardon.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, thank y'all. How are y'all doing today?
For example,
So good. Here's the funniest thing. I just cleaned Mark's kitchen for funsies, and now he wants to get married. So.
Well, I was on a few weeks ago, right after Christmas, and I was just talking about Janer the whole time. So, and then we went and bought tickets to go see you in Tacoma.
Oh, cool. On your birthday. Cool. Very exciting. Oh my gosh, so we were messing up. So Marcus, so we're speaking with Marcus. You're messing up.
I'm Marcus. You guys are excited for sore eyes. I was tired of that week.
How does Grant have it kind of nice in there? Or what's Grant? How is
he? Does. He checks in with us. Leaves a couple jokes and a jab.
Cool. Good. Yeah, we told me you're doing me too much credit. I'm coming to Tacoma as well, Marcus. I'm going to be there. Yes.
Just for Janer?
Just for Janer. Just for Janer. Are you running around the apartment right now, Janer? What's going on?
I'm pacing. Here's the thing. Just yesterday, less than 12 hours ago, Jaina rearranged my whole entire living situation, so essentially I was supervising, but it was nothing like it did yesterday.
So do you all actually love each other? You didn't know that? Yeah. You're the last guys.
I don't know if you remember
So hard all the time. He kisses me so much.
So I assume it's looking good in there. Let's see some of your books.
Yeah, she trimmed up my plants.
A lot of
It's a cozy little area now, so.
Yeah, although what books?
Go
Man, you guys have books. You have Infinite Jest.
which was perfectly acceptable.
Do we
for a
have
large
books?
number of
Yes.
Tell me your books.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear about the books?
Tell
But
me
the
your books you
idea of
got.
French equality was quite
I have a lot of picture books. I have books with shoes, pictures of shoes in them.
So we'll have over the course of the 19th century,
Go to your sneakerhead, yeah. I can't afford to buy every shoe in the world, so why don't I buy a book so that way I have all the shoes in the world? You know,
Fair enough. I totally understand it. A book will last longer than shoes.
Jewish
your last lifetime.
by such
True.
wells of
It's true.
liberalism.
well, shoot, how was Tacoma? Us in Washington, we call Tacoma Tecomton, so I hope that, you're safe, obviously, so.
Here's Spokane, you mean?
Spokane, not Spokane.
They call it Spokane.
Great thing you Tacoma, sorry. Got my wires crossed there.
Yes, Spokane. Yes, Spokane. What is it called again? Spokane. Spokane. Yes, Spokane. Yeah, there was a cool waterfall, and I smoked some dro by the waterfall at one point. That was fun. There's a wonderful pancake place. I think it was called the Original Pancake House. Oh, yeah. And it was wonderful. They had a sourdough mixed in with buttermilk. That's interesting. I swear to God, it was. I got blueberry was the second day original. It's the first day. Maybe I like these. It was just the best pancakes ever. Wow. Yeah, it was really nice. But yeah, it was fun. An hour ago. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what that would taste like on my palate. I'd have to try it. Do you like sourdough as much as the next guy? Then I think you would like it. If you were not a sourdough, one time in my life, I hated sourdough. I hated olives, but now I kind of like some. But yeah, at that point in time I tried it, I would spit it out. You weren't ready for it. No.
I tried something new, not last weekend, but the weekend before. Was a peanut butter jelly burger.
What is that? Peanut butter jelly on the bun?
Yeah, it was just like a smashed burger with bacon, cheese, and caramelized onions. And in there was peanut butter and jelly. Delicious, I'll say. I'll get it again the next time I go. So
and that's so interesting. That's what the kid makes everybody eat. Do you remember the Twilight Zone, the movie?
Oh, the movie. No, the movie
sends people to the cornfield. Yeah, the little kid who sends people to the cornfield. He makes his family eat his peanut butter and jelly burgers. But they make it sound gross, but you made it sound really good. I'm sure it's delicious. But yeah, that little kid is so bad, and he ends up, smelling people to the cornfield, to the cartoon world, the sister dies. So your sister dies in the cartoon world. She's running from the dragon. Right here, a piece of blood comes out. They used to scare that. Yes.
Okay,
but luckily yours was much better.
Yeah, that was actually in Tacoma. So while you're in Tacoma,
get one of those burgers.
Yeah, so 571 Grill is a beautiful restaurant. So we're good. We got one of the other day.
Your birthday.
Wait.
Thank you.
You buy a really special outfit just for your show.
I did.
Cool. Well, this is going to throw me off. So the pressure's going to be on too much. All right, well, very nice to talk to y'all.
Oh, you too? Yeah, thanks so much for bringing me into this conversation. You guys are just so fun to look at and talk to.
Well, thanks for coming into the conversation.
The least we could do, Marcus.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see you guys on the 23rd. Plug your show for you at the Tacoma Comedy Show.
Hell yeah. We're going to be there.
Get tickets. Yeah. Casey, congrats to you on regular shit, man. That's incredible. We're so excited.
Oh, thank you. It's going okay so far. I'm excited. Thanks, y'all. It's been cool.
Yeah.
I know it's been great. I know we have to. There's one tonight. Yep, we're coming out tonight.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah. You guys ready? Bringing Grimace out?
We'll see. Yeah, my first one. So this is my first one doing the minute at the beginning, and I don't want to spoil anything, but it's a little bad. So don't judge me on that. It's actually kind of funny. It's just like what hanging out. Yeah, I just remember thinking, oh, this is new because I haven't had it not go great, and I went out and it was like totally silent. I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'm bad. We'll see. But the next one, looking forward to it.
We're gonna watch my rearranged apartment. We're gonna have a little party tonight. Just to watch Phil Tony. So, and actually, the last time I was on here, we had a party for William Montgomery show. So we're gonna have
Perseverance.
Oh, that's exciting. Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, Patreon? Cool. Good idea, guys. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the ads have been, they're maybe now kind of paying for it, but yeah, we're just trying to figure it out.
Cool. No, I think it's great. It might be my first Patreon I signed up for just because I've talked to you twice now.
Sounds good, and it looks like luckily you have some furniture in your apartment. The other sweet fellow at the beginning, there was no furniture.
Oh, he was like living in a salt trap. It was sad.
Yes. No, but we look in a place if you're still watching.
Can I ask you guys a question? Is that alright?
Yeah.
What are your opinions on grown men playing with RC cars?
And he is especially obsessed with
Leave it for the kids. Message received.
There is a pretty cool RC car subreddit though that I frequent. Where people are showing off their RC car.
RC.
And I do like looking at that.
It's my newest hobby, and I'm just curious. Jada's supportive as much as she can be, but
They can be. With one, and now there are 6.
Oh, how long has it been since between 1 and 6? How much time did that take?
no, we're 4 months. 4 months.
1 a month now.
That's about 1 a month. One time we went to Seattle and I bought a new RC car and she got a new outfit and then we come home and I'm unboxing my RC car and just taking her out. She paused halfway, the exact halfway point of changing her outfit. And it took me about 45 seconds to realize.
Hold on. Let the record show, it was a spicy outfit. I was like, let's do an experiment. If I unbox my spicy outfit, will this be more important than the RC car? And the last, we did finish unboxing the car before I got a glance, but no, it's okay. Okay.
It was RTR. It was ready to run. There was nothing to set up. It was good to go.
Who could blame you, dude? Yeah, you had your eyes on it. I love you for sure.
All right, good sir. Well, thanks so much for calling me.
Thanks, man.
I love you guys. I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Cool.
We love you.
Hey. Swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 18th century, and the largest single
I couldn't tell. I know in the last part about the outfit, the saucy outfit,
implying that he should be paying attention to the spicy outfit implies kissing.
Yes, she kissed him on the neck. Yeah, she kissed him on the neck towards the beginning. Yeah, something was.
degradation of Jewish
That's not my video. I'm trying to. Hey, what's up, Will?
Whoa! Oh my gosh, Russell!
What's up, man?
Oh my gosh!
Oh, yeah.
I've been trying to get on here and talk to you, Casey, for fucking 6 months.
Oh my gosh! Well, here we are. What are you doing? You're outside somewhere?
I am.
You've been blazing some. Your eyes look red. You've been smoking some dope out there. Your eyes look so red. It looks like a filter. Yeah.
I love you. Hey, I just smoked a joint from the dispensary illegally.
Cool.
But we're trying to get to this escape room. We have an appointment at 5 o'clock. I just went inside and talked to the dude. I said, hey, I'm on the line with the podcast. He's like, hurry up, dude. He's like, hurry the fuck up.
Oh my gosh.
Like, we're not going to be able to get into the fucking escape room. And here we are on the podcast.
Well, be careful because he might make it so you can't escape the escape room. He might get this and trap y'all fucking inside. If being high in an escape room and being trapped sounds scary. You're braver than I am.
Holy shit.
If it closes before you get out, you have to stay in there until it opens again.
Yeah, okay. Don't say that.
Sorry, Rusty.
Don't they didn't make us sign anything that said that.
So they made y'all sign some stuff?
Well, they're going to. We haven't, but they're going to. We've done it before. They make us sign something. We don't read it.
So if you've already been, are you going to know how to escape?
No, we've been to the same one, but they have like different routes, you know, like different scenarios.
Okay. What is the scenario we're going to today?
Papa's spooky study.
Papa's spooky study. Be careful. Hopefully it's not too scary.
Is this in Key West?
Yeah. What? Yeah, we left the key in what I did last year.
Give me a second, I'll figure out how to escape it for you.
That sounds like great. They don't want to stop.
Don't give them any clues, man.
Don't. Yeah, they don't want spoilers. Stop.
There's a picture of it.
You gotta help us out a little bit, dude. We were almost like, okay, on the verge of the last episode we did.
Oh, the last escape room, y'all almost broke up. What does it just get real stressful in there when you can't figure out what's going on, I guess?
It is so stressful. It's literally.
How much does it cost?
30, 40 bucks a person.
Cool. Okay. That's not bad. It's about working together. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of the escape room is to get fun. Yeah. Cool. Well, maybe today y'all will get it done. Yeah, you got your mind right with the weed. That's funny. Smoking that before the escape room. Let's get in a microdose of mushroom. That sounds funny. Again, braver man than me. I would end up in the corner crying if I did that. Yeah, I'd be really scared of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Yeah. Cool, Russell. Well, y'all give them hell, okay? Get back in there. Sign the paperwork.
We're breaking out, dude.
Yeah, y'all gotta get out today. Cool.
See you guys later.
All right, bye. Good luck.
We love you. Happy escaping. Russell, I love you, man. I love you. What a funny Monday. Just get totally fucking snizzed up and do an escape room. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It sounds like the key is in the typewriter.
Okay, well, if you stay someplace, get a typewriter.
In fact, here, look at this.
There's a key. So what do? You're just walking around the room and then you see a key on the typewriter and you use it for the different locks or doors?
Maybe you have to type out something specific, like something specific, and it comes out in the key. Yeah, it's that's scary. So it's Daddy's spooky study. Papa's spooky study. I like it when it's Daddy's.
Yeah, it's or spicy.
Like some sort of ancestral relationship. For sure. We'll make our own Daddy's. Daddy's hot chicken. You have to escape from a hot chicken place.
It's cool. Very cool. Have you ever done one of those?
Yeah, I did one in Paris one time. Was that fun? I cannot really remember. I was on tramadol at the time because my back was hurting and I went to a clinic and they gave me a bunch of tramadol, so I was loaded. But it was I remember it being really fun. I remember it was a jail setting, so we were in a jail and there was some liver we pulled and it lifted the toilet and we found some fluid in the toilet. But it was really fun. Grab one more person here. Toss it back. Get your video up.
Hello?
One second.
Oh my gosh, Trev dog. Look at that sweet dog. We got Danny driving. Is he a pretty good driver?
Yeah, pretty good, bro. Yeah, thanks,
Cool. Yeah, I had a buddy in Memphis bit. I shouldn't say that name. It doesn't matter. He's doing better now. But we used to get in his car and he would do whippets, and it would scare me to death because I'd drive and do the whippets, and we would almost hit cars. It always scared me to death. Cool. Where are y'all going?
We're on a road trip. We're going to Tennessee.
On stomping grounds. Yeah, my own stomping ground. Where y'all coming from?
Louisville, Kentucky, man.
Okay. Where are y'all going in Tennessee?
It's called King's Farm. It's like the northeast corner.
Oh yeah. I never was there, but I remember.
Yeah,
What do you think I was here? But I remember what the hell did that do? What are you doing there?
all fucking doing doors and windows out there.
Yes, you are. Love that. What was there recently? Some sort of storm or something? Or how were y'all just driving there from Kentucky to do some doors and windows?
I think it was some kind of recent contract or something. I don't know.
Cool. Keep it on the books.
Let's leave.
Yeah,
I just worked. I don't know.
cool. I understand. Will y'all be safe? Yeah, I lost my virginity in the mountains of Tennessee.
Check out the mountain picture. You guys got to check this out, huh?
Oh my gosh. Were you on I-40? Were you on I-40?
I don't know what road we're on.
$250,000
about to go through the Cumberland Gap.
Wagon wheel. Cumberland Gap. Yeah, y'all gotta listen to that when y'all go through there.
South Africa.
Yeah, we're probably going to lose service in there. There's a big tunnel. So.
Well, gosh, we're going to honk in it.
No, we're definitely going to fucking honk in
Don't honk in it. Oh, no.
Western Europe.
It would have scared me if I was a little boy behind you because my uncle always said they collapsed if anybody honks out. So it always scared me to death.
Western Europe because the Russian Empire.
What was Trek on? Were y'all in the tunnel?
The second major strategy was, no, let's not lose.
Trev, we're losing you, brother. Yeah, we're losing y'all.
And in this area,
I can hardly hear you, but I think it was something nice. Thank you.
Perhaps most famously,
Oh, just like that. Right. There goes Trev Dog, right when he's complimenting you should lead off with the compliments. Just yes, please. Because we don't we're about to go through a tunnel. That's a perfect example of what just happened. Somebody messaged Kat, my fiance, and said, hey, your boyfriend sucks and he makes people angry. What? Yeah, I guess to get to my heart. And they know home is where the heart is. They messaged Capper and I said, your boyfriend sucks. Well, I told you somebody yelled at me outside of their car, right? Didn't I say that on the podcast? When? Oh, yes, you're in Austin. Yeah, it's outside of the mothership. So I went, Casey Rocket. And I went, what? And he went, you fucking suck. Yeah, people are nuts.
Rather than moving to some other country.
Yeah, can't let the damn weasels get in the fucking hen house. No. Because they mess up with the chickens. Yeah, they eat all the life. Yes. Cool. Well, thank y'all so much for calling or trying to call. Yeah, talked to some fun people. More was fun, just until Trek Dog, it was kind of a downer at the end. It actually, the self-service literally went out. And I may be worried, maybe they're off the road. I don't know. He's living his best life going to a tunnel. I don't know if they're windows and doors. A little late in the day, cool. Well, that's about it, I think. For us, Patreon, we're on the Patreon. Yeah. Look us up. We'd appreciate any support. And $40 mercenaries, send us your bank account info. We'll do a background check and see if you are. Yes, we have to. So you can get a dining room table and have a date. Yes. Alrighty. Well, that's it. Bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098.
Finally,
And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Coffee Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Remember ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. And the words are sung by William Montgomery. The Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
The
The fuck is that, man? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
How did that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final 7 minutes of this lecture to walk you through. It never gets more complicated than this. But stick with me, okay? So here we have a political spectrum.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and Miss Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, that big red machine of Memphis Traveler, William Montgomery. Crazy. Yo, I did the fucking Dutchman's Key last night, and I swear that's, I know I always say it, that I'm never going to do it again, but I'm not doing it ever again. Did it really, would it mess up your head? Yeah, I felt like shit the rest of the night. Well, because it's like, basically like sucking on a penny or something, because it's this lead key, and it's really lead. It's a house key, but it's not silver, it's one of the bronze ones. Oh yes, I think it's lead. So it's like, in my head, I was like, I need to do like a big, like go out on a big bang at the end of this minute. And with the Dutchman's Key, first of all, big bang not really ever happening with the Dutchman's Key. But I spit out the key, and immediately I start getting like a sharp pain. And I think I have fucking getting lead poisoning from it. That's scary. What you need to, I can go with you, maybe, or you need to just a Home Depot. They have the machines in case if you honestly, if you ever tried a silver key, because you know they make the silver keys. Honestly, that might get out because it's hilarious. You did the Dutchman's Key, I think Saturday, and I hear you did it the one time, and it went great. A big pop, yeah, got a pop. And it's in this industry, it's all about pops. If you're not getting pops, you're not getting anywhere. Yes, you are stagnant. If you don't get pops, you're stagnant. You hear that, Grant? Stagnant. Open your eyes. Yeah, Grant, not to change the subject, but Grant, we're going to get to the bottom of whose idea this was to put rollies, roller wheels, rollies, whatever you want to call them, on the little tables and say it crashed, got Casey's arm through real bad. It fucked me up. I think it's going to give me blood poisoning. It's driving like a blister. You can't blame it on that. We're talking about the lead. Blood poisoning and lead poisoning are actually two different ballgames. Yes, so it's on two fronts right now. Yes.
We're getting that closer look at your arm here.
Whatever. I don't know. Zoom out. Just zoom out. It's please. It's right here. Right on the tibia, right on the thorax. I see a bruise. It might be hard to see, but I swear I see a bruise. It's because you make it so bright in here. It's like a casino. I don't even know what time it is in here.
You can't identify your wounds.
That's why casinos are so bright, so you can't see if they're like injecting you. Yo, if you fall out of your chair drawing, you don't see the bruises when you get back up on the chair. Hey, Grant, by the way, we walk in here, I walk in here, and there's some dude just talking my fucking head off. Grant, is this going to start being some normal thing? Who was it?
I think it's called celebrity. I think you're becoming a big deal.
He was sweet, but is he going to pay y'all? He didn't seem very trustworthy when he joined his face today. Where is he right? Are you looking at him right now?
I am.
I trust him much as far as I can throw it. Yeah.
You're famous. What else to say there?
Grant, you have no freaking idea what's even going on right now. For better or worse. You have no filter, Grant. Yeah, dude, it's fucking already 90 degrees in Austin. It's too hot. It's kind of alright today, but I'm worried. It's too hot already. Yeah, I did give my dog a cold washcloth last night. It's so hot, Grant. I put it on his forehead like he was having a migraine. Jesus, that's sweet. What do you just put cold water on it, or do you put it in the fridge your freezer as well, or how are you doing this?
Yeah, well, he was walking around, and I'm like, this dude looks hot right now. And he's like, yeah. And so I went in the fucking bathroom, got a little tasty washcloth, cold water, put it in the freezer, maybe 5 minutes. Sweet, draped it over his head like a veil, like it was his wedding day. And he left it.
We got to go to the
He was trying to get up on the couch, and I said, Archie, you stayed up there on the hard floor because you're going to get the couch wet. I know, and I said, the hard floor is probably cooler. Does Archie get up on the couch with you some? He loves being on the couch. He liked to be close to me for a warm, so he'll sit at my hip side, and I'll have my arm on him like Ramsey's the third. It's Pharaoh. Yeah, it's sweet. Yeah, we're really close. He's a good dude. Cat's out of town. My girlfriend's in Prague.
Yeah, did you make it all right?
Yeah, she made it. It's like a 24-hour journey.
Yikes!
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy Sonic has them doing that.
I'm kidding. I know she doesn't. That was a stupid attempt at a joke.
Yeah, no, I cannot believe a 24-hour freaking.
Yeah, well, there's a 8-hour time difference. So it's crazy. She left Sunday at 3 o'clock and got there Monday. So she's in the future, and she told you what the future is like. It's tomorrow going to be a good one. Croissant,
Cappuccini.
cobblestone streets. It sounds good. I would love to be Prague. I never made it through service. That'd be cool. I would probably smoke a cigarette. Me too. I'd rip a heater. Yeah. Go to St. John's Cathedral and eat a bunch of mackerel.
Yes, you have to do that.
I have to visit St. John's Cathedral. They have the best mackerel on Wednesdays. I love Prague. Yeah.
And I had a horrible in Detroit. I had a horrible. I got spooked. I got haunted. William got haunted. He called me at 2 in the morning saying that he possibly been visited by a poltergeist. You hear the screen or you moving the table? Is that even for real? Yeah, no, I was walking down the hallway after we departed because we're on different floors and we say goodbye, and then I'm walking down the hallway and I heard a growl noise literally right by my head, and it made me audibly gasp. I did. And I swear to God, I made a noise, and I looked behind me and I like run to the room, and it ended up okay. It really scared me because I was telling Casey, it's scary really because I immediately started thinking, am I going crazy? Am I hearing voices?
Well, you famously heard the lions roar when you were younger.
Yes.
So this is fucking something's happening. I think we're getting Ghostbusters because I told you that very famous story, baby crying in my backyard in Georgia. Yes, 2 or 3 weeks ago, what do I hear? Baby crying in my backyard. Now you're getting haunted again, same type of haunted. Where is it coming from? How do we stop it? What's going? Where is it going to lead to? Most importantly, what's the end game? Because it ain't going to get any better. No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having the nightmare of the plane that's crashing again, and I literally can't breathe. So, like, what is it? Sleep apnea? Or you just trying to sleep sitting up? I don't know.
Sleep apnea is a nightmare that's real.
I know, it kills people. It's a silent killer.
The silent killer kills Chris Benoit. Yes. Steve Hicks.
Was Chris Benoit the one that fell from the rafters?
That's Owen Hart.
Yeah, Owen Hart killed him too. He was taking a nap on the rafters.
Yeah, he started having an apnea nightmare. Yeah. Apnea.
How was that, Grant? Sleep apnea. What is the blue? Is that veins? That's airflow. So you got some airways. So your tongue, so when you have sleep apnea, your tongue is going. So with your tongue, it's closing it off.
Oh my God. Shave off a little bit of the tongue will probably fix my sleep problem. I wonder if they have surgery for a sharper tongue. That tongue that leads to a point.
I can't believe people do that sometimes. Sometimes people give themselves the snake tongue.
Yeah. Freaky. I could not. What? I wonder, do they put you under for that? Should they just cut your tongue with like a damn razor?
Oh, yeah, maybe just give you the shots in your tongue. I don't know. remember there was a good Ernest P. Worrell recurring segment on his show. Did you ever watch Ernest? You know, like Ernest goes to jail, like these things. Yeah. He had some television show. One of his recurring things was a tongue character where it was a guy in a big tongue suit and it had like these little teeth around him, so you could tell it was the tongue, and then he would get shot sometimes and he'd fall asleep. He was like at the dentist and it was the numbing shot. Oh, okay. Ernest. Yeah, Ernest, rest in peace. He died smoking too many cigarettes, Jim Varney. Yeah. And that, he would love to smoke a cigarette, bro. I'll tell you that. He would, and his DeLorean. This guy had a DeLorean. I don't remember that. Yeah, oh my gosh, he drove a DeLorean. I found it on eBay one time. Really? Yeah, I was looking up DeLoreans like 10 years ago on eBay. Just looking around. And I swear one of them was Jim Varney's old DeLorean.
Okay, hello everyone.
Yeah, how much was it? I wish I could remember. I might have done.
At this point,
$100
I have kind of like a general
overview
of the expression of political opinion.
So that's the dangers of eBay. You gotta find something you think is good and then it's spelled wrong. It's been staying in someone's cat house.
We should go on to understand how this was filtered.
Yeah, this was my buddy. We were in Biloxi, Mississippi. My buddy and I one time doing some little comedy, little tour thing we did again like 10 years ago. We stayed at this girl's house. And I pull out this just thing that had blankets and pillows in it. When I open up the top, the worst smell of cat urine engulfed me. And my buddy can't smell. He doesn't have a sense of smell. So he was just seeing me gagging, and he started laughing, and I started laughing. And like the mom is there of the mother of the girl whose house it is, who's on the. So just stop laughing. Was she laughing about it? It was just us doing the work. We were just worried. It was just sometimes it's fun to get the giggles like that. Sometimes you cannot stop laughing. You know, you have to stop. That always makes it funny. Like a funeral or something. Yeah, that's something funny. Child like this. It's a wonder. Yeah. Dude, I don't know. I wish Fuzzy was here to tell this story, but I have to talk about this. This is so funny. So Fuzzy killed G. Door guy's mother. Fuzzy, so funny. He's been doing this bit at Mothership where before he walks on stage, this is fucking hilarious. He slipped somebody a note in the front row, so he'll be walking up and he'll slip them down, and then he'll walk on stage, and the note says, "Get help, not a comedian, please help me." That's fun. So, and then he does his act, and his act is like, you know, super silly, like Fuzzy's such an upbeat guy, and then apparently he's done it for weeks. And last night he hit it with someone at the front row during the Door Guy show. He gets on stage, he's doing his act, and then he sees the guy just bolt up and run. Like he ran downstairs and he told security, "Hey, like we need to get the police. I think this guy's in trouble." Oh my gosh! The security guy was like, "No man, like it's a bit," and the guy was like, "No, you don't understand. This guy, like somebody's like holding hostage," which is so funny because what? Yeah, that's insane. What would be the end? It's like, can you stand up? That's insane. Well, hopefully Fuzzy later remember helping him like that. Well, no, apparently the guy was fucking livid, and he went back upstairs and he asked for his check, and Fuzzy tried to apologize.
Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech Republic of Czechoslovakia. That represents.
Yeah, what an idiot. What are the chances he's actually being held hostage and not some comedian making a joke? Why would he be going on stage? He could just walk up and do like one situation would be happening. Hey, gosh. I guess that guy was just like, this is my one opportunity. It's pretty much Dateline 2020 or whatever, and that was his shot.
Things have changed.
It's funny when you hear Fuzzy tell it, but it's such a crazy, you know, I always love a good personal bit, a bit you do. Not for anyone on stage, but just to kind of make someone feel a little more comfortable, for sure. Shouts out to Fuzzy. We always do this when we see each other. Fuzzy, peace sign, dude. If you happen to see this, we always give each other a peace sign. It gives me comfort. It gives me a sense of comfort. Yeah, to know that someone out there gets it.
Now I'd like you to look at the very edge of the right side of the screen.
Well, we were.
Russia has disappeared, and they've labeled this map.
We're doing a last second. So today we're doing.
Russia and Ukraine, but really it's
I am really worried, Casey, that I get it.
which
I don't
ultimately
feel
would
bad,
be
but I just
created from several 15 actually
You're telling me.
constituent
80% sure if I went to a doctor, they would say, hey, you have like abnormally high amounts of lead in your bloodstream.
Basically, all the Russian Empire has disappeared.
And that's what
So
I
that's what we're
like
going to look
the
at
Franklin
first.
expedition. We got
What
stuck in the
happened
Arctic
to the
area.
Jews
Spoiled
of this
goods.
region?
Oh my gosh, Casey, when you have your glasses on, if you're in the hospital, that is why this is so glasses on.
February of
He's in a coma, he doesn't need his glasses.
1972.
He always needs his glasses. Isn't that what the girl says in the sad Macaulay Culkin? I'm a bird. Or is it a different one? No, you're my girl. What, does he have his
You're
glasses?
standing where I am right now in New York.
What is he dead in the casket? He doesn't have his glasses, and that's what she cries about. Is that what it is? Because didn't he get attacked by bees? The bees got him. These things happen. Yikes, you gotta run. I don't even know what you do. They say cover your body in mud like you're being chased by the predator. And then the bees, yeah, they get vision like the predator at first. So yeah, they can see you with the heat vision. Where'd he go? Yeah, where'd he go? And then he always says that in that movie. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where's the boy? Yeah, just looking for some boy. I never got that part. I thought the movie was beautiful, great. I didn't Macaulay looking for some boy. I know. It's like, are you gonna at least like show us what boy he's looking for? Yeah. Come on, let me see him. Now he's an ass. Yeah, it was so weird. It took away a lot from the beautiful movie I thought. I know. Those cutaway scenes where he's like, I don't know if it's his friend or a relative or what, but it's horrible. It's, what is that? The big grant that the kids fly on? Or yeah, shoot the kids. Happy? It looks like the water bottle is kind of like a piece
all
of
over
jewelry
the
on
world,
his chest.
literally, and Russia is involved. They are doing
Do that, Casey.
almost immediately a massive amount of territory.
I'd get one
to
beside.
German forces.
Would you? Yeah, like a little punky.
Hoop for
Yeah,
Russia.
hoop. Yeah.
And
Little golden hoop.
they
Hoop on the
to
side would be
gain
fun.
those back.
And you could put a keychain on it for like the city that you most recently visited. Oh wow, he's just in Las Cruces, New Mexico. That's so cool. Las Cruces. There he is. Ooh, that is a double. Look at that one. But with the water bottle, yeah, it looks like a fun extra piercing jewelry. Grant, do we have anybody? Did anybody call in?
We have one caller.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Well, we might have to talk to them the whole time because
You want to bring him in?
come on.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's see if they pop in.
Well, the pressure's on. Yeah, I mean, this is a high pressure episode today. I mean, we've had some things totally fall through the cracks today. We might pull it out as one of the best tips of all time. Yes, I think there's a chance, but yeah, I mean, it started out rough. We had just a wonderful surprise and an apple through, and that's like my bagel sandwich was pretty good today. I was about to talk shit about that. It was pretty good. Where'd you get it from? Oh my gosh! It's a pink food truck. I can't remember the name of it. But it's a breakfast bagel. Breakfast bagel. It was a pretty good one. Yep.
Who I simply do not have enough to eat. So on
Hey, Grant, see, this is what I'm talking about.
Wednesday,
They're not coming in, right?
riot that erupted.
Well, they started and then they stopped.
The city of
See,
Petrograd,
donuts.
Okay, it's their
Peter
loss.
City,
I mean,
named
whatever.
after the patron saint.
I was just wondering if maybe the invite didn't go out correctly.
We don't need more.
By the way, this name Petrograd is significant.
Unless
It
you
used to be
do.
called
But we
St.
love
Peter's
to talk about
First,
stuff. We love to talk about
Tsar, and then the word bearer.
What's going on, guys? Oh my God, it's Kate Milton. Kate Milton, the golfer, was
World
old.
War I, to be more patriotic,
I'm
they
kidding.
named it
How's it good?
Petrograd,
What's your
without
handicap?
being a Russian
Okay.
suburb.
Just watched the episode last night.
Where I grew up in northern
It's great.
Ontario, there was actually
Oh yeah, congratulations to Sweet Casey.
pre-Indian
Yeah, that was a big episode. That was a big minute. That was absolutely hilarious. The crowd walk is hilarious.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was so exciting. Thanks, kid. That was awesome.
William, what happened to someone said you have like a disease, some sort of rash again?
I don't want to even. What are you even talking about? I've had a pretty good day today. What do you mean somebody saying I have a rash? That's really going to mess up an otherwise all right day for me. Somebody saying I have a rash?
I thought Tony said you had some sort of.
I can show you my body. Or would you believe it if you saw every inch of his body? Or if I showed you my body, I promise you I do not have a rash, dude.
Suddenly, will anyone really understand how this happened?
I want to see every inch of your body.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't. Trust me, neither do I right now. But yeah, no, I was sick. It was 3 weeks ago, Kate. So yeah,
There it is. There it is.
Yeah,
by the smallpox.
yes. One of the first cases of smallpox in Boston.
150
years. Yeah.
I hear it is making a strong comeback, so
Damn right it is. Smallpox, yes. Smallpox, yellow fever, typhoid, typhus. Hans actually got yellow fever. I'm kidding. We're talking about Hans. Hans is taking over, right?
Hans is good. I'm kind of surprised that, I guess to take a break for the episode to wait for that idiot Rick Diaz to come back.
So it begins. Oh, yeah, so it begins. Let him have it, kid. Why do you think he's an idiot? Yeah, what about Rick? Tell him. He was on the show. He was really nice. We like him.
Well, Rick, yeah, he seems like a nice person, but...
Oh, yeah, take the headphones off. Hold on.
He is a nice person, it seems like at least, but when he does comedy, it's just not, like when they talked about doing a little bit longer format, 3 minutes, I think, instead of 1 minute, which I think favors Hans. I mean, I haven't ever seen Hans more than a minute on Kill Tony, but it seems like he would do much better than Rick. Like, Rick seems like the perfect man to do a whole 1 minute of comedy.
Yeah. So, yes. Okay, yeah, sure. We'll see. I mean, it's going to be a grudge match, and all grudge matches. I mean, the loser leaves down. Yeah.
Loser leaves down. Is Rick not allowed in the country if he loses? Is he kind of...
Yeah, they're going to put some up with Interpol, I think. Yeah, some with his passport. Your flag.
Okay, yeah, that'd be good. That's a good idea. He shouldn't be allowed back in from wherever Brussels or Eastern Europe nation that he's from.
Wait, so what if Rick invited you to like a nice steak dinner or something? Would you decline? Since you don't like his comedy, would you accept?
I would pretty much take anything free. At this point, I am in school, so anything free I'm probably going to take up.
Where are you, a dorm room right now or apartment?
I'm in my apartment.
What are you studying?
Economics and computer science. So, really, really interesting classes and very engaged throughout most days.
Is that sarcasm? That's a pretty good sarcastic. You had a straight face for that. Yeah, I'm thinking, I thought you were being serious.
No. It's very boring. I actually didn't go to class today because they're so boring.
Well, there was some philosophy class. I got into philosophy for a little. There was some class I just stopped going to because it sucked. And my dad got fucking towards the end of the semester. He was asking me about my grades. God, I'm getting just fucking PTSD thinking about when I used to have to tell my dad about bad grades. Holy shit. But he's like, William, why do you have an F? And I was like, I just quit going. Because I didn't give a shit at the time. Larry was bad. So I do not recommend it. At least go to the class.
They should probably just go.
Yeah, but your earbuds on. Yeah, my first semester when I was a freshman, I just stopped going to like all my classes. Yeah, my dad, he has a very bad phone call. Yeah, I never want to talk about that. I passed like 2 classes, maybe. What's the number on that? The GPA? Yeah, it's like 1. There's that 1.5. So then the next semester I had to get like all A's to be able to stay in school. So were you able to? Yeah, A's and B's. I just went to class. I'm a borderline boy genius kid. I don't know if you know that. Can we
I can see that. Can we guess what college you go to?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. First off, do you think we're going to?
I don't think you will.
Is it a D1 school?
Yes.
Oh, what are y'all good at? Is there like a specific sport you're good at?
Some people might say football, but in recent years, not so much. I would say probably hockey nowadays.
What is one of the colors? What is one school color?
Red.
And the Soviets felt equally
Indiana?
aggressively that communism
Close to
would actually
Indiana.
be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe here, you see the capitalist.
Wisconsin.
Probably looks more to you as
Two guesses.
a monopoly
Oh
man
my
figure, a
gosh.
monopoly man,
Well
and
done.
famous part
Two
of
guesses
it
for Casey. Is that where the bus went?
is based on a traditional
Running back? Wasn't that his name?
idea
Oh.
of
Yeah, that is the bus. I've been heard about that. 10 years. The bus. That's a fun nickname. Because this is what you're running over people with buses running over. That's kind of a graphic thing to think about. If you're a good running back, the bus running over people.
That's in general. Sometimes made
Sort of, well, how are your classes going? Is everything going okay?
Yeah, everything's going all right. It's just, kind of not super interesting. It's real nice out. It's February 27th and it's almost 70 degrees here in Madison today, which is absolutely bizarre.
That's concerning. Yeah,
Capitalists,
it's global warming.
capitalists, and
It is, yeah.
I'll be in Wisconsin on Friday. Janesville, Wisconsin.
But that's the reality that anti-Semitism
Okay, yeah.
is not
Go see him, Kate. How far away is that? Whoa, look at the guns.
Maybe a half hour.
propaganda
Oh, really?
directed
Oh
against
my
the
gosh, a half hour, Kate. Consider it. Are you going to?
Where are you going?
White Russians
Comedy
are the two
Cabin in
different definitions
Janesville,
of this term.
Wisconsin.
Comedy Cabin. I'll look into it because I have some family coming this weekend for Big Ten hockey.
Now the USSR, and so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated White Russian.
I'll have to look
But
into
in the context of the
Yeah, I gotta look into it. You gotta go. He's 30 minutes away. When is this gonna happen again, Kate?
And so
I gotta see him before he rolls up. I have to,
forces that
I gotta make sure everybody knows that I saw him
sometimes
before.
either openly
he gets big.
monarchist,
I'm sure that's what you gotta do. I mean, I was able to see Michael Jordan in high school, which was probably the coolest, like, athlete, like, younger days story. Was able to see Jordan in high school. Did you know that, Kate?
I did not know that. I probably went to guess that. Yeah, that's pretty cool story.
Yeah, that's Canadian one. Yeah,
So
Kate,
the
I'm not
whites
that old,
and the
dude.
reds
When was
were
Michael
engaged in a
Jordan in
very
high school?
ferocious civil war, along with many other
That's my fantasy, though, Kate. My deepest, darkest fantasy is that I saw Michael Jordan play. And you said, they better play this guy more.
for example,
Yeah, this guy's gonna be big.
It's all he thought. He knew he was going to be. He knew he was going to be very
I
good.
knew it was going to be a breakout star for the Bulls. And it's weird that I know specifically the team, but I knew for a fact when I'm watching, I was like, this guy's going to be a breakout star in Chicago.
sacrificing the
Chicago.
Holy Mother Russia, the sacrifice
Yeah,
before the altar upon which
Tony
Paul
Air
Marx
Trade.
sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right? The Communist International, Socialist International.
Have you had a good rebound recently in your life, Kate? Like some with a love interest or?
Russia was about to
Honestly,
be
no.
sacrificed.
It's been a little bit sad, I have to be honest.
The various
I'm looking
figures you
for
can
love.
see
I'm actively looking
the
for love
label
out there
that
on
the
the
top
streets.
in
Cool, there's
Russian.
probably a bunch of honeys up in freaking up on campus,
Red
dude.
Row,
Aren't there some
right
probably
next
honeys in
door,
your class? You start going to the class, dude. You're in a great spot. I think it's a great position to meet a chick in a class or something, dude. You're in prime time right now. You gotta get off. Are you on the apps? You gotta get off the apps. You gotta go to the classrooms. You gotta meet these chicks. Even if you don't have a specific class, you see a pretty girl in the rooms. Go in there and sit
There's
next to her.
also this representation
Yeah, you're right. Well, sometimes I go to church, just to see if there's any kind of Catholic women looking for some straight dog on the road, just kind of looking for someone to pick up and bring it home, be a nice lady.
Well, you need to be going
And it's
for
holding a bag with the
your
number 30
internal,
on it,
for
which
your
is
soul.
certainly a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces.
Not for us.
So the whole idea is that the message is that the Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well, contributing
That's
to
a problem
it.
these
In
days.
fact,
People
major
looking at all this porn on their phone
propaganda
in church.
was
That's
white
unbelievable
Russian
these
propaganda
days.
was that the Jews had
Pastor
somehow
church, I do see
sold
a lot.
out
You're right.
Mother Russia
Do you see it a
to
bunch,
the
Gay?
communists.
Yeah, every now and then they'll do, you know, because there's a lot of students that go, so every now and then you
What
kind
I'd like
of
to
look
do
left
is
and right
actually
and you see
take
somebody just kind of tuck their
into
phone away
the
real
Civil
quick,
War
you know, because they
itself
know that
highly
people are kind of
significant
looking
for
around,
the
you know, they don't want to
entire
get caught.
region.
Yeah, they're on
And ironically, considering the focus of
unless
the
they're in
world
Utah, because
today
you
is
go
on
Pornhub in
Ukraine,
Utah, and Pornhub, we both
this is
found that out the
an
same
area
night,
that's
independent.
pivotal to African history because
It's a little embarrassing. My parents watch this, I think, but yeah, we in Utah, you can't get pornography. Kind of strange.
Back, one of the several examples of early currency during the very brief period
They do like half serving sizes, and they can't serve you another drink unless they've seen that you've completely finished your first drink.
several reasons that
Yeah, that doesn't fly here in Wisconsin. That wouldn't work here. Yeah, it's a lot of big drinkers in Wisconsin. Yeah, they kind of give you two, and you can't really order another one unless you finish both of them. Well, you gotta pound them down at the same time, and then they'll give you a couple more. That makes sense. And you can't order one drink. It's a minimum two. Well, who knows, Kate? Maybe if Casey and I don't want to speak for Casey, but maybe if we ever get off the wagon, maybe we should just come visit you up in Madison and just get go to a bar and just get wasted. No, that's not a great idea, Kate. You just did that. You failed the test. We've been testing people. It wouldn't be a great idea. I would end up dying up there. Like fucking what's his name? Like Otis Redding. You'd end up like Otis Redding's ass in fucking Wisconsin. He died in the lake. Did you know that, Kate? He was sitting on a dock. I don't know. His plane flew into the lake and they found his ass frozen solid. Because it gets so cold up there. That's not a good way to go out. Hell no. They tried to throw him. He was too far to go. Yeah, he's like, ow! Ow! What's up? Ow!
very negative
What are you doing? It's not Otis Redding.
before they could affect the political outcome.
Yeah, sitting at the dock of the bay. Love that song. It only became a hit after he died. The song was released like 1 week later. Well, Kate, it's so nice talking to you. You're so sweet. Oh my gosh, yeah, it was kind of a last second thing, and you're the only caller. So Is there another one, Grant? That's like that right now. So it's still you, Kate. So we're gonna have to talk to you for 30 more minutes. You guys think we're some questions for us or something, dude? Holy shit! You don't have a big crowd for this show, or what? Also, the link is wrong. The ID is wrong on your Instagram. Oh, the ID is wrong. It is wrong? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, there's supposed to be another 2 at the end. I figured it out because it's 3 digits and then 4 digits and then 4 digits. How did you figure out that it was a 2? Holy shit, Kate. Go ahead and science, guys. Come on. Go ahead and sign it again real quick. Kate, I am so impressed. You need to actually be going to class, dude. You're smart. You need to be going to all of your classes. You need to be studying. So you just happen to put a 2 at the end of things and it worked? That's so fun. Well, yeah, I mean, I knew that there was only one. It needed 1 more digit, so there's only 10 possibilities. 0 to 0. Oh my gosh. Here, Grant, can I hand you this and you do this on my phone, but don't look at any of my shit on here? That's insane. I cannot guarantee that last week. Well, thank you so much, Kate. I appreciate you. Hey, Grant, you saw me posted out. You saw me. Oh, he didn't look at the numbers, man. Okay. JV production. Let's get Grant there. Just hear me. He's now looking at my phone. He's going through all my text messages right now, and I'm horrified. He keeps trying to change his face ID to be his face, but the Apple that comes out. Yes, I would kill him if that
their
If
activity
pizza
around the
drives you up a
Enchilada
wall, look to the ceiling,
was fully
glance at the
aware
floor, and
that
keep
the
moving forward.
small Ukrainian
Have to
intelligence,
keep
it is also
ordinance.
ironically portrayed in
The
the
worst
Russian
thing you
market,
can do around pizza is stopping them. Have got to
insufficient
keep it
numbers
moving
to be
forward.
able to
Don't rest,
effectively
don't
govern
sleep,
territory
and
of
please
this
don't
size,
let go.
second largest country in Europe.
Especially, I don't want to harp on it too much, but especially the sleep part, because you fall asleep and it's like there could be the pizza's closed. I mean, how long are you sleeping? 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, the pizza won't get to you. So do not fall asleep. Pizza can burn, it can burn.
Primarily in
But
cities.
it doesn't matter if you're a Red Baron guy, a DiGiorno guy, or maybe you're even an Elios kind of fella. And woo, you can, yeah, I mean, I'm Elios. This guy right here, guilty as charged, ate an Elios last night. And actually the home run in pizza. I love home run. Woo! Yes, it's a sauce. The difference is in the sauce. Yes, good pizza, good sauce. But yeah, I mean, whether you like stuffed crust, no crust, or just the crust, you want to bring it with you wherever you go. Enter the pizza pocket. Me and my team here are prepared to pitch you the pizza pocket hoodie.
That many of them receive the
I mean, this
benefit
is something else here. Yeah, in case you don't know. It's a whole different damn ballgame. Look, if you will, at the gentleman's
the dominant
here, you have the cortex. Yes, little surprise. Inside, shaped also like a pizza, and that makes sense. Because put your pizza in that part, okay? I mean, every pizza pocket hoodie includes a hand wash, removable, insulated pizza pouch. Okay, designed to fit snugly inside the zipper pocket and keep your pizza warm. So that was the pouch you just saw. Yes, that was the Cortex pouch. It's patented technology, keeps your pizza warm no matter if you're gloomy, sunny, or rainy or shiny. You can have it wherever you want, and yeah, that is patent pending. I think again, it's a patent pending design. It's never been created before or else, or it will never be created again. No, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. We're proud to be here with Pizza Pocket, and if you don't like the blue, shit, man. I mean, we got some other options for you. I'm not gonna lie to you. It comes in royal blue, so if you don't like it, you can like it even more. You midnight black. So that has something for everybody. And you again, you get your pizza, you bake it, you put it in. You don't. And now where you can't mess up is obviously you know to unzip it, but you cannot just put the pizza there. You have to put it in the pizza pouch inside of the pizza thing on the shirt. You have to put it in the pouch to truly keep it warm. But yeah, so you have to go to the pizzapocket.com today and just go tell me your that's for 10% off plus free shipping on your Pizza Pocket. It's a nice deal. 10% off plus free shipping. WS at the Pizza Pocket.
So you can see that what they had to do with the typist had to use a Russian language typewriter.
What's the most long-term girlfriend you had? Why did the relationship end?
The Russians had engaged a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th, especially early 20th century, to try to
I actually transferred here this
spreading
last semester,
standardization
and so
of the
the
Ukrainian
girl went
language.
to the other school that I was at.
Preserve the Russian language against the popular
Trojans.
movement to turn the vernacular into a formal, standardized language. This is ironically
a smaller state school here in the front, and Wisconsin, called lacrosse. That's so weird. I'm not even kidding. I was gonna guess that she went to Wisconsin.
War on Ukraine is that
you just got a lacrosse ball for put it out on your back and you get up against the wall. That's massage. But it's
great Russian literature we lost.
You ever seen a ghost?
If Ukraine was
Oh, never seen a ghost. I don't know if I believe in ghosts.
Anyway,
You believe in Jesus, right?
reality
Well, I haven't seen
the
ghosts.
vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian amongst themselves, although Russian was the formal
Good
language.
answer. Yeah. Holy shit.
So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they had to use a typewriter
It is
that
weird to
has
think about it. I almost
Russian
wrote
Cyrillic letters. And every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I,
too slow in front of me. I'm already on edge. We had a giant guest today. My guest felt
and then afterwards the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly to the parents. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. Kind of like a word processor. And simply in the backspace, maybe whatever you type once, actually put it on the paper. And take it off unless
you helped us today. I mean, I stupid didn't go the extra two on the decipher that.
Yeah, that is true. That's
So,
right.
it's a Russian typewriter and it
complex
the right
knowledge of
Italian. And what about Yiddish?
to figure out how to
Think about it. Well, I didn't
Yes.
Yiddish
We
language
have a
typewriters
that's
during the Civil War.
it's been a pleasure. Literally, you've seen
Save a
the
space, draw a line,
this
and
episode.
carefully write it.
100% care.
That's great to hear.
So,
Are you being sarcastic again a little bit? We don't.
No, it's great to hear.
Okay, I mean, the Rick stuff earlier kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit.
It is chaos.
Take some control.
Yiddish Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard.
Yeah, I'm
But
always
they're nevertheless making a good faith effort to
yeah,
try and
that's
improve
sort of
the
little
in this
custom
environment.
head as champion. Little head on
But
top
what
of his
ends
head.
up happening
It
is
looks
the
nasty. It's the
whole
little gross little
experiment,
shrunken beat.
however,
Because it seems like Kate can maybe meet some nice girls or something. It's like, yeah, there's something must be off. Something's beneath the surface here we're not seeing. And I want to apologize for not putting the extra two. Oh my gosh, and I'm shocked. Is able to like hack the data for it and come talk to us for 30 minutes.
if it were
Yeah.
not for the Holocaust that occurred,
That's what you do. That's going to be a new word if we ever do the phone-in sections again. We're going to mess up the code by one. So whoever can decipher it can talk to us. That could be fun. Yeah. They can make a little treasure hunt. Come talk to us about kissing our dogs and doing math. So cool. I shouldn't have mentioned that. It's not that weird. I know it's Ed was trying to figure you out, like trying to see like what makes you tick. And I think he was just trying to like play a little mind game with you. Okay. Well, thank you for confirming because I was thinking it was some sort of tough guy thing. Blaine. Oh my gosh, how are you? Thanks so much. I can't believe I botched adding the extra two on the freaking thing, dude.
Yeah, I was like, I'm giving up at this point. It's not gonna work.
It did. Oh my gosh, but it did work. And you're in a big ass. Where are you? What is this?
In a big ass
Show us that shit. Show us around. Show us that shit. You're not in Austin, Texas, are you? Because my AC doesn't get below 76 until the summer. Yeah, that could be it. 3 hours if we're left right now. No, but seriously, are you familiar though, honestly, with air conditioning stuff? Should my air conditioner get below 76 in the summer?
Yeah, I probably should. It might be a little cold, but I have no fucking idea about air conditioning at all. But I don't even work with it. We have companies that work for us, and I work for like an engineering company that does like parts for all different kinds of shit. So I like working in the receiving of that company, and then we have other companies that just like stores all these fucking. Oh my gosh! So what? Screw around.
However,
You don't want to drink with that?
No, it's work all day for most of them. That's like my background. It's beautiful. It's experience. Well, nice or actually. Wow, I wish that my background was like Fruit
notable that Yoda himself
I
is in a
know, it
government
makes me want to
that
eat
has a
some,
minister
but
of
I
Jewish
can't
affairs,
because I eat
that
too
has
much
the
sugar.
official
I
language,
eat
that has all
like an
kinds of
entire thing
wonderful
of
policies, which of
Girl
course
Scout cookies
are
last
kind of
night.
like mainly on paper because the government
Well,
itself
it was
is very
mainly,
like
it was a
itself
mixture.
together.
It was in this big bowl,
And
but
they're,
we're
they're,
counting, I ate
they have
average
such a
at least
great
an entire pack. It was mainly
at the
the
same time,
peanut
they're
butter ones, and
artists.
then I would mix it. I would eat a peanut butter one, and when I still had some of the peanut butter stuff in my mouth, I would pop that one of the Samoa ones. And then I would also, or I would put in a peanut butter one, chew about halfway through, and pop it on the chocolate caramel, and then finish up my eating, and we would mix these around your mouth. But it's not good. I have I actually got some calculators, and I have some sore on my leg that's not getting better. So isn't that what happens to people with diabetes? They get sores on their legs and they'll get better.
Dog bites on my legs right now. My neighbor's dog, I went over there the other day to complain about how their dog goes
By the time
barking
you
and
get
the dog
to the end of
bit me.
spring, there's 105
Might need to take it to the People's Court to Judge Millie on. I watch that every day, and there's a decent amount of dog bite episodes. Have you got your shots up to date? Do you have some? Are you walking around flock jaw right now?
No, I had like just now,
all
like
about is very, very
a
thin.
week, like 2 weeks
And
before I almost cut my ankle off, so I got to take a shot when that happened. And then,
This became a
yeah, so luckily I had
self-fulfilling prophecy. Because
I got close to like cut my elbow.
I thought you were about to say my nuts off. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I was coming down from I was working on a washing machine without gloves on like an idiot. My wife was like, you should put gloves on, and I was all irritated. I was still getting gloves, and
Yeah, the dog's barking.
I cut my
Wait, so what happened? You stick your hand in the washing machine, or what? How does it catch you?
It's a experience, a surge of support for the Red Army from this Jewish population. So much so that they had to stand up to try and create training.
Whoa, how did you just do that one so fast? Better than I am at it.
Yeah, I've been working with that for years.
What's gut?
Never having touched a rifle in
It's
their
like a
life.
build-up in like a washing machine.
The
Like,
Red Army
so like in the town I'm in, it's not my washing machine, and I guess the person before me used a bunch of like fabric softener and shit.
Yeah, over again.
It was like coming out of my clothes. Like I would wash my clothes, and then I would like get them out to put them in the dryer, and there's like little brown flakes of like shit on there. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
And that's the sky.
Yeah, it's like it's built up on like the wall of the drum and like the washing plate and stuff. So I had to like take out the washing plate and like take out the drum and clean all the wood stuff. And the bolts were like super stuck from being used, you know, for years or however long. So I was like trying to.
Later,
Socket like slipped and it sharp as fuck in there. And my wife said, put on gloves. I put on gloves, and then I like slipped like 1 minute later, and I see like blood splatter across the inside. I was like, oh, great. She's like, get in the car, you fucking idiot. I was like, all right, let's go, I guess.
I do not feel that is a way to understand.
Actually, I went to like a care now, and the dude, I could have probably done better than the guy.
Scud launcher. Scud launcher. Yes, it's a scud launcher. And then this is scud. That's what Saddam Hussein had. That's like, yeah, this is a bunch of scud. Well, I'm glad your hand. Can we see your hand? Does it look?
Oh yeah, actually, it's like hard. So my knuckles like were swollen now. I got like scar tissue there.
What ended up happening was he was assassinated in 1926.
There we go. Yeah, it's just like purple, like swollen real bad, but the cut itself healed up pretty good.
The image of him as
And,
the
you know,
designer of the
Swollen a little bad. That's what she said.
the story behind his assassination
And then she died.
the man shown in this photograph standing on the left is named Schwarzbart. And basically at this time in 1926,
Cool, well, Blaine, so nice to talk to you. Good Godspeed with the neighbors and the dog.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they all die.
Well, just put some inject antifreeze into a nice T-bone and just throw it over the fence, and that'll kill him. And also the raccoon.
walks up to him and says to him,
And maybe the owner will use the T-bone too.
Yeah. Or you could just invite the owner over to eat one night and just get them at your house. So you get rid of the dog, you invite them over, and then you just poison them at your house, and then they go to their house. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about your dog. Yeah, you can feel Gatorade, because sometimes old antifreeze, if you get it off eBay, tastes kind of sweet, like Gatorade, so you can put it in. So you can have one Gatorade. Much else like Gatorade. Yeah, the glass bottle ones. Don't you like the glass bottle? Yeah. I've been doing munch house and stuff where I've been getting myself sick. So people give me more attention. Munch house and munch house. Kind of sweet. It is a good way. I've done it in the past. Yeah, just to act always. Every time. Just to get some sort of milky. Yeah.
I do not feel that
there's nothing wrong with that. No. Blaine, wonderful to talk to you, my friend. Thanks so much for calling in.
I do believe that Florida chose to remain silent.
We'll be at you in 3 hours.
Several
I'll wait here, I guess. If not, when you get here, just fall asleep, and I'll be here in the
failed
morning.
to take
Okay.
a rapid action to condemn the complaints early on, and this allowed the pressure
Oh
to
my
spread
gosh,
throughout
Blaine,
the
hold on, you're still Grant. Oh my gosh, Blaine, you're still here.
tolerated,
Blaine,
perhaps even
Grant, what the fuck's going on right now?
cut this guy loose. He told us he had to move the table with the other guy who works here, so Blaine, you're stuck with us for another 30 minutes.
highly unlikely that he actually
Yeah, so think you got any questions for us? Or
there are some historians who claim the documentation that would say that, but that documentation is actually not been found.
I mean, I know that.
I would say that
open to
his
it might fuck up
culpability
my
rests
entire
on
belief
omission.
system if that
He
happens. But
failed
yeah, I'm
to
open
take
to
the
it.
actions necessary as
I'd be like,
the titular head of this
there's
government,
shit
however
going on.
fragile, for fear of
Because right now,
losing
it's just
the
like
goals
there's not shit going on.
This
All
allowed
of
the
it is just this shit, you know. But that
expand
I'd be like, God damn it.
we have a similar belief system. Sometimes I'll be walking around and I'll go, there's not shit
he
going
was
on.
exonerated. The French law he was required to pay
Yeah, but I don't have shit going on right now. Sometimes I do think that too. There is not shit happening.
incredibly insulting.
Yeah, nothing's fucking real because there's not shit going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm stuck in the fucking apartment on the couch most of the time. Yeah,
Fucking AC's not going below 76. It's fucking.
I know, but it's already fucking 80 degrees.
How you guys feel? Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you feel about the fact that it's February and it's already like 90 degrees yesterday? I'm like, this is a precursor of what summer's gonna be. I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna hit it all. Last summer was too fucking much.
Yeah, no, it scares me for sure. I hate it. So I don't like it either.
Yeah, I've lived in my whole life too, and it's all. But you're both from originally pretty warm places, I suppose.
Damn right.
The Red
Memphis,
Army
Tennessee,
far
the
more
river,
control of the violence, and therefore support the Red Army.
covered in gnats. You get gnats in Tennessee?
By
Yes,
1920,
totally. You get gnats.
Iranian
And
experiments in statehood failure.
Learning from my dad.
Leaders of my
Siesta.
neighborhood exiled to
I
the
used
west.
to take naps sometimes.
And
The
Ukraine
manager
is
said
now
last
absorbed
year,
within
it
these
was like,
Soviet
we had an ice storm in February last year, now this is happening, so.
the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union because the Jews who
Global
lived
sea
in Polish
levels
regions
are
and
going to
Ukrainian regions
rise.
are now living
Dick
in
Cheney's going to
independent
take executive power.
Lithuania,
Send us on to
which was
nuclear
last year as well.
I know, we're getting a fight, Blaine. Would you be willing to fight?
I'm gonna grab my fucking surfboard, I'm gonna rip one, brother.
So what does the Soviet Union do about these? So we should recall that at this
What are
time
we fighting,
there was
William?
a lot
I
of
don't know if
flux
some war
going
broke
on
out. I mean, if
here.
Russia ends up having everything that they started claiming the other day, and then we actually end up
They
going
go
to
through a
war,
period
we
which they
fight.
call war communism, which lasts till 1920. It overlaps the Civil War. And it is a period where the communists try
I would love to have some
desperately
sense of purpose
to
where I
bring
can go
this overwhelmingly agrarian society
and we just
rapidly into a
fucking
communist
fight and
future.
a lot of us die.
Karl Marx
But
when
it'd be
he
a fun
Like
outlined
something
his
is happening now.
vision of
It would
the
be so
march
nice to not have
towards
to worry
the
about being
progress that
funny.
he
You could
called
just fight
communism.
for it.
He
Yeah,
really
just
didn't
fight. Yeah, you
anticipate
don't have to
that
worry
would
about going
happen
on a stage
in a
anymore.
state that
You
was
just
largely
blast.
industrial.
Just fucking
So
you have
they
one
have a
mission.
really
That's all
difficult
you're
time
worried about.
trying to
You
make
can wear whatever
these
you want.
backward agrarian communities behave
Well, what
like
do you do?
modern technological
You were cocking,
industrial
you were
communist
loading
states.
it up.
And so they decide to back off, and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that. And that proves to be the breathing room
So
that a lot of
interesting
people
you asked
need
me that. I
to begin to
actually,
rebuild the economy
sometimes when I'm
after
standing naked in the
4 years
bathroom,
of
just
World War and
just
2
looking
years
at
of
myself,
Civil
I
War.
look down
There's
my leg,
also a
this was
tremendous change at the
mistake.
top of the
Fucking
political
idiot. No, I'm
establishment.
kidding. I don't. But I needed to. I should have maybe stuck with all black and white. I have the one color one now, and I love it.
Has a stroke.
But I might just have to
And
get
the
more or
last 2 years
something
of his
because
life
with how it looks
was
right now, it looks
debilitating.
kind of
So
nutty.
that leaves a kind of
Or maybe not. I don't
gap,
know.
vacuum of power, in which both Trump and Stalin and other people who fired are all jockeying to take advantage
Yeah,
of.
looks like you got a bunch of
Ultimately,
tats
the
on your
winner
arm.
would be Stalin, as we shall see.
Yeah, like
But
my
for
arms,
now, we
more
should
so
talk about the
my
Jewish
fucking
aspect.
legs.
Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin
No, you're
definitely
not.
harbors
Stop. It
a
looks
very
good. I mean,
distinct
you're not
anti-Semitism
so
that will eventually
No, you're
express itself
not.
to its
Stop.
fullest later on in his reign. But
Does
this
your wife
time,
like
it's
him?
too weak to really, articulate it.
Oh, yeah, she's
And
fine.
more moderates,
She's not
sometimes
cute, but she's not
Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for
I'm
its
the one
first
that's
decade. It established something called
What's your
Yevsektia,
best advanced
which is a Russian acronym for the Jewish
church on my
It is actually, yeah, it is a Russian
Your
acronym.
chin.
not Jewish. It is a Russian acronym
A
for the
burning
Jewish
church?
section of the Communist
Wait, what
Party.
is
The
that?
idea being
Signify.
that the Jews, because they are a highly
No, we
distinctive
should have
population,
asked.
very different demographically, economically,
No, I don't.
religiously, linguistically,
Yeah,
from the
there's
broader
like,
population,
there's no people
they need a special communist cadre in order to move them towards communist ideals.
Why are somebody
Recognizing
burning it
their special,
It's like
sort of
it's like centralism.
ironically,
Why
they're
are somebody
paralleled by a
burning it? Why?
women's
Yeah.
section of the Communist
There we
Party
go, Grant's
for
back.
similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifestyle as the Jewish section. They'd all be done by 1930 as far as Saturday College and Methodist
No,
Jewish
it
Irish
yeah,
guys,
it's been a
Methodist
pleasure.
Zionist,
Sweet tooth
because
gold.
the
Thank
was
you.
real communism.
No problem, guys.
Yevsektia was specifically
Alright,
set up.
you
The
can come here one of these days, so you just whenever you want.
head of the Yevsektia, a former
Pretty sad.
Chabad
You seem a
rabbi
little sad. Are you okay?
named Dimenstein,
Tell
who
us.
I'm ready
abandoned
to
his Jewish identity
fuck
or
out of here.
abandoned his
Yeah.
religious identity
But yeah, I'm
in
really,
order
really,
to
really sad.
lead this effort,
Alright.
and it had some interesting
Yeah,
knowledge
you're
about
kidding. Oh,
perhaps
just
the
joking.
most significant
Whoa,
aspect of the
Okay,
Yevsektia
bye, Blaine.
was
I
initially
get back to
its determined attack on Jewish religion. Remember that the
Easter.
Communist Party is adopting
I don't know.
a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, later baptized by his
Yeah, the
parents,
tattoos are nice.
is irrelevant.
Yeah, I like
One of the most notorious
Yeah, we like that.
self-hating Jews
Should we
of
do
modern
one
history.
more?
The whole idea of religion in the Marxist
And I want to really
socialist
apologize. I
and
can't believe I
communist mind
botched
is that it
things
is an
so
opiate
hard
of the
today.
masses.
So, Casey, I really
It
do.
is a drug that keeps people stupid.
I accept your
What
apology and that you
specifically
can't blame
does it
yourself. Okay, no one thought this was
from
going to
their
happen.
vision?
Okay,
It
I know.
obfuscates the importance
I have to
of
think about that.
class in their lives,
It's not,
and
you
that
know,
their
sometimes I
true
feel like,
enemies are not the adherents of rival religious
you know,
movements or
and like
national
Jesus, how
movements,
he was in the
but in
garden, but
reality
Jesus
the
wasn't
true
always in
enemies
the
are
garden.
their
Like
class
Jesus was out
enemies.
there
And so
doing all kinds of
doctrinaire Marxism teaches
The world's not always
complete
very true.
atheism in order to allow people to see
Whiplash.
through the veil of religious promises
You
to
just
the
go, I
fact that they
didn't
are
realize that when you
manipulated
join,
by
you just
upper
get let
classes
in one by one.
for their
Oh,
scarce
yeah, I don't know how
So
great
there's a
I don't know how his ass is
ironic
doing it.
expression of this
Oh
organization
God, I
by
can
the
see
League of
myself.
American
Jesus
Atheists
Christ, look how bald I
directed
look.
at Jews. This
No, look at
organization
me.
is
I'm the one who
recognized
looks
as the
all good
first
whiplash. It looks like you at least
godless.
have some hair underneath where you shave. I don't have. If I shaved, it wouldn't look like
But
that.
they distinctly
It would just
strove
think
to
I'm
try
going
and
your way with it.
extirpate Jews
Do
and
I?
the
I think I'm
Nazis,
going
which
your
is
way.
a difficult task because
I just
although
made
this
the
is a
decision after a long week of work to
changing and
fucking cut it
evolving
off.
society that is
Nice. Well, looks good. So
adopting
that's a
more
new
and more
look.
secular approach. This
Yeah,
is
pretty
still a
much,
hard
pretty
path.
much. Getting
It's
used to it.
orthodoxy.
Oh, nice.
and we're
Wait, so
fighting
where
against
are
the
you
danger
right
of
now?
I'm
We
in
would
I'm in
have, however,
Manchester in
significant
the UK.
success.
Oh,
What time is it? Yeah, what time is it?
Yeah.
And the image on the left, which is more of a
Yeah, what time is it?
Jewish
I
one,
think it's
Jesus
sometime.
is
Oh,
giving
there we go.
out alcohol to
I
the
don't know.
guests, the houses at the
9-ish.
party, and they're
Oh,
doing
9-ish.
stupid,
Oh, man, 9:41 maybe.
and the whole idea of the
Maybe or 8:41, something like that. I'm just sat here waiting for some of my friends to join me on Xbox
Jews, there was
because
decided
that's all I do.
emphasis on trying to extirpate religion.
Yeah, what do you
Sometimes
Baldur's
they
Gate
were
3?
co-opted, like they wrote special Zed Haggadahs that were designed to try and
I've heard of
teach
that.
Really,
Jews that they really
yeah, have you not
were
heard of it?
rescued from Moses.
I've
from
heard of it.
Egypt
I'm
by
just
Moses.
balls deep in
They were
The
actually
Last of
rescued
Us
from
2 remaster right now. They have the wonderful
the
game
Russian
mode, and I started playing the game again on hard plus. So resources are very limited, and it's been very difficult. But I have loved it. Yeah, I'm balls.
I nearly got through the first one. Yeah, and then I got stuck. I just kept getting killed when I was playing Ellie.
Oh my gosh, well, think about playing the second one. It's wonderful. I have to cut the cutscenes, though. I have to skip them. It's too sad. If you thought the first one was dramatic, wait until you get to the second one. I have to skip the cutscenes. I cannot watch any of them again. Yeah, you ain't seen
Are you
nothing.
the type of gamer that will watch the cutscenes? I'm terrible at skipping everything. I'm just getting into combat. I just kill things.
I pretty much always skip them, but this, The Last of Us 2, when I first played it, I had to watch it because it's like they're playing a movie almost. I had to watch it, but it's just too freaking sad. And then I get real angry with what's happening. Even though I'm playing it, so I'm causing this, but it's getting super angry, so I can't watch the cutscenes anymore. But yeah, for this game, I did. For this game, I would recommend it for sure.
So yeah, so I'll play, put in my watch my playlist next. I'm really into all the Dark Souls type games.
Yiddish was regarded
So I played them all in order. So I realized those ones where you basically I feel like it's working because I work a lot. So I feel like I like a game where you just sit and work.
Yiddish was good.
That's what I do in The Last of Us Part 2 remaster. I just look around for things to craft in all of the abandoned buildings. I just run everywhere and check every nook and cranny. It's insane. It's like
Baldur's Gate 3 then there's lots of things just to walk around and find and search for. And the story changes constantly depending on if you decide to play an evil person or not.
Now, there are
So,
some funny things
you can run around
associated
and
with
kill
this. Like, for
everybody.
example, Yiddish is about 15-20%.
We're playing an evil run now. I played the nice run. I want to see what it's like on an evil run. People remember. It's quite clever. So you don't get away with anything.
You ever beat anybody up outside like the Manchester football stadium?
No, I haven't. I love me with all the tattoos and stuff, but
You ever beat the shit out of anybody over there?
I'm a big pussy. I just walk around looking intimidating, but if you talk to me, I'd run away.
I hear you, that's what I do. That's what my movements are.
My brother is literally just messaged me right now because we're massive fans of the two of you saying Casey Rockets. Kill Tony. That's so funny.
So excited. Hell yeah. It's wonderful. Casey's great. Casey's doing a great job. It's going good so far with Flash. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, watching the two of you evolve has been freaking brilliant. So much fun. I really hope you come over here because,
Yeah, we have to. I agree. I've only ever been to Canada. I've never been out of America, but Whiplash, I'll be honest, I rewatched Braveheart recently, and I don't know if I could step foot in England after watching oh my God, stop listening to Braveheart thing. Yes, I think it's just too sad, but I mean, I have some Scottish heritage, and seeing what the English people did is Scottish Whiplash, so I don't know if I can step foot in England.
Because
you may not survive, to be honest. Well, it's probably a good thing. Yeah.
No, I'd be fine over there. What did I? I'm kidding. You're scared to do it. Yeah. I was kidding.
They also want specifically so they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. That's maybe like a letter illegal. As the That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G. And Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G. And it's complicated. But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Tehillah Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem, the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special
work at a Waffle House
so
she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black women.
Letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. I think that's kind of fun. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidjan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking, and although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast with Yiddish as its official language and for a time center of publishing and culture, nevertheless it was not successful in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon, but it's not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on the Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalinist policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called Bloodlands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Well, thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
I'm Mark Roner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A nurse at several hospitals in Riverside County has been arrested for the alleged sexual assault of an unconscious patient. A man from Lake Elsinore was arrested yesterday.
The Riverside County Sheriff's Department says its special victims unit began investigating the assault case last month. Investigators say they found evidence at the nurse's home connected to the case. USC says it's ready for budget cuts and layoffs as its deficit passes $200 million. The university plans to lay off staff, sell property, and cut the salaries of some top employees. One official blames rising costs.
In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. Thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we have one lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. While the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic, several terms in the course of the years after World War II, an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendous, earth-shattering, unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Holocaust, for example.
You don't know anything about cars. You literally look like a human transmission. So I sold Hondas.
Application of modern geostatic
and then when I worked in the garage, they had me at first. I was working in sales and I was doing like cold calling to buy a car, which is crazy. I literally didn't sell one car.
Cry out for
because they'd be like, "You want a new car?" I'd be like, "No, not yet."
The Holocaust has largely been accepted as but it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word hola, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God, as described in Leviticus. Hola is a sacrifice which is completely burnt, sometimes you see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic to this in the sense that, so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematoria. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if you are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily as people with mental or physical disabilities were singled out. Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, whole classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of slavs and many people. But if we are somehow using the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, when we look at it, 100%, God received a Roman, whatever that exactly means. Does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were desired by God? That's certainly very possible. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burnt offering themselves, does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? Very, very hard thing, or the priests, I should say. Very, very hard thing to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term korban, usually pronounced the Ashkenazic Yiddish pronunciation korban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times. And that gives you a sense of the magnitude with which they regard this event. In Israel, it's been so often very popular that has a kind of generic meaning of destruction. I know it's also a physical event, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. We only have an hour to go through this horrible event, and that's going to like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, henryabramson.com. And I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to visit it anytime. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today and for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So, in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaty withdrawn the entire map. There were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that war conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the transnational events that led to those incredible hostilities. But anyway, that's the way the Fifth Corps determined many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revive those the element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic impetus is this thing that the Germans called the Rothschild'S, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness within their countries, that according to those who advanced this theory really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases, they prematurely surrendered. And they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Durchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. You can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you miss the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the four locks, the payos on the sides of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make a mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Durchstoß. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my totally free and open to the global community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example, from Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually,
welcome, Frosty.
Cut off from the top that says,
Hi-oh. How you living, pimp?
It says German Christians and save Austria.
Are you ready to play a game?
Deutsche German.
Not right now, no, I haven't had a shower or anything yet. Woke up with
those
voting on.
who was back of German.
Mornings are kind of slow because I gotta do all my shit in the morning.
Were you
Have
able?
a shower and my walk and shit.
Were you able to quit smoking?
Uh, I mean, the vape thing is way worse. Like, it started to make me sick, the vape. So I just quit that.
Okay.
The hook nose, the thick lips, the payos, it's a trope for the era. A yarmulke.
So this is
and smiling.
I like lately there have been a lot of
Hitler
Jewish
capitalizes
teachings
on this
on Christians. Because Christians don't have like a full, like, it's very various. It's problematic sometimes because we don't have a very holistic faith. Remember I told you about it, right?
Yeah.
So that's slowly changing because like I don't know, they're focusing more on Trinity rather than saints and stuff, like just regular living kind of thing.
You got a new pope.
Yeah. Yeah. What else has happened since then? I don't remember the news even. Yeah, the Israel-Palestine thing got pretty bad, right? Still is.
Word dog. And then Iran.
Yeah. What do you think is happening with the Israel-Palestine thing? I don't know. It's like I don't know, man. I just like I get annoyed when like people kind of get upset by it all the time because I don't know. Some people just watch like tragedy happen and just like sit there and
Yeah, I mean,
call it out. And then it happens again and they call it out.
Right. I want world peace, so that's my stance on it.
In an intentional way, the use of Cyclone Bay in the gas chambers.
Yeah.
But rather,
what about Palestine? What do you think? Like,
his desire that
is gonna happen?
I don't know. I'm not a soothsayer. I just know I want peace.
That he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless,
there are a lot of Jews who are anti-Zionist as well. But, I don't know why they have that kind of thing. I don't know. It's sort of like
so one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutschblütige, or German-blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents.
Is this about Nazi culture or something?
Yeah, it's about the Holocaust.
Years continue and we go into the Holocaust.
Yeah.
German citizens will.
Would you rate Trump as being like just as nefarious as Hitler?
Oh, I don't get political like that.
Then you have moving to the right.
Yeah, I guess that's the safe way.
Second degree mixed race.
I don't know. I just study
one Jewish parent.
a lot. Right?
In Jewish law,
that's my thing.
The maternal line is a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish.
Even like dictators, like really harsh dictators, belong to like sort of archetype.
But the Nazis didn't care about that. They're working with this.
And it's the same with Hitler, is that his ideology of like anti-Semitism was kind of it was rigid on
as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with 3 Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. Right?
On bloodline.
The second one to the right and the right.
What happens is that sometimes kind of, I don't know what it does.
But the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very
definitely some sort of regression.
Rate between Jews and non-Jews over the
we still don't know what happened at the end of World War II, for example.
Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews.
Like we know what happened after World War II, but we don't know what exactly really happened at the end of World War II.
And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly
No, Rabbi, I sort of think like people don't get it too much because Putin talks about it a lot, but it's like everything, every war is based on
Once you had a definition of Jews,
geopolitical conflict happening in different regions of the world.
such as
So it's precisely the same reason that people form alliances, like countries form alliances.
or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome
Right
here
now,
or are unwelcome guests and things like that, and you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course, excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced
like when you study a lot
for some kind of
for a
pretext
bit,
in order to
I don't know if you have to do that anyway, but I don't know, maybe about like something that you have some stuff forward.
on the night of
But
November 1938.
have you have you decided like specifically to like the teaching
Which
stuff?
was a very clear signal to the Jews
What do you mean?
that situation was escalating.
Like you could combine your kind of like brand of whatever this is, right, and use it to teach like modern era stuff in Judaism, whatever it is.
Perhaps I've thought about being a professor, but I, at this point, just am a lifelong learner. So I like to learn, and one of my favorite topics is Jewish history. So that's what I like to watch.
What history? Jewish history.
Jewish history.
Jewish history. Yeah, it's pretty
Riders
interesting.
went through the towns led by some of the hooligans of elements in the Nazi Party. There was, literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it fired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at that time managed to flee before 1937, before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into the 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees in this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust following. It's a terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies. But when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939 is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east. They met at a border that, at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise, and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstration tract boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then the bureaucrats would have to undo what they had been doing and work on something else, and they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. But we won't go into that in greater detail. But anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important to that region where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their
Can you do an Irish accent?
for the final solution.
Only when I'm taking the piss out
The
of my
first thing that's happening in this region
Irish and Catholic,
they established numerous ghettos. As you can see, they scattered throughout the region.
Those tattoos, you look crazy.
The post-1941
that's what she said.
So that's what I'm saying. So get mad. Is that a way? Is that one of the times you get mad at her? Like, whiplash, what are you? Stop gaming so much. Stop playing Baldur's Gate so much.
The green, the yellow, and black ones were established when the Nazis first invaded.
No, but
At this time, they had not clearly articulated or defined
whiplash, put the belt
what
down.
they were
That's not
intended to
milk.
do
That's
with
syrup.
the Jews. They certainly wanted to control
Oh, you're
them,
going to say semen,
and the ghettos were
Whiplash,
a
that's semen.
subject
Don't
of some
use my nice
debate
jar for
in the
the
internal Nazi hierarchy.
So then what do you say to the Irish accent
favor
when
of
you're
them
mad at your
against the
mom?
arguments that, you know, it would spread typhus and things like that.
Please don't leave us hanging like that. So we never get an Englishman who has the Irish accent, the Irish passport. We never get this one.
Historiography of the Holocaust as
I
well.
really wish I
That
could call that.
sort of
Don't tell us
two
this.
major
It's been a really
bodies
rough day for both of
of
us.
thinkers against
You
each
had a
other.
bagel
It's
sandwich.
very
It wasn't
important
that
to
good.
understand them. Let me just mention them briefly
What do I say?
One
Let me
school
just
of
get
thought,
let me
which
give
really
you a frame of
emerges
mind.
from the immediate
Put that
post-war
jar
era
away.
of the Nuremberg War trials. There's a school of thought called
I will
intentionalism,
here we go.
and this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Dewitz, for example. And the argument was among intentionalists that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can draw a pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made, decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of unfolding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, which many scholars like Rothschild'S early ones, Christopher Browning, my own teacher Michael Maris are in that camp, in which they say that there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of colossal order, and they certainly will not have looked askance at the idea of this mass murder, but did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? They point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the region, or the plans to take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there, and the fact that Jews were actually free to leave the Third Reich right up until 1940, well, if I remember correctly. If they're really intending to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these
I got somebody touching my leg in Austin a year or two ago. I was laying on the bed and somebody touched my leg and
that
scared me.
clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. Dated January 1942. How is it possible that we don't have any documentation of this
Oh my
plan
gosh, you're
until
gonna
that
be
late
getting
a date?
touched. Don't
The
worry.
functionalists argue that while, again, recall, this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism of the present Nazi Party and its leadership,
Okay,
but they argue that the plan to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of the war, meaning as the war was progressing, and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that actually murdering all the Jews of Europe was possible. And though they may slowly move towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that. So that's a major difference between intellectuals and and functionalists that characterizes much of historiography. There's no question that the dominant interpretive mode that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on in the Nazi Party. But to return to our narrative, they're developing these ghettos, first in the German-controlled regions, and later after 1941 in the Soviet regions. And they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be one. There are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity among Nazis as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called reductionist. Religious one in particular, where the thinking was that, the reason for the ghettos, and again, Hitler is not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own. So this was regarded as an example of this was used as slave labor. Why would you destroy all all of this human capital. Let's make use of it for the war effort. So Woodbridge had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry. It's a traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the key to survival in Woodbridge, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful. And Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for young soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model would fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. But for much of the early period of the war, that's just the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like the Warsaw Authority, were operating on a model which calls about attrition, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease. Also, Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis. They were given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per person. Absurd, no one could survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous deprivations. People simply literally dying in the streets of hunger, typhus, and other things. The ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1941. That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas. North Africa, with its Jewish population, especially significant. And it would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Oslo. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really do care about the cultural distinctions between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that they implemented were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. The experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct. Certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the European Ashkenazim and those Sephardim who lived in regions of German control in Europe experienced. That is not to say that Sephardim are not on the list, because Nazis did not intend to impose those similar policies. Had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to North Africa or Sephardim centers, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere, but they were complete entities where they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazim constitute the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important development in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant to the Holocaust, as the beginning of the war in September of 1939, the date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that, developments in the war have direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if we look at Hungarian Jewry, that the Holocaust, the primary for the Nazis, even more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting the resources to protect their eastern flank, and on the other hand, devoting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose in a suicidal manner to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical and how this is a phenomenal death cult that absorbed the entire Nazi hierarchy of that. Anyway, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1931. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They had not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what is today the boundaries of Ukraine, White Russia, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city boundaries of Moscow, and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that's the war between the army and Wehrmacht. What we also do, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is we sent in 4 mobile killing squads of Einsatzgruppen. These 4 squads were called like a police battalion, followed behind the regular army, and their task was to spread out and go to all of the tiny little Jewish villages called shtetl that dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexuals, Jewish witnesses, or anything else that was not in the business, march them out to local ravines, no local ravines existed, to have them dig their own graves, and then to shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas that would be the next solution in the Nazi plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected. The Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time. Occasionally, like in Spain, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppen action at the ravine called Rabbi, ravine, a dried out riverbed, and they would kill, if I remember correctly, it was some 30,000 Jews within the space of just a few days. They would go on to use Babin Yar for up to 100,000 victims of various other stripes over the course of their occupation of Ukraine, but it was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were survived in my family were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II and lived in safety while their parents, siblings, lost their lives in the ravines of Lithuania. Here's one of the many photographs we have of the Holocaust by bullets, and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the Functionalist School, who mined the archives for depositions of Einsatzgruppen members to give us a really comprehensive look as to who these people were. He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. They were people drawn from all walks of life, and hears in their own words how they somehow justify this horrific deed. Now, what ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 41, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have, some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. They were suffering under the horrible bombardments of the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe in a euphoric manner. He might have said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews of Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, according to this model of thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. And so that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This is actually demonstrated by Christopher Brown that, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive up to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their grave. And, you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Belga, from also Islamic population who had protested, and they had to receive all kinds of tough talk from even people as high ranking as Heather Finlay, who would come out and say, you know, this is difficult, but you're doing it. The Third Reich, the use of heroism, and things like that. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. Again, not for our purpose here, but I strongly recommend to understanding this phenomenon, you have to recognize the great experiments that psychologists of the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram, and Bardo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process plays out into the mind, and also how the dangers of this So what happened is, in January 1942, there was a gathering at the Berlin Airport known as Wannsee, in which, for the first time, the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Jews of Europe, or most chilling pages of records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled, or trying to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish population there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small, they were going to murder all 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. And the way they would do it was they were going to adopt the technique that they had really pioneered in their attempt to rid Germany of people with mental or physical disabilities, who got to do with Down syndrome, things like that. Horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like 6-1-8, essentially a rat poison. And concentration camps were largely scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political purposes. Which could include Jews as well, but that was not their main purpose. And they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and from beating and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that really didn't want functioning in society. The death camps, on the other hand, were institutions, factories designed to eliminate human beings. In fact, the term that was used was vernichtungslager, which means literally to make into nothing, as opposed to concentration which means concentration. These camps were set up with access to the rail lines that was crucial. And so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail line to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those who might be useful for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, either with something like the first year of the war effort, like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing oxycontin that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that would be used in the murder process themselves, the so-called Folsom Commandos, who would have the incredibly difficult task of removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria, where the bodies would be burned, and so on. And these gas chambers operated with stereotypical suction and efficiency, massacring thousands every day, far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust that bullets that we saw in Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of girls were also deported to death camps. Roma and a whole series of people from, they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps, and how to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. The Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps. They found the Jews who were used as slave laborers, totally emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they had been freed and they found it so big that this was definitely the darkest period of the Holocaust, and I would venture that it's probably the darkest moment in human history as well. Now, we should take some time to specifically think about the populations of the region, other than those who were direct victims of the Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's double-crossing of Stalin operation.
There he is. How you living, pimp?
There was a region of territory which was taken over.
What's up, dog?
You see in this map here.
My activity increased in the last couple of days.
Of course it is. You've been spending more time with me. What's up, pimp? How are you?
Good. All right, let's try the puzzle.
All right. We've got a new game to play if you want to play it.
Is it, what's the app? What's the color? Is it here?
Yeah, it's in Play-Doh.
Is it here?
No, you and I have played it. But there are different ways to play it. So we will play
it recently?
Yeah, we played it not too long ago. So it's Carom, and we're gonna play it rank. We're gonna play a private game, freestyle to 210, and I'm gonna send you an invitation, and you're gonna have the invitation right now. All right. The goal is you can see what the points are on the left. So black is 10, white is 20, red is 50. Were you aware that you had an invitation? Yo, Doug, were you aware that everyone's waiting on you? Yo, Dog, were you aware that everyone is waiting on you?
Yeah, okay.
What percentage is your phone? What'd you say? You know who loves this game? Riser. Did you go to the gym? Are you going today? How did you increase your IQ? How did you increase your IQ?
My weakest point was my block design, so I had to block back.
Dog, you're really hard to understand.
Yeah, understand me.
You're very difficult to understand. Are you sure your mic, your like fingers not in front of your mic or something?
Yeah, it is. Can you hear me now?
It's still not as good as it normally is. Yeah, I guess.
I bought the block design toy because my weakest point is IQ. That's the block design.
Okay.
So I keep on playing with the block design.
Do you think you're still going to suck dick at mini golf? Or do you think that you're going to not suck dick at mini golf?
Here's the thing, Rabbi. I can study the Rothschild'S IQ test and study that, and then go into the books of fun IQ test and not study that and actually know my proper IQ.
Okay. Why are you so obsessed with IQ?
So I want to document. I want to document my life. Not the same way you're documenting your life.
You want to document what?
I want to document my life.
Like, you want to live stream your life?
No, I want to document life as neurodivergent person. And study the myths like over-diagnostic and what's going on.
Why do you want to do that? Yo, dog. Yo, dog, weren't you going on... What, didn't you do stand-up on Monday?
No, next Monday.
Okay, what's your joke?
My whole fucking life's a joke.
Dude, now you sound better. Hold on, now you sound a lot better.
So my whole life's a fucking joke. You can just look at my mid-goal gameplay and you can laugh at that.
Well, everybody knows that.
Not everyone knows that.
All right, Zoot. I've sent you an invitation. No, but what is your first joke going to be when you do stand-up?
Next joke.
What'd you say? One more time?
I'm not giving you my routine.
Why not?
I mean, just I'll record it and send it to you.
No, you don't have to do that. Just tell me your first joke.
Nah, it's not as funny. It's not as fun. Like,
It's
all about the crowd.
Let me be the judge of that. What's your first joke?
What's your first joke?
Yo, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. That's funny. So what is your joke? What'd you say? What did you say, Zoot?
What's my first joke?
Yeah.
I want to have
What are you saying, big dog?
I really don't know. I'm not giving away my joke.
I just gave away mine, and I just had one of the best shots of my career.
Last time.
I just gave you a joke. Now I want to hear your joke. Yo, dog, what's your joke?
It's not like a joke. I just want to tell people my life story, which is funny.
People are going to boo you.
Why?
Because that's not why you do that. That's not what stand-up generally is. Oh, fuck you, Zoot.
Stand-up is building a connection with the audience and making them laugh.
Okay. So,
connecting with the audience.
Okay, I'm in agreement with that. So pretend you're on stage right now, How are you gonna make me laugh?
Subjective. Your sense of humor is different to the whole crowd.
Just do your routine. You're gonna do it for 2 or 5 minutes. Let's hear it.
I don't feel in the mood. There's not enough people around.
That's when it's perfect. Let's hear what you have to say. Are you gonna go up there and you're gonna be like, "Hey, my name is Zoot, and I'm neurodivergent"?
No, I prefer to identify as retarded because it's easier to explain to most people because most people don't understand neurodivergency.
But you're not retarded, and that's not a good word to use.
What's the definition of retarded?
That's kind of like a slur. You don't want to use that term. You might say mentally challenged or specially challenged, but you're not that either. You could go up there and you could be like, okay, if you really wanted, I'll do Zoot's routine. And this would be funnier than what you're going to do. Are you ready? Hey, everybody. My name is Zoot. I suffer from something known as Tourette's syndrome. I don't know if you've ever had any kind of situation where you've had a thought that is in your head that you really, really, really didn't want to say. Well, when you have Tourette's syndrome, the unfortunate thing occurs that you end up saying it. And it can cause you to say some really awkward things at some really inopportune times. Here are some examples. And then you can give real life examples.
I haven't had that bad of an experience with Tourette's where I've said something.
You could just make up stuff. It doesn't have to be real. So you could be like, this one time I was in the grocery store and I saw a really, really large person there. And it caused me to say, and then whatever you'd want to say.
I think I have seen the N-word when I saw a darker skinned person. I think I have called someone a fat fuck that was really large as well. And I think I called someone ugly that was actually really attractive.
Okay.
And I've definitely wasted the name, during the wrong name during having sex with a girl. But everyone's done that.
No one's done that, dude. No one does that.
A lot of people do that.
No, in like movies and stuff. But real people don't fucking do that unless they're like cheating on their spouse. Okay, that's kind of a joke that I guess is funny. So you could be like, hey everybody, my name is Zoot. I suffer from something known as Tourette's syndrome. I don't know if any of you know what Tourette's syndrome is, but it causes some tics and sometimes it causes me to say things that I don't mean to say. Like, I've been having sex with a girl and said the wrong name. And then, so what was the girl's name and what did you call her?
Fuck, so long ago.
So you could say, what's a common Australian name for a girl? What was it?
Oh, Maddie.
Okay.
Maddie.
So I was fucking this chick named Maddie when I inadvertently called her the wrong name. It's really awkward when you call someone named Maddie Beyonce. Do you see how hard that made you? Do you see how hard that made you laugh?
Well, that's the fact. The fact is, like, it's not even that bad of a deal because like there's only fucking one person in the world named Beyonce, and she's a singer, and there's no way that she's gonna be like, oh, you fuck Beyonce on my back. No, she's gonna be like, oh yeah, you're gonna. What do you want to listen to Beyonce right now?
No. It's the fact that you just laughed at something that I just said, and that's what you want the crowd to do.
Yeah. I know how to make people laugh. I just can't fucking function right now. So I'm kind of just, I'm not in the mood. Have I made you laugh before, Rabbi?
Yeah.
At what?
Sometimes it's about the stuff that you do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I could just talk about going to the gangbang and people would laugh.
Okay, so that could be one. You could be like, hey everybody, my name is Zoot. I was once in a gangbang at an adult bookstore. It turned out that there was a woman who I met on Reddit, and she was looking to get fucked by as many guys as possible. And I was cool with this under one condition, that I got to go first. And while that seems really cool to go first, unfortunately, what isn't cool is when you cannot get an erection when she's sucking your dick. So here I am in front of 25 fellow Australians trying to get a boner, and I'm limp as a fish, and there are like 20 guys waiting on me to come, and I absolutely can't. I mean, there are guys who are looking at their watch, there are guys looking at their phone, and here I am just trying as hard as I absolutely can to get a boner, and I couldn't. Zoot, you won. So that's kind of a funny story. I mean, you could do, like, if you wanted to be real shit that you do, or stories you've told me, and you just kind of twist it a little bit, you can be like, hey everybody, my name's Zoot. I'm really into cryptocurrencies, but not just any cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana. I like funny sounding cryptocurrencies. So the ones that really attract my attention are ones like Fat Girl Investment Corporation. Why that? Because investing in Fat Girl Investment Corporation is like buying Bitcoin in 2009.
Yeah, because you're investing in fact. Girls is like buying Bitcoin in 2009.
That's what I just said.
Find a fat girl. You gotta go to the gym, find a fat girl, and invest in her, and then yeah.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yeah, pretty much. But you said it was a token.
I've driven a limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring, repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't bend my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell and jarred my neck really bad. I could not drive or lift anything for months.
All right, so you've got like enough jokes now. I mean, they're not really that funny, but they are good enough for you to use.
Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go eat and I'll be back. And then go on the gym.
All right, well, charge your phone, dude.
Okay. Oh, big fun in the family, maybe.
what historian Timothy Snyder calls
Yeah, I wonder if there's any
bloodline.
buried treasures or anything in Texas.
It is included
Hopefully, get out
these
there.
countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and
Do a
the
little
eastern part of
seismic
Poland
scanning.
that had
Oh,
all
there's Amy drinking a
experienced
martini. I think
freedom
and
and national
she's just with
sovereignty
dead.
from World War
God,
I,
what's his name?
and it was snatched back by the Soviet Union, which
Steph
wanted to
Curry.
regain
Curry.
territory that they had lost
Oh,
in
yeah.
the
What's his name?
Revolution
Grant,
and
do you
war.
know?
That was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization, meaning they came in and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life, collectivization of agriculture, arrest of local intelligentsia, including especially priests, any kind of religious functionaries were under threat, the suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was they had these kind of, show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh yes, we love communism, we're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same thing that the Soviets
But
did
every once in a while, I'll open it with a song and
1939.
dance that everyone just fucking hates. And there was like 200 people there. And
So,
I really grimaced.
not surprisingly, huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodland territories in particular for the very harsh, brutal treatment of confiscations and suppression of religion and arrest of their leaders and all kinds of things that are happening.
Yeah, I remember the
And
show.
also,
but I
very
can't think of
important to
the song.
understand,
Well, that's fun. That's good.
for
You
reasons
did that.
which
They
are
probably liked it. They
complex,
probably
more
did
than
set a
we
good
go
tone
into
for the rest
here,
of the freaking
a
album.
lot
The
of these
show
populations
The whole
believe
show went
that
good, but yeah, it just
communism is
felt weird to
essentially
go
a
up there.
Jewish phenomenon.
Oh, let me go
This
bomb
was
real
certainly
quick.
encouraged by
Yeah,
Nazi
that's
propaganda,
Casey,
and
that
it
is
was
brave. It's very brave of you. It really
accelerated
is.
by
It is.
the
This
presence
is just a bad
of Jews
precedent. I don't
that
think
we
you should
saw
start
in
your show
the very
by bombing.
beginning of
You have to cut
the
that out.
Soviet experiment
Does
when
it negatively
he joined
affect
the
your
Red
psyche?
Army
Do you
to
get into
largely
your head
protect
at
himself
all
from
after
Hitler's
something like that? Because
And
I feel
also
that fear with
in
my crazy
the
asses. I don't know. I can end up getting my head and be like, oh my god,
Soviet
you're about to
leadership
fuck
who were
everything up
ethnically
after
Jewish,
us.
although they
Do
largely
you think that at
jettisoned
all,
their
or it's
Jewish
totally
identities.
fine?
There
Yeah,
were
that's
several
alright.
prominent
You know,
members,
when I did it on Friday, I think that was a
for
good
example,
breaking
the
point. I think it's
foreign
right. I
minister
think I'm done.
Zinoviev,
I think I'm done
who was
going out there and
displaced
singing
by
before the
Molotov
show.
because
In my head, I thought
Hitler
they'd all
signed
be
a
excited,
treaty
like, oh my
with
god, this is
a
guy.
Jewish minister.
For sure, singing this song
And
really, really good.
the
Well,
perceived
it could have just been a
presence of
bad
Jews
crap. I don't
in
know.
the Soviet secret police,
Yeah,
then called the NKVD, later would be called the KGB, and now kind of morphed into what the Russians call the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism, by and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated because Hitler and Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks with so many Jews. But this, kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the journalists, the priests, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian,
It was, I
Latvian,
swear to you,
Estonian
Casey,
leaders,
we both looked at each other, and I knew he was thinking it's a weird energy.
They
And it
also,
was,
by the
and I
way,
swear it made it more
fed
eerie than all
along
the
with
sinks
about
were going.
600,000 local Jews
That's about it.
who realized that
There
the
was a notice
Nazis
on the
presented
door
a
that
much
said,
greater
oh, you
threat to
drive
them
a Chevy
than the
Cruze
Soviets
or
did.
whatever,
And so
let me fix your airbag.
very, very
It's gonna
large
kill you
number
if
of
it
Jews
goes off.
survived the Holocaust by fleeing
It just was
peace
strange. It's like,
time
why is
in
this note on the
advance
door?
of
Why did it say
Barbarossa
once you're not taking
and
off?
setting up
How
their
did they know
homes
this person
briefly
drove the
in
Chevy
Central
Cruze?
Asia,
How did they know
places
their
like
airbag was? That was a
Uzbekistan,
recall. It was a recall of some
Siberia,
sort.
and later they would move
So,
to the west
who
in
knows?
return. But for the local populations, such as the Ukrainians,
Once we got over the
for
fact that you're
example,
saving the world.
one of the things they did as soon as the Nazis, as the Soviets fled, is they went into local jail halls and they found the murdered bodies of their loved ones and their leaders. Here's a photograph of Ukrainian women were striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of the prisons. And there's a huge amount
Did
of
you think that was funny, Grant?
anger
I don't think they said
directed
I did.
against
And
any
then Kurt was like,
representative
you laughing, Grant, or that was the fucking idiots next door? What's going on here?
wrongs that take place right after the Soviets leave.
What did they do that was so funny with the wrapping up?
Very
What are they doing? What they do? Tell us.
Of Yugoslavia and Poland, these pogroms
Busting the
even
gut out
took place before the Nazis arrived. But they really came from the population as a whole. Indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their association with the
queso blanco,
Now,
butter,
collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely on
one
the
is queso blanco, one is butter, classic butter. Those are the ones that I brought, but I got some of my
while
house.
they're
Stuff
certainly like in every society, they're true believers in anti-Semitism. Most of the local population, those who collaborated with the Nazis, were primarily motivated by their hatred of enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the degree of collaboration was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi policies towards the local population. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had tremendous amounts of peace. To a certain degree, collaboration with the Nazis in those days was far more egregious than collaboration in peace. These, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life. But people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was an incredibly brutal environment, public hangings, the lives of Poles and other Central Slavs in particular were worth almost nothing to the Germans, and as a result, he's done a lot with what he was collaborate squander that money they inherit. And in this context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states at this time even developed Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting Slavs of a lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, really trapped within this ideology, and they created divisions like the so-called Galicia Waffen-SS division, which was made up of Western Ukrainians who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs. You do definitely have real anti-Semites who delighted in the murder of innocents. But most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We could go into specific minutes, but again, time is very short. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness that the people had that they were also victims. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles were all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. There is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation of that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. But nevertheless, it's important to understand that local populations exercise themselves as victims. So, unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging.
Play with your
It's
blog.
extremely challenging as well to try and
Gala
squeeze this
Island.
into 1
Do you remember
hour.
that?
But
Oh my gosh, it was a
feel
Nickelodeon
permission
show. And I was reminded of it because
the
the
vaginal for at least 5 minutes.
surgeries at that
I
time, the only
apologize
surgery I had was
for
my
not
mouth taken
timing
out in the
accurately.
room when you're recovering.
Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And since these lectures
Yeah,
are
I
delivered
think
to
they're.
students in
I think they are in
Hungary,
Jamaica.
I
I think they are
one of
being island.
the most inspirational
Yellow
figures of
frogs.
Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman
Oh, there it is.
who had
Okay, so
emigrated
this I
from
have not
Budapest
seen,
to
but I
Israel
like
in
that.
Tennessee.
Is he a little animated
She
frog?
was so moved by the suffering of co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up with the paratroopers to parachute into Nazi-occupied Europe and to capture resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured before she refused to divulge the signals that allowed the captors to use the radio that she carried with her. It was a rather remarkable story.
That's exciting. Well, I can't stop thinking about what I want to explore next.
So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that
Because how is your, if you were to get lost somewhere, what is your ability to protect yourself from being able to survive?
for reasons we'll explore, there are many other forms of resistance.
I think I saw
When
in
you
a movie
are
once, if you
subject
have
to
a
a
cap of
degree
love,
that
you put like
would
some
have you die, that even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow it to
who's Willie the
fade
sneaky
away.
little snake,
They
sticky
had
son? Oh my gosh, what a
underground
mouthful!
medical schools. I mean, it's
It's
amazing.
quite hard thing to
Lending
have.
libraries, theaters,
It's
all
really
kinds of
long on my
activities,
birthday.
orphanages run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous
So in school,
child
would you say
psychologist who
kids with the
dedicated
W
the
last name or the
months
S
of his
last
life
name?
to the welfare of
I
his children.
usually just
And
let
you have the incomparable Rabbi columnist Thomas Shapira, who is someone that I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context
and then you get really anxious
of the failed
and you just want
rebellion.
to leave.
But when we look at
I'd rather
the
be like
resistance by Jews, we try to understand it because, again,
in a fucking
you know,
class.
we wonder why
Yeah, that's a
they
sleeper
resist
thing
early,
to do
right? They
on
rise up
LSD
earlier.
is
We
running
have to
over
point to
trash
several
cans in
factors.
your car. That's really
Taxi
not going
policy,
to put the
collective punishment is
anxiety
very
in
important.
overdrive.
Generational
My
differences
anxiety
is
would be through
extremely
the roof
important.
if I was in
Older
a car in the
Jews
first place.
were
I was
working
just
with
eating
a
garbage
older
cans.
model that had served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge from scares the other side.
Yeah, I mean, that
And this is something
doing
that the
yourself
great
car
historian
washes, it's like, how,
Bella
what?
Silberg
I
has
didn't go to school for this. How am I supposed to hang at the top of the car? And not talk
longer meditation, but to state it briefly,
That's how we got into this.
historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in particular, had learned that they simply is, suicidal to try and take up arms
Yeah, that's
against
Mark McGrath's
invading authorities. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending
well,
local
what's
cities
going on
and
today? Are you having a
participating in
good day
local
today?
events. We do see Jews engaging in military activities in Provence,
For
for example,
yourself
not
or
exactly
for someone
Ashkenazi
else?
Jews, but nevertheless, we're seeing the south of
But
France.
for myself, like,
But for most of this period,
I'm not doing
Jews
this.
had learned that there
Yeah,
were
what are you,
two
like,
basic
an ER
ways
nurse
that
or
were
what kind of
more
nurse
likely
are you?
for survival.
I don't know,
The
man.
first was to bribe the offending local authority to offer a contribution or a gift.
Do you ever go through the boxes? What's in the boxes? Is it
Or
different? Is it pills,
simply run away.
morphine?
No, there's no. It's
Self-exile.
all like me.
This is what one of my students
Oh,
coined the feed or flee
I got
strategy
you pretty
of
good medical
Jewish
school, so
existence. And it
Cool,
worked
like what?
pretty well
like
for
drills and
a
shit.
good
I'm
1,000
like, I
years
don't
of
know, I could
Ashkenazi
probably
history.
put you in
But
places.
what did not work, and this is really the key
Good to know. Yeah, my dad's buddy just got hit by some street racers in Memphis. Got hit on his bike at 75. Has to get a new head now.
Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, his type
Well,
of
he didn't
anti-Semitism,
deserve that. Mr.
was
Hudson
such
didn't
that
deserve
lives
that.
were
Really,
not
so.
to be
But
considered.
I hear
This was
you.
some
Yeah,
kind of
you have to be a reason. He's
diabolical
where you right
messianism
now.
where all Jews had to be destroyed in
I
order
don't
to
know,
somehow
like Granite
save the
City,
world,
Illinois, but I rode to this
and
little.
that there
And
was
when I
no
go
one
downtown, if I get
who
caught in
so
crossfire, I
therefore
don't
they
like it.
simply could
Part
not
of the
compute
part of it, you know. You
threat
go to
of
Memphis,
Nazism
St. Louis,
represented.
Yeah.
Is
The
Nelly
younger
still
generation is
huge in
especially
St.
important
Louis?
because they were not laboring under this misconception of
What a
as a
for
result,
Christ.
it was only after the large relocations from the work camp, for example, in the summer of 1942, well after the war in Spain,
Lil Wayne was from New
to go
Orleans.
up
I thought he was
there
from Louisiana.
was ghetto uprising. So with this, what we're going to continue with the final chapter in the next lecture. There is, thank God, time for astronomical views, and not for the Thank you very much for your
Yeah, we've seen him like that before. We were there last Easter, and it was like yelling at us to find the eggs, and we're like, we're pretty sure you didn't find the eggs and bring us back. It wasn't a school egg. Yeah, I got there a couple hours. I got exploring. I did exploring for eggs that day. But whatever. What are your plans for Easter?
I mean, I guess no problem. He died today. And then
You eat them?
I was just thinking about that. Like, I don't like food. But maybe the
Hello, fellow students and users. Over the course of this video, I'd like to walk you
All right, Billy, you sleepy little snake with sleeping
through
cells.
this history of
It's a pleasure. In the hospital.
describe how they interact
Yeah, I
with
think
the
I really need to go.
Here you can see Ukraine and the nation of some 42 million people of the size of France and the valuable global real estate as it has a very good soil, black soil, one of the things that we'll see about the peoples of Ukraine, because it is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-ethnic state, not just Chinese, but also Russians, of course, and many other nationalities is that Indonesia is largely fishery, a very long-standing, centuries-old fishery. Part of which is faced towards the north, and going towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, towards Warsaw, and also towards Paris, London, and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of this video, but it is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it was not received almost statehood until the 20th century, it really has a very real history, both that for both sides, including Russia. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here describes an early medieval region called Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around the city of Kyiv. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way. That's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country. But it used to be called in English Kiev, which is closer to a Russian pronunciation because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kiev and Rus, which existed long before Moscow was established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from
in my opinion, the best frozen pizza
not only
you can buy.
Ukrainians
It's
but
so
also
good.
Russians.
Listen,
Part
listen.
of the podcast family, but unfortunately, they all owe their cultural heritage to
equally as good, if not a little better.
What's especially important in its history is the
crazy idea
one of its leaders, Volodymyr, pronounced Russian Vladimir, shown here in a statue overlooking the Pearl River that runs through the middle of Jacob. Volodymyr made a decision
Look at this athleticism, folks. Ooh, spreads like a motherfucking Gatorade commercial.
historical document of the region, something called the Polish in your pocket. Chronicle of bygone years. There is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history because the same kind of situation is enacted in Khazari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths active in the region, not only Muslims, but also two different types of Christians, Catholic and Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam. He rejects Judaism because he was concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the book is referred to, not the least of which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Christianity, that the Orthodox Christianity, and that becomes the faith of the majority of the faiths today. Although, as we will see, there is significant design changes in the West. Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even while
that's another thing that I'm just thinking about now. Say you're somewhere that's
where did you get these Jews to debate with? In the Kobesh, they brought them from Azaria. Azaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. We don't have a lot of time to explore right now, but it was, according to medieval sources, a medieval Jewish kingdom that existed in the actually several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of questions on Jewish historians what is the extent of the version of these local people. There are some scholars who believe that it's all on the end of medieval ages. Other scholars would say that it was in fact a Jewish movement, but the Judaism was quite attenuated. Perhaps it wasn't definitive. I'm not sure I understand today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarians who were active in India. One of the most fascinating documents is this document, which is a letter called the Heathen Letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written sort of Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in language. And this was a document supposedly from Cave itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Cavean alms collector, tzedakah collector. And this was what we call the modern Jewish Pesach, a little document that we would use. And the document talks about how, he's a member of the Senate, he's falling hard times, which please help come with a donation. And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of those person's bona fides. And one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkic.
Oh my gosh!
Rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kiev Rus. By the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there was Jewish settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available. But definitely by the time you get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century,
The best
there
thing to do
is
is
a
not to
Jewish
have it around. I
presence.
currently have
There
it.
is even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Tosafot, which left a very extensive commentary on the Talmud, who was called Moses of Cave. There's several other figures from this period that indicate that there were Jews living there even at the very beginning of Iranian history. Now, what happens to Cave and Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols, and so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire territory, and when the Mongols finally recede, then the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed into a very large state, which is called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalty. And as you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today, you can see there's modern boundaries on it, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends through Belarus and much of Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea. And to this region, you have a massive influx of Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century onward, especially peaking around the 16th century. The reason why Jews are especially moving to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is dominated by Ukraine and the southern regions, is because they are being driven out from the west by an increase in anti-Semitism, charges of the famous blood libel, post-desecration stories, the persecution after the Black Death of 1347-48. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords who hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia hire Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various types of taxes on produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax sharping, or the horrendous system, was definitely exploitative. The Polish landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands.
Yeah, right. That's what people are talking about. What if you did have family in Charlotte?
And they simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year as the Polish landlords would demand more income from their latifundia, their massive holdings. So many Ukrainian peasants, particularly males, simply abandoned their ancestral farms and they retreated to these kind of quasi-military sort of cowboy-like encampments, primarily along the rapids of the Dnipro River. And in these sort of encampments, they would make their living by pirating, by freebooting. And ultimately, they organized themselves under one leader, Kosnitsky, who rose up, who organized them all, and rose up against the Polish landlords and their leaseholders. And in 1648-49, there was a wave of violence that shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 500 years, this was a moment when the economic tension associated with the Arenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a grave impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian neighbors as well, and put into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish and Ukrainian discrimination. But we should remember that there is a triangular conflict going on here, that Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century eruption ended when Chmelnytsky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that show the
does not have any sort of LED lighting on it. That's what happened in the Franklin expedition.
That was controlled by Khmelnytsky at his greatest extent. The line that sort of runs around the outside of the lighter green is the
nice. And I think slingshots can be deadly, but I think you have to hit somebody like right in the tip.
And Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians in Moscow. And this was a very, very important serious decision because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at the map, you can see that he's not speaking for all of them. To the west, the left-hand side of the map, just above the red sphere that represents the Carpathian Mountains, we have a region known as Галичина, and above that, Volyn, which were still in the Polish war. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily reflected by Policism, and they generally look to the west. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there are certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the east. Other parts always look towards Europe and the west. And it's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostilities. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century.
It was actually, I think, the biggest jackalope they've
ever
ever found.
Similar to called Honda. But what's going on internally in the Jewish is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called the Rothschild'S, Israel ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or if you prefer, southeastern Poland, in the 18th century. This map here from the Historical Atlas of Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region, and it spread throughout the entire area. To just give you a little bit of an orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is Kyiv, just in the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected by the Dnipro River, and it flows south, so the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows to the Black Sea, that the right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank is a much smaller Jewish population, but nevertheless,
and then I think I use Q-tips every day.
Hasidism flows on pace during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Lands, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called Kehilot, in which they establish standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons. But nevertheless, Jews are enjoying, even despite the terrible upheavals of this era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance and a period of great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partition of Poland in a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, that is the German, the Austrian, and the Russian empires. They simply divide up Poland between the three in a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia. And at the very bottom, you see that darker green, eastern part of the darker green area, in English as Galicia, or Галичина in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure
Rushes
between
that sings
the
little song
Eastern orientation
that
of
like to just stick it up there
that
and
is
just
going to be politically augmented by this new population of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire, and in
Oh
the
my gosh,
West,
wait, so you dropped a
formerly
Sour
Polish
Patch Kids
Ukrainians
thing on your
now
shirt
part
and
of
then you
the
couldn't find it after?
that would pertain right up until World War One, and as we
Oh
shall
my
see.
gosh,
The Jews
was
who
it
find
on,
themselves in the
were you
Russian
sitting on a
Empire
chair
are
or a couch
relegated
or
to this
something?
large territory called the Pale of Settlement, which was the region where Jews were
Well, is it
allowed
in the
to live
sectional?
in the
Did you
Russian
check
Empire.
the sectional
As
out
you
or
can see,
just
just
wasn't
about
there?
the bottom half of this map is Ukraine. In the
Gosh.
19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort to try and assimilate their local populations. In the case of the Jews,
Well, Grizzly Wheeler, it was quite a pleasure to speak with
horrific
you.
Cantonist decree, which
Maybe
demanded
get those little
that
cameras for the
young Jewish
Yeah.
males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service. An absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy
Oh, different types
in
of belly
Jewish
buttons.
streets.
What would yours
In
look like,
terms of
Grizzly Wheeler? Out of
Ukrainians,
1
a
through
little
6,
different
what are we
because
looking at for you?
Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point.
Audi or something.
They had a similar language. Ukrainian
Yes,
is,
that's
it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. But basically, they're written with a very similar alphabet, not identical, but very similar. Very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts, but it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking from someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarks on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as these little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were the Russians. The Russians were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other crude moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russians. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and Yiddish literature. The standardization of Yiddish would have been spoken by Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet it had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constitute a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous, they were living in the national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the revolutionary era immediately following World War I. This map here circa 1900 shows the density of Jewish population in Ukrainian regions. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries as they exist today. And as you can see, the Jewish population is concentrated on the western side of the Dnipro River, that's the right bank region. But a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring region of Austria and Romania and even Hungary. This is, of course, a very heavily Hasidic region in particular. And these cultural boundaries, these linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones, as we shall see. So during the Revolutionary era, leading up to World War I, and then especially in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes millions of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhail Khrushchevsky. Khrushchevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities, the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petliura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time, and in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919. And one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Petliura, who had the Minister of Jewish Affairs in his government at the time.
This has been the elephant in the room for me since you got on. Is your actual name Mark?
Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukraine's colonialistic territory. They established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that you can faintly see right around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries. But more significantly is the pink area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and Soviet Socialist republics. And a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated, again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland that re-emerges after World War I. Also interesting to notice that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. As you can see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in right bank Ukraine and especially in the Ukrainian region of Halichina, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken about it in another video, so I don't want to go into the details. Perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor. an artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high.
Oh my gosh, I'm sad. I thought we were about to hear the freaking music, man.
This accelerated and level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were somehow behind communism and
Maybe
behind
you have to
the
keep it
whole
low because of the guy back there or something.
Obviously,
Is that what's going
to
on?
say about this complex period, please have a look at some other videos to understand it. But
Oh,
what
it's all
ends up
good.
happening
It's all
in World
good.
War
Maybe
II
some other. That's very
that
exciting.
the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region that separated the two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to very brutal, rapid process of communization, the collective the seizure of intellectuals, of various types of priests and teachers and postal clerks, and you name it, and torturing them, and ultimately murdering them. So what happened in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double-crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching them off
Have you ever
guard,
been to Danville, Kentucky, where
penetrating deep into
Keeneland, or where's Keeneland? Do you ever go
Russian
to that?
SSR
Keelan's
and
here,
taking
like,
over almost all
I
of
remember getting drunk as fuck one day there, listening to Radiohead, bumping Radiohead out at the car
What's
speaker.
most significant for our purposes is that Hitler sent out 4 mobile killing squads
out in the field
into the
somewhere,
region.
watching some horse racing.
The lowest
Kind of
one
fun.
is
I'm
the
pretty
blue
good
line
time.
there, which proceeds to go through the tiny little shtetls that dot the countryside, rounding up Jews, communists, political figures, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone who is regarded as an enemy by the Third Reich, taking them out to
Y'all have
fields
9
of
horses.
regions
That's cool. Were they race
and
horses?
They're Tennessee walkers.
the way in which
So my family that like
my
to
ancestors
go trail
were killed,
riding and
not in Ukraine, but in
hang
Lithuania,
out with their folks and go camping.
My mom's a horse trainer. She does Western
the Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany.
Wasting time with you is pretty
The
sweet.
reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They're
I just love
dominated
that you're
by
making
the
some
city.
beats and helping to fill in the man.
These Western Ukrainians are much less likely to support corporation
Is that you
like the
singing?
Soviet Union, primarily because they've had
it's just
more
some samples.
orientation
So I'll
to
go.
capitalism and to the
I'll
West,
get
and to
some
Europe in
samples
general.
from
Nevertheless, these
this,
are the boundaries of Ukrainian SSR that pertained right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union
collection
in
where I'll take
1991.
vinyl records,
Under Gorbachev and the widespread protests, particularly by non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union. Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on,
Sounds good.
Belarus, which is
It's
normally very
genuinely
closely
good.
aligned with Russia, all break away
I know, it
from
really
their
is.
own
I had
states.
no
And it
idea.
is during this period,
no idea
particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another
Oh, yeah,
kind of
Mark. Well,
rapprochement,
thanks so much. Very
this
nice
time
communicating with you
united in
today.
their opposition
dude, man, I'll
to
see you in
Stalinism
Louisville here in a couple
and
weeks.
to
My
Soviet
friend and I,
communism
we
in
got
general.
priorities
Most
eating for
notable
Saturday night,
figures
so
that
we're really
emerges
excited.
from Ukraine at this time is
Should be
the
fun.
dissident Andrei Sharansky.
All right,
Natan
Mark.
Sharansky, who is
Thanks for
now a
calling
very
in, dude.
important leader in
See you
Israel,
later. See you.
who
See you.
was one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the
He
temerity.
was sweet. That was wonderful. And he ranked his
In
ass.
many ways,
I wonder if he just never gets out of the bed or something. I imagine in my head, like, yeah,
connections that will later be expressed.
that's what I was. He's right behind you. Oh, fuck, he's gone. He looked. It made his ass look. He hasn't walked since 1952.
Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map from the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russified the population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking
It's
advantage
my
of.
old friend John.
Exaggerating.
Thank you so much for getting John. John, holy shit, it's been what, 10, 15 years?
Yeah, I know. The last time that I saw you, we were
to the south has been seized by Russia for some time now.
Yeah, 10, 15 years ago, I was working at the Costco, so that's why.
However, it's very clear
right about the Costco. Oh my gosh!
that they have troops
You like those
in
beautiful
Belarus
blue
and
eyes,
in
John. Holy shit!
Crimea as well, which
I haven't redone actually.
could
It's gonna be
suggest
the blue eyes.
wider hostilities. How
From
do
the
you
LASIK
feel about
people.
this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment.
Yeah, but I got it through Costco.
Perhaps most
Yes,
ironically, the
Costco has
current
more than
president of
bulk buys with
is in fact
snacks. They
Jewish
have
himself, and
radios, they
he
have
has not made a
televisions, they
secret
have
of
eye
this.
services. So, John, thank you so much for bringing that up. Not enough
in their
people know
attempt to
they have a
resist this
medical
Russian aggression.
from the
Many
studio.
Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in history, but is a product of the 20th century, and specifically the late 20th century. They have the
Yes. Oh my
possibility
gosh,
of
and I used to
making
burn my
out
mouth on those bad boys because I'd always be so hungry because I
to
would
Israel. This is something that
the day
changes the
before
entire
that I go
dynamic
in there.
for many of the some
Right out of the
40,000
microwave.
odd people who
Right in my
identify
mouth.
as Jewish.
Yeah, I mean, it was a different time for sure. What were you
But
doing then,
those
John?
Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community,
Oh my gosh, with those
they will
beautiful
stay in
blue
the
eyes, John. I'm sure you were making a killing. Are you retired already?
let us hope for
Yeah, well,
peace in the region and a
burning when I just
long-standing
got so
resolution
fucking
to this
bad, dude.
conflict
Like,
that is
I
in
just
the
had
best
to give up on it.
interest of all the
Yeah,
people
every
in
now
the
and again,
area.
I don't know if it's a bladder infection or what that I have, but I don't, and I've never had any STDs. But every now and again, I will TT. It happened the other day, and again, and maybe it's because I've held it in too long or something, and I will TT, and man, every now and again, and luckily it's happened before, I'd be scared to death. I know it's fine, but every now and again, and it is a horrible feeling. It hurts.
I'll get a little soap down there sometimes, John. I'll use Dr. Bronner's peppermint soap. It's basically 37 in one use. You can use it on basically anything, cleaning bodies, hair. But I'll get it in my little hole down there, and it'll really, really hurt all day.
Fellow students of Jewish
is there a
history,
special way to
as
get it
we
in the
all watch the terrible events that are
Tipsy
currently unfolding in
Sure,
Ukraine,
yeah. Squeeze it open like a
recall
open
that
wound.
Jews have a
Yeah,
very,
you just
very
gotta
long
squeeze up at the top, kind of squeeze up there, and
I've
then it
had a
opens
couple of
it.
videos
Yeah.
already that
Imagine it's like a little fish's mouth, is what
Say
I.
what I'd like to do.
Yeah, it looks like a sweet little fish's mouth most of the time.
Historically significant.
Yeah, I remember being kind of a little boy masturbating one time with shampoo.
Ooh.
We'll never do that again.
I know what you mean, but I know what you mean.
So how are you doing these days?
Pretty good. Pretty good. You know, driving the ice still. So, going good.
Loving you. Wear those caps behind you. I see. Probably when you're in the truck.
Oh, yeah, man.
One for every day of the week. Yes. Do you still have all 7?
People are kind of surprised that I would portray
Orange,
light
gray, blue, white.
as anything except unrelenting
Oh, it was real good.
and
I like that
I'm
white.
sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is
That's
that
how cool. And that orange one is quite the pop of just orange. What are you drinking there?
they lived in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. sometimes there's more strain, and sometimes
I remember, yeah, okay, so homebrew, okay, yeah, I think about that, so I'm making that, but then we're not going to make it too strong.
But there's also, you know,
so then I don't end up making one. So yeah, it's like I'm walking half a mile.
I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of reified.
Well, where do you live these days?
I am in Illinois, northern Illinois, 45 minutes from Chicago.
Schaumburg?
I think I know more than most people about the violence that was perpetrated against Jews. However, when you look at the overarching,
that's bullshit. And you didn't even, well, you should have let me know. I could have told them how we're all buddies. That's bullshit, though. You really, how long did it take you to get there?
I didn't even try to get there to solve it.
What about Nancy?
Oh, I see. Well, good, yeah.
Tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously,
yeah, straight just thinking about it.
It's a silly argument. Because at America, we've got
oh my gosh, I've been kissing Gator so much, I'm going to have to start wearing chapstick. She's making my lips chap now. I'm not even kidding. We were kissing on the bed earlier, and I'm thinking, Gator, you are fucking, I'm needing chapstick, bitch. You're kissing my ass so much, bitch. Yeah. Burt's Bees are buzzed around here. Yes, we're Burt's Bees.
Especially when society has demonstrably taken steps to quell that kind of activity.
Nice.
Which is
love
not
that. That's a good stick. What are you doing today?
Let's have a look at some of the significant that have been. Here's a map just to recall what we're talking about when we say Ukraine. These are the contemporary.
What school you got to, Paul?
Although it's important to note that with the exception of a couple of points in this history, Ukraine was not a titular
smart idea. Yeah, I think now with the entrance close to $500,000 in the fucking hole, and I'm starting to think there's some guy that drove his plane into the IRS building here in Austin. $500 in the hole. I go from here, where does it stop? When do I stop? At what point do you get Cessna and just take it right into the fucking inside of the thing? But we'll see. Well, John, it's a real pleasure again. It's been, I don't even know how long, so it's been so nice to communicate with your ass.
The 12th century stands up because there are two figures.
This was great.
Well, it's not real, so Grant's using AI stuff, so it's actually a new protocol. Yeah, no, Casey and I are actually in the other room. What you're seeing now is not the AI has to, the camera has to be interfacing the other room. So this actually is, so you're kind of right, but this actually is us. We're in a state of stasis. Yes.
And there's another Isaac of
Chernick.com.
Recorded as Isaac also, travel to the west through the Rhineland.
Stop it.
Watching again. Oh, gosh.
You're like, you guys, okay, bye, John. And a little thing here, I had never met John before in my life. Yeah, got your ass, Grant.
Many more famous Jewish names in the 18th century. That's because Ukraine has been absorbing over the
What were you, a drink girl?
Packaging out pizza so I can go high five the trash can.
Talking around the pizza box. Oh, I fucked it up again.
You guys got time for one more?
Yeah.
How about
Here is what that massive state looked like in 1764. The Ukrainian part of it is sort of like the bottom section of the yellow map. You can see there that Kiev is just outside of it.
Mr. Balls, there's a Dr. Beetlejuice to here to see. Hey, how's it going? I got some really bad news. Would you go to a Dr. Beetlejuice? Yeah, probably. You might want to sit down and get the test results. It's actually looking like it's pretty. But the waiting room would always be all shrunken heads and everything. Casey, I was watching the People's Court last night. I've been watching a shit ton recently, and one of the ladies from Harvey is talking to people about back in between the commercial breaks. One of the ladies looks just like a shrunken head person with her hair in her head was real small. Oh my god. It's just like it. Divine retribution.
Alex Balls wasn't happening, but here's Marcus.
Marcus.
Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are
What's
still
up, man? We can't hear you, Marcus.
They all come from Ukraine.
Yeah, you have to tell us the truth.
Hello.
Here we go. How are you, man?
Casey.
Good evening. What's up?
How you guys doing?
Doing good. Just chill. It's pretty nice here today. It's starting to get warm, which scares me. I think it's about to start getting real hot. It's like real nice today, but it's kind of
perhaps the best
scares me.
There's literally not a cloud in the sky here. It's insane, but it's actually
Oh, cool. How is the... Ooh, what is that, a heat lamp light up there? What is that, or just a red light?
It's just a red light. I can change it to literally any color I want.
Oh, my God. That's cool. Go on your phone, change it to something fucked up. Yeah, can you change it on your phone?
He decided he wanted to be buried.
It's actually not just because the sound. It's just like in a random colors. Not any color. I want it to be ours.
Well, that's cool. It has a remote control. That's cooler than any of the freaking lights I have. Yes, please. That's awesome. Make it green like fridge.
If I go over here, I got this one too. I mean, that's all right now.
Oh my gosh, that's fun. Yeah, that's fancier than any freaking lights I have. I just have the boring ass regular light bulbs. Yeah.
Take yourself to Target. They have all over the place, different size, and this one's even at
oh my gosh, they are. I love it. Are they all on the same remote control, or are they on different remotes?
I can change that one's probably not on, but I go boom here, and then if I want to change this one, I go through.
What? Dude. Oh, shit.
I'm really controlling this.
You are, yeah. Right. I just picture you walking in and just fucking with the lights for a while, and then fucking with them a little later on.
At night, it's red, and my whole house is red. It's like a time.
Well, that's fun, especially in Tampa.
Yeah, we watched The Matrix yesterday. It was all green. It was incredible.
Love that. What's your favorite Matrix? Just the first one?
You know, I think the first one's the most important one, but I think the second one is the most fun. It's the, you know, I don't really like the third. I think that was kind of a money grab. When I left Keanu, so I mean, what are you gonna do?
For sure.
You can't make any mistake.
Keanu, and he's supposed to be really nice. Were you drinking a beer?
Yeah, I'm having just a little Corona.
Yes, you are.
Fine, it's 3:43, so.
That sounds like a good time. You're gonna get my ass drinking a Corona after this, Marcus. You're gonna be the reason I fucking start boozing again. And if William does it, I do. Yeah, Casey's drinking too. Maybe we're both fucking. If William does it, I do it. Yeah, maybe we're falling off the wagon.
I've had these claws for like a year. No one drinks them. They've just been sitting. Maybe you can.
Well, I would drink them because now that I'm not drinking, I am drinking a shit ton of those things. And I swear, when I was drinking, I would have never touched those. So I hear what you're saying. Now they're kind of I drink them. Whatever.
Keep one on hand if you end up nearby. Awesome.
Cool. Yeah, last time I lobbed a thing, it was in Florida during a spring break, and it was people launching beers with a 3-person catapult just into the darkness, just full beers off of the balcony of some house. Somebody killed somebody.
I have seen you throw things pretty aggressively at people. It seems dangerous, but I mean, I don't come around.
It's just yeah, it's my cross to bear. It's my journey. It's right, Marcus. It starts turning into this. It's a hard deal, but yeah, I mean, when I get something in my hand and I want to fucking throw it, I'm trying to.
You got good form and everything.
Thank you. Yeah, I used to be a pitcher. Yeah, his dad was a pitcher for Georgia Tech.
Wow.
Casey's dad was also a left-handed pitcher.
My best friend.
Yeah, Illinois State. Who's your best friend? Sick beat. It's a. Oh my gosh. Benny. What website do you get those on? I've seen the real life like baby dolls. Where did you get yours? That was super lifelike.
We thought we were getting a dog, and then we thought maybe it's a hairless dog or some kind of rare breed, but it turns out it's a full-grown baby.
You made that thing? Really?
Made that thing.
It looks kind of like you, Marcus. What is it, a boy or a girl?
It's a boy. His name is Stone.
Hi, Stone. Love it. Rock.
Say hi to your Uncle Casey, Uncle Ron.
Hello. It's awake. Oh my gosh, sweet little Stone. Hello, little friend. Romancing the Stone. That's a classic. Well, that's very sweet. So what did you do? Just bust up inside your bitch?
Literally just, it was 50-50. We didn't know what was going to happen. We thought maybe, like you said, we thought we were going to get a dog, but we ended up with little Stone. He's just so sweet.
That's very nice. I love it. That is
also, a cigar, kind of a big cigar guy now. It's weird. I'm not really enjoying it, but I have
popularity.
I love it. Yeah, you're a dad now. Holy shit.
Yeah. Well, we're moving. We're moving soon. Got to get a new job, and I have to be in a cup for them. And I think if there was some meat in there, they'd be a little miss. So
yeah, you gotta
do something else
for sure. Have a stogie, man. Light one up for young Stone. It's a beautiful baby. Very beautiful.
He's just so sweet. Sometimes he yells. He actually peed on my soccer.
At first, I thought
he has a strong scream. I was in a diaper.
Unfortunately,
it just made it right over the edge of the diaper, right onto my socks.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
He doesn't talk much. I asked him what he did. He didn't really answer what he done.
That is frequently posed as a question. And
I can't really stay mad at someone that's just so cute.
So Ashkenazi Jews are
oh, he is the sweetest.
Any connection with the Khazar is very, very
proportion.
The overwhelming goal, which is larger.
Love it. Yeah, what is the Matrix about? Heaven?
So let's take some time.
No, it's just the reality. Everyone's just plugged into these little pods. You're just in a tub. You're just in a resolution with a bunch of cables, and you're just like powering the machine. And then
first of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis?
You float around the ship and you transcend.
Is the machine a god?
Coalesce around
I don't think so. It's like a guy suit with like these sweet ass sunglasses.
Grant tries to tell me it's an allegory of God. It's like, dude, I'm not buying this.
Southeast Europe.
Is that about Jesus? Is Keanu not Jesus, Marcus?
That's what I thought.
They had come into
especially now with the beard and the hair, like it looks the part. You know what they say? It looks like Jesus. Smells like Jesus.
Until they were finally defeated by.
It's got to be Jesus. He had the commercials on the Super Bowl this year, which was, I thought, guys,
that's in the Matrix right now.
In the 10th century,
I know, we all are. Don't remind me, Marcus.
I recommend doing it once. It's nice to see like once a year, maybe kind of like.
Now, at the same time, more of that.
Yeah, I need to. It's been a little bit probably a year. Yeah, I normally watch
associated primarily with the
Passion of the Christ. I remember when I was still living in LA, getting all fucked up. I went Passion of the Christ. 5 in the morning.
Ashkenaz is a biblical origin that is applied in
the everything for us.
Yeah. Big old JC. Big up JC. You know what? That's what I'm gonna. Can I shut this beer for JC? Because I will. I swear to God.
Yes. And then we're going to chug one right after this. Yeah, if you finish that thing, if you finish it, we're chugging one after. We're going to Chewy's, going to have a couple bars.
And here we go. There, they constitute the largest
yes.
of European Ashkenazi.
Down the hatch.
Looking at this outline here.
Marcus, yes. Got a little belt.
Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas.
Second person today who almost vomited. And sweet little Stone, well, Marcus, wonderful to talk to you, my friend.
Good luck with the move and your job and stuff. Thanks, man.
It's been an honor to talk to you guys. Like I said, we watch Lincoln City.
Cool. Sounds good.
Later,
I would make a hard out there when he ended up on the phone.
We'll complete it for you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are the best.
That's to distinguish them from other
Bye. Okay, bye.
Spartan who trace
Bye,
their
Stone.
origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula.
Very sweet. I don't know, maybe your TT on a soccer.
Now,
You done
here's the
suck.
Khazarian
Crazy.
Since there is something of
Cool,
an
well,
overlap between
It was fun.
the limits
Thank
of
you.
the Khazar
Thank you anybody for calling. I'm very sorry if you didn't get one today. Yeah. We'll figure out a way to talk to you all pretty soon. Yeah, we'll really figure it out.
and the population
That was
of
fun.
Jews that
Everyone
are
was so nice. A couple people definitely drunk. Yes.
are living in
Yeah, oh my gosh, have fun.
Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews
Work
that
is crazy.
call themselves
You deserve-
Ashkenazim coming from Eastern
Yeah.
Europe are
Having
not
to do
descendants
just
of the
drink a little.
German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants
Okay.
from the Khazars.
That's it. Thank
And
you.
that's the,
Bye.
that's the
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. And check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Biological descent as opposed to a halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram. It's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewish. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Hayek, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that is presented specifically on Khazar. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 30
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Devious Key.
Unfortunately, the sample was
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. How's that bird strap?
more significant.
Hey, Grant. Yeah.
Zero, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had a Khazar
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. William Montgomery dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
Considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars
Yeah, we do not want just fucking
are not accepting
do comedy.
limited data evidence to suggest
Quit,
that.
bro. That's how bad.
Secondly,
Tickets.
pile on.
Yeah,
For sure.
TikTok, never heard of it.
Yesterday's dead.
Holy shit, dude. How did you get my actual body? It's wild.
He's so bad. That's what I was trying to do. Ari Maddie.
Wait, what was this voice? There's another producer in another room. You don't even let him in the room?
No, Graham stays on the other side of the room.
I used to get to be in the room.
He used to.
Yeah, at the very beginning, he was in the room with us, but yeah, he served us bad pasta one night and we got real bad food poisoning, so he has to stay in the other room now.
Marinara meatball.
I got laryngitis. Yeah, Graham loves doing little tricks like that to kind of keep control over you. Yeah, Graham. I'm already not feeling too well, so I enjoy those activities. Oh my gosh. And also, before we get into anything, Ari, first off, Ari, thank you so much for being on the podcast. Of course. Do you have any cysts?
Like,
You know what those things are?
there's one in my ass.
Well, it's the thing. Casey had one on his forehead, and Casey, I wish I knew about it. I had one on my face, and the other week, last week, I was messing with it all one day, and now it fucking hurts. Yeah. Now it hurts. I was touching the cyst tumor. If you touch it, it'll get infected. It'll swell up like a little bit. Do you see that?
It hurts sometimes too.
So they have to operate inside mouths, right? Because I know people who do that, tobacco and stuff, snooze and shit. They have to get, like my friend, they have to get the system.
Wait, this is the inside out.
Inside out.
Wait, is this from the things that I do in my mouth?
For sure.
No, the woman at the dermatologist said it wasn't because I asked her specifically.
The research dermatologist? Well, that's like a chiropractor.
Other than they take skin cancer off of you, yes, I hear you. I agree. The first time I went to the dermatologist, all I saw was pictures of like people getting tattoos removed or bullshit. I don't know. But then they actually take cancer off of your body.
I saw cancer today.
Where'd you see it?
I was just scrolling on Instagram. Do that sometimes? It's great.
Follow Cancer Daily.
No, it was just, dude, everybody's getting cancer these days. It's just, you know, when you're scrolling and you see like an old friend, you know, and you're like, oh, I haven't seen it for a while. And he's like, update, you know, those videos where he's walking. You know, this is going to be a positive update about this. Oh, maybe he's trying to record an album for Sirius XM. That's happening, you know, for sure. And he goes, yeah, I'm stage 4. I'm going to, you know, rest in peace. You know? And,
So you really had a friend who was doing a video that they have stage 4 cancer. You saw that recently?
today, I was just scrolling in my bed. Immediately, I started Googling what sort of cancer he has. He's fine now. That's how.
Yeah, it is. It's rust with the friend.
And then they go, every time they Google cancer, they go, you have it. I Google, you have it. I Google that skin cancer, and they go, yeah, if you have
So then that brings us to the next question. So this is Bill on the
how do you find out about it? You don't. It's just you go.
Yeah, no, there's different ways you can look. I think I have one on my chest right now.
They go, yeah, you're gonna die.
You put a penny by it.
And then I was trying to find out about the stages. Because every time I find somebody out who finds out about cancer, it's always doing like,
Stage 4 or 3 or wait, so what kind of cancer does your buddy have?
Stage 17 melanoma.
Melanoma.
Yeah, and it was like, oh yeah,
similarities.
it's not like,
Do you comment?
Yeah, what do you say?
Do you like those posts? Like, do you like that he has cancer?
That's what Kat was saying.
Or do you like that he posted?
I have to think about it. I mean, it was, yeah, he was like being funny with it and stuff, you know, like he's a funny guy. He's a great guy. Still, testicular cancer.
Just check where my finger is. Yeah, that's a regular ball. This one, this one. This is melanoma. That's not a melanoma. This one is melanoma. No, it's a regular border. It's regular border. Show right there. Mine's my list. Grant, you see it on this. Is yours having a regular border or is yours a regular? Daisy, I don't have a bit about this one. I do. Right next to my neck. You can't zoom in high. You can't zoom in more. Come on, man. How am I so tagged? I don't think you have to worry about skin cancer, dude. Quit flexing up. You have a beautiful colored skin. You have a beautiful colored tan skin. Your skin just wants to. Your face isn't that tan, but your chest is very tan. Yeah, you're super tan. Tan in all the wrong places.
Go again. Go again. Go again.
Jesus gave me one prayer per annum. So, yes, per annum. It's per annum.
This is like the most Canadian shit I've ever seen.
Basically nosediving during Q3, and we got together and we combined our prayers 3 each, so we did 6 prayers. Job submitting locations, better packaging deals. 100% never invested in plastics in Q3. We invested in this plastics and drop shipping Amazon whole deal. We invested a lot into just learning about this method, and then we invest in these plastic drones and turns into like this logistical like just hey, it was a trying time for sure. It's quarter 3. It's like you gotta get the profits back for sure for the investors. It's quarter 3. I don't know why we were doing, but the players help. And around the holidays, the investors, they start calling. They go, I got Christmas, I got kids, I got calls. I noticed my nephew called, how can I do it? Yeah, sorry, Merry Christmas though. I hope you enjoy them because we can't sell them more today. Yeah, so we're stuck with these things. Don't try to ship them back. That's why we don't put our address in Amazon for a reason. You can't ship them back. We ship to you. If you sell them better on, for every comb we sell, we get 2 more combs that come in. Yes. We have like 2,000 a month. Yeah, cool. Like the plastic comb. Yeah, like the switchblade ones, which we thought was funny. So we went way big on it. Yeah, you click a button and you think that blade's gonna go out, but it's a comb. Scared the hell out of me.
Somebody liked it.
And it's giving your money.
Who the fuck liked it?
It sings like the touch toothbrushes. That would
Checking
sing when you brush
figures.
your teeth, but it sings when you brush your hair. It was a really good idea. It was a great idea. It's all Alice in Chains. We got Alice in Chains.
But,
Oh, yeah.
well, that's cool. Sometimes I dream that he is me. God's happy, like crazy. Sometimes I dream. Sometimes I dream. Like, if I can be like, oh, I feel like,
Oh, is that Alice in Chains? Oh, we just
just got the rights to the one song, so he kind of plays that loop, but it's a badass tune. It's good. I think about it, maybe one of the best maybe at least one other song. That's the fantastic That's a good pump up.
That is funny. I went to.
The next video, let us actually look at the video. Try to figure out what
It is like the Alice chicks, you know? Yeah. It's like anyhow, it is funny how you don't know what songs are like. I went to Thailand for a holiday, and there was like a song. Whatever. They're great, right? So they're singing, but they don't know any of the songs. Like they sang Cranberry, but they don't know the words. So they're like, you know, that's the funny thing. They're not singing, or they don't know an English word. And they are, but it's the they're doing the sounds, you know, and their balls, Wait, what is zombie? I'm stupid. What is zombie?
now that we have the question of
What is this garbage?
let's go straight.
Maybe gone. You start running, you're getting all sad.
I'm not sure that's the song, but that's what I hear.
What exactly do you know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region?
Sunday, Bloody Sunday.
Basically,
IRA.
The story of Khazaria
Sunday.
is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history.
Do you?
This is what
you
the
do.
German historians call the Seption.
Yes, they came with the album.
History of the deception.
Yeah, you two still play every time I turn on the car. I fucking hate it.
Whoever made that move, like as an executive decision, what did you do? What did you think was gonna happen? Did you think your band is so cool that it was like, oh shit,
Holy shit, this is actually really good. It's like later years, you two. I mean, it was like 5 years ago.
And then you went into that Nickelback.
The story describes the Khazaria
Weird for you. I mean, I like YouTube songs. I like Nickelback songs. But for some reason,
as this
it's so bad at some point. Like, it's a beautiful day. That's nice. We need some like hard hitting. Like, I like
Vertigo when I was like a kid. Vertigo. They make a Tomb Raider song about Lara Croft jumping around with kitties.
40 is a spiritual individual.
In the movie.
I never saw the movie.
The practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of these communities, Christianity and Islam, and both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching its borders. And he thinks to himself, well, what should I do? Should I remain a pagan? Should I join one of the other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he gets together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like and he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this rabbi is writing it, King Milan decides to accept Judaism and all of his court and Khazarian people ultimately follow him. That's essentially the story. Now, the whole notice that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of Khazari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of
64, never PS4.
You have to understand that the Khazari was chosen as a subject for what we believe because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day.
Yeah, I love
specifically
that.
the trilateral relationship
I
between
love the PlayStation 2 James Bond games. I played every single one of my kids for Christmas.
Rabbi essentially used the story of the as a literary foil of a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Islam. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari and the actual historical elements of Judaism. The version of the Khazars is not necessarily important for the rest of
I mean, it's an amazing soundtrack. That whole the opening credits, the scenes, the
so let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source.
Is that a character? I think that's a character. Yeah, isn't that one of the guys? Trevelyan. What's Tomorrow Never Dies? Is that the Diamond one? What's the one forever?
So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Hastite and Shabu. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Levi's work as well. Hastite and Shabu, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at
I'm impressed. Do you remember
very
all the details of
who
Wait, so which bond do they have? The
indicated
stealth
the
ship?
Jewish communities
Isn't there a
throughout the
stealth
Mediterranean
ship?
basin. And he was fascinated with the
Somewhere
story
with
of
crew
the
so
Khazar
sad.
conversion, which
Yeah,
was
the
known to
British
him.
crew.
And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find
I
out,
do remember that.
you know,
I used to watch that
what's
kind of
going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speak with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of Ulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarian, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Hastite and Shabbos were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging. But
interesting. I've never thought about it. I think you're probably correct on that take, but I've never thought
are they authentic?
Yeah,
are they
what
actually
better
letters
food,
from
better
Joseph?
Like if you're
Probably
middle,
not.
low.
We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that
Yeah,
there
have you
were
ever heard
medieval
that?
Jewish
Yeah,
travelers
knows quite a bit
who
about
either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians
Papa John
in
actually has
different
been
places
staying with
and
Greer.
report,
He
however briefly,
sees
on
that.
their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we can see, the skeptics would say that the core anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were basically preserved until they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that was familiar to anyone who lives in the Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a tzedek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, calling on hard times, supporting orphans, widows, or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this check, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or they come from the originating community, like Jerusalem or wherever, then you give a charity when they build up a house. This is exactly what it is document. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated, typically this is not animated, but it comes with TM, which indicates that is part of the range of Hazaria. The great Harvard historian argued that Kiev may have been founded by Hazaria Jews. At any rate, the letter from Kiev specifically describes how the person is falling out of line, the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, I have veterans, or we have veterans. Fascinating that indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or a parnas, essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which is very unusual, unless there was We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Hazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kiev Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire, the Polish Empire, and so on. It's the so-called Povest Karamenia Kiev, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Amazingly, it's exactly like the story in Hazaria. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity. And there is a representative
drive past a pig. I think about
and
this all
that
the time.
representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And
You think we could eat the whole
fascinating
pig?
that not only do they replicate the story that was essentially told in the letters of Chastai to Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to
drive from Austin to
Christian rather than Jewish,
past Arkansas, which is where he was born.
had to see chosen to be Jewish. He very clearly did, by the way. That this is, one of those data points that you really have to ignore, speaking to the idea of the Jewish community. And finally, we've got some really excellent archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings Hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Hazaria around this time of the 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet.
Crazy, because she looks like this
there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological group is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism.
And we caught him. I thought there was too much
Well,
going on.
what exactly happened? Let's have a look at
about to get me.
If you ask Professor Shaul Scott, who we met in the last lecture, talking about DNA, Dr. Sanford is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the given letter, the stored coin, and things like that. Look at all that. So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convince you idiots, I tend to believe something happened there. Why did they do that? There doesn't seem to be a really good source. Besides, of course, the letter of Joseph to Pastor widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual. And that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long, I have to respect the attention. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era, because I did fight two evil wars with they did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which did overtake Ukraine within 2 years in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potential neutral position. Perhaps they hope to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the pact of Lamar, as we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the domestic Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the real center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia, Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So, a lot of questions about why they really go to Estonia. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion? Both in terms of quality,
I didn't know the Vikings went to Estonia. I thought they were just going to
Canada. Already, we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kiev letter just indicate that particular individual who had gone
this apartment for a while. There was this old man I befriended who it looked like he used to have red hair, but it turned white, so we were friends because he used to have red hair. And he used to come over to my apartment and we would do cocaine together. And this guy's like mid-60s. It was just such a strange thing. But I think he was in some sort of Vikings movie. That's what he always told me. He probably was lying to me about it. He told me he was some old actor. He gave off that vibe, but he probably wasn't. He was probably some weird, skinny older guy. I don't know.
Who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish.
Yeah, this was years ago. Gil, his first name was Gil, and I can't remember his last name. I don't know.
We simply don't know how many of Khazari's Jews and it was just dark in there. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata and did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. And thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing mystery about the Khazars, what happened?
There's no
Where
way.
did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav was destroyed for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the chronicle of bygone years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their existing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews perhaps?
Super Bowl 58. Pretty
Now,
exciting.
as I mentioned in the beginning
Yes.
of the
Ask
last
the
video,
question, get
I
the
get a
answer.
lot of
Is it
questions
football?
and a lot
Yes,
of
it
attention
is.
to
Is
the
it fun?
concept. Sometimes I have to actually
Football's
shut
fun.
off the
Yes.
comments because
Goalpost when
they
the
just get
ball
way
hits the
out of hand.
goalpost on
You
you.
might wonder if this is your first time watching the question, why do people care? Like, what's the big deal? You're that's for your event. So the implications are actually quite significant for transfer. Consider, for example, the Professor Shlomo Zahn, who's really been saying is quite controversial book. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are
head
not
office.
really
So do that math
that this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from these biblical Jews.
If you're a new customer, you can bet on the big game and turn $5. And
now
then
this has a lot of appeal to
and with
people
$200,
who wish
you
to
can buy
see
who knows how
modern
much food
Jews
at
taken down again.
Chili's. To 20
maybe
dishes for $10 each. And the Super Bowl's already super exciting, but betting with DraftKings at a whole new level.
Don't have a real share in the
Nothing
ancient
says
matrimony
FUN
that they
like
claim.
DRAFT.
Yeah, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law. And although I'm not a
Download the
theologian, I don't think
DraftKings
that
Sportsbook app now and use code WMS. New customers can bet $5. You get $200 instantly in bonus bets.
the argument of some
Yes,
people,
please.
frankly,
Only on
anti-Semites,
DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports
modern
betting
Jews
partner
are
of
not
Super Bowl
real
58
Jews
with code
is
WMS.
a
The
way
crown
of
is yours.
delegitimizing
Gambling.
their
But
ethnic
if
identity.
you have a
I'm saying
gambling
that
problem,
we don't have to
call
afford them
1-800-GAMBLER.
the respect
Or
that
in
their
West
ancient
Virginia,
attributes
visit
might otherwise be appropriate for them. We
1-800-GAMBLER.net.
don't have to regard them as being,
You got a problem
millennial
in the big city,
followers
the
of
Big
the
Apple,
ancient
not a
tradition,
problem. You got a problem in New
and
York?
perhaps
Call
therefore,
877-8-HOPE-NY
we don't have to even apply the
or text
doctrine of witness to them. We could
which is
consider them
467-369.
racial
And if you're in
interlopers who have
Connecticut and
somehow
have a
taken
gambling
away the
problem,
true
help
gospel.
is
See
available
this
for
sometimes
problem
among
gambling,
black
but you gotta
supremacists
call
who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who hate the Jews, they can't be Jews because we are.
Please play
As we
responsibly.
discussed,
We're
when
begging
we look
you
at the
hand
Jews
in
of
hand.
Africa, there are
Please play
Jews who
responsibly
are
on
black
that.
as well, and
Casino
it's just
Resort
not
in Kansas, 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. And by the way, bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See DKNG.com/football for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources.
They also
Support the
see
show
kind
and
of like
shake up the
a
Super Bowl
liberal
by
approach
downloading
to this
DraftKings
as well.
Sportsbook
They're
and using
right
code
wing, they
WMS.
see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitism. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, where the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the
So
land
did you
of
go the right way?
Israel
Would you go left
as
or right?
their
I
homeland.
saw a chiropractor.
And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Hazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left.
We don't think
That's why
that.
this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the
You don't
21st
think you think
century.
you just handle it yourself.
But
What
in
are you,
terms
nuts?
of the
Yeah, what do
overall
you do
scope
if you
of
have a
Jewish history,
cavity?
it's
Just
just a
get a buddy to yank it out.
fascinating one, a splendid story.
So
We've
if you
got this
punched
now
in the
for
face, if you have a
but
bad
we're going to move
but
on
what if they
from this
punch the
now.
wrong
We're going to
tooth?
look at a
Then
much
you
more
got some
significant topic.
problems, man.
We're
You're
going
doing
to look
Charlie
at
horse.
Middle Eastern food, particularly into those
Well, I had more
Thank you very much.
You know the famous Ice Cube song? I had a horrible nightmare. I was telling Casey out front, but I had this horrible nightmare last night where all of my bottom teeth came out. But it's like slowly, and I was like, I swear I was somewhere down in Mississippi or something at like some gift shop. My friend Rydoo, who we used to do comedy together, he was wonderful. He was real big on Vine. We got to be buddies in LA. He was a funny comic, but he was hilarious on Vine.
Yes.
Yeah, we got to be buddies in LA, and he was in The Dream. I was thinking about it because I was talking to Red Band the other day, and I was asking about Rydoon came up, and I guess he's a lawyer now. I think he stopped doing comedy and he went to law school, and he's a lawyer. Good for him. He's always hilarious, but basically he was in the dream, and all of my body teeth came out. It was a horrible nightmare. It really scared me.
Decay.
Yeah, it could be the things I put in my mouth. I don't know. It's probably it's a dream of things to come.
The only thing that came up was the new dude too. Timothy Chalamet.
You like him?
I hate every guy that chicks like.
Yeah. So you don't like us?
He must not like us very much.
Must not like us very much. Hey, why are you laughing? Well, you don't like Grant then, for sure.
Because he gets chicks. Not like Timothy Charlemagne.
Yeah, Timothy Charlemagne.
Grant actually, he smashes.
Yeah, he'll always text us and he'll go, another notch of the head boys. Like, dude, this is the second time you've texted us this afternoon. What are you talking about? Where are you right now? The fucking fair? Where are you finding these people? You're at a brothel? Yeah. Like, how are you smashing so much? And he won't tell us, but I believe him. He's getting them somehow. I don't even. He's probably on the Chili's on 45th. Goes to the Chili's on 45th. That's a meat packing plant. Yes. If you want to find something to bag and tag, go to the freaking Chili's. I'm serious. That place is hopping on a freaking Tuesday, Wednesday night after 10. It's a free for all. Literally, I swear to God, we drove past there earlier today. They're tailgating outside of the Chili's on 45th.
Tuesday.
Have you been to a Chili's yet?
I haven't been to a Chili's, but I get the reference. I watch.
What did they say? Good things about Chili's on Family Guy? What did they say about Chili's on Family Guy?
Yeah, I've seen the little, everybody has a joke, you know, I went to jail. I had a date. What do you think of the date?
Chili's. Yeah, they have a good cheese.
Oh, it's a lower income restaurant. Fuck this.
It's really good. The breaded chicken tenders and actually the big bites are so good. And they have good deals. You get like a 3 for $10 deal. That's an appetizer, main course, dessert, drink. $10. It's good to go to, like, if you're a blue collar guy, go there and you work bread, then you'll end up getting some ass, dude. Totally. Oh yeah, it just depends on which one you go to, but it's filled. I've always liked the one. Have you? Yeah, I mean, it's something else over there. It's like you're walking into the Casablanca in the 70s or something. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's like insane. It's really weird because it's kind of out of the way in Austin. Not out of the way, but it's not in like the exact city center. So you wouldn't necessarily think there'd be such a place on the outskirts, but it's Austin. Yeah, if you go after this or something. Yeah, I was trying to get a little sweaty just thinking about some of those apps. Oh, 3 for me, starting at $10.90. Shouldn't it rhyme? Shouldn't that stuff rhyme normally?
3 for me at 10.93.
Yes. Yes.
3 for me.
3 for me. But it needs a rhyme at the end part as well. I think Casey might be onto something. 3 for me starting at 10.93. Yeah. Does that count as rhyme if it's just the same word? It's hard to tell. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Like poetry circles and stuff, people don't like that kind of rhyme. 3 for me, because 3 and me rhyme, but then it's like you're adding 3 for me, 2.93. It's like a mix. Put that on a business card.
You should go to Chili's and tell them you about 3 for me here. They probably change to the radiator.
Yeah, I mean, the employees over there down there walking around, it looks like the freaking Thunderdome. I don't even know how they're allowed to wear what they wear. It's like freaking steampunk paradise. It's like weird. It's about a Wild Wild West with Will Smith. Yeah. Steampunk. Spider. mechanicals, but it was kind of scary. That's another one I never saw. I never saw Steel. I never saw Wild Wild West. I never saw Wild Wild West. Never.
I've seen everybody.
Food trucks trying to be even real quick. I can't think of that. Pursuit of Happiness. 9 pounds. Was that the weight of, is 9 pounds the weight of your soul? You lose 9 pounds when you die. That soul has 9 pounds. Is that what it is?
Yes.
That's a heavy. Yeah, I would think your soul would be a matter of ounces. If anything, so like this big rock of so I'm still thinking a soul is ounces. I'm not thinking 9 pounds. It's like what your arm would weigh. I think they say it's like grams, right, grams? Yeah, I think it's grams. That's 9 grams of cum. Yeah, it's cum. It's actually Italian cum.
Some of them moved into France.
Is that a good movie? What do you think?
Connecticut song.
Great song, great flavor, taste.
Yeah, comes a wild wild.
And it's just interesting of like that. And then it never has. They have modern solutions, but with Germany, which is steam proper.
That is fun. Is that the start? Is that what kind of got steampunk popular, I wonder?
Could be, because it was steamy.
There's a big mechanicals.
Everything was steamy. There was like little phone, you know.
No, I don't.
And then there's kind of like a vacuum.
You have to be careful because steam, those mechanisms can blow up sometimes, right?
Yeah,
Cause a lot of damage.
They cause a lot of damage. Cowboys and steam.
What you can see in this map here,
Because it was a cowboy.
white
I think they
arrows,
would mix.
they basically indicate major expulsion.
Yeah, it's quite the mashup. It's the mashup we needed in Hollywood at that time. Hollywood was kind of going down the drain. Yeah, they got Wild Wild West going.
Owen Smith was the fish. The fish movie where there was a great theme song.
Keep watch over
Wait,
here.
what's the fish? Oh yeah, what's that called? It's Wonderful Life. A fish tail. Great fish tail.
Great Shark Tale, great movie.
I never saw that.
I know about great movie.
Whoa,
Casey just got smacked.
oh, yeah, that's it. Smacked. Yeah, I was trying to do a joke for a while where it'd be funny if he didn't slap him, he just stuck his finger in his mouth. That would be kind of funny.
Suggesting that not only
And he's all sad. Yeah, that would almost be more disrespectful. Yeah, in somebody's mouth. Poop on your finger and you put it in your mouth. Oh, what the hell, man?
all areas of commerce, shoulders, and
That's bad,
All the Hollywood people so
green arrows indicate not only anti-Semitic persecution
Yes.
from the West driving them towards the East,
See,
but
heard about
also the economic
George
draw.
Yeah, is that how you got that information?
And if we switch back to the Western parts of Europe,
Where were you at the time when that went down? Where were you during the pandemic? Were you in America or where were you?
I was in Estonia.
What was the pandemic like in Estonia?
We did about 2 weeks or something about this.
Got back to it.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, is it really not that long at all?
I did those sports for 2 weeks. And, I mean, I got
new Christians, meaning
I
they
started
are
doing gigs and
converted to Christianity.
And then
Their will.
it was so much, so all kinds of these, I'm sure you did that, all kinds of different moves. Oh, we took the 10 o'clock, I did that.
Right.
Thumb in your mouth. I think I was also.
Come over the speakers.
Yeah.
It's time for bed.
Then there was one where at 2 p.m. you have to wash your face, and then look at,
Modern
pray towards the east.
modern
Like all kinds of different rules. We went through all,
general
People wearing a bunch of masks over.
you put like one mask in the pocket, one hangs off your ear, then masks after 10, we had that 3 for masks,
Yeah, 3 for free.
The,
If I would get thrown dead.
I want to get flooded. I get sick.
How many have you had? This is my third. This is my third one today. There's nothing wrong with that.
small number of Jews from 17th century.
I had 8 last night. I'm looking at the thing. I finished 2 rows last night, then I put the rest in a bag.
So if Girl Scouts come to your door and they send you cookies,
to like perverts and stuff. Come on, yeah. Has there been like a serial, I'm sure there's a Netflix one already, right?
I think the main controversy has to do with their male counterpart, the Boy Scouts, and I think a lot of the Boy Scout masters were touching boys when they're camping and outing. So I think the boy version has gotten worse than the girl version.
Boys always get fucked more than little girls. Displacement. Isn't it weird? And then you turn older and this map shows nobody wants to fuck you. Like molest dudes. Yeah, it's just that there's nothing cuter than a boy. It's crazy because I've heard of young girls getting molested, I don't even know what reference is. It's boys, it's the Vatican, Michael Jackson, Boy Scouts, every camp ever.
It's huge basketball. Like a little AAU, that's the basketball. And you're right. People have a lot of bad to say about America, but I think one positive thing about America right now is little girls aren't getting molested anymore. So I think that's a positive. I mean, there's death everywhere. There's death.
I know one girl who got molested. It's crazy. I know so many South America.
Yeah, it's
not like famous guys. I don't mean like personally. I mean like hearing of kids, seeing them on a ride or something.
Story time.
Dude, I remember mine was great. That was the original TikTok. 7 seconds. 7 seconds until your molestation.
Funny stuff or sad stuff?
Kick match.
Anything with something. That sounded like Pastor for my Christmas song. Yes. Yeah, let's pivot from the molested young boys to William Blake's list. No, but yes, I think a young boy's voice is the prettiest voice that has ever graced this room.
Yeah, did you say voice crack? Did you say this word? Voice crack. I know the voice is crack. Yeah, I remember before my voice crack, I sounded amazing. Did you? I was like a really cute kid. My lips, I started to like see it from my eyes. Skinny kid with a big fucking head, and then it's not cute anymore. But me as a boy, if you saw pictures, you can't do much. That's my voice. That's my boy.
Well, see, that sounds like a pretty nice voice right there, though. So I think you need to give yourself a little more credit.
Okay.
I mean, that sounded nice. Is there something else you could sing first? I mean, let's hear that. You look like him.
I know. Yeah, kids used to make fun of me. And I don't like it.
Oh, stop. You don't look like that. You don't look like him.
Tell me a song, Garcia.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jews, the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population. Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we're looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us and relax. And for all of us, I wish a wonderful new year on blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5,782
I just clicked that chilies, not chilies, because I know the song, but it didn't really click.
And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on these diets this year where he will never eat more than the number, more calories than the calories.
See, you're messing. You could be prettier than that. You could sing prettier than that. I think you're messing.
Sorry for that. I know a lot of you don't like that. Let's talk about
the first thing you didn't even mean to sound good. You sounded good.
I'm
really
You're
using the
putting on
term
a show a
somewhat
little bit. I don't want to have to
anachronistically
call you
because
out. I mean, I don't
the
normally do that.
region as
I
a
think you
whole
can sing a lot
was
better.
dominated by something called the Polish
What's something that's
Lithuanian
a little more,
Commonwealth.
what's like a
You see in
pretty
this map,
sounding song?
which
It's
has
like a sweet
the
sounding song.
borders of the Commonwealth as of
Candle
the
in the
year
wind.
1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries to get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century values, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it's part of the Russian settlement, which we'll get to in the lecture. At any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the rural Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to
the Christmas Eve, 24th
first centuries of
well,
the
you need
Common
to go
Era,
over. If you ever go back to
perhaps
Estonia, you need to tell the people the good
and
news
these
about
are
opening
Jews that come
presents
from
on Christmas Day.
Byzantine
Christmas Eve is
and,
boring. You have to
make
have
their way
something you
through
look
the
forward to on
Khazarian
Christmas Day.
Empire
That's
as
my
well.
stance at
The
least. You need to go tell the
extent
people.
of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in the Russian chronicles, the Pevas that I mentioned yet. It's not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria involved in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either cultural aspect, literary aspect, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much the fact that the later dominant Polish Jewish population really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany, France, making their way sometimes through Austria, places like that. So that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European presence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect with the Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So you begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal ministers when they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. And stencils are several of them. Here's a better view of one that has the term Mashka Karo, or Mashka Karo, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Yeshko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red near the little bit. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy, which was common to the region,
Only
and
this
the fact
because I
that the
read that it
Jews would
scratches
use
the
the
switch
Hebrew
in it,
alphabet
but I
because
couldn't fucking risk it.
Jews are
And if I
ones
could have,
who
I only put it this way too.
money
But I wanted
primarily
this way
in
on.
small
This is like
concerts that
having an
became
iPhone without
relevant.
case, you know, those insane people.
We'll have a lot more to say about
Trust
this in
yourself.
the future
And I
lecture.
have
We'll
a
talk a
goal
little bit
with
about
this PlayStation. If
economic
this thing, I'm
basis
gonna kill
on
my eat my
Polish
dog.
Jewry, but
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
time being,
Fuck my
this is
sweet,
just
you
some
would
of
kill
the
me.
archaeological
Your dog.
evidence of
Yes,
the
the parents
early
that way
settlements
yes.
from about the
And that would
10th
be for my
century
controller.
onward.
Just in my bed, just
When we look at why
just visualizing the games.
migrated
What was your
to
favorite
Poland,
game that you got like on
Polish
Christmas?
is really common at more property.
Grand Theft Auto?
There
Did you
are
get
both
that?
Christmas
push
night game.
and pull factors, meaning there are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are
She
factors
just gave me the
which
controller,
drew
and
Jews
she
into
did like a
Eastern Europe.
prank for
Eastern
like
Europe was
120
definitely
seconds. But I
a place of refuge for Jews. You can see
because
here beautiful representation by Gerson representing King Casimir, who was accepting the Jews and giving them
she told him for the whole
protection
family.
and
She was like,
refuge.
oh no,
So much
that's
so
your
that you
give
see
me like
some of
another
the
shitty
great scholars
whatever.
like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from
Yeah.
Galicia, who referred to Poland as
teddy
the
bear,
kind of like a fanciful
immediately,
etymology
you know, in front of the whole family, and I started tearing
here.
and stuff down from the Christmas tree. Because I'm so I want the word, the word,
So
I want
in
the word,
terms of the push factors, what was driving
She wrote out the blue
out
balls.
of Western Europe?
Did you say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry?
Yeah, it was. And then I was still crying. This is the emotional.
Pursue
What
homes
are you
in the
doing?
eastern part of Europe where the first Crusade massacres of
But still crying
1096 that we
because
discussed
I already got
a
going.
while ago.
Everybody's already
Horrific
arrested. I'm feeling
massacres
so bad for
primarily
me.
in northern
It's
Germany
it's hard to
that
switch. Yeah, it's hard
seem
to
to
bring
be
the tears back in.
outside of the control
And I
of
was like,
the
that really
legitimate state
ruined
authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to non-fire, and they relied on the legitimate authorities to maintain order in a society governed by law. As is discussing the many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy that it is.
There he is.
Environment support.
Frosty. 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 Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play?
I want to give you an update. So I didn't like kind of like absorb stuff that like I'm actually meant to like listen to, but for the most part, like I run into a lot of people. So this guy Eban, right? Okay, forget about it. I'll talking about it later. He was talking about black communities and how they had like this whole control thing.
All right, you can tell me about it.
In black neighborhoods.
You can tell me about it. You have an invitation.
In the 13th century,
I'll check it out later. We'll play later.
Okay,
I want
no.
to just like give you updates.
Okay, update me with what you want.
What do you need, like if I had to give you like stuff so that you need to like input into your mainframe or whatever.
I need you to take care of yourself, my friend.
Now there's also pull factor.
All right, I'm fine. I'm taking care of myself.
Did you get your new computer so you can play old school RuneScape?
No, I'm not playing RuneScape anymore. I'm playing Raven Dawn. I sold my gaming laptop.
Why did you sell you? Wait. So you bought one, then you sold it, then you bought it back, now you sold it again?
Yeah.
Why?
And I'll buy a new one. I'll buy a new one next year. Because it kind of sucks. It's a piece of junk. But it overheats. Like, it just overheats on every game I play. And it's just crap. Anyway, it's like a really low budget gaming laptop.
Okay.
They also
Alright. So what I want to tell you about was Eban. He's like this conspiracy theorist YouTuber, but he's not really a conspiracy theorist. He's more like a getting the truth out from the community, like the actual black community that cares about people and stuff, you know. So he was showing us a video about how there were these black people, political activists, right? And they were like raise hip hop and its effect on our children, and they raise stuff like anything to do with black culture and gangster stuff and everything like that. And what it did was it just drove down people's ability to have jobs, and usually what happened was they, like, all these people became poor. All these black people started living below the poverty line and increased poverty everywhere, and all due to this. So these people knew what they were doing, and they did it on purpose anyway.
But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Where it's not like
that's wild.
Simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow. When they go,
yeah, but so he has like a kind of he has the opposite of your kind of mind. He has a more like what do you say, like he just like sees stuff and he can instantly tell from cues that it's something to do with something else. So he has this kind of correlation thing going on, you know.
I think so.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I get along with him. I like chat and help him and stuff. But a lot of this stuff is like, you know, telling people about all this and everything. I mean, it helps. It helps a lot. It helps more than just like on an entertainment value. It kind of, I don't know. I don't know if like it's gonna help stuff like in the past, but moving on from now, like none of that stuff exists anymore anyway. So. But he kind of also goes deep into like the black community stuff happening and everything. And I think very often that stuff is like, I don't know, it's like an alternate America almost. Like if you're Christian, you go to church, and you do your regular stuff, whatever you do. I don't think you see that side of the country. But yeah, it's like a Hollywood cult type thing of some kind. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I watch a lot of this stuff on YouTube. If you find him, his name's Posted. You can, if you search for Posted and Eban on YouTube, you find him.
The west on the border of Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular.
So yeah, and also I don't know too much about like the media and stuff, but I'm not involved in any of that. But for the most part, like you know, I think there is such a thing as a sentient AI that controls a lot of stuff that happens right now. So like, I don't know, like I know you'd say that sentient AI, that sounds great, but I think it's some sort of like witchcraft, to be honest. Like they, do you remember me telling you like what would happen if they put like a demonic entity into an AI system?
Yeah, I do.
But also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And
yeah.
Each of these municipalities,
so that's kind of what's happening now, but that's all like, you know, the problem is you get into like stuff, afterlife stuff, and it just goes really early, and then it's a ride. And then what happens is like, I don't know if like any of that makes sense to put on TV or media or anything. Like you put it on media, you put it on YouTube, for example, you will get like a scientist come in and show you how the Ouija board works on science. Doesn't make any sense, right?
Okay.
With me on this Rabbi, at least, like, probably, like, yeah.
They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly.
And by the way, once you actually do a Ouija board, there's no like that thing sticks to you like forever.
But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews,
yeah, you gotta be careful of
Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular.
And
we'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture.
Yeah, anyway, I'll tell you about that,
The kinds of things that they dealt with were really
for
quite
the most part,
significant, and made a huge impact.
if you search for Ouija board videos on YouTube, you'll find like all the weird shit that happens. And it's all 100% true, and it's like so horrific that some people are kind of scarred from how horror movie it is, you know. So it's not safe. Like it's more than it's your life at stake. It's your life at stake if you're someone who's not scared. If you're someone who's scared, like you're never gonna recover from it.
Result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th
yeah, that's
century,
about it. They're kind of like all the stuff, sentient AI running on witchcraft, and it's all intermingled with a lot of people who believe in certain things and how, and a lot of like Christian exorcism and stuff like that. And they consistently try to prove them wrong, you know, and say there's scientific reason for it. I don't think there is scientific reason for it, to be honest.
Okay, dog.
So, like, the ultimate scientific reason for any of these metaphysical happenings or any of these afterlife incidents or even alien stuff, it could be quantum mechanics if you want to put it in a scientific reason, right? But that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah, but otherwise, I think everyone they're putting everyone on this stuff right now, Rabbi. Like, be well informed, learn stuff. If you're unemployed, especially learn stuff. Keep learning stuff if you're unemployed, and eventually you'll get somewhere. I don't know how it's working out. Like, they're gonna need to stop being detriment to these people who are gonna be deported or who have low-paying jobs or whatever it is. They're gonna start accounting for them.
It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning.
I don't know what will happen. Like, anyway, but, they probably have some ends or something. I don't know. They probably have some amount of money. It's just that they need employment, and they very often. What's gonna happen is that they're gonna curb, like the whole Trump administration is probably gonna curb everyone.
The cause for the attack.
Everyone but the elite, you know. Like you'd go out onto the streets and you'd see like everything clean and shit. But like, you know, it's just a bunch of rich people stuck in their homes on either side or whatever, you know.
All right.
That's the one way you get rid of prosperity in a way is just like it's like
Cossacks would
on the poor, you know, take money from the poor and
term is actually used in many
Word
different
B.
contexts,
but
particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks or Kozake were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their borders where they were serfs.
I have to be a streamer myself if I want to like hang out with them most of the time.
Places such as
Are you gonna be a streamer?
And there they engaged in
No, probably not. Because like I can't just like the censor thing.
Nationalistic piracy where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people.
The censor thing is kind of like I can't become like a thing like
but
that.
definitely there
Like if
was
I ever,
an ethnic group
that's like the
had
end goal, right? Of Twitch streamers, you become like viral.
overwhelmingly Orthodox
I can't do any of that
worshiping Christian
right now, at
Orthodoxy
least.
as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or Little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around.
Can you give me an update on your end
of our
on
discussion
some
here?
progress
At any
you have
rate,
been making?
these Cossacks were
I have
essentially
been, dog.
people who had run away
We have
the hierarchical society of feudalism
people who are talking about me on Blue Sky all the time,
Ukraine at that time,
which is good.
and they set up their own society.
And I broke
it is from
over
this base
1,800 people
that
in the
uprising
server,
would
which is
emerge.
great.
Let us go
And
directly to the roots
I've
of
just
the
been
uprising,
slinging dick
specifically
like
how
it's
the
going out of
crisis
style,
changed.
pimp.
So this map, which I think we've seen
Very
before,
nice.
shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular, and beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this,
The whole
Jewish migration patterns. And in
my work stuff goes directly to UK,
which
what
we
I've
should
known.
call right bank Ukraine.
Goes to some
Ukraine was
private
not
clubs.
designated a country at
But,
the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define
some
themselves.
stuff he did more like
and others.
goes to whatever
But for
connection
the time being, they were
it
still
needs to
under
go
control
to, and
of the Polish
whatever that like happens,
which
like
we've also
scientists,
discussed
whatever
at
the heck.
the right bank
And,
refers to the right bank or the west
very
bank
often
of the Dnieper River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev, and then sort of in kind of a curving line.
Yeah, it was
towards,
more than I get paid
Ukraine
for, you
or
know, but
Crimea.
I
And
still
it is
work more, you know.
along this river that we have the Zaporizhian
Could
city
help,
where the
like,
Cossacks
anything.
are housed, and a large
But,
number of Jews are settling in this region.
You have to
What
realize,
they're
like, these
doing
people working
economically,
professionally in the West
the
are
most
very,
important thing that they are doing
they're
is
kind of
they're acting
optimized
as
to do
middlemen
this stuff.
between the Polish
It's not like
nobility
a corporate
and Ukrainian
office,
peasants.
you know.
The Poles
They're
have
actually like
massive land
professional people
holdings in this
who
region, very
can
fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil.
understand
This is the
and
region
relate
called the
and
breadbasket of
put
bread
into
for good
practice.
reason.
Yes.
And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval,
I think, for example, like this Europe thing, like
the arenda is essentially a
people
type
were
of
in
tax
complete
farm.
denial
We've seen
that
before in the medieval period, where
that
the nobility
Europe
would
would
actually
be
own not only the land, but
on the
own the town,
from the inside and outside.
the bread mill, and the bridges, and the orchards.
So,
and
like,
forests
when
and kinds of
people
things.
like wouldn't pay their cards and shit, you have to be
entire
kind of
territory
careful
to the
because
Jews
they're still living
and
in
demand a certain
the
amount of payment
geopolitical
on a
climate or
yearly
whatever
basis.
it is where
And they authorize the Jews
regional
to act as a
conflicts still
community
in the
to essentially tax the local
world peace
peasants
or whatever.
in
'Cause,
whatever way would
like a lot
in raising the amount of money.
this alliance stuff is actually never going to end.
This type of tax
What I realized
is
Rabbi,
a
I don't
perfectly
think never
acceptable
end.
way of
Probably be
running
like
a kind of
what it is
rental
now,
relationship,
like they're just
but it can
going
become
their separate paths
exploitative very
on the
easily,
same
particularly
trajectory.
if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Oh, yeah.
The Jews have to go back and try to find new ways to get that
Peace,
tax
pimp.
from the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called Rothschild'S at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish Aradator was the background of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. It was involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Rothschild'S. The so-called Kretschmann, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatsia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish nobles. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit, but it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess, and also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly want to encourage in Maine. And so you can see why resentments could easily build up against the Jews because of their role in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist, something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews had being more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music and business. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. This man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was ripe among the Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, in particular the year 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who were hit the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachretat. The term decree is in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachretat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms. They're really archetypical pogroms in Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is Hebrew Rebbe Mesula, a quote from the Psalms translated as the Epistle available in translation. And it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably closely related, and all those accounts, you have no good way of calculating the size of these attacks. And in fact, many of these studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt without question really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shelley Stumper in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence was all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many accounts from Rothschild to the important commentator on the Rothschild, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly brutal about are probably large. It's probably tens of thousands of horrific numbers. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidenak rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in his 5 gravely notes which is from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezalezhnost in Kyiv today, a monument to Rothschild'S, and it was erected in the early 20th, late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it. Behind the troops of Khmelnytsky's force, there's a fallen pole and a Jew who was knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated if this draft would have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to observe even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really it would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that would challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabtai Tzvi, which we discussed in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If this is something that you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing, and I know there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, but if she only had that Laura Croft passport.
Yeah.
She could make it out of the country.
And live in a villa and love private jets.
In Casablanca. So you visited it and it was really sad?
Yeah, I went like room to room and it was just this weird. Like I thought it's just, everybody's like playing pillow fighting and.
But it wasn't. It was just dark
and super like, it was like super. No feng shui in the place. It was just one room. You just open this sort of light and just walk in front of the camera.
Salute. Yeah, you just salute when you get in there. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History.
But then she would also tell me that sometimes they get the credit card details of some of the customers and they just scam. And that's always good to hear. Exactly. Yeah. I love to hear stories like that. I love when they kill like a guy, like when there's a trucker picking up prostitutes, when they murder those guys. I love that. That's good. Yeah, it's great. Balance it out. In Thailand, they do that, in like a situation with like a lady boy, you're like, I don't want to pay you. And then they just take their wigs off and just like skin you alive. And then they sometimes put you like one truck. It's the American. I thought you do one truck with a rope on your foot, one truck and the other just fucking and then go. Have you seen the movie Tomahawk?
Predated by the Hasidic revolution. That was supposed to be a very highly traditionalist kind of
bone tomahawk.
Yeah, especially when compared to
Greg's own.
when I saw that Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for
you see like a violent scene in a movie, and I'm like,
so. The historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century.
I like exploding stars.
Yeah, I like exploding stars. View of Hasidism.
Stars get made. If you bust hard enough, you become a
credulous, even possibly Sabbath.
Well, Ari, thank you so much on this show today. Where can people find you?
great
Rabbi,
encyclopedic
or
historian
Estonian
of the
comedian,
late
you can Google him.
20th century,
Cool.
argued in
So what do you
fact
guys
that
do? You
no,
just talk.
it's not the
So we just
outgrowth of
was I too
ignoramuses. It represents
nonsensical? I just
the
don't
actual
know.
flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry.
But you
And I
guys
think
are super
Martin
funny.
Buber,
Hey,
in many
Casey,
ways,
did you get
although
Netflix?
not a historian in this regard,
Yeah,
really did a
find
lot
out.
to kind of
Shouldn't they
transform
already tell you?
the
Did
popular
they tell you?
Western European view of classicism
But I
to
don't
observe the brilliant
I was thinking about this the other night.
associated with the
If you are,
Hasidic
I don't
masters.
care if you're
And there are many
Netflix,
other
Netflix,
approaches.
or
Ben
Hulu.
Ciondino,
If
for
you
example,
want,
took a much
if
more
you're like
economic
looking for
approach
guys
to
to
the
sponsor
development of
and put
Hasidism.
money behind,
But I
you
just
watch
want to give
Casey
you a
Rock,
sense that, you know,
and
I don't care
what is if you're having a good night or a bad night, it's Casey.
theology.
That's what Ari was telling me last night.
That's what I was telling
That's
you.
what Ari told me last night. I totally agreed with
If
you.
you don't see it, then kill yourself.
Its earliest development takes place within
I'm
the
serious.
Polish-Lithuanian
What are you?
Commonwealth
And that's when I was watching that Netflix when I saw the lineup. I was like, okay, if Casey doesn't get
recall,
it,
the region
I
was
will
devastated by the
blow myself.
Magnitsky uprising, and then there is
Cancel your
an
Netflix.
attempt
Then,
to
yeah,
cancel your
disrupt
Netflix. We all set our
the
agendas
status
down.
quo, but ultimately
Yeah, if
it's
Casey
a
doesn't get it, we're
failure.
all fucked.
As in
That's a thing.
1772,
William, you're a staple and can body your sense super funny.
The
The
large
first time I saw it live was like,
living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II,
That's the best
also
part.
known as Catherine
The outfit.
the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her
That was quite
acquisition
the picture.
Yeah, it
West
was
was actually
They asked the
Judefied. It was free of Jews
really
because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, "Oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living in Russia." One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called a Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale settlement.
I hear you.
Exceptional Jews like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen could get permission to live in St.
Right, in a
Petersburg or
perfect world,
Moscow,
there's something
but
out
this
there, and I
Pale
totally
settlement
agree.
is
In a
where the
perfect world,
vast
there would
majority
have
of
to be
Jews live.
something.
There's a lot more to say about this
Yeah,
in
have
future
to be.
lectures. At any rate,
You two guys
this
are
is
like
the
in that
region,
perfect
particularly
pocket
in
where
the
if I watch your
southern
sense,
area of
I don't
Mongolia,
think people watch
Bohemia,
this as well.
Galicia, where
It's not
Catholicism
if you're
especially
even killing or
grew,
funny.
with the
It's
exception
just
of
the
the Bible,
spectacle
which
and the
grew in
performance, like a
Lithuania
horseman.
to
It's a performance, you know.
This is also the era following
Ah-has
Catherine
and
II
he-has are not enough.
of the
Sorry,
terrible
comedians,
repression
I
of
know this
Nicholas
is
I.
breaking news.
Nicholas I attempted
This is
to
a great
extirpate
Yeah, that's what real
Jewish
comedy
presence
is.
by forcibly assimilating them either through conscription into the
Close your
army
notebook
as
and
a
work.
Palestine,
Yeah, exactly.
or by destroying
Okay,
their
Ari, well,
internal
thanks so much
structures
so
that
much. It
made
was
us
a great
once
pleasure.
socially banned
Ari's
nations
such a
were
great
more
I know, Ari's hilarious.
all functions that essentially
But I get
serve
that
the Russian state by
mainstream and
going
I
back
can
and
sell
so
out,
on.
you know.
No, you're hilarious. Yeah, you're great.
It's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region. And one of the ways in which they react is by
Oh, we're going
developing
as well.
this
We might do some acid for tools. We might do some acid.
Put acid here, please. I love
term
acid.
We're going tomorrow. Yes, we're going to the show
I
tomorrow.
was thinking of Brian Adams' World Tour. And then
It
today I
basically
decided
means
to
someone who does kindness
Yeah,
or
that's
does
kind of
good
too
towards
different.
kindness.
It's
And a kindness that's understood
That's
to
similar
mean
of 60
someone who goes beyond what
by the way,
is naturally required.
Brian Adams,
Someone who
great
does
songs,
extra.
and then
And
all
we see
these
that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like fashion and
then there was
beards and the tail and things like that,
all these Estonian
but
guys would come back.
those are kind of like, revolutionary clothing, things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis
Sounds
on
good.
the
All right,
Beit,
bye.
which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God,
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William
not just
Montgomery Show.
traditional study, which is
Send your
something that
questions,
was more
artwork, and
associated with
manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at
who was later
gmail.com.
known as the
Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098.
but attention to God through maybe
And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold.
fellowship.
Check out William
They
online
also
at
believe in
William.f.Montgomery on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. And check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every month. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. And the words are sung by
This is something that really
William
appealed
Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production.
Southern
Thanks for
region where
joining
they
us.
were
See you
bereft
next
of
time.
much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with them. And they also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis who were often, given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the
Recorded live in
last
Austin,
decade
Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show.
that thoroughly corrupted the rabbis in
William
certain areas.
Montgomery.
Local Hasidic leaders
With the Tony Chin
did not necessarily
Orchestra.
have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, those garnered the confidence of the
As
population
always, William
as
is
they
joined by
truly
the
interested in
Erica.
their spiritual welfare and gathered around themselves in the disciple circles of
And now here he is,
followers
the
who
big
were
red
not
machine,
necessarily
the strangler,
heavily learned and so on, but never completely sincere, and they used the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more civil enthusiasm
top
than
ones.
it
I don't
had
want to get
seen
too close to
with
the
the
giant, but
somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern
fries on them.
one of the most important leaders of that
people
time
eating
was
sushi
Israel ben
off of
Eliezer, who was known
naked
as the
bodies.
Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from books that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part of the city that were known as Baal Shem, literally masters of the name. The name, of course, was the name of God.
Typical Tuesday night.
And this was
Wait,
kind
so
of
where do I
like
see
a
like laying
popular
on a
term
table,
that
laying on
was
something?
associated with
She could
people
brag, come
literally
upstairs.
made ambulance. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is
Not even laying, like sitting
college,
down, like
Professor Johann Stern of Northwestern.
The feast is
Here,
ready.
in his youth, when we first met,
Did you
we
eat
had
it?
looking at some of
I
the
ate a couple
remarkable
pieces.
finds in the Vernadsky Library of 18th century.
It wasn't sexy. It wasn't like, it was like, oh man.
Record books from the
She
time.
trying to go.
I think she was.
Research on
I think
people like
she
Hillel
didn't think about
Balshem,
it or something.
who were like,
It was just like quiet. My
these
girlfriend
early
sees you.
proto-Hasidic leaders serving
Yeah,
local
she had a big, pretty big
populations
bush.
and creating ambulance
How was
for them.
how was your
Where they
bush?
got that
Yeah,
specific
it's
name.
always
Now, not all of these ambulance makers were especially effective. Some of them were
3 miles or
charlatans.
so.
And
Go crazy.
Israel
Please, man.
Yeah.
gathered
Yeah,
a reputation for
Valentine's
being
Day.
exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also
We do
very
yes, Q3 we pick up all, and
Judaism,
then we kind of grow out
connected
of this.
with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem.
They can crash over moments notice.
So the fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, senior colleague,
These little
Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan,
irritate the follicles.
who wrote an amazing book, an early biography of Baal Shem based on secular sources, older sources found in the tax records that specifically refer to the Baal Shem Tov living in the gives a lot more
Put on my little
to this
like that
teacher,
glasses
who
that
among other
dominators
things is
used
the
to look at
spiritual
diamonds.
justice as well,
Yeah.
but still provides clear, clean water to
Do you
this
have
day.
both eyes or
So
just one?
we get this
Just like
idea
a-
from
okay.
the writings of followers and
There's no point using it on the glass one.
biographic history of capture elsewhere.
That would be a
He was a person who
fun
lived in
accessory for
southern
someone getting
Poland,
glass eye
western
just
Ukraine,
and died
given
in
to the
the
spiritual request of his followers, and eventually
Let me get my
began
glasses.
this really important movement
it's a class like the sun would go through and shine on that side just make
Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe. Because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history.
You ever have a prism
And
on your window
I
and
know
just
that
making
we'll have at least some kind of an insurance relationship.
it's gorgeous.
Have a
Yeah,
someday.
we actually, Erica has found these, I think on Amazon and AliExpress, these wonderful things where the sun shines through the window and makes the sun catcher.
I have like 13 sun catchers.
We got a bunch of
And
sun
2
catchers.
crystal balls. And 2 disco balls.
Like, what's it look like? A triangle or
Just like little strings of
little dangly things?
crystally fake plastic kind of things, but they reflect the sun real cool.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're real dangly. So if the wind's blowing, gosh, I kept on thinking recently that my downstairs neighbor was watching, freaking, what is the show? What's the show where they try to guess the words? Jeopardy? No, they try to guess the words. Really help me on this one. Maybe you might. It's that game show. Censored version of Poison Ivy. No, it's a game show where they try to guess words. Menace to Society? Not Menace to Society. Similar to Jews. Ellie. Yeah. Man, and I love Child.
The last video, a little bit about the origin.
No, it's that show where they're trying to
understand
get
what
the
letters
letters
is by looking at the counter reaction. This wheel of fortune,
Yeah, Wheel of
coalesced around the rabbis, particularly in the northern part.
Yeah, I was kind of kidding about that. And I was like,
These people
is that show really? I'm just panicking. But no, I see my downstairs neighbors watching it. It's actually Golden Chimes.
Because they
It
opposed
sounded like it always fucking
now,
sounded
they were
like
actually
the door
the
was open.
traditionalists. They
The letters
were
getting
really the inheritors
blessed
of
up
the
there. But it was
mode
Wind
of
Chimes.
Talmudic study and
Wind
Jewish
Chimes can go
culture
wrong.
that predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism,
I've seen a lot of examples of Wind Chimes going
but what's fascinating is they were also defined by the Hasidism as well.
Oh, then I'd say, yeah.
So
That's a good
let's
question.
just try to understand what are the main differences.
Yeah, I guess probably the Des Moines incident.
And, there's a lot to say about the fashion of the bigger one, or what some people call the Yarmul culture.
Kid brought Wind Chimes to school. And it was another rhythm situation. It was a really sunny day.
95% of the issues, Hasidim
it was
and
like
Nagdim
how
are
you get out the magnifying glass.
That's
over
why
your
they
head.
fall
Yes,
within the
created
same category of
super
Orthodox
red
Jews.
and burned
Let's try to understand, look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and
Yeah, he was
theology.
suspended for over 8 months.
Practice is,
Yeah, I mean,
of
it's
course,
close to
because in
school
many ways, practice
shooters.
is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology.
Copycats.
There are, let's say,
Yes,
4
but
really
it's
big
sure
things
that.
we have to bear in mind. First of all,
Well, I mean, I read the freaking.
that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated.
Yeah,
When I say 613 as context, I mean,
as long as email
do
CC
you
to
believe
everybody.
that
It's
God
like, why are you
gave the
CCing
Torah
everybody into
to
this?
the Jews
It's just a lot
at
of
Mount
fest.
Sinai, and that the rabbis
Right,
who
and I-
interpreted it,
and,
and the Mishnah and the
Just, yeah, I
Talmud
mean,
and
what
later
a lot of stuff
authorities
about Wind
are
Chimes.
authoritatively
Just thoughts of Wind
interpreting
Chimes and how
the
he was pretty
613
sure the sun
commandments of the Torah.
had
So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews who call themselves Orthodox and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. They don't call themselves Orthodox. Might argue that
and I think this is what he was
and
listening to.
evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, do you believe in 613? The Nagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And if we drill down a little deeper into the 3 areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding?
Would you find
Do
this
you
lady?
practice the laws of family security, which are relations? They would say for sure. This regards to the use of mikvah, ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly
on
must
air.
one slaughter
Yes. We should already be going, Greg. Did you get any of
or
that shit?
with Shabbat. When exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature general. That
This is embarrassing, Rabbi, because we swear
don't
to
speak
you,
about there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may just speak about things at the very fringes. But 95% of things there.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to make it seem like
what is it that they really
place
disagree
over
about?
here.
So let's understand this in the context of development of
the table's already
again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion.
30 fucking minutes. It's like,
It was
dude,
considered kind
get
of
the
like a
fucking
development
beginning
of
of
style
outside and
of
go and involve your brain.
approach to the same ideas,
Wake up, dry windshield wipers on, dumbass.
in terms of actual people,
Shoestring
one of the most
operation.
important students of
Yeah,
Baal Shem Tov is Dover, known
that was
as
scary
Maggid
driving class.
Nesrich.
It was the foggiest I've ever seen him.
1772.
It really was.
Trained 5 major disciples.
Grant, so did you respond?
Oh my God, what also known as the ultra Rabbi, older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad, who was very important for Tanya, associated with the in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples got to turn, gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties.
People behind you needed to think, what is that guy talking about? I was looking at the screen, I was like, this is fucking
that spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. It is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name after the Maggid Nesrich passed away, and opposition called themselves opponents. They had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so this didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of saying, what is it that we believe that is necessary, possibly different from your girlfriend. The most significant king of this although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was
he has the greasy fingers because he's eating all the pizza.
expository of was none other than
we got some Papa John's the other night, and there was a string, a red string, coming in and out of the fucking garlic sauce, and the other garlic sauce had exploded somehow. So I'm horrified. The pizza was pretty good, but there was a red string coming in and out, like it was sealed by pasta time, and I still ate it. I wanted it.
Think about the corruption
Where did the
of the
string
local
come
rabbi.
from? I've never seen something. I don't know.
That's a real mystery.
Who
That's
wants to
what
go to a corrupting
What's your
rabbi?
guys' go-to,
Rather go to a genuine rabbi, rather hang out with somebody who cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups.
I like hungry hours. Have you ever hungry hours? That's okay. That's okay.
Aspects of
How come?
us
Like, what is it?
fascinating.
I like Papa John's.
The notion that
It's better
What's
than
yours?
more pizza.
I used to like Papa John's, and I always thought the worst pizza was Little Caesars.
first question.
But the other day I had Little Caesars. I was like, what happened to they made it better? It's actually
How long
legit.
is this?
And now I get like
Deep
the
is this?
thick crust
How
Papa
big
John's,
is it?
mushroom pepperoni.
How long is Yom Kippur last? What exactly is it? It's always like
Still
measuring
It's
things.
not bad. It's like still like
Oh man, we have
$8.99 or
to
something
spend so
like
much
Little
time.
Caesars.
We would go once a week.
Now, it's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements,
Get a
or that
fucking
it's not
one
don't
of
pay
those with
attention to
stuffed crust and give me the extra
but nevertheless, it's like a
calories.
question
Give
of
me
how
some
much
dipping
emphasis.
sauces.
So
Give me
the
some
Hasidim would say,
crazy
why
bread.
are you blocking yourself into really restrictive prayer times?
That makes it
Start by a particular
Yes,
time,
sometimes.
end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a
Yeah, it's a
proper
pandemic,
intention.
bitch. Start
Maybe that
smiling.
means you need a little more
Start
sleep.
smiling again. I haven't seen you smile in
There's much
fucking
more
a
to say
week.
about it.
I actually acrylic nails on.
You do?
No, like in this area.
They recite the prayer
Smile,
from
Start smiling, bitch.
follow the
They go by
Kabbalistic
faster.
Do what you want.
prayer schedule of the great
That would have sounded so
Uriah.
cool. Now you're getting a finger from your fucking up the nail.
They maintain a separate kosher slaughter.
Why so serious?
Whether the knives should be sharper or duller. The sharper knives are more easily
Spider-Man
hit,
2. Yeah.
but duller knives require more pressure.
Is that the guy
Both of
with
these
the
things could
metal
have an
arms?
impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered
Dr.
properly. All of these things, by the way,
Honest,
clearly
out of the sun.
indicate
Goofball.
sociological separation of the
That's
community,
Batman.
which had economic
Doc
implications.
Ock walking into the cafeteria.
The historiography is that, hey,
So burning down, filled.
the practice Hasidim really has an economic
get the right angle here.
as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes.
Yeah, he just gets his hitch right by
taxes on kosher meat,
every government bill,
candles, things like that. That, you know, if you create a different revenue stream,
synchronized
really
attack.
upset the
That would be
status quo.
dramatic. Getting all
The
the pressure points in the United States, the whole
Lithuanians,
country.
the Misnagdim argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing
Get
and
everything,
perhaps
it's worse than
drinking
another one.
and dancing, things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really
Man,
what we should
it's
do.
so fucked up.
And
I
more than,
was
oh my gosh, this
driving
time
for a
studying
job
Kabbalah.
interview. Like,
Kabbalah should only
you know,
be
so
for
it
people
was
who
like
have
a big
learned
job,
for,
like
you know,
web design and
decades,
stuff.
have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that.
Listening to
What are
Howard
you
Stern in
talking
the
about?
background, just going over
And then
things in my head.
some
You
Hasidic
know, not
groups
paying
were
attention to
associated with
anything.
really
I hear them
unruly
talking about
behavior. You know, there was like kind of
stuff. Like, I
experimentation
don't know,
with
the plane went
intention.
into
Like,
the tower, and I'm like,
you know, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn
anyways,
somersault.
and they're just like
Literally.
driving, not caring.
Maybe I'll have
I
more
came
intention
into
if I
the
drink
waiting
more
room. There's like
alcohol
3
before I
other
pray.
people
You know,
in the
things
job
like that.
interview, and
That
then
the
this
Lithuanians,
person
you know,
just all
really
sitting there, and
look
everyone's just
down
like
upon.
freaking out.
And finally,
You
the
tell someone's like,
accusation
I was
that,
like, what the hell?
you know, some of
And
these
then this
things
woman
really
comes out and
cross the
goes, hey,
line.
I understand
No
if anyone
longer
wants to
observing
reschedule,
Halacha,
and
that is
everyone
Jewish
got
law.
And then I just sat there like, no, I'm here. I'm terrible over here. Why would I want to reschedule? Get ahead of the pack. And then I just remember, like, they called me in, and this guy was just like,
really be extirpated now before it further affected the Jewish law.
and then he's like, he
When
starts
these
asking me a
charges
question, and
first
he
came
goes,
out,
sorry,
the
I know I
Rebbe
can't
and
do
the
this. I'm
Menachem
going to
Mendel,
reschedule.
important city leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, you know, they want to
I
see
get
an
in my
audience
friend,
to
like,
try
driving home,
and say,
like,
no,
what
that's
the
not
fuck
what we're all
was
about.
that?
Please don't
And
misunderstand us.
I turned on Howard Stern, and then I just started listening to Howard Stern. I was like,
In fact, the
wait a second.
Misnagdim
like, was there
reacted by
something going on? And I ran home, and right when I walked in and turned on the TV, it's like on the second plane, and the doctor was like, what the fuck?
This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with 18th century. Jews are unfortunately,
but it's funny the idea of listening to Howard Stern reporting
about the writings of other Jews that the other
Yeah.
But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, that would be great.
Just making
Sales
stupid sounds on this.
At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also
At Todd's age, yeah, I was probably
especially strong social ban
under
was applied in
16, but over 2,
1781,
so I
and
was
in
probably
1794, when a
Do you
rabbi
have any memory of
Misnagdim
that
rabbi
happening?
lost
Doing
a
it all
job
too
to a
young?
Hasidic
Yeah, I do.
candidate,
I was in kindergarten. I was 6 years old, so I remember they sent us home from school.
and the
I
Tsarist
was in the living
government
room, like playing with
always
blocks
on
because I was
the
6 years old.
lookout
I was a little kid.
for
And it
possible
stopped playing with blocks
revolutionary
at a very late age.
movements.
It's when I added cars
Actually
to the
arrested
blocks.
the Alter Rebbe,
But then after that, I never played with blocks ever
and
again.
had him temporarily
And,
jailed.
So I remember playing with blocks, and I said, what happened to the stickers was on my mom said some very bad man. Oh, really? Yeah.
Now,
That's true.
besides the tremendously bitter
And that day I started training.
the Misnagdim were also busy thinking
That's
about, okay,
good.
well,
No, that's
how do we react to this? Because
I don't
the
even know if
movement
I'm
really grew in leaps and
picturing
bounds. It
Casey
spoke
literally
to
was
a
training.
need. There were
Yeah.
Jews
Oh, I've seen
wanting
it.
it.
I printed it out.
So the Misnagdim had to articulate a
Yes,
response,
yes.
and they did, which
Yeah.
was ultimately
I met
expressed in
Casey's
things like
mother
this
and
building.
she was
The Shiva of
wow,
Vosh,
it's a pleasure to meet Cal's mom. I've never thought about what Casey's mom would be like. Is she like a hippie-ish?
Center
I would think hippie.
nucleus of
Yeah.
a Buddha
She's really
concept.
goofy.
Spent
She's
a lot
great.
with
Yeah, she's like a free spirit,
Misnagdim
goofy
said,
lady.
hey,
Yeah, she's a horse trainer, so
the Hasidim say we're
Yeah,
attached to
Rough
text.
Riders
Well,
rule.
absolutely,
Georgia
you better
DMX
believe
on a
it.
couple
We're
of his albums.
super attached to text.
Yeah, I
We're
know.
going to spend even more energy on text.
You know what's weird?
And in
Is
fact,
really
that's what
fun.
the Lithuanians are known
It's
for.
perfectly
More
circular.
than
Yeah.
anything
Yeah,
else.
what you're about to say,
Incredible
it
detail,
seems
and
like
there's
it's got a deep one.
But
You ever get
I
I
don't
know,
know.
does that seem deep? I feel like mine
was
is
a big
deep.
complex.
Really?
But
That's not a
the
good thing.
the
Oh,
Misnagdim
God.
tradition
Mine's
was that he
super
was
deep.
really
I'm
known for
constantly,
people
after
already
I take off a
mastered
sweater or something, I have
Torah
all this shit in my
real
belly
Torah.
button.
Before you
Yeah,
studied
that's
Torah,
fine.
the
It's
hidden
very
Torah,
fun. I love
even
it.
kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim were circulating. They weren't studying
Yeah, like
necessarily
get real hard.
Zohar itself.
I
They
got
were
a
studying
number here in my belly button
digest
once, and
of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe
so fucking
in
gross.
necessarily disseminating
Like
these
really
ideas widely.
smell.
But one
Yeah,
of the
it
key
did smell.
disciples
And I had to
of
take like
Miguel
Q-tips,
Gaon,
like
the great Rabbi of the Lodge associated with Yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of
I don't know. I
life.
didn't even see the guy.
And this is essentially
I was
Kabbalah
like, I
form
went to urgent care after it, and they're
It
like,
is, by the way, overwhelming.
That was like
I remember
dying.
personally,
Everything.
when I was studying in Yeshiva, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my Yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said,
Smells like the
yeah,
grossest.
It was like a
okay, I'm
gray
enjoying Yeshiva. You know, I go to Yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it, we figure out the problem, and I go home, but I said, I have to admit that, you know, sometimes it comes sort of out of sort of like, going home for dinner. And so he says, okay, this is what the guys do.
Yeah, my chest.
This
is.
Eat it for 15
And
so
it's just to say, you have to pull it out.
So I picked up a copy of Nefesh and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many times I simply
Stop smelling
down.
down.
And I looked up and I already got way past my Yeshiva stop. And I was like, way in some neighborhood north of Jersey. It's gotten so lost in tremendous writings. And it really changed the way that I went back it made them jump off the page. This is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself.
To sit in front of and spy
You're having that problem.
Maybe there's a hair right now on that one right now, and I can picture it.
Finally, you know, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Wisconsin had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent that in some cases they even regarded the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God.
The RV people are still at work. I confronted trash people dumping tons of trash, and I go out there with a little bag. I'm like, hey, we don't work for this place or something? I see y'all unloading a bunch of trash into your bunch. And they said, yeah, we work for all the properties. And I said, okay, good, because I was about to beat y'all's asses if y'all weren't. And then I immediately said, no, I'm kidding, I'm a pussy. And then I walked on. I was like, yeah, I was about to beat y'all's ass if y'all weren't, because I've been watching y'all. And I was like, no, I'm a pussy. And then two guys just kind of stood there and stared at me, and I just walked back. They smiled a little, but they didn't laugh. You should film this shit. That's hilarious.
While
so
the
what your glasses do, you can film people. That's a fun perspective.
Record. Beginning of the 19th century, there would be a major challenge that I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching.
So where is that getting up? Where is that?
Because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do.
A bunch of storage up there.
And let's try and look at the challenge that we'll just see it faced.
Do we look handsome? How do we look?
This is just, I guess this is your normal eyes. You know, not video camera. But if you had these glasses on and you went to those trash people,
that would be so fun.
Actually start a fight.
Yeah, just start swinging.
Yeah, because I don't swear to God, I don't think they were. I don't
it's
know.
Valet trash. It's a nice building, but they don't offer valet trash. So it's like when you're talking about you work for our building.
Dude, I felt worked up a little bit when I grabbed that little bag of trash that I created to create the encounter. I was getting kind of worked up a little bit. That's why I had to say something. That's why I had to say something. Because I've been watching them a couple fucking days. I was fucking ready when I was getting my little trash together to fucking throw out there.
You got fake trash together just to go out there?
Yeah, so the confrontation, I had to be quick because they're dumping bags out of the back of the pit.
So the last two videos,
it's like a bunch of bags.
Fake trash is still trash though, right?
Yeah, it's stuff you really throw out.
It's valuable. So what was it like paper? Just like a
towel?
Yeah.
Stupid. No, it was like a bag of, like recyclables. It's like recyclables.
But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular
I
for
feel a
men,
little better
that is
because I would
beginning
continue
to
to
make
look out
an
there and see
impact
them dump in the trash.
heartland of the Hasidic and the Mishnah territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Mishnah movement, would endure to our contemporary days, and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of our Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this.
No shit, I feel like landlord I've turned into some weirdo. Wow, looking out the windows,
There are
fucking
Jewish
dragging
groups to
people
it for
out.
sure. If you look, for
They were
example,
scary. I swear to God, I was watching them for 5 hours one day. They were out in the parking lot, and I'm looking out the fucking window, and they're getting all these bags of like clothes, and people are coming by like spying it. I was watching this horrified, thinking,
he was
oh my
forced
God, this is
outdoors like everybody in Florida. And while they're living in tents,
your kids can be
worried about
yeah,
aftershocks for some
boy can be
weeks,
out there.
because a lot of buildings were destroyed. He has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to
watching y'all.
Among other things, he
Five Nights at Freddy's
discovered
Island,
the
do
letter
not
of our
recommend.
staff,
That just pisses me off. It raises my blood pressure.
He can't
Yeah,
pass night two.
That's night 2. It raises my blood pressure. I like love it for a second, and then I fucking hate it. It's just scary. It's scary. Yeah, it's scary as shit.
My mother, for example, writes
It's
in
1 a.m. and then like, dude, you see the
Golden
golden
speaks
head.
that there is this Judaism
But then
that
they start
although
running down the hallway, and it's like it's so stressful. All you hear is a fan going, and you click on your little things to see in the screens, and then you can just turn on a light or shut a door. Those are your 2 controls. It turns into a very stressful situation. You should play that in VR. Yeah, what I was doing is in VR. No, you can play the first one in VR. Oh my God, you can play it on
He was getting so scared. It was so funny.
And I would like know that people were coming, and it would still, I would legitimately jump.
Even if they're just like moving at the door.
For example, in my mind, chapters of construction, except lots of moments.
It's raising my blood pressure.
That's why I was a little late today. I stayed up super late last night watching scary video compilations on YouTube. Did you really? Yeah, it was called like 2023 was our scariest year yet. And it's like an hour and a half long. That was 2 of them, so 3 hours to do math. But yeah, it's like scary TikToks, basically compilations of like people in bed. You're like, I hear something extreme. And they open it and the shirts are moving. That's not normal.
Wait, was anything? Was it all scary? Was any of it scary? What was it?
Some of it was really scary. Yeah, that was scary.
At any rate,
There was a Mexican band. They're Mexican band, and like I said, and they're playing music like bandas at like some wedding, and they were like jamming out, and then the camera pans, and then the narrator's like, "Did you catch that? We might need to slow it down." And let's slow it down. And there's a TV in the background, and you just see hands come around it, like
the rest of the world.
really scary woman's face. And it's like, you can notice that the TV's only an inch off the wall. Is this the skinniest woman ever? Something else.
Now they're very special.
Like, I think it's something else.
Outside world that made them especially effective
It was really scary.
of what we become.
Do you believe in ghosts, Casey? I know
Way too much introduction.
I do. Yeah, I had some weird experiences when I lived in Atlanta. I would hear this baby crying in our backyard all the time. There's a graveyard.
Self-time genius.
It was really scary.
Actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his.
There's the connection. I have a connection right now.
But I know, putting the pieces together. Yeah, there was a baby's grave. There was like a 100-year-old graveyard. The only headset you could read was like a baby's like 19. 21 and 1922. And I was home alone one night. The dog started freaking out, running around the house. And I heard a baby like squealing in the backyard. And then a week later, the exact same time,
it's kind of like
same thing happened. Baby started crying again. Dog started
trio, Haitian French.
It sounded like a white baby or a black baby.
Continental French, or even, where I grew up,
Maybe. There's been in the backyard for 100 years.
So it was like very similar in syntax, huge overlaps, but
something weird happened recently.
To a German would
no, maybe the other day though, I thought I saw something.
And of course, they're different alphabets, so
I was looking at my phone, if I'm remembering correctly, and I
understand written German unless they
maybe do my eyes up, and then maybe do a big toe in front and do it up, and then I see like to my right, like
Moses Mendelssohn.
But not enough.
Facility.
No, what did we hear? We heard something.
And he was kind of like a car celebrity. What happened? Wow, here is a Jew. Note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat. Who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of
America doesn't believe in ghosts, but after that,
and intellectually,
well, it's a little weird.
Abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew.
He said it was in there downstairs being
the outside world. Hey, Jews have
sounds not right. We went on that ghost tour. Zach asked message me, said he wants to go ghost hunting.
Travelers.
Yeah, which are really bad.
For hundreds of years. So he was someone not only unsubscribing Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world. He also
made our service. Do you think I was booed?
Also, promoted the study of German language, German culture, and things like that. Traditional observance got him into a lot of trouble.
So you've never even experienced anything that seemed close to a ghost where it made you even think, what is that, or that's never even happened?
No. Like anytime I've ever thought, well, that's weird. It's like, oh,
Solomon Montar, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, difficult off the dera, away from the path. He wrote a service and sometimes hilarious.
There's a
story.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? It's a hard cross to bear.
Describes his upbringing as a young, talented.
There's a story of this lady that kept on seeing like shadowy dark figures,
intellectual journey.
and she kept on seeing them. She thought she was a ghost, and then she ended up like breaking up, and she's just stabbing her husband like with a butcher knife because she thought the ghost was attacking her.
And he encounters
She's like, I don't remember. I just remember this ghost came over to me, and
Jewish identity.
hopefully she didn't get drunk.
Yeah, German philosophy, German
I thought you were going to say it was like
So,
cataract.
whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated that
Schizophrenia, that's one of the things they see is like
others like Solomon Klein said, no, let's get rid of it and move straight into the main.
That's what you're implying about us.
Imagine how this was absorbed by Hasidic that while they are at each other's throats, how sharp and accurate they go for slaughter, or what time they show up for Minya. When they are facing the Haskalah, they say, you know, why kosher or
Zane was down there, or I would have thought I
the
was
Sabbath to Sunday, which is, by the way,
sounded like a not like a scary vibe, but like a stereotype, like
real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried. Only
it's probably playing on TV somewhere. Like it was just somehow
this
heard
is
it.
pretty terrifying.
this is why we got Grant. Look at that.
Conversations
The hardest interpretation of William's sighting.
of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you are not in fact dead, then you could like, you know, squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell, that means something
ghost
baby.
So I need to figure out how to do that. I don't know.
All you have to do is just type in ghost baby eating spaghetti. What's the real life story? How do you do that? You can just go to
days after
bing.com and do it.
declaration of death.
It's free.
And this was contrary to Jewish
So you go to
practice,
Bing.com,
Right.
and then you type in at the
emphasizes
very
the
top.
importance of
Click
early
on it, and
burial.
hit the AI
In fact,
button. They
accelerating
just go, can you make me an image of a
flesh
baby ghost
as
eating
a
spaghetti realistic?
as a
Can
way
you
of
use photos if you have a second? Working on it. Thank you.
So, this was created a whole
So
host
he's
of
actually pretty good when he's not
really,
talking about John.
this secular
Yeah, we gotta
stepped
cut
on
some
Jewish
slack.
values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well,
this is strings
gosh,
and garlic
this
sauce.
is horrible if there is such a thing.
The weirdest
Please
thing is a
bury
little
people
red
early.
string.
Maybe
That's
we should
actually the night we heard
adopt
the
this
ghost
new
noise. So I don't know if
So
there's a
many
connection.
Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to
Witchcraft,
try
dude.
and
If there's a little string, that might be like a little
articulate a
and it was a
statement
weird
that would be
couple
acceptable to
and
everybody.
someone I met them
This
outside.
is
It's very cool
just
thing. I
opening
swear to
way
God,
to
this is very
many
weird
issues
little
where
They gave
issues
you a
of
pizza?
science,
Oh, it's
moral
delivery?
tradition,
Yes, it was a
and also
delivery.
the relationship of
But I
Jews
got
to
a
civic
delivery.
society has to be
Weird little
negotiated.
couple.
By the way,
They
don't
gave it
forget
to
that
me.
this
It's
happened in a
freezing cold
political
outside.
environment
It's two
in
of them
which
that
the
were together.
question
That's
of
bizarre.
Jewish
Yeah,
emancipation
and I was like, I don't think so much. And they just
conferring
went,
equal rights on Jews would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit
I
later
don't
in
know
this
what to
course.
do.
But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews
rejoiced.
in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some masculine, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in general society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing. And in fact, many Jews, although it's not accepted communally at all, although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, and Jews were not accepted on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century. And it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like brothers and sisters, argue that, apparently has to be engaged, but not by
a couple of dogs that
so
chocolate being poison. I always
sort of
wondered
like a hybrid
what else is
approach
poisonous because it's not even the chocolate that's poisonous, it's the caffeine in the chocolate. I used to give soda pop to my dog here and there. That's just like a treat. That's a ride.
By the way, some felt that something was way too gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes it was like a little bit heavier.
Sweet. I've never thought of that. That's even worse than chocolate.
These were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, much more inclined
I guess that's like the most poisonous thing ever.
in Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers, really concentration, with much greater endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, the heavy lean towards assimilation. You really find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the European context was let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, but let us promote English as
very
a
sweet.
genuine language capable of expression of a wide spectrum of Jewish experiences.
That was a legitimately
Or
scary.
let us adopt a political orientation such as Zionism
That's
or
actually
socialism.
That's so
Well,
cute.
so the
I
Haskalah
don't know about
in
that
Western
first one,
Europe
Grant.
may
That's
have
actually
been much
changing.
more of
What you
a
type in for that one?
that emphasized
I'm pretty sure it was just
abandonment of
Ghost
Jewish
Baby
ideals.
eating spaghetti.
Yeah. Eastern Europe was much
Alright, if you
more
had to
an
take one, which
adaptation
one?
of Jewish ideals.
Which one would you choose?
But
They're over
not
18.
necessarily
No, that goes big.
some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl,
So like
big
pass or
opponent, by the way,
smash.
of the
Pass or
Hasidic
smash. Alright,
movement,
let's go top left.
who also argued that,
Pass or smash.
what we should do is we should advance our educational system. And we should do much more secular studies within the educational environment.
Pass or
Something
smash.
that
They're all
hostility
they're all
from many other
for
groups.
ghost babies hundreds of years away.
Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within
I'm gonna pass
entire
hard on
political
that because I don't even
context.
like looking at that little shit.
A couple lectures ago, Tom Nicholas first had this horrific strategy
cheeks look like,
assimilating forcibly the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army,
Was that a
which
bonnet
was
or something on the
a
head?
horrific sentence
That's-
of about
I think that's
25
cool.
years.
I mean, what are we
Noting
talking
that
here?
by
Like
the time
18th
Jews
century,
joined the
17th
army
century,
at age
very old
18,
school
they had already
I
been
love it.
well
I'm saying
indoctrinated into
smash.
the values of
Two
Judaism.
smashes and a hard
Maybe they're
pass.
already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12.
So
This
cute.
was the notorious
This off, Red Man.
context.
You know, I'm gonna pass on this one because it doesn't look like there's enough room for much spaghetti in that little small mouth. Yeah, that is a small mouth for sure. Drag this one.
Reform schools called Katon schools, where they would be trained in
little
military
shawl.
values and also trained
That
in
what you call
Russian
it, that's a
Orthodox
shawl
Christianity.
in the 6
And
years.
many times
Nice.
they would never return to their families.
It
They
kind of
would
looks
end
like
up
Coraline's
in
mom.
assimilating
She was kind of always very scary and sexy to me.
very, very
She's
terrible
a
thing.
Spider Woman.
The alternative
Cool,
that
eyes are
Nicholas
button.
first offered
Exactly.
was Jews
I'm
to
gonna go ahead
attend
and
the
do a hard
so-called
pass
crown
again.
schools, which
I'm
were
getting too scary
Russian
thinking about that the more I talk
schools
about it.
that had some participation
I don't
of
like
Jewish
being
leaders
scared.
like Max Lillian
Oh, this is
who
easy.
believed that perhaps this
Oh
was a
my
way for
God.
Haskalah could
Now that baby's handle.
offer enlightenment to Russian Jewish
A lot
population.
of spaghetti in
But
that
in
movie.
reality, they ended up
Kobayashi,
being funds
baby.
for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust
Smash it.
about the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim
I'll pass
and
on
the
the one that
Misnagdim
really
happened
looks
used,
just like a
but I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Elizabeth Franklin, who wrote into the so-called Shalom which wrote the following. God saw certain shepherds to safeguard the Torah, to purify its knowledge, and to oversee its logic and
There's a logical explanation to that.
Hasidim Bolivia, the martial devotion to fan the embers.
Now
of
here's where I
Torah.
start getting a little sweaty.
With their
Yeah.
ideals that they could devotion to God.
Rec 1 and Rec 2.
Finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant to
What do you think, Grant?
and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion. Now, of course, not everyone will agree with the views of Rabbi Shimon.
It's a fun game. I'm
All
just gonna
three of
pass
these
on this one.
shepherds, the
Wow,
leader
good
of the
for you,
Misnagdim,
man.
the
Good.
leader of the Hasidim,
Yeah,
and
with
the
everything
leader of
that's happening
the
right now.
Maskilim, that they all somehow are appointed by God to lead the
Casey's
Jews
passing.
into the
Are you
future.
passing on this case?
I
So
gotta go
I'm
for
going to leave that to you debate, but it's worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all
I just
three
don't
of these
like it.
movements,
They're too scary and they're too gross.
Misnagdim,
Scary.
Maskilim,
I did send 2 photos so you could send to Grant. I think I found a little lady for you.
identity
It's a picture of us being
continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out
I'll pass on this one. I don't like how the spaghetti's still on the
Okay, I hope you
Yeah, I don't
enjoyed this
pass it
lecture.
to
I had fun thinking about it, talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who
Yeah,
have
or the other ones I
one of
made.
my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there. is seeing other people and hit that subscribe button and
That's a good one.
universe of people who are interested in studying.
There's just some
Thank you very much for
supercomputer
watching.
somewhere, and they're like when Grant types that in, like scary baby eating spaghetti. There's just the supercomputer somewhere, and it's thinking to itself, okay, and then it just is able to make these images.
Yeah. It's TI-81's oh god.
Calculator?
Yeah, but there's like 40 of them all hooked up into one.
Jesus Christ. I remember playing games on that.
Yeah. I used to put my, like, there was a way to, like, put something in the memory and you could put all the answers. Like, there was, like, some kind of weird thing that, like, does the teachers not know that you could just save notes on their calculator?
I remember there was a point in time in Tennessee where there were a couple of tests where I would write everything down really tiny. And then I'd put the thing, and I shouldn't be admitting to thievery and cheating right now, but I'd put it in my pocket, I'd wear shorts, and I'd put it right down here, and I'd be able to look down at it.
I used to be
such a rush, just cheating on fucking tests that I don't give a shit about. Talk about a rush.
Yeah, I used to do the folded paper in my watch band. Just unfold it like a fortune cookie and just put it back in my watch.
Do it on your water bottle too. Put it beneath the label.
Oh, what's that?
We didn't drink water back then, man.
Sodium.
Yeah, water's a new thing. Remember when water bottles came out? And everyone's like, what? I'm going to pay for water.
When is this? See, I actually don't necessarily remember that. When would you say that?
1996, I would say. Grant, did you get those photos for Casey? His ghost babies are waiting. Did you send them me?
Grant, you want to pop those up for me?
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward to the Russian Empire, which is made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below Austria-Hungary, also a very important state that was actually dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions that picture their nationality, the Germans, the Germans, the Austrians, the Hungarians, Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in these First World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own country. So, for example, Austria was originally German. Which, of course, it was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was essentially divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and there was a tremendous exaltation for Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. Then you have Austria-Hungary, which was this massive country. Now they're reduced to tiny little rock states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, was by Admiral Burke. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So when you become an admiral, it's a country that has no natural outlet to the sea. Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. Significantly for Germany in particular, the country of Czechoslovakia now divided into the Czechoslovakia, but back then one country. Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much revising these treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these countries or countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of the Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War Treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War Treaty. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the users of World War I who are unhappy with the peace treaties and they want to of course, there was a war on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated. It's kind of trying to make this a bit complicated. The first thing you realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America. Prior to that, there was the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation that we did. In February, we had that week. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West. And so we don't have Russian sources, for example, that was written at that time. They refer to the February Revolution because of Russia occurred in February. But if you were talking about Syrian Revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a Ukrainian Revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd, north of the very it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and crazy everything was. The city called Petrograd, Peter's city, was a Russian name of the city that was founded by Peter the Great. And years ago, that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it's no longer called St. Petersburg is because they thought that sounded too German. Petersburg is a German city, so the city has been named Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound, so they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. This is all very simple. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant it's actually a very important date or the commemorative date not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, you will pay enough bullets, right? Like, coming out, you don't have to do what you want to do. And fire, you have to actually use the enough, so you get those close to it. But they have machine guns, stuff like that, so it's just distracting. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman at the bridge threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get stolen bread, and this food diet sort of expanded. It got more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, Tsar's palace was overrun. His Tsar and his family were arrested, assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that outstood the hundreds of years fell in the early 19th century. What happens immediately after that is let's do some communist regulation. Russian Empire becomes a sort of traditional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Nevsky. They call it the provisional government. The whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have national elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect constituent assemblies, constituent assemblies would then, be able to create this democratic federated government. Zelensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is to abolish the Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia America, and it was hated by Jews in the country because it placed all kinds of anti-Jewish restrictions on Jewish activity, commercial activity, traveling, education, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to free themselves from the Pale of Settlement. So Zelensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on justice. Here, by the way, you see another map that gives you a sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers consider that massive scale of so Zelensky was really trying to do something right, but on the other hand, it was the sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up with the whole thing down to by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we fight this war? What are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and, their demands? And what about the urban workers? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time, it could be properly constituted. The communists were able to take advantage, and most of them undermined the genius behind all of it was rather than the here is really quite a destabilizing force in Russia. There is no the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution in June, the communist revolution of October, November 1970. There is a propaganda from the era that shows the Robert Glenn and Conrad Lennon as a top there with his characteristic cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. Nobility and the Russian authority at the bottom, and he also what looks like a monopoly man. This is caricature of a capitalist who recognizes the top hat, typically with a waistcoat and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not this particular example, but quite often, the capitalist is not so thinly veiled that the vice however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism, especially in comparison to their rivals, the white Russian movement. But anyway, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which is basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this conflict. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon, Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers, and the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red,
I did a couple
next
other
to him with
sales
a bloody
jobs, like
apron
interviews
is Trotsky,
around LA, and I was telling them I was doing it this other thing, but it's
the
good.
head of
I
the Red
didn't
Army, of
fuck
course, a
it.
very
That's
prominent
pretty
Jew.
good. I didn't get any of those jobs.
To it all,
I just thought I was a
but
crazy
nevertheless, he was
person.
widely perceived for his
But yeah,
and they are about to
the best.
slaughter the Russian monarchy.
Yeah, I was a maintenance man
Russia
for
on
a
the
summer
altar
when I
of
was 20, and it was
statue
for the peak of my
called
alcoholism, and I was just so drunk all day trying to do maintenance stuff that I did not know how to do.
They're going to
So it
sacrifice
was like a lot
Russia
of electrical
to
work that I had
communism.
literally
Arrayed around him with their
just
labels on the top of
sneaking, like I used to drink these
reference
things called
here to
bootleggers,
Novgorod is shown
and they were like
with
four
hands
logos, but
outstretched,
they were in small
another
glass
Jewish
bottles,
figure
so you
and
could
so
just have them in your pocket.
there's like
And
all of
I would
these
just be like
people who are
drinking
involved
bootleggers
in
at
this
2 in the
secret
morning,
off.
like trying
And
to
there's
do
this
like
interesting
complex
figure here.
electrical work.
This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payers. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlay here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that's number 30. At any rate, in the fall of
sandwiches or whatever the fuck, and somebody's like,
the Russian Empire, those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become official communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war.
As long as you rent it out and there's nobody in the Olive Garden, I think that would be fun.
No, what I'm gonna do is try to find a Olive Garden like that has closed down, that's still, just an empty building, and just rent that from the people that are trying to rent it. I'm sure they're like, it's just gonna get.
Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday.
No, I just think it would be hilarious to make it like look like an Olive Garden, like go all in and then have like all the cruise guys dressed up like as Wendy's, Wendy's characters, and all the girls are dressed up as hot dogs. Dressed up as some fancy
bill that we relive in the upper left, it has with still some Dracula,
Fabulous Cowboy.
and on the right,
Cowboys always fabulous Cowboy.
the
top 3 probably Centaur,
Dragon, and then at the bottom, underneath the number 100,
You would be the best.
the
best Centaur out of all the people.
You're sweet. Why do you say that?
You just have like a very Centaurian
look
to you. You would go in with a horse.
We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this is because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world and several of them being former Soviet refugees come out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some English left and it's been translated as well. Very important publishing house there with you. And so if you're curious, you can get it in English.
It reminds me of when you used to.
What I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable
Guys, I was
level
watching
of
somebody
that
text
is
something,
coming
and
together
when did they kill Tony's during the
of
pandemic when it
populations
was
that
at
had
the
lived in
Gino
a
guy's
kind of,
place?
you know,
And it was just ridiculous.
difficult symbiosis for a very long time. So essentially, we have
Yeah, it was at the studio place for a while when it was like people were looting down there. It was
but
just
now
and it was Sunsky and Zoom, so it was just.
of the Russian Empire that suddenly
Remember how crazy it
so
used to
under
be,
the
though?
period of the provisional government, there were
You were
foreign
wasting
women
more time
who
for the podcast.
super hyper emotional. I'm just telling
and
you.
began talking about
This episode,
I was
democratic
like, well,
society
I
together.
gotta go. I gotta go
When
home.
Russia
You
became
have any dinner?
communist, there was spoken about
changes,
this became much more
My house, you know, I don't know if you cook or
Jewish
not.
parties who
and
were
I'm
more
gonna
mixed
start
and socialist who were very, very uncomfortable, but there were a lot of Jewish organizations that said much more
Welcome. Oh, it's Bigfoot Jones. How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
I was actually just sneaking in. I didn't think, I didn't mean to, well, I was going to see if there was anyone on. How are you?
I'm well. I mean, it's like 4:27 or 4:37 in the morning here, so it's still early.
What are you doing up?
I have a friend of mine from Australia, and he and I play video games. Not video games, but like we play chess, and checkers, and mini golf and darts, all kinds of mini games against each other. And so he keeps me up and that kind of reverse my hours.
I see. Okay. How's your day been?
So far, so good. Streaming like it's the coolest thing in the world because it is. How about you?
Yeah, no, not bad, man. Yeah, I'm feeling a little, unfortunately, like maybe getting a little sick. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Oh, you getting sick from eating so much pussy?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you getting sick from eating so much pussy?
That's right, yeah.
There you go, big dog. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Not much. I was just, honestly, not that much. I had a day off, so I was looking up obscure sort of Jewish rabbis and stuff. You know, videos with less than 300 views on YouTube.
Very well. How'd that go?
I mean, it's interesting. Like, I just found out a new term today, which I'd never known before, which is, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Sadikim Nistarim. I think it's meant to be 36 people, you know, who sort of support the world and in some way in each generation. It's interesting, you know.
Most
I
certainly.
didn't know much about it.
Yeah. So, what made you so interested in this topic?
I saw it on Bernie's Twitter.
No, I know that's how you found out about me. Oh, did he post something else?
I found out about this band as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
very well. Oh, very cool. And do you ever go on Twitter Spaces?
No. Well, I have been before. Yeah.
And how did that go?
Like, I wasn't actually talking on Twitter Spaces. I was just.
Oh, just listening.
Like listening to other people.
Very well. What are your favorite topics?
Look. I mean, that's a really good question. We couldn't actually tell you. Like insofar as I wouldn't actually know. I jumped onto Discord because I thought. I remember having a chat with you the other night. I thought I might flick through the sort of your sort of general list of things that you talk about. Because there was some interesting stuff, but I didn't mean to actually connect. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's cool. Whatever. It happened.
That's okay. Go do your thing. If you just want to check out the server, feel free.
That's all good. So, yeah, how's your? I suppose it's 4 a.m. in the morning. Are you going to sleep or?
Yeah, I'll go to
Or are
sleep.
you going to stay up all night?
I'll be up all night, but I'll go to sleep in a little bit. I've just been programming robots and just getting people to notice what I do and to tweet about me or to blue sky about me. And that's always cool, especially when like I'm just sitting here and the robots are doing their thing. And basically it causes people from around the world to either promote what I've done or tweet about it in one way or another, just some other type of support. So that's cool. I'm always about that. And I'm just watching Jewish history lectures, just enjoying life.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. What are your plans for this weekend?
Oh man, I'm going up to see my mum who's a bit sick. Has a few issues with her back and stuff, so she needs someone to be there on the weekend when her care is not there. So that's what I'm doing this weekend.
Very well. And so you're like somewhat of a caretaker to her when you need to be?
Yeah, I mean she's getting much better now, so it's like in many ways I kind of in many ways I don't need to, but I'm in a routine now. It's winter in Australia, so frankly there's there's not exactly a great deal to do anyway. So
Word.
What about you? What are you doing this weekend?
Oh, I'll be streaming. I may go on a walk each day just to get outside. Weather's been nice and it's nice and warm. I probably nothing too major. Maybe do some laundry, do some shopping online, and get groceries and stuff. That's really what I've got on the agenda. Nothing too exciting, but then again, it is a little different. And I have some friends of mine who returned from some personal issues or so, and they're from India, and they come in, and we play just about every single day. So I've been playing a lot of games with people, frankly. Every person who comes in, if we play games together, they're like, "Oh, you want to play? Yeah, we'll play." And so I've got a friend of mine who every night she comes in before she goes to bed, and she and I play. I've got a friend in Canada. He and I just picked up a new game. It's known as Carom. If you've ever heard of it, it's basically like shuffleboard. Yeah. It's like a Middle Eastern game. Another game that we've been playing. It's the oldest. I play this with my friend from Australia. It's the oldest. How do I want to say this? The oldest board game, family of games in the world. It's known as Mancala. Have you ever heard of this?
No. Well, keep going.
It was played in Egypt, like under the Egyptian civilization, and it's played in Africa and the Middle East, and hasn't gotten too popular in Western society until recently. So it is something that we've been playing. We've just been playing like more obscure games, just to learn more about them, and they're fun. And and then we play.
Have you ever heard of the role game of before?
You are. I know the city, but no, tell me about it.
I mean, it's something that I've never played. I've just I've only read about it. So it could be it might be. I'm not sure about this actually. It's an extremely old game, like 2500 BC or something. But it was from Mesopotamia, and the city of the board and the evidence for it was found in the city of So people from the British Museum sort of managed to translate the rules and so on and so forth. It's a very ancient game. It's very good. It's I believe it's called it's UR.
Yeah, I see it.
The role game of.
It's got a Wikipedia. Yeah. I'll have to check it out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gonna play this probably a little later today.
And it's very like I find like personally that whole region and sort of era is quite fascinating. I'm quite obsessed with it.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite interesting that we sometimes have people who are living their normal lives, not recognizing that there's an entire archived civilization beneath their feet, until someday someone starts digging a well or starts farming or does something and uncovers an entire civilization we didn't even know existed.
Yeah, 100%. Well, anyway, let's get going. I have many more questions, so we'll pop back. That's why I came to. What I was looking at is your list of emerging technology topics, which I was reading the other night, but I wanted to sort of refamiliarize myself on. But maybe next time we'll talk about that.
Sounds great. You pick a few of them, and we'll talk at length. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
Peace, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews. And it was extremely important because the Jews were, quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Magwachi, who's one of the great world experts on Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews were in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border. Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north, with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds and hundreds of documents from this period here. And it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community. And you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page. But the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter. And so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they had the letter I, which you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. That gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, it becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you technology. This is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriter, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways was made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who are active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The white Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, who were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There were a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there, and there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens. People like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks upon civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were, far away from large Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands. Reasonable estimates of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since, Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, the pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal book. But anyway, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petliura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petliura was a former journalist who early on in his career actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petlura did not act forcefully and demonstrably to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petlura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence.
I'm super hyper emotional. I'm just telling you now, I'm going to be crying a lot. In this episode,
on all sides by many of these forces and many locations
talk
that
about
actually
changes
times.
that are going on
They
with us,
recognize
changes that are going
that
on with our
the
kids.
Jewish Red
And I'm
Army
going to start
leader, Leon
with
Trotsky,
this change
is
that's going
much more
on here.
effective in
And
controlling
podcast
his
one, I
groups,
can't believe I
that the
didn't
Red
think
Army
I would
is
be this emotional,
associated
but after 10
not
years,
100% completely, but
here,
nevertheless
podcast
associated
one,
with protecting Jewish
I am
communities.
ending
And so there
my
is a
journey
surge of
here.
support in
So we
1919
started with Heather
for the
Rose
communist movement
World
in
and
general, and
morphed
for
into
the Red
Let's Talk.
Army in
It's been
particular.
a
So much so
decade.
that the
And I
Red
came
Army
here
had
and
to
met
set up
Norm Pattis
special
and chatted for 2
training
seconds, and he
programs
was like, great,
for
yes,
these
you need
Yiddish
a podcast. This is a
Some
great
of them
idea.
were
And
literally
here we are,
pilots out of
10
yeshivas in order to
years
pick up a gun that they never
later.
touched from
First of
before in
all,
their
I
life
just want to
in order
say,
to defend their